In ancient Korea, in the central region of Liaoning province, farming began to flourish. However, due to the province's remote location on the border, its inhabitants felt a strong sense of inferiority among others. Despite the complex nature of the inhabitants, they participated in every conflict, and none of the factions underestimated the importance of Liaoning province. Musun Land in Liaoning province was a place where Korea and the Central District fought fierce battles that left a deep mark on history. A majestic bronze statue of the Black Dragon towered over the land, symbolizing its power and steadfastness. The statue was erected on top of a mountain divided in half in honor of fierce battles. In Yahello Pike, the majesty of the bronze Black Dragon looms over the area, reminding us of past events. Meanwhile, in Musun province, in the vicinity of Yahello Pek, another battle was unfolding. It was here in Yahello Pek that a fierce battle between two factions was taking place. Rek Bu and Yun Songjang were competing for power in the north, and their representatives were fighting in front of the people of Musun. Both sides felt that the time had come for a final showdown. Moen opened the gates of Gabon more than 10 years ago, but the position of leader in Liaoning remained vacant for too long, triggering a new wave of conflict. This man was called the Sword of 10,000, and today he was confident that he would win over Liaoning province, using Derek as a tool to achieve his goal. Meanwhile, the leader of the day, Rek Bu, called the Dance of the Strong Winds, was out for revenge. In the past, the Central District in Korea had fought bloody battles, shedding countless blood and tears. Now he sought to flood the lands of Yahello with the blood of the Sword of 10,000. The people were excited, eagerly waiting for the battle to begin. Cuckoo, this old man living a life of luxury and drinking sake, knew well that an important event was coming. He also knew that the leaders Dairak and Yeonsung were the strongest in the area. These two definitely live up to their reputation, and it's worth traveling 1,000 miles to see them in action. And so they began the battle. Master Mana's unmatched strength and Master Chal's dragon sword clashed in this battle. The elder, the Iron Man Hong Mu-gyu, couldn't wait to see who would emerge victorious. Nothing was more exciting than watching others fight a battle. He walked closer to the dragon, where one man was already standing, ready for action. He was fascinated by how the battle was going, and he was still proud of himself as a strong and observant man. But at that moment, the elder began to feel very uneasy. Something was bothering him. The dragon sword was putting all its strength into this hot battle, leaving no chance for mercy. The power they both demonstrated with their weapons was incomparable. The ringing of metal echoed far and wide as the swords clashed with each other. Is this the true power of the Central District? The old man mused as he watched. He could have enjoyed this spectacle if it was happening under normal circumstances. But something compelled him to touch the dragon statue. And as soon as he did, his hand began to reflect powerful energy. Suddenly, a strong pain in his chest pierced him, forcing him to stop. However, he knew he only needed a little more time to realize what was happening. In his mind, he held nothing but thoughts of his little daughter, who was the only bright spot in his life. The old man felt a strange peacefulness watching this man. The tension of the peace was so palpable that it seemed as if this man had long since lost his essence, if he ever had one. When the man turned around, he spoke quietly to the old man, "My heir is yet to come." And as soon as these words left his mouth, he seemed to vanish into thin air, leaving behind only a trace of his energy. He rose into the air, leaving behind a thin line, like a current, which seemed to flow from him and crashed into the ground. The old man was left with a question. What air was he talking about? This disturbed his thoughts. Suddenly there was a cracking sound that made everyone around him alert. Blue energy animated a giant dragon that began to unfold before their eyes. Everything around them glowed with a blue glow, and the dragon's loud sounds made the atmosphere tense and unbearable. The old man saw the statue come to life with a touch of his hand. He could not believe that such a power could exist in the world. And what would happen if this power turned against people? Many questions remained after the words about the air that the man said in the end. Korea's Gyeongma Plateau, the Nangrim Mountains, is a place where nature has preserved its pristine beauty. On the edge of a cliff, there was a tree so large and spreading that it seemed as if it was about to fall down. This tree embodied all the beauty of this beautiful day, and a quiet, pleasant breeze gently blew over my body. A young man was lying on a branch of this tree, enjoying the peace and harmony of this day, which gave him only pleasant sensations. His name was Dan Su-yu, and his attention was suddenly distracted by someone approaching him. It was his Nuna, who had warned him about the danger of this place more than once, but saw him sitting on a tree branch again. The girl's name was Gong Mu-ye, but everyone called her Nuna Dan, often invited her to climb the tree with him. But she considered these places too dangerous and was sure that only Dan could climb to this height so easily. He was always telling her about the view of the sky that opened from the top of the tree, and he was sure that she would definitely like it. She asked him to come down because Yoksun was about to arrive, and invited him to go home with her because of it. She asked him to come down quickly because she wanted to go home with him. His beautiful turquoise eyes, which were in harmony with his hair color, looked at Nuna with a warm smile on his face. Then he pushed off the tree branch and jumped straight to the ground. The girl was always worried about him, asking if he was afraid of getting hurt by jumping so recklessly. But he didn't care, because he knew that she would take care of him anyway. They were approaching the village of Gun in the Nangrim Mountains, talking about Sa being old enough to be called a man, even though it seemed like it was still a long way off. As they walked through the streets of the village, everyone was discussing why this boy from the Dan clan was here again. They considered him shameless, and did not understand why he was still living in their village if he was from the Dan clan. These people were something insignificant to him, and he wondered if they were tired of reproaching him every time he came here. However, Nuna apologized for them and said that they should go faster. And right after she said that, a man appeared in front of them and addressed Nuna, accusing her of going out with that Dan clan guy again. It was Gun Su Deok, who told her that she had already reached the age of marriage but hadn't found a husband yet, and he believed that it was all because she was still spending time with that guy. Asay asked Deok not to interfere in other people's affairs, noting that he couldn't even handle daily responsibilities until he was 8 years old. He asked if Deok shouldn't take care of himself more than others if he really wanted to get married. These words angered the man, and he grabbed the boy by the collar, trying to threaten him. He started scolding the child, calling his father a deserter, and how dare the son of a deserter talk like that. He demanded that Sa call him Hung Nim, but at that moment someone else did it behind his back, not Sa. Suddenly the man's body began to rise from the ground. It was Gunjok Sang who easily lifted the man, who immediately began to beg to be released. Sang asked the man to move away, because he had closed a narrow path that he could not pass through. Nuna begged San to let him go quickly, explaining that he should not use his strength. San had no problem agreeing and did so without hesitation. As soon as he let go of the man, he flew into the house to their left and tore down the fence with his body. San's strength was truly impressive, and the man felt it for himself. And then the voice of an old man with only one tooth left in his mouth was heard, shouting after San, calling him an evil creature. It was the head of the village, and although San was glad to see him, the elder tried to punish him for running down Deok just to save the boy from the Dan clan. However, the elder gave San an important message from Hyungnim, emphasizing that the news was extremely important and should be passed on immediately. Everyone was immediately interested in what was written there and began to read the letter, and Deok also ran over and began to spy from behind. However, as soon as the old man read the letter, his expression changed dramatically. So immediately noticed something suspicious about the elder's behavior. The old man asked Sa if he had seen the news in the letter, but when they turned around, neither San Mu nor Sa was there. They had all disappeared, leaving the elder and Deok staring at the empty road. The elder's face showed that he had read something bad, something that disturbed him deeply. He was angry with San for the way he had behaved for the sake of the Dan clan boy, and waving his stick, he shouted that he would expel him from the clan if he continued to behave like this. Deok, meanwhile, was harboring anger toward the trio, considering them to be devil spawn. Meanwhile, San took the boar he had brought from his shoulder, because they were all hungry. While dismantling the boar and skinning it, San turned to Nuna. He asked her about the man she was seeing, and when she would finally introduce him to her brothers. "Nuna, are you seeing someone?" Sa asked curiously. However, Gunjok said that he didn't know, but that everyone in the village was talking about it. Asay mentioned a guy from the SEO clan who sells silk and asked Nuna if they liked each other. Sa kept asking questions, and the next one was whether she was planning to marry this guy. She admitted that she was indeed seeing someone, but he lived far away from their village, so they couldn't see each other often. They haven't talked enough to get to know each other well yet, so things are going slowly. She asked the brothers not to worry, saying that she had already studied his character and believed that he came from a respectable family and had a good reputation. San agreed that if he was a good guy and she liked him, then the brothers would always be ready to support her and give up for him. This conversation made Sa think again about the words he had heard from the Nuna. He returned to the same tree, lay down on top, and thought about what he had heard for a long time. The thought that the Nuna had already reached the age of marriage did not leave him even at home. The night was coming to an end, and the morning light began to shine through the window. Sa went to his bow, which was in the corner of the room, and hung it over his shoulder. As he was about to leave, he took one last look at the girl who was sleeping so sweetly. Before leaving, he said quietly, "I'll be back soon." He was already walking through the yard, which was always tidy and clean, because they were the real masters. As soon as he stepped out, he heard a voice calling his name behind him. Where is he going in the middle of the night? Thought San. He tried not to think about Sa going into the mountains and possibly being in danger, but that was exactly what happened. Sa asked San if he was going to sell the skins he had collected. However, San replied that he would give it to the nuns when she got married. If Mu gets married, what will you do? Asked Sa, remembering that San had always said he would devote himself to the army. San responded by asking how long Sa planned to stay here once Nuna got married, and added that if he joined the army, he would be all alone. Although Gong Village is a place where people with his same surname live together, it seemed to Sa that it was also a place where humanity did not matter much. He even admitted that he got goosebumps just hearing their name. Sa told San that he had to understand that he would not be able to leave the village until he turned 20, because that was a promise he had made to his father. Sa understood what San was getting at, and asked him to stop making up nonsense and to prepare for the army. He promised San that he would take care of Nuna until he left the village. Say added that if people with the same surname did anything bad to Nuna, he would personally deal with them. These words made San smile. San jokingly asked Sa to wake up and realized that if he was thinking of leaving his precious sister to a nobody like San, he should run away even from the barracks. In fact, San wanted to express how grateful he was to Sa for always being there for him. The girl, listening to their conversation, could barely contain her smile. Watching them with one eye open, she smiled as she heard their frank conversation. The conversation was coming to an end, and Sa said that he would go looking for wild ginseng, even though it was winter. It might take him a few days, but Sa assured him that there was no reason to worry, because he was the second strongest after San, so there was no reason to worry. There was nothing strange here except for the difference in their size. What was even more surprising was that, like Sa, San was also 16 years old, although it was hard to tell from his appearance. Before they set out to find ginseng, Sa told San that they must make the nun happy. After that, Sa set off on his journey. San shouted after him that if he came across any extra wild ginseng on the way, he should bring it to him, and added that he would miss him all these days. Say, waving his hand and not turning around, replied, "Don't shed tears in vain." Walking through the village, Sa met Diok, who called him a bastard and asked him where he was going at this time. This time, Diok decided to silence the boy because he believed that without Sa, he was nothing. But Sa was more interested in what was written in yesterday's letter, because he noticed how the elder's face changed when he read it. It seemed important to him. "What do you care?" came the voice of an old man, accompanied by the sound of a cane hitting the ground. It was an elder who said that the letter was about the Gong family, and it was none of his business, asking Sa to go on his way. She added that it was none of his business because he was from the Dan clan. Sa decided not to continue the conversation and walked on, while Diok shouted after him to stop. The elder told Diok that he should just let him go, but he indignantly asked why the elder was just watching the bastard walk away. With a sneaky laugh, Diok said that even if he didn't stop Sa, he would die anyway, implying that the boy was doomed. He is sure that Sa will die if he meets Hyangri on his way. A flag with a crescent moon, a ball, and flames above it on a blue background flew in the air. The horses walked forward, and people walked beside them, holding these flags and torches that lit the way. On one of the horses sat a giant man with a scar that crossed half his face. His appearance was truly terrifying and frightened even the bravest. Meanwhile, Sa continued to walk forward, enjoying the incredible, mesmerizing views of the mountains, covered with snow like powder. He was amazed at how easy it was for him, even though he had initially thought the journey would be much more difficult and take years. He already had ginseng in his hand, and not one but 2 roots. The place he was in was incredibly impressive, and the air seemed so light and clean. Unable to contain his joy, he held up the 2 ginseng roots and shouted at the top of his voice, "I found it! As I expected, I am a real lucky man." However, after a while he felt like a loser. This was because he wanted to get home quickly, but it was getting dark and a thick fog was rising. It was very difficult to walk in this condition, but he noticed smoke rising into the sky on his left hand nearby. Someone made a fire so deep in the mountains? Who could it be? Sa thought, having no idea. He came up with the idea to get closer, and he saw a man sitting next to the fire. His face was calm, his graying beard added to his brutality, as did his eyebrows and hair, which were the same color. The man did not look lost at all. Sa didn't feel threatened by him, and he looked quite safe. However, he felt something strange, as if the man could see him, but he was not really there. Sa decided to be cautious. Of course, at first it would be normal to be afraid of someone deep in the mountains. But when the old man's voice came, Sa froze in place. The old man said he was uncomfortable with someone sneaking up on him, even though he was unarmed. He asked if Sa wanted him to bring him here himself. The guy didn't even know what to say at that moment and started mumbling something incomprehensible. Then he raised his hands and explained that it was already dark and asked if he could stay here until dawn. After hearing no response from the old man for a few seconds, he asked again whether he could stay or not. Under the cover of the fog, a calm voice sounded, "Sit down." A moment later, the old man handed him skewers of mushrooms and offered to eat them. Sa took the skewers in his hands and looked at the mushrooms carefully. Then he carefully took a bite, piece by piece. As he chewed on the mushrooms, Sa watched the old man closely. But he did not notice any signs of hunger. The old man noticed the way he was looking at him and asked him not to look so strange. He explained that if you eat in a hurry, the food is not properly digested, and you need to chew it thoroughly. Proper nutrition, even in small amounts, can give you enough strength to control your body. Most importantly, the old man did not know who the young man was, so he asked him directly. Sa answered, "I am Dan Sa-yu," and told him that he lived in the village of Gong, which is located near Gong'an-ren. The old man had heard that only the Gong family could live there, so he wondered what Sa was doing in that place if he was from the Dan clan. "It's because of certain circumstances," Sa said with a smile. However, the old man thought that Sa was hiding his fear behind that smile. At that moment, Sa felt as if the old man was reading his mind, and he was even more frightened by the old man's bright blue eyes. The old man asked him where he was going, because this place was high in the mountains, and usually people could not reach it. The old man thought for a few seconds and did not answer immediately. After a short pause of silence, the old man said that he was going to kill someone. In a frightened voice, Sa apologized and said that even if life seems hard, you still need to live right. But these words seemed ridiculous to the old man. He assured him that he was not going to give up on life. Then he added, "No, I don't even deserve to kill myself." His plans were simply to complete his long journey, and these words raised many mysteries for the boy. The old man explained that at the end of his journey there should be only his own death. After this short story, the old man said that he had eaten well, and noted that he had not eaten anything so delicious for a long time. This conversation left many questions in Sa's mind. Even when he lay down to rest, the thought that something was wrong with this old man did not leave him. Sa still couldn't believe that the old man was talking about his death so easily. He kept looking at the old man, not understanding how he could be so calm. The old man was sitting under a tree, and the sadness did not leave his face. The night came to an end, and it was already dawn outside. The fire in the campfire had gone out. It was time to go home. Standing up and hanging his bag on his shoulder, Sa began to walk away from where they were sitting, step by step. As he walked, he looked back several times, glancing at the old man. The old man didn't even open his eyes to say goodbye because he was still sleeping. As a token of gratitude for the night, Sa left a ginseng root by the old man's side so that he could wake up and have a snack. As he walked further and further away, Sa repeated in his mind, "Yes, I'm crazy. This is absurd." He asked himself what he had done, wishing he had kept the root because he could have exchanged it for 100 bags of rice. Why the hell did I give it to the old man? But what bothered him the most was that the old man said he was going to die. This really annoyed Sa, and he lifted his head up and exhaled heavily. He didn't really care, but the question what to do now kept coming to mind. He reassured himself by thinking that one root would be enough, and he considered the other one an accidental gift that he should not have kept. Sa decided to continue on his way and not to stop. It was not far from the village, and as he approached, he realized more and more that he still regretted the route. Finally, his feet stepped into the village, and he saw houses to his left and right. But there was something strange. There was not a single person on the streets, and Sa began to wonder where everyone had gone. A loud noise came from behind him, and Sa did not understand what it was. A man's huge fist hit him sharply in the back of the head. The villain had sneaked up behind him and struck a powerful blow right on the boy's head. The blow was so strong that Sa fell down and hit his face on the ground. For Sa, it looked like an unexpected and unreasonable aggression. A giant hand grabbed his head, and it was as big as the guy's head. "You stupid bastard, Dan! I finally got you!" the man said. After that, everyone else appeared in front of Sa, including the elder, who stood right in front of him and said that this would not have happened if he had just left the village. The elder explained that these actions were for the good of the village and ordered his men to stop Sa from getting up and detain him. The blood was already running down the face of the boy, who was innocent and did not understand what they were talking about or how he could harm them. Deok told Sa not to be surprised. As Hyang Ri was already on his way to their village, the capital had sent him to keep an eye on the place. Because of this, Deok thought he was the new king, but Sa still didn't understand what that had to do with him. Deok went on to explain that Hyang was coming with an ambassador from Yuan, and that he was going to help the village head and villagers choose a princess to be sent to Yuan. But what Sa heard made him lose all emotion in an instant. He began to scream loudly when Deok said that they had decided to send his sister, Gongmu Yi. Sa grabbed Deok's finger, which was right next to his face, with his teeth. Deok immediately felt the pain of being bitten, but he didn't notice the fist that was coming toward his face. Say managed to fend off this scoundrel with a clear punch. However, his eyes began to run, and he wondered what to do next. A good idea came to Sa to grab his bow. Then he quickly pulled out an arrow. To keep Deok out of the way, Sa decided to hit him again. He called this technique 3-in-1. He grabbed the bow, pulled out an arrow, and kneed Deok.
After that, he knocked the villain to the ground and held the arrow right next to his head.
Sa thought that he could not change anything because everyone hated him for no reason. He believed it was because of his different last name. He endured when everyone called his father a coward and a deserter, because after all, he did run away from the battlefield. Sa put up with it all because they were taken in when they had nowhere else to go. The head of the village did not listen to these words for long and ordered everyone to quickly grab the snotty, "Stay back!" Sa's voice rang out and the arrow was already released from the bowstring. The head's breath froze for a few seconds. That's because the arrow had passed right by the head of the head and even knocked out the cane he was holding. The old man thought this guy was a real fucking bastard. Say decided to tell them that even though his father had run away, he was grateful to him for teaching him how to run away, chase, and hunt. These three things he could do better than anyone else in the village. He warned that whoever goes against him should be careful, because he is ready to shoot through the head of anyone who is brave. Hearing this, everyone froze, and the head of the village stared at the boy in disbelief. But Sa was not joking. He told them that they had always wanted him to leave the village, and now he would fulfill their wish, but he would do it together with Mu Ai and Jok San. After saying this, he took off running. The elder and Dayok panicked because the envoy from Yuan was about to arrive, and if Mu Ai ran away, their village might be destroyed. The moment the horse's hoof hit the ground, the village elder shouted at Dayok to chase after the little bastard. Behind them, the giant was already standing on his huge horse. His gaze swept over everyone in front of him. Sa ran home as fast as he could, almost stepping on his own heels. At home, Nuna, unsuspectingly, was doing her housework. She turned her head to the left and saw her brother rushing home like a madman. She invited him to dinner and asked if he would join her, since they were about to eat. But Sa, without further ado, told her that there was no time now, and she should prepare to escape, which caused her to feel confused. She did not understand why there was such a rush, what he meant, and what had happened to his face. His face was covered in blood, and he quickly opened the door to go inside. Sei immediately began to gather his things, raking everything into one pile. In a state of confusion, the girl came in and asked him if he had encountered some kind of beast in the mountains and why the rush. But Sa only replied that there was no time to explain. He was glad that they had ginseng root, which would help them survive for a while. The girl told him that San had gone to the mountains to cut firewood, and she kept asking him what was going on. But there was no time to explain. Sa grabbed Nuna's hand and said that he would explain everything later. But now he had to run to San. The basket of fruits and vegetables she was holding flew in all directions as he pulled her away and started running. Out of all his emotions, he couldn't even say anything to her, only ran faster and faster. Meanwhile, those people had already completely entered the village. They were the freaks from Yuan that Dayok had mentioned earlier. As he ran away, Sa met his eyes with the leader among them. But he could not give them the Nuna. He had to do something. The man with the scar on his face spotted them between the trees. He ordered his army to capture the woman. As for the boy, the soldiers asked the chief what to do with him. The Yuan chief indifferently told his men that they could do whatever they wanted with the boy, even kill him. But he emphasized that the woman was extremely important to Yuan and had to be delivered without any harm. The order was clear, and they immediately rushed to fulfill it. The village head and Dayok were surprised at how quickly Yuan soldiers made decisions and acted. Pushing off the horses they were sitting on, they jumped so high that they flew several meters up. Their captain watched closely. After listening to Dayok's stories, the captain began to analyze the boy and came to the conclusion that Sa probably hadn't studied martial arts. But how skillfully he dealt with Dayok. At that moment, the captain had the idea to make Sa his bodyguard. Meanwhile, Sa kept running and kept looking back to see if anyone was following them. He was dragging the girl behind him who did not understand anything, but two soldiers were already catching up with them. Sa reached for the arrow that was behind his back. Despite his high speed, he quickly drew his bow and aimed at the enemy. The arrow sliced through the air and flew toward the enemies, who were several meters higher in the air than they were. However, their main weapons were swords. They instantly grabbed onto their swords, and their gazes pierced Sa, reading in their eyes. "I will kill you." Their sword skills were impressive, as was their agility, despite their large size. One of them made a few turns in the air and used his sword to cut through an arrow flying at high speed. Sa saw this when he turned to face the enemy and could not understand how it happened so quickly. Even more, he could not understand how the enemy's hand was already on his face. Sa also could not understand how it happened that he was already lying on the ground, rubbing his back against the ground, and the enemy was right on top of him. The girl was very worried about him, and when she saw him fall, she began to shout his name loudly. She didn't understand anything, but suddenly felt a man's hand cover her mouth, preventing her from breathing. Sa watched this and at that moment began to blame himself for not being able to save her. The enemy's sword was already near Sa's eye. From this disgusting man came the words, "I will kill you instantly." But it was not Sa's head that was hit by the giant fist, but by this scoundrel. My brother came to the rescue. It was San, who was looking for firewood in the forest. And with his strong fist, he showed how to hit. The second scoundrel held the nun, covering her mouth with his hand, and held a sword near her neck. At that moment, the enemy stepped back. Overwhelmed with emotion, Sa was waiting for his brother. San asked Sa who these bastards were, as he did not understand anything at all. Sa quickly explained to his brother that they were people from Yuan, but they were holding the girl hostage. He also realized and told San that the letter that Hyung-ri had brought was about a proposal to send the girl as a princess. At that moment, they decided that they had to get to John Ranbon Peak first, where it would be harder to track them. The bastards listened as the girl shouted at them that they were weak and one of them could not handle two guys. In response, they only rudely told her, "Shut up and nothing else." They considered these guys to be sissies who were trembling with fear. One of the enemies grabbed a sword and rushed at them, saying that they shouldn't even think about dying easily. It was very fast. But for San, it didn't matter how desperate these scum from the Gong village were. He could not understand how they dared to sell a member of their family to become a princess. San shouted at them not to even count on success, because he would never give Nuna to these barbarians. San had an axe hanging from his belt, which, compared to his giant body, did not look so big. But enraged, San entered berserker mode, and this axe, which was not really that small, seemed like a deadly weapon in his hands. His intentions were clear, and with his right hand he grabbed the firewood he was carrying on his back. With all his strength he threw them toward the enemy. With his foot, San found a footing on the ground and pushed forward. The enemy immediately noticed the indomitable spirit that was in this boy. They thought their swords were much better than San's axe. Attacking with his sword, the enemy said he had no time for both brothers and promised that they would both die. But when he swung his sword, something went wrong and a loud ringing sounded. San repelled this sword strike with his axe. The force with which San was pressing was much greater than the force of the enemy's sword strike. "Kill us both?" "Well, do it if you can," San said, looking at the enemy with a challenge. The enemy did not understand how the boy had so much strength. Despite his many years of combat experience, the enemy decided to change his tactics. He was forced to take the sword aside, refusing to make a direct contact with the axe. After that, he planned to spin around and strike the sword from the other side to surprise San. San saw the sword on his left side and was a bit surprised by this turn of events. But when he turned his head to the other side, he saw his brother's foot on his shoulder. Sei pushed off his shoulder and jumped up high, aiming his bow in the air. There was not a drop of pity in Sa's eyes. He wanted to kill these bastards who dared to grab his sister. Sei made a double shot. He shot 2 arrows at the same time. The enemy saw the young man shooting and realized that he was aiming at him. However, he thought this trick was cheap and quickly changed the grip of the sword in his hand. Thanks to his speed, he managed to deflect both arrows, but the enemy forgot that he had to concentrate on both boys. And at that moment, San, with his fist as hard as a stone, prepared to strike. The punch landed right in his opponent's stomach. This made him remember what he had eaten for breakfast and cough a lot. San decided not to use the axe to end the fight because he knew his fist was much more reliable, and he struck again. Behind the enemy was a tree, which he flew toward after the blow. The enemy was getting closer and closer to the tree and was about to crash into it with his stupid head. "Little bastards," was all he managed to say as he crashed into the tree. Right in front of his eyes was an arrow, sharp as a razor. The only thing that saved him was that the arrow passed a few centimeters to the left and hit a tree behind him. He had just seen death before his eyes, but he did not look down, and that was his mistake. Saw fired 2 arrows again, and the second arrow nailed his leg right to the tree. The other rascal who was holding the girl realized that these guys were capable of something more than he expected. A foot stepped next to them, and a voice rang out. "You're a joker!" Your laughter could be heard all over the Gem Plateau. Step by step, the man came closer and closer. Sa told San that this was the same old ambassador from Yuan. He came closer to them and said that enough time had passed since he had ordered his men to bring the girl. But nothing had happened, and he couldn't believe that the elite from Yuan couldn't defeat the 2 boys from Goryeo. His coat was made from 10 killed wolves, and it was rumored that he ate those wolves only for breakfast, and then he had 2 wild boars as a snack. His people immediately apologized, but he wasn't going to tell them off now, deciding to leave it for later. This delay only increased their fear. He said that he was honestly very surprised. The incompetence of their soldiers was amazing. But what surprised him the most was that these guys had been able to hold out for so long with such primitive attacks. As he came closer, he smiled harshly, and the scar that stretched across his face stretched even further. He said with regret that he was sorry to call them useless boys from Koryo. As he approached, he emanated such powerful energy that the wind almost blew the boys away. What the hell is this strong energy? Sa wondered. San was also barely able to stand when he saw the man. At that moment, he started shouting loudly, saying that no one would take the nun away. San took on such a tough look that, At first glance, he could even compete with their fur coat owner if he wanted to take the Nuna away. He still had to try. The man came closer and put his hand on San's chest, or rather rested it on his chest. San looked down and began to stare at his chest, not knowing what was going to happen next. Sa stood back watching and had no idea what the enemy was up to either. It was almost impossible to find out what this wolf had in mind. The man's next words sounded mysterious. That's what we'll talk about, and no one understood what he meant. Meanwhile, he pressed his hand harder and harder against San's chest, and energy began to appear around his hand. Suddenly there was a cough, followed by blood gushing from San's mouth. Only the axe continued to spin in the air, and San was thrown back by the hand of the enemy, who had put a huge amount of his energy into this blow. Behind San was a tree, toward which he was flying rapidly, and this situation already resembled something familiar. Only this time, unlike one of the warriors who simply hit his back against the tree and fell down beside it, everything was different. San's body was much bigger than that warrior's, and he knocked the tree down, breaking it into 2 pieces. In addition, the enemy's punch was much stronger because it used energy, not just physical strength. After San had flown a few dozen meters, he began to touch the ground and rolled on it, making a rustling noise. However, he had to be careful, because a few meters away there was a cliff from which he could fall. Fortunately, a miracle saved him, and he stopped, lying face down right at the edge of the cliff.
San! San! His brother shouted as he watched him almost fall off the cliff.
But there was no time for distractions, because the enemy had already appeared next to him.
"Oh shit!" Sa shouted, grabbed his bow, pulled an arrow, and aimed at the enemy.
The arrow was already right next to his nose. All he had to do was let go of the bowstring and it would fly out. Sa let go of the string, and the arrow left its nest like a little swallow. In less than a second, the arrow flew through the enemy's body. But something strange happened. The arrow passed through him as if through some kind of energy, not a living person. Say opened his eyes wider and saw the same giant in front of him, who stretched out his hand to grab him. The boy could only watch, because physically he could not compete with this giant. It was not that foolish Diok. A mighty fist punch sent Sa's small body flying. The punch was made with a 180-degree spin of the fist around the giant's body. Now Sa was flying, spinning in the air, and then twisting several times on the ground, tasting it over and over again. What surprised the giant the most was that the boy was still alive after such a blow. Looking at him lying on the ground, barely breathing through clenched teeth, the giant realized that this boy was a clear example of wasted talent, because he could have taken him to his army. But now his goal was to take the woman to Yuan and kill the 2 brothers there. Although this seemed quite logical, the giant realized that the boy had no other choice. He was ready to give them only one choice, to decide which of them would die first. While the giant was dealing with Sa, San had already recovered. Before his eyes was a picture of the giant trying to kill his brother. Pain gripped his entire body, and shouting, "Stop!" he clutched the ground in his hands, ready to tear apart anything in sight.
"Stop, you bastard!" he shouted, grabbing a whole tree that was lying next to him, the same one he had knocked down with his back earlier.
Without hesitation, on the contrary, he wanted to do it badly. He threw the wood directly at his opponent. As the wood was flying toward him, he suddenly asked a strange question. He asked San whether he was asking him to let them kill each other. Then he clenched his fist. Swinging, he was ready to meet the wood. He punched it right into the trunk, so that it looked like his fist could break into 2 parts. But he was an extraordinary man, and he easily broke through the tree vertically. It was flying closer and closer, but he held on, and the wood flew to pieces as if it were in a sawmill. Now, according to the man with the scar, San was someone who knew how to make a man angry. He tore that tree into little pieces. He tore the tree into small pieces that flew around with the leaves. After that, he said that he had made a decision. He decided that San would die first. As he said this, he rushed forward and jumped towards Sanny. San was lying on the ground, and he could do nothing but watch. The thug's knee was already in front of San's nose, and he was looking at it like the ceiling you see when you wake up. The ceiling in the form of a knee hit him directly in the head with all its force. It is said that the sound of the blow was so loud that it could be heard even in the neighboring villages. After that, he kicked the boy several more times. With pain in his eyes, San watched and shouted, "Stop!" because of the pain he felt when his friend was being beaten. He could not just sit still, so he jumped up to help. After delivering several blows to San, the big man stood there wondering if he had made it clear enough that he would die first. He had expected to leave the smaller one to die by a more subtle method, and thought he was just biding his time. But he could not have foreseen this turn of events. San showed his speed by jumping into the air and kicking the big man right in the face. But this light kick only made him clench his fist harder. Then he punched the kid right in the head. The blow was so strong that energy flashed around. Everything shone. The pain from the blow was so intense that San even stopped feeling his hands. Meanwhile, one of the soldiers was holding Nun's mouth tighter and tighter. To be honest, this big guy liked people like these guys, and he let out a loud whistle. He told them about their fearlessness, noting that it was a prerequisite for them to be called real men. After that, he grabbed the kid's hand and told him that he liked him even more. He was about to say more, but he heard a rustling behind him. It was San, trying to get close to him from behind. Although he was exhausted, San continued to demand that the big man not touch the girl. While saying "don't touch," San tried to stop the big man's fist from hitting him in the cheek. Even though San was on his knees, the big man continued to hit him. Just a glance from the big man was enough to make some of the warriors fall before him. But San, even while taking these heavy blows on his face, continued to shout out the names of his loved ones. He found enough strength to intercept the enemy's fist, swing it, and declare that he would protect his comrades. A barrier appeared around his arm, an explosion followed by a whistle. His arm froze in midair and began to twitch. This enemy was obviously a surprise, and San passed through it. But it was all in vain, because the big man managed to grab him by his clothes. Then he lifted San above him, putting all his strength into this movement. At this point, San could only scream from the pain the big man was causing him. His brother watched with his turquoise, courageous eyes full of bravery. The man with the scar started walking, and with each step he said that he liked fearless people. He held San in one hand, walked over to a rock, dangled him over the abyss, and said that he liked him even more. But most of all, he liked to destroy such people both mentally and physically so as not to leave them with any strength or spirit. After that, he came even closer to the edge of the cliff and threw San, who began to fall into the abyss. After flying only a few meters, he shouted to his brother to take care of the girl, and San followed him. "No, stop!" He ran to the edge of the cliff, but in the thick fog he could not see anything. Scar stood behind him and told him not to worry, because soon he would have the opportunity to visit his brother. The tears on the boy's face were mixed with blood, and he could not believe what had happened. His body was shaking, and his turquoise eyes were filled with pain. Thoughts overwhelmed his soul, and tears could not be contained and flowed from his eyes. Quickly turning back with tears and an angry look in his eyes, he snapped at Scar. He hit him so fast and hard with his head that he saw all the boy's thoughts for a moment. Despite his giant body, Scar started to fly backwards. Spinning in the air like a boomerang, San decided to remind him of the existence of his legs. His heel hit the carotid artery with incredible speed. And once again, bam! He spun 360 degrees, kick after kick, intensifying the attack. Deciding that the big guy shouldn't forget about his hands, San decided to prove that even small hands can hit with incredible power. He slammed his fist right into the head, and this blow was as powerful as the previous one. The warriors watched as if it were a battle between two gladiators, although at this point the smaller one was beating the bigger one. Punch after punch, he pressed Scar's head into the ground. He did it with such passion that it was hard to put into words he wanted to avenge his brother. But at one point a giant hand grabbed his wrist. San was very surprised, although it was hard to see it on his face, which was covered in blood and earth. "Are you now driven by rage over the loss of your friend?" asked Scar. Scar opened his eye wider and asked the boy to look there. He got angry and, pulling San, told him that he could die without regret. He lifted him very high up, so that the tension between them became incredible because of the speed of the lift. He was holding San's hand only. Shram decided to perform a technique called clock. First he hit the guy on the ground on the right side, then on the left, and repeated it over and over again. After several such blows, he decided it was time for San to fly and threw him. With a loud thud, San fell to the ground, well beaten and exhausted. His sister couldn't help but scream and cry out his name, as if she felt the pain he was in. Scar walked closer to San's body, which was lying motionless on the ground, stood over him and began to think about what to do with him. Trembling and moans were coming from the boy's body, but it was difficult to think in such a situation, because his head felt as if it was being torn apart. Shram just thought that the guy hadn't studied martial arts. The blows he had delivered to San's face had left deep wounds next to the scars, and the pain was so intense that he had to wipe the blood away. Laughing, Scar said, "I think you can entertain me a little." With a ringing sound, he pulled out his weapon, a sickle tied to a chain. And the ringing from the chain echoed in the air, creating a terrifying sound. He told the boy that he would use all his strength against him, pulling out the other end of the chain, which also had a sickle on it. As the wolves howled, a giant red echo appeared in the sky. Why? San asked himself as his hand was caught by the sickle. The image of Choksan appeared in his mind's eye as he felt what was happening to his brother. It was San's spirit trying to save the boy by embracing him with his brotherly arms. What the hell? What happened? San thought as blood began to flow down his leg. The girl watched what was happening to her brother with her kind eyes, but she could do nothing. His body was covered in blood, and his clothes were torn and hanging like broken threads.
"What's wrong with us?" San's mind raced. "Why do we have to go through this? Why did they come all the way to such a remote village and make Mu and Nuna become princesses?"
Numb, San asked himself these questions over and over again. In the sky, the moon was up, with shades of deep pink and red, as if sensing light from another world. Below them were two old, twisted trees, their branches stretching upward, framing the moon. Between these trees, on two chains, was San, suspended in midair. The general atmosphere was filled with the pain he felt in his chest. Suddenly, a roar sounded under his feet. Chalk ran by bloodthirsty wolves, and San thought he would soon become their prey. Suddenly, a man's foot stepped on the ground, and he turned to San and said that last night he looked so healthy. And he pointed out that now San looked very bad. His face no longer looked like the joyful one he had had last night. But when he saw this old man, San was overjoyed. This was the same old man whom San had fed with ginseng root when he met him in the forest last night and warmed up by the fire. The old man asked him if he wanted to live. The wolves were coming closer and closer, and it seemed that they could reach him through the branches. Their mouths were huge, and they looked ruthless. Suddenly there was a jumping sound, and one of the wolves rushed forward. When it opened its mouth, it was impressive in its size, and one of the red wolves was almost upon Sanis. A flash enveloped the old man's hand, and a blue glow shone around it. After that, all he had to do was clench his hand into a fist. The wolf began to be pulled into the vacuum, and in a moment he disappeared in front of San. The boy had a lot of questions in his mind after what he had just seen. Meanwhile, the wolves headed straight for the old man, rustling through the grass. The old man raised both hands in different directions. His eyes met the hungry gazes of the wolves. The wolves opened their mouths right at him and began to growl. Then they rushed toward him, preparing to jump. There was another flash, and now his whole body was covered with this blue light. It was an incredible energy that he controlled. With his blue hand, he grabbed the wolf's nose and almost immediately broke it. So great was his strength. Throwing the wolf aside, he shattered its body. But this was not the only attacker. Another wolf ran up from the side and began to growl. With one skillful movement of his hand, the old man overcame this obstacle. Putting his hand to the wolf's body, the elder tore them to pieces. After that, they lost their color, and their red fur turned black. He left the wolves torn to pieces behind him. Walking a few meters forward, he stopped in front of a painting where San was hanging from two chains. Barely raising his head, San spoke. "Senior, do you want to live?" the elder asked him. "Do you want to live, even if you have to suffer more than in hell?" He continued his question. San asked if he had heard correctly. "Are you asking if I want to live even if it is worse than hell?" The older man explained that his dear friend was dead and that Nuna had been taken away by the barbarians. The boy smiled and said that he could do nothing but wait for his death, and asked, "Even if it is worse, can it be worse?" Noticing that even in agony the boy could still smile, the older man pointed his hand at him. The beam hit the chain directly and cut it. The shackles were broken, and now San was falling to the ground from a great height. The chains no longer held him, and he flew straight to the ground, feeling great pain. When he landed, he hit the body of the elder who had rescued him, and it seemed that San was very lucky, but nothing but his smile helped him survive. The elder asked him to never lose that smile. Laying him down on the ground, the elder examined San's body and noticed that 35 bones were broken and 70 muscles were damaged. Now, everything depended on his will, whether he would live, die, or regain his health. "Why did you save me?" the boy asked, barely able to speak. The older man replied that it was not he who saved him, but the very wild ginseng root that San had given him out of mercy. After that, he clenched his fist, and his hand was again covered with a blue glow. This energy began to drip from his fist, forming blue drops. Drop by drop, they fell into the boy's mouth. While doing this, the elder explained that the human body has 200 bones and 650 muscles. He added that as soon as San understood the role of each bone and muscle, he would be able to control them completely. The elder pointed 2 fingers filled with blue energy directly at the boy. He touched his body, and everything around him lit up. Explaining this, he said that now San is in a stable condition, but because his body cannot move, his nerves are literally screaming. You need to understand your situation. Feel every muscle and bone. The inability to move the arms and legs, the rapid pulse, all these are conditions for nerves to be distracted. His body is now in a state of anabiosis, and he begins to feel all of his 36 veins being cleared. Suddenly there was another crack and a flash. The length of the finger bones, how they intertwine with the muscles, the crunching of joints, a new flash and another crunch, the sounds of internal organs moving, breathing, and the way his blood flows. If he can hear all this, he will be able to understand not only the 36 main veins, but his entire body. When we understand how the bones work, we know which part needs to be manipulated to create a destructive effect. What energy should be injected into the blood vessels to destroy the body from the inside. And that's when it will happen to the boy's screams, the elder explained it to him. When he learns all this, he will be able to study martial arts of a higher level, and if he manages to get the ghostly eyes, he will be able to be reborn as a supreme artillery general. The mountain now turned into a swamp, symbolizing hopelessness. The elder had completely transformed and now looked completely different, like a wax figure. Mount Moyang was destroyed because of the nobles who sought power without caring about ordinary people, and the country could not be restored. This is why the appearance of a young warrior named Li became so important. Manson Cave, the old corrupted region of Goryeo, was abandoned, and the new nation that emerged was nothing more than a manifestation of the will of heaven. As expected of a divine swordsman from Haiduk, even the locals were impressed despite their worries. He was the one who asked him to come, but he was late himself. He said that he should not worry because he was glad that the sage had invited him. He was called the Immortal Swordsman of Haiduk. His name was Park Jungmo, and he asked if it was possible that he was invited here for the good of the new country, and whether he should make a decision about the young warrior Li. However, he explained that the country's ruler must change according to the will of heaven, and the three Ascended Ones also agreed with the Immortal Sword's opinion. However, the Guardian was concerned about one thing. When young warrior Li began to freely control his power, rumors spread that he was trying to pretend to be one of the three Ascended Ones. The Immortal Swordsman said he remembered them both, and was going to explain why he had invited him. The sage, the revered Master Dachun, was sure that they already knew that many innocent lives had been lost this year. Recently, 7 earthly deities in Chol Sangha from Menchilsobang had died. There are many different disciples in Goryeo, but few of them are worthy of being human. The 7 earthly deities earned their name through their incredible deeds. Based on what the only surviving disciple of the earthly deities saw, an old man and a young man came to meet them. They said that they had revealed the martial art of Huangyu. Huangyu is a martial art that is a combination of magic and martial arts, the only technique capable of killing earthly deities. But after a few days, the martial art of the earthly deities Goryeo, which took centuries to create, was destroyed. The protective days were counted, and another technique was revealed. It allows you to tear the human cardiovascular system to pieces. This is how the earthly deities of Goryeo died. Also Chol Sangha from Mount Chilbosan, whose power and miraculous strength were incredible. No one could break through his defense or escape his attack. Although he was mocked, no one knows the name of this old man. His power was so great that it could not be measured. There was no trace of Chol Sangha. If many innocent people have lost their lives in the last few hours because of an unknown old man, perhaps the situation is getting worse. The sage said that instead of founding a new country, this land's path to immortality could be cut short before it even begins. They were very outraged because some stranger in Goryeo had done this to so many innocent people. The Immortal Swordsman reminded them that this man's existence threatened everyone, and the royal family could find out about their plans. One of them began to recall how 10 years ago, 30 innocent people were taken away for a cowardly attack, and instead of killing the target, a third of them were killed on the spot. An evil spirit destroyed them all, leaving nothing behind, tearing them into small pieces. The Supreme Artillery General returned from hell, and he did not return alone, but with his student, Heavenly Weapon Technique. Those who mastered this art were called true heavenly weapons. This is the 13th martial art that has been passed down from master to student for 1,000 years. The Heavenly Weapon Technique originated from an ancient martial art. You have to feel your body, muscles, and blood vessels to understand which part you can break and destroy at will. It all starts with understanding which vessel can be stimulated to destroy the human body from the inside out. Meanwhile, Sun trained tirelessly because the best training is in battle. The most important thing is that the palm weighs more than 20 pounds. The iron gloves that San was wearing did not weigh less either. It is important to feel the weakness inside your body that holds you back. He kept hearing the cues and doing everything he was told. He touched certain points on his body. 10 acupressure points is a technique based on a method of separating muscles and bones to dislodge them and damage the nearest blood vessels. After the elder showed him how to do it, and which points to touch correctly, San tried to do it on his own. The elder asked him to memorize it with his body, not his head. He created really harsh training conditions for him. The guy's body was cracking from what he was experiencing during the training. His hands were like jelly when he touched the wrong points and broke his bones. It was really painful training, and the heavy iron gloves only contributed to the breaking of his hands. 2 of the old man's fingers were right next to San's eyes. Then he touched him, and the boy's body flew far back. His back slid to the ground, but the fact that he got up doesn't mean anything. Moreover, it didn't mean that his opponent was tired. You have to keep moving until you die, which is what the older man reminded him. There is no single method of study for this art, only muscles and tendons torn to blood. But even though he is still a beginner, he is already doing well. The older man noticed that San had a good understanding of the basics. If so, he decided to take it to a whole new level. First, the lightning energy passed under San's feet and then began to reach his face. Like a ghost, the older man ran over and touched his solar plexus with his hand. As he attacked the boy, he explained that these lightning bolts were the roots of the 10 strike point technique, and all heavenly weapon techniques. When he struck the final blow, a crunching sound was heard. After that, a deafening blast wave spread around and the guy began to fly backwards. Every cell in his body was electrocuted, and it was incredibly hard to endure. His feet slipped on the stones under his feet, and he flew backwards. If the 10 striking points technique is the basis of the heavenly weapon technique, then the basis of these lightning bolts is control. At first, the elder wanted to awaken the energy in him slowly and carefully, but he doesn't have time. The boy has only one thing to do: survive. There is no other choice. Survive to get back everything that was taken from him. 6 months later, Mati. This place is the place of cultivation of a respected master. At the top of the stairs they were standing in front of, a voice rang out. "You, disciple of the evil spirit, stop killing people and get out of here." The elder realized that they were talking about Dachun Yu, but he did not understand how they dared to stand in his way. The chief commander of that army said that the master had given a clear order to keep people like him out, and that this also applied to his disciple. He threatened that if the older man disobeyed the master's order, they would not just stand by and watch.
After that, he gave an order. Kill them!
The whole army, like hungry rabid dogs, rushed at the elder and San, who were standing at the bottom of the stairs. Energy began to gather on San's iron gloves, and he could now be called the Supreme Artillery General. But suddenly, there was a crunch of metal, and his gauntlets flew into small pieces. He flew a few meters up and began to float in the air, his hands now free. His energy gathered around him. San closed his eyes and began to talk to himself. "San Yu, if you master the art of controlling these lightning bolts, you will gain ghostly eyes. And if you add the 10 striking points technique to these lightning bolts, you will become a true heavenly weapon."
Shouting, "Stop them!" The whole horde rushed at the 2 brave soldiers.
These were not just ordinary soldiers, they were facing an extremely powerful army endowed with incredible strength. The iron gauntlets that radiated threatening power appeared again on his hands. Thanks to the energy circulating in his body, he released energy balls that accurately hit each of these bald thugs. Each blow he delivered with these gauntlets was not just physical. He pierced his enemies with energy that left indelible marks. Blood vessels are the basis of human blood supply, stimulation of which leads to unbearable pain, causing muscles to convulse. During the battle, the elder explained this knowledge to the boy, but the entire enemy army focused their attention on him. They believed they had to finish him off and not let him meet their great master. Just like the blood vessels in the human body, nerve endings permeate everything around us. If you add lightning to the center of these nerves, you can probably destroy even a huge mountain. The elder did not hesitate and struck a blow that hit the rock next to him, leaving only fragments of it. The bald heads looked up and saw that only half of the rock remained. The other half had fallen down. The stones, like hail, began to fall directly on their heads, forcing them to retreat. Once again, they tried to stop them in front of the stairs, explaining that this was a sacred place where a great master honed his skills, and now they were threatening to kill the boy. They also explained that the Sand Master is the last descendant of the Bohai Kingdom, and his power is unsurpassed. At this time, the elder stood next to the boy, explaining that if he could forget everything, he would reach nirvana. But first he had to get rid of the rage that had been living in him for 10 years. The bald man again emphasized that if they were not going to leave, they would have to use their rage a second time. There was a loud stomping of feet, and they all rushed at the guys for the second time, ready to fight. Say remembered the lesson his teacher had taught him. No matter what the reason for killing, it is always a sin, a fact that cannot be changed. And yet, if he had to kill, he would not back down. It is inevitable, and no amount of effort will change his mind. His fate is already predetermined. He firmly decided that he would not hesitate and would act clearly and decisively, leaving the enemy no chance. The enemy could hardly contain his attacks, which fell on them as if the god of lightning himself had decided to punish them with his anger. Electric discharges pierced each of them, making them spin and fall upside down. The commander realized that the situation was critical, and that they were facing an extremely serious enemy. At that moment, he shouted to the older man, asking if he really intended to become their enemy. And at the same moment, he was washed away from the place where he was standing, as if he had never been there. He was already in the air, with a weapon in his hands, flying directly at the elder and the boy. However, Master Sa had already become the enemy of all the ancestors of this land, and the boy was well aware of this. The boy decided to deal with this big man on his own, avoiding his first attack, which was so powerful that the ground under his feet split. As he spun in the air, he told the bald man that as a student of his master, he could not be frightened by some mountain. A flash of lightning flashed right in front of the bald man's nose, as long as a train. With precise control of the energy, Sa threw a strike aimed directly at the target, but it missed and hit the ground. If it had hit, the bald man would have been in trouble. The bald man held the stick above his head, spinning it like a propeller, giving the impression that he was about to take off. Then he gripped the stick even tighter, ready to attack. From his appearance, one could understand that he was skillful with his weapon and was not going to retreat. The stick swiftly flew straight into the guy's chest, but the energy that was in him had already been collected, and he could control it. An electric current passed around his body, electrifying the air near his cheeks, and he could defend himself against any attack. By collecting more energy in one point, for example, like now in his hand, he could repel even such powerful blows of enemy weapons. It seemed to Baldy that this was simply impossible, but the reality was different. But the bald man kept squeezing the stick, twisting it like a spiral, putting all his strength into it. The extremely strong stick that had served this warrior all his life began to twist like a straw. It was twisting so much that even his iron grip could not hold it, and it broke out of his hands. His head could be compared to a bell as big and bald as a real bell. The bald man decided to strike with his foot, swinging and spinning a powerful spittoon, at the moment when the boy was holding the stick. But he did not avoid the attack, although he could have, and took the kick on his cheek. As soon as the foot touched his cheek, the guy's electrified hand grabbed it. The guy's voice was heard saying that these lightning bolts would make his leg look like a blender. The bald man screamed so loudly that it was louder than even the cries of 10 warriors, as if someone had put a gramophone to his mouth.
Saw decided that enough was enough and threw him off the cliff, ending the battle.
The bald man flew down, looking at the guy who had caused him such a defeat. At first he thought it was just a shadow. But then he saw the guy, his ghostly eyes explained everything. When he grabbed the bald man's leg, the elder's words about getting rid of anger came back to him. Now he and the elder stood on the slope of the mountain, looking down, where on the other side, surrounded by beaten soldiers, his enemy was sitting. He was in real trouble, and there was nothing he could do about it. It had been 10 years since the great master had been killed, and the bald man realized that even such a small thing as this defeat would be a great blow to him. The older man looked him straight in the eye and asked him to pay attention to what was happening, asking if he, the bastard, could forgive his student for what had happened to his leg after 10 years. But they had already spent too much time in this place, as the older man pointed out, and together with Sa, they went to the hermits. The guy was looking forward to this meeting, eager to learn more. And so, after a while, they came to the entrance. The place looked creepy, but they had to go inside. As they were entering, the older man explained to him that it is not so easy to harm someone, and asked him to remember this fear, warning that if he could not, it was better not to even start. The cave of the hermits is the perfect place for his training. The bekrugden that the hermits eat will become his food, and in the future, his money will be the sacred pearl hidden within these walls. One should not look for an explanation of what this means. Even in my heart, I do not know what it means. Suddenly, right in front of them, there was a loud noise, as if a whole rock was falling down. The older man thought it was funny, because he understood what was happening. They were trying to lock them inside. It was good, because he knew that if the boy could break this big rock, then he would become a real heavenly warrior. One after the other, they rushed down, running down the cliff slope. And there, right in front of them, sat the person they had been waiting for, and walking to for so long. It was a wise man who addressed the elder, calling him an evil spirit, and confessed that he had been waiting for this meeting for a very long time. After that, he became interested in who this young man was, noticing that he was well built, and asked if he was a disciple of the evil spirit. The older man knew that this place was called the Cave of the Hermits, and was a great place for training. That's why he brought the boy here, saying that after he killed everyone here, he would let him train. The guardian who was also sitting there said that because of the large metal block blocking the exit, no one would ever leave this cave. He asked the evil spirit what he meant when he said he would allow him to train, and added that because of his pride, his student would never see the sunlight again. The evil spirit thanked him for taking care of his disciple and said that this was not something that should concern a person who was about to die. As he took off his clothes, he said he didn't have much time, so he suggested that we get down to business, and since everyone else had started it, he decided to be the one to finish it. When his body became visible, it had all the scars he had received during his life. It seemed that there was not a single place on his body without scars. He asked the boy to open his eyes and concentrate. He told him to closely monitor every movement of his body, the flow of energy, even the injuries he received, and the work of his muscles. The elder said that everything that was about to happen here would be a very valuable lesson for him. Looking at the older man with concern, the boy thought, "Is this the teacher's last battle?" He promised himself to remember this battle forever, watching it with his own eyes. Here the immortal swordsman added his words, noting that evil fate had bound them all together a long time ago. And fate means destiny, usually evil and unhappy. He then proposed to put an end to it today. The sage struck his staff against the stone chair on which he was sitting, and a current flew up from the top of his staff, at the end of which a sword appeared. At first the sword was electric, But then it turned into real iron. There was a dull thud of iron on stone, and this sword was stuck in the road right in front of the boy and the elder. After the sword demonstrated its power, the stones flew in front of them, forming a dangerous space. And already from above, over the elder, over his body, the attack began in the temples. The three decided to attack one elder, thinking that the three of them would be able to carry out a successful attack. The first to show his power was a sage who used his hand to cut everything like a blade. The second was the guardian, who used the technique of iron fingers. These attacks were like a hurricane, in which the elder was at the epicenter, repelling each attack so quickly that the eye could not follow the movements. The elder's voice was heard proclaiming, "Heavenly weapon technique." His hand began to shine with blue energy, which grew brighter and more powerful. "A triple explosion," he said, and he plunged this hand directly into the ground under him, the current gathering around his body. Then there was a powerful explosion, so strong that even the clothes flew off those who tried to attack him. The words that were barely audible from the three of them, which they uttered with great effort, were, "You are a monster." They tried to cover their bodies with their hands, but it was impossible, because this attack was of a completely different level. At the sight of the explosion, a giant funnel was formed, lifting stones as if in waves, and was impregnated with electricity. Against such a force, the trio would have to do their best to survive. When the elder told them this, they did not understand the meaning of his words. Then he added, "If you don't want to die in vain, get ready." Long and lean jade arms, as if molded from a perfect material. Their movements were perfectly smooth and neat, like a work of art. However, people call him an evil spirit because to get these hands, he threw away all his emotions, doing so to become a heavenly weapon. The heavenly weapon technique is a demonic martial art. People call it the art of heavenly weapon demonic because of its power. They are most likely talking about those blue demonic eyes piercing everything around them. The martial art of Saul Song for the hermits of this land is the art of killing, created solely to destroy enemies. In the land of Goryeo, martial arts represent leadership qualities, which is why they have never looked pretty. That was 10 years ago. The elder was attacked by 30 hermits, known under the leadership of the outstanding master Dachunyu. It was a very mean act on their part, and the elder did not even understand why they were here. The Trinity then told him that it was not too late, and that they had common views. If that was the case, they would let him choose the name for the new country. He only told them that the creation of a new country and its name had nothing to do with him. And he repeated over and over again that he would never forget what they had done. They deceived him, distracted him, and used this chance to kill his wife. Even his daughter disappeared with her nanny. He emphasized over and over again that if they were liars and could not kill him today, then one day in the future he promised to kill them all. In their eyes, he chose the path of destruction. And suddenly there was a loud explosion. Its energy was incredible, a bolt of lightning of such magnitude that it demolished even houses in its path. A third of the hermits died in this battle, but he survived. It took him 10 years to recover from his fatal wounds, although he found the whereabouts of his daughter, as there were rumors that she had gone to the continent. That's why he tried to find her on the continent. As time passed, his wounds began to heal. However, even though they were healing, he realized that he did not have much time left. He kept begging himself. Just a little more time. But he realized that he had very little time left to live, and he had no choice but to return to Mushun in Liaoning province. In his old age, he met a child, Sa Yu, the same age as his son. But now he can't even remember his daughter's face. His memories are becoming blurred. Either the trio will win, or the evil spirit will. This battle will be their last. However, they cannot guarantee their victory even against one evil spirit.
If this is indeed the last battle, then the evil spirit should turn them all to ashes.
His attacks were incredibly powerful, and he had perfect control over his energy. Only the hands of the enemy remained in his tight grip as he squeezed them. The first one to lose his arm was a great swordsman who cried out, "Where is my arm?" However, the others did not stop attacking, coming closer and closer. The evil spirit began to form chi energy in his two hands, and then he stuck out his two arms. Using the heavenly weapon technique, he clenched his two fists and sent a ball of lightning toward the other two enemies. After that, he executed a heavenly strike, and the radiance spread out to form a huge energy ball. Everything around him began to melt from the extremely high temperature, and the current penetrated every cell of the enemy. The great swordsman stabbed his sword into the ground to keep from flying back and held onto it. The other two realized that they needed to withstand these lightning bolts of the evil spirit, because if they did not, their blood and energy would be sucked out. The evil spirit only had one more attack left, and its time would be up. "Heavenly spectral hand," the sage's voice rang out as he approached the evil spirit. "Heavenly sword! Great thunderous strike!" said the heavenly swordsman, preparing for the last blow. He swung his sword at the evil spirit, confident that now the three of them would be able to strike the decisive blow at the same time. All the surrounding energy shone so brightly that their bodies lost their color and became a white mass. The Supreme Deity placed his hands in front of him and spoke. The hand of the Supreme Deity. It is bitter to admit, but this is indeed the last battle of the evil spirit. After that, there will be only eternal sleep, but he had no regrets except for one thing. The elder took the appropriate position to use the heavenly weapon technique and spoke. Heavenly explosion. The only thing left in his heart was regret for his daughter San, and he apologized to her for leaving her all alone. The radiance was so strong that the guy in front of him saw only blinding light and nothing else. All he could hear around him was the sound of lightning and flying stones. The last words that the evil spirit shouted were that when his daughter left, she had a book of sword techniques with her that she had inherited from her mother. She is very intelligent, and as far as his daughter is concerned, she has already mastered this art. As he lay on the ground, he continued to tell the boy that if he found his daughter in the future, just leave her alone if she was living well, and if she was in a difficult situation, help her, that should be enough. "Yes, master," said C, standing over him. Then he reminded the boy of what he had told him before. Never lose your smile. He asked him to be like him, to find his way to the celestial weapon and not let anything in this world hold him back. "It's time, Sa. It's time to go your own way." 10 years passed. Sa sat lost in thought, asking his master if Choksan was really dead, and if Nunu had been taken away by those horrible people from Yuan. Consumed by sadness, he began to wonder what would have happened if these terrible events had never happened. He remembered the moment when he was crucified against the moon, and the elder asked him, "Do you want to live?" But his appearance did not look alive at all. His battered body, covered in bruises and wounds, left no illusions. His old master asked him again, "Do you want to live even if you have to suffer?" Turning his head back, Sa said bitterly that it had been a long time since his master had left this world. He referred to the dead master lying behind him, saying that he looked the same as he did on that terrible day. It seemed that the master was still alive, as if time had stopped at that moment. On that day, Sa was too young to realize the help he had received, but now, full of pride, he realized it. His pride was that he was a disciple of this great master. Bowing down before the stone where the elder lay, the boy said, 35 Heavenly Instrument Dan Sayuya, I greet you for the last time before I leave." Tears welled up in his eyes as he recalled the love the master had given him during his lifetime. How much he would like to return those feelings, but there is no turning back. There is only one way forward to go on without stopping, without deviating from his goal. He stood up and took one last look at the stone under which his teacher, who had given him a new life, was resting. Turning around, the boy began to move forward, each step taking him further away from the past. Suddenly, he heard a voice call his name and ask if he remembered what had been said. Looking at the master, he asked curiously, "Master, is that you speaking?" Then he asked if the master had really said those words. "Do you want to live? Do you want to live even if you have to suffer more than in hell?" The same words were spoken by the boy when he told the master about the death of his close friend and how the barbarians had taken his sister. He could do nothing but wait for his death. Even if he had to go through real hell, could it be worse than what he had experienced then? At that moment, the master noticed the smile on his face and emphasized, "You are in so much pain, but you are still smiling. A smile doesn't matter what situation you are in, no matter what surrounds you." At that moment, he promised to give his student everything he could, even if it was the last thing he would do. The master blessed him to go his own way, reminding him of the importance of this choice. Sei remembered every word of the master, especially the one about smiling, and with a slight smile, he decided to act on this guidance. He decided to go his own way and always smile, despite the difficulties ahead. The Bonma Temple, hidden among the bitter Myeseong Mountains, was waiting for him at the exit from his refuge. On the rocks were carved stone figures of hermits watching the world from the darkness. The people who were there raised the alarm, sensing the awakening of an evil spirit. About 400 warriors gathered in front of the hermit's cave, where the trio of carved figures watched them. The energy began to gather at the exit, and the hermits imprisoned the evil at the cost of their lives, so that it would not destroy the world. Their temple existed to prevent the resurrection of the evil spirit, and now that moment had come. The bald warrior shouted that they must prevent the resurrection of the evil spirit at all costs. He ordered all the warriors to immediately engage in battle, regardless of fear and danger. What he saw next made him almost faint. His eyes opened wide in horror. Under his feet, he felt a strong earthquake rising from the bowels of the earth. The energy coming out of the cave was so powerful that all the warriors fell under its pressure. A bright radiance suddenly illuminated everything around, and against the background of this light, only the shouts of the warriors and the sounds of the hermit cave could be heard. The explosion became even more powerful, and the warriors were thrown around like toys. Under the influence of such a powerful energy, they had no strength to stand and fell under the pressure of its power. From a distance, a blue light shone brightly on the top of the mountain, breaking through the clouds, attracting the attention of everyone around. It was a trap that protected the entire temple, but the bald man could not understand what was happening when he saw it. He asked himself several times, "What is happening?" But he could not find an answer. When he heard a loud crack of stone, he looked up and saw a massive gate flying down from the mountain. He was incredibly lucky. The gate split into two parts in midair and fell on both sides without hitting him. He remained sitting in the middle, like a bird in a nest. Step by step, a thin and slender leg emerged from the cave, stepping carefully on the ground. It was Sa, who came out into the light for the first time in a long time. The dust was so painful in his eyes that he even wondered if he should have come out a little more gently. The light was so bright that it was hard to even open his eyes. But despite everything, the smile did not leave his face. He put his hand over the blinding sunlight, which prevented him from opening his eyes completely. After getting used to the light, he looked at the endless, beautiful mountains that stretched before him. The bright blue sky made his soul smile, as if reviving his hope. The bald man immediately recognized the boy because he remembered that he was the one who had followed Manhwa, the evil spirit, and entered the hermit cave. Remembering this, he held onto his leg, which was not fully in place, painfully recalling the past. It had been a long time since he had last felt such pain in his leg, and now it was reminding him of itself with renewed vigor. And the wound that took away his leg was inflicted by the man standing in front of him. Licie was convinced that 10 years ago, when they came for the hermits, this was exactly what had happened. The one who had taken his leg was this kid who was now standing in front of him. Just as he took the bald man's leg, he took the lives of many monarchs. This young man was the one who stood side by side with the evil spirit Manhwa. So he is a disciple of the evil spirit. He remembered again the boy's face that changed its expression and those eyes that looked at him, leaving him without a leg. Meanwhile, Sa looked around, saw the temple, and couldn't remember if he had been here before, so he asked the question out loud. A man approaching him said, "This temple was built to block your master." He also explained that the temple was built in honor of 3 hermits who sacrificed their lives to imprison an evil spirit. The bald man quickly realized that the old man who had spoken these words was Manhwa. All the soldiers knelt down when they saw his presence, and he walked over and stood in front of the boy, addressing him. Then he asked the boy if he also wished for war with the people of this land, just like the evil spirit. "This was the way of my master, but I do not want war," the boy explained. It seemed strange to the monk that a disciple of an evil spirit did not want war. He was surprised by the boy's answer and found it hard to believe. The bald man rushed to the monk and asked him if he really believed the boy, even though he was a disciple of the evil spirit. He said that there was no point in listening to him. But the monk replied that he needed to hear the boy's story first. But then the bald man suddenly shouted that after being defeated by the evil spirit, he devoted his entire life to Buddhism and martial arts. His calm face changed to an angry and highly irritated one, leaving no trace of his former calmness. He shouted that his target was the evil spirit's disciple, as he considered him to be the embodiment of the evil spirit itself. The boy had come here, and the bald man considered it his chance to finally get his revenge. Sa, remaining as calm as ever, realized the situation and decided that it was time to deal with them. Smiling, he asked only one thing, that Manhwa wait a few minutes. The bald man was also on alert, and he thought Sa was going to run away. But Sa turned around and stood in front of the 3 hermits carved into the rock, focusing his attention on them. "Are you serious? These are the statues erected in honor of the 3 hermits?" he said in amazement. He apologized, even though he realized that the statues didn't quite look like real hermits. But there was nothing he could do about it. Sa raised his head once more to take a closer look at these statues towering over him. He looked at the sage, and the moment when he had beaten his master came to mind. But it didn't matter now, because soon they might not be here. Sa began to stretch his hand forward, and it gradually turned blue. Yes, they will be gone soon, he realized, as his hand turned even more deep blue. He decided to try out what he had been practicing in solitude for so long. He walked closer and touched the rock with his hand. Heavenly weapon technique. "These lightning bolts," he said. An incredible energy began to gather around his hand. A hurricane of lightning swept across the earth, carrying with it the fury of a hero who had unleashed his power like a heavenly judgment. His figure began to disappear in a bright glow, as a huge whirlwind of lightning enveloped everything around him, turning every atom of air into destructive energy. Addressing his teacher, he said, "It is because of this bad student that you have not been able to find peace." A moment later, the entire mountain shattered into small pieces of stone that flew in all directions. The impact was so powerful that the statues of the hermits were shattered. Now his teacher could sleep peacefully, for Sa had become strong. The bald man, swallowing his saliva with fear, looked at this sight. The whole cave of hermits crumbled before his eyes. The monk also did not expect that the disciple of the evil spirit would be able to complete his training so perfectly. Returning back, Sa apologized to them for keeping him waiting and asked what he should do now. He also wondered whether they would attack him alone or together, but Sa did not care what they were going to do. He was ready for whatever they did, and it didn't matter to him anymore. As expected, they chose the easier way and all together rushed to attack the boy. There were so many of them that their numbers could only be estimated from the top of the mountain. The monk, realizing the seriousness of the situation, asked the boy what he would do if they just let him go. "Well, if you just let me go, I'll have less trouble," Sa replied. He added that he would be grateful if they would just let him go without any fuss. "Hassle? And what is that to you?" the old man asked curiously, studying his answer. Then he thanked Sa for his generosity and said he could go. Standing in front of him, the monk said, 10 years. The very idea of sharpening a celestial instrument did not make any sense. Hearing this, Sa was surprised because he thought that much less time had passed than 10 years. Say realized that he needed to move on, and he began to move forward, paying no attention to either the bald man or the monk. He only said to the bald man, 10 years ago, your feet got in the way of my master, and what happened to you is the result of a fair fight. Say recognized this, but realized that the bald man probably didn't think so, so he added, if you want revenge so badly, come find me and I will give you a fight. The monk asked the boy where he was going after he came down the mountain. Sa walked away from them step by step without stopping. After a few steps, he answered that he had to fulfill the last wish of his master and his friend. He looked into the endless distance, at the abyss in front of him, and at the long way ahead, intending to go to the mainland. The monk laughed and warned him, it seems that the mainland will soon be noisy. But in response, he saw only a sincere smile on the boy's face. A second later, Sa disappeared from their sight. Manhwa, the evil spirit, had an aura of natural disaster that overwhelmed everyone around him. But Sa did not emit any aura. This meant that he had reached a level where he could hide his power. He may have even surpassed his master and become the most powerful celestial instrument in history. There were green trees around him, illuminated by the bright rays of the sun, creating a perfect atmosphere of tranquility. He threw his head back and let the water run down his hair, splashing droplets around as if creating drawings in the air. As he enjoyed this moment, he realized that he had to take everything he could from it. After all, it is in such moments that the most wonderful thoughts are born, opening up new horizons. He remembered how long it had been since he had taken a bath, and the water seemed to seep through his skin, caressing his heart and relaxing his soul. 10 years, he repeated to himself over and over again, 10 fucking years without a bath. But he also realized that there was no time to relax. He had to go in search of Nunu and the master's daughter. He did take a bath, but his clothes were in a terrible state. If he had thought about it earlier, he could have borrowed some clothes from the monks. It wouldn't have been a problem. However, the very stones fell out of his clothes, which the master had said would be useful for money later. Also among the things was one very beautiful piece of jewelry made in the shape of a butterfly. This little bald butterfly had been reminding him of a person who was very important to him for 10 years. And looking at it, he hoped with all his heart that she was okay. Then he started to shake his head again, realizing that there was no time to think he had to find clothes as soon as possible. His thoughts were interrupted by a smell that reached his nose. It was a distinct aroma of food. Is someone nearby? He thought. He began to hear strange sounds next to him, which made him wary. He had one problem: he was not dressed, and he needed to find clothes immediately. Nearby on the horizon, he noticed 3 houses standing near a large tree. The most interesting thing he saw was the clothes hanging on a rope, and at that moment, that's what caught his attention the most. Step by step, he began to run in that direction, simultaneously covering himself with leaves that got in his way. Using his energy, he could step from leaf to leaf, thus moving forward. A girl ran out of the house, shouting from inside, "Stop lounging around! Hurry up and take your clothes off the rope before the sun goes down!" The girl, with a sour expression on her face, began to take off her clothes, outraged that she was constantly being yelled at. At that moment, all the clothes flew around her due to an unexpected gust of strong wind. The wind suddenly picked up, which frightened the girl because she was not expecting it. The clothes fluttered in the air, flying in different directions. Like a magician in a circus, Sa flew into those clothes right in front of the surprised girl. Looking at the left sleeve, he said to himself, "These clothes fit my body perfectly." He didn't even pay attention to the girl whose clothes it was, and turned and walked in the other direction, still remarking that the clothes fit him perfectly. Throwing the coin over his shoulder, he landed in the girl's hands, confident that it would be enough to pay for the clothes. The coin shone incredibly beautifully in her hands with a blue light, capturing the girl's attention. Not realizing what was happening, the girl screamed at the top of her voice, asking the guy to stop and asking who he was. But a moment later, she remained standing still, not realizing where he had disappeared to. On the mountainside, the landscape made him feel nostalgic, and now with his clothes on, he stood on a tree branch, surveying the landscape. As he tied up his hair, he felt that it was completely dry after this adventure to get dressed. Now he realized that he was ready. He was ready to go to the mainland and fulfill the purpose for which he had stayed alive. In South Liaoning, Fengcheng, the sun was breaking through 2 mountains, illuminating the path. The army was moving forward, pulling horse-drawn carts and wagons. Some soldiers sat on horses and held torches. The sect leader looked to his right and left, watching carefully to make sure there was no threat. He turned his head in the direction of the mountain, where birds had taken to the sky suspiciously. An old man walking beside him asked him if there was anything to be afraid of. In all of Fengcheng, no one could stand up to the Chong sect. This old man was an ordinary nobleman whose name was Gyo Yamun. The sect leader told him that the John sect had no intention of staying in Little Fengcheng. The current Murim top brass is an iron union, and he is the one who's trying to create a part of this union. To achieve this goal, they have long ruled Liaoning province 20 years ago. After all the unrest, almost nothing was heard from them. But recently the Moyong family has been active again. The Iron Union created the Saha League, one of the 3 most influential sects after the disappearance of the Moyon family. A new ruler of the village of Dariok emerged. But he knew that even if their families were not known in Liaoning province, they were still as rich as the others. The sect leader kept telling himself that when all this was over, the John sect would become even stronger. In their carts, they were carrying very important metal. The old man asked the leader if he intended to destroy Darioki's village and join the Iron Union, although it would be a difficult task. The old man also added that they had lent them their power. He had just started to speak further when suddenly an arrow plunged into his body. The pain pierced his body like an electric shock. The horse he was sitting on began to rage and threw the old man off. The sect leader began to look around, trying to detect the ambush. Many men jumped down from the mountain, holding weapons ranging from bows to swords. It was a group of hundreds of skilled craftsmen, whose strength was extremely great. A fierce battle broke out with many victims, blood and chaos reigning everywhere. The noble Mun remained lying on the ground, not breathing, a silent witness to the fierce battle. Blood was streaming down the face of the sect leader, who had also been injured in the battle. Right in front of them appeared a man and a woman who, looking at the bodies shot through with arrows to the rock, said that they had deceived everyone and tried to steal the country's treasures. And the bandits from the band of hundreds of craftsmen defeated them. They believed that these scoundrels were trying to get more than they deserved. They were a brother and sister. The sister turned to her brother and asked him to look in another direction. Her attention was drawn to a whistle that came from far away. Right on top of one of the rocks was Sal from the village of Darok. Then he jumped so fast that he literally disappeared in their eyes. "Should we catch him?" the girl asked her brother, and she heard the answer. "No. If Sal is here, then the invisible iron mask is nearby, and we could be drawn into a war against Dariok's village." The brother asked his sister to be careful, and after that they walked on together, because if they stole the gold, it would be difficult to track them down again if they lost the trail now. In the city of Benchi, Liaoning province, there were many people moving through the streets among the houses. Among them was one notable building called the North Tavern. A giant man was pouring alcohol, and the crowd around him was shouting over and over again, "Drink!" His face was eerie, his front teeth were missing, and alcohol was running down his fat cheeks. When he finished his drink, he asked everyone if they had seen it, and the crowd went wild because they expected nothing less from their boss. It was Nahachuha, the leader of the 100 craftsmen, who encouraged everyone to drink and enjoy the day. After that, one of the men named Raven came up to him and addressed him. Crow reminded the boss that he shouldn't forget to pay this time. The boss laughed and said that it was thanks to Crow that he had managed to steal gold from the Chan sect, and assured him that he would not forget this act. A very thin man was sitting under one of the walls, trembling with fear. He seemed to be hiding from everyone, and he asked himself, "Why our tavern?" He stole glances from behind the wall at these people and did not understand where they came from. And then a foot stepped next to them, attracting everyone's attention. This person's gait made even the boss pay attention to him. He was a very thin man with a bandana hanging far away, and his clothes were shabby. The boss wondered why this rascal was here, and as he blew snot from his nose, he wondered if he had made a mistake in assuming that this was the man who was leading Saso away from Dariok village. He was called the Invisible Iron Mask of Musu. He walked over and sat down on one of the free chairs, calmly surveying the room. A mustachioed man approached him and asked him to listen, asking if it was true that a squad of hundreds of craftsmen had booked this inn for today. Musu did not listen to the man, but instead shouted to the owner, saying that he had come here because he had heard that it was the best inn in Benka. The innkeeper got scared, and Musu asked him if the owner didn't even serve water immediately. Another man quickly brought him water. Suddenly another person appeared and addressed the Invisible Iron Mask, asking how he could be angry over something as trivial as a glass of water, and whether Darok village was really that bad with resources. It was a brother and sister. The sister remarked that she had expected more from the best inn in Benka, but instead it was dirty and small. The brother agreed with her and suggested that they finish their business here and leave. The girl's name was Hero Maiden Ji, and together they were called the two heroes of Kwangsung. Iron Mask recognized the two heroes and assumed that today the Moyeon family was involved in these events again. As expected. The head guessed that if they were the two heroes, it meant that they were twins, Moyeon Kwangsung and Moyeon Ji. It was not difficult for them to introduce themselves, and they said their names, after which they were greeted. The man looked around, observing the panic that had begun among the people. Iron Mask noted that Darok village and the Mayon family avoid conflict as much as they can, and suggested that they just leave. But the girl replied that if their family asked him politely to do the same, would he agree? Which she thought was a stupid question. She thought it was a stupid request, but she kept insisting. Iron Mask couldn't believe that the valiant and noble Moyong family had traveled such a long way for gold. After that, his eyes glowed with red light. He shouted that he had to kill everyone immediately and take the gold. As his anger grew, there was a loud cracking sound around him, as if the air was being torn apart by his power. The brother said that it had been about 20 years since their agreement, and even after that, they and all these enemies could not tell the difference between heaven and earth. In his opinion, it was extremely impudent of them. The brother and sister, indignantly calling their actions impudent, began to change in appearance, taking on a new appearance. Immediately they reached for their weapons, ready to fight. More determined than ever, they were ready to fight back against this scoundrel, agreeing to fight without hesitation. The fat man with no teeth started shouting, asking if they were crazy, as a family. Outraged, he asked if they were taking them for scum, going to show the power of their squad on their own. Suddenly someone no one expected appeared, and approaching, said that he had heard about the need to stop at the Northern Tavern if he was in Benza. The eyes of everyone present immediately turned in his direction. He walked between the brother and sister, pushing them apart, and added that it was indeed the best inn. Fatty wondered who the hell he was. Even Iron Mask couldn't believe that someone had walked so calmly between the two heroes. But he just said that it was too noisy and continued on his way with a smile on his face. He was already a few steps away from Iron Mask, who was sitting on a chair near the table. Pausing for a moment, he asked if he had interrupted anything important. Then he added that he was not to be paid attention to, and walked on. Ji turned to her brother and asked, "Who the hell is he?" With incredible boldness, he walked in, sat down at the bar, and announcing his hunger, asked if he could eat there. The bartender, without hesitation, advised him to run away. Iron Mask's rage knew no bounds. He saw this as an opportunity, because they had already had another fight before. When he noticed that the girl had opened up, he decided to take the chance, jumped out of his chair and rushed at her with his arm straightened. His sleeve seemed to come to life, turning into a snake that flew straight toward the girl's face. But he seemed to have forgotten that her brother was nearby. In addition, the brother had a very interesting weapon in the form of a fan, which he unfurled at that moment. Waving it, he deflected the deadly cloth flying from Iron Mask. The wave from the fan was so strong that it knocked Iron Mask back. He stood steadily on the floor, finding the perfect support, and pushed off with all his might. In front of his sister in midair, he was catching up with Iron Mask. Meanwhile, Iron Mask was applying even more force to his sleeve, twisting it like a spiral on his arm. His sleeve turned into a battle bandage that completely wrapped around his fist, which he clenched tightly. Swinging his fist, he couldn't keep up with the fan attacks that Sun was hitting with. At this point, Sun's expression remained damned calm. Iron Mask whistled and attacked again, twisting his sleeve around his arm. Their battle reached a frenetic speed, turning into an extremely beautiful sight. The noise made by the fan, which Sun skillfully controlled, only increased the intensity of the moment. After a few blows, Iron Mask lost his balance completely, barely able to stay in the air from these furious attacks. However, he managed to put his foot under the deadly fan. Pushing off from it, he jumped high up, finding himself directly above Sun. His arms, wrapped in battle bandages, had an incredible grip with which he clung to everything he could. This time, he managed to grab hold of a bar with his hands, pressing himself firmly into it to stop himself from flying backwards. While he was stopping, Iron Mask ran away like a frightened rabbit, which is how Sun characterized the scene. The Iron Mask, with his long tongue sticking out, mockingly asked them if they could call themselves the strongest family in Liaoning province with such abilities. At that moment, his headdress cracked, and then it split into two pieces. However, Sun remained calm and turned to Iron Mask and asked if his fame in Dariok village was exaggerated with such and such skills. At the same moment, the fabric on his bandana cracked. It was as if a blade had cut through the tail of fabric hanging from his bandana. Iron Mask continued to hold on to the beam, not realizing what had just happened. Ji turned to her older brother, and he said that he was leaving the 100 Skills Squad to her, and he was going to slit Iron Mask's throat. Gritting his teeth, he called the boy a brat. At that moment, Fatty stood next to his men, who were addressing him, saying that these people were stronger than they even thought. However, he did not agree with them. On the contrary, he said that this was their chance, because while the invisible Iron Mask was fighting the twins, they might be able to make it. Suddenly, a circle of energy appears, sharp as a razor blade. It flies so close to Fatty's head that it even cuts off a few hairs. This circle of energy was created from the hat the girl was wearing. Fatty regretted that he thought he was being ignored. But that was his mistake, because the girl was furious that her older brother always got all the fun and she only got to play with such scum. Pulling out her sword, she told them that she could give them some advice. "If you're going to run away, you'd better forget the idea," was her advice to Fatty. She then asked where all the things they had stolen were, and promised that if they told her, she would kill them painlessly. Through a gap in his teeth, Zherdyai spoke an insult to the girl. He called her stupid. He called his soldiers idlers and shouted at them to kill them all. Without hesitation, they grabbed their swords and rushed forward like mad. Iron Mask shouted that from now on, the village of Dariok was the enemy of the Moyan family. He shouted to Chu Sal, ordering him to kill everyone. The army then flew in through the broken windows, smashing several more on its way. Glass was flying out of the windows, wood was cracking, and a ruthless battle began. 3 sides were fighting. Fatty's men, the brother and sister, and the Iron Mask army was flying in through the 2nd floor. At that moment, Sa was sitting at the bar. He was listening to the screams with which everyone rushed into battle. The only thing he could hear was everyone shouting that the gold belonged to them. The noise was becoming unbearable, and this annoyed Sa the most. But it was the word gold that caught his attention, and he turned his head toward them. The food they served him smelled so good. It looked so appetizing that when he picked up the noodles with his chopsticks, he could taste the magical taste. The bartender, seeing the boy ordering the food, didn't see a problem with it. The problem was that Sa did not understand why he should not go to another restaurant. Sa explained that he hadn't eaten a decent meal in 10 years, because of grief. The bartender, sweating with fear, pointed to the chaos around him. Eating his noodles, Sa asked why they were fighting. The bartender explained that he wasn't sure, but he had heard that Dariok village and the Moyan family were fighting over gold that had been stolen by bandits from the 100 Skills group. Dariok village and the Moyan family? The master told the boy that they were fighting for power over the entire province. Judging by the way the battle was unfolding, they were doing it desperately. Sa turned his head to the left and noticed people flying around, hitting their backs against the trees. Jin, keeping calm in the midst of the battle, noticed Sa eating calmly in this situation. She wondered if he had been trained in martial arts. His pure and confident gaze was different from that of masters from respected families. Perhaps he had reached a level where he could openly demonstrate his strength. The girl thought about this as she watched him. Suddenly, one of the enemies appeared behind her, making a quick dash with a long spear in his hands. It was his fatal mistake that cost him his life. The girl, like lightning, demonstrated her mastery of the sword. She continued to watch Sa, who seemed too young, and did not believe that he could be a master at that age. Jin was sure that he was just learning some worthless martial arts and was now showing off. She decided to talk to him and told him that if he didn't want to die, he should leave this place, because it was getting more and more dangerous. He thanked her for her advice, but said that he hadn't finished eating yet and explained that he would leave as soon as he was done, and then asked her not to pay attention to him. The girl turned and said that he was brave, so he could do what he wanted. And then she jumped up and disappeared from his sight. Iron Mask was sitting right under the bar, having fainted for just a moment. Saya looked at him and noticed the surprise in his eyes when he saw him. Iron Mask formed energy on his hand, asked if he was also from the skill squad, and rushed at the guy. The attack was very fast, but Sa easily dodged it. He began to twirl the chopsticks in his hand, and they flashed with energy like lightning. Say pointed these chopsticks directly at Iron Mask's hand. After that, he formed a barrier that prevented the enemy from breaking through. But that wasn't the whole surprise for Iron Mask. By hitting his index finger, right in the phalanx, Sa caused a loud crunch that echoed throughout the room. An electric current coursed through his entire body, and at that moment he realized that everything that had happened to him before was just the beginning. The strength of the current was so great that blood spurted from his nose. Now Sa decided to speak first. He called out the names of each of the troops and villages. The 100 Skills, the village of Dariok, and the Moyan family. Addressing them, he asked if they were the martial artists from the mainland that everyone was talking about. He looked at them with a smirk on his face. Then he added that he expected more from them. A loud whistle from the fan cut through the air. G decided to attack Iron Mask again with his weapon. Iron Mask asked why the Moyan family was collecting gold from everywhere, and what was the point of it. Sun told him that there was no special purpose, and then he waved his fan again and said that one way or another, their family would take all the gold. Fatty watched all this and recognized that these bastards were really very strong. He noticed how they fought and realized that if things continued like this, they would definitely be destroyed. A man came up to him and said that 8 of them had already been killed and asked what they should do next.
At first, the fat man quietly said, "Damn," and then shouted the word at the top of his voice.
The fat man became unbearably angry. He raised his arms up and started waving them like a small child, as if his favorite toy had been taken away from him. Then he slammed his hands on the ground with all his might. His mass concentrated in one point, and the floor of the building shattered, throwing the other fighters away. Iron Mask and Sun could barely keep their balance, balancing on the flying boards. G also paid attention to that scum, Fatty. A moment later, a strong wind blew across her face. These were the waves from Fatty's blows, as he repeatedly beat his hands on the floor. He was furious because he would never forget the humiliation of the invisible Iron Mask and the 2 heroes.
Shouting that he would kill them all, he chased after them.
Meanwhile, Sun ran out the door. Realizing his mistake, he was distracted like a fool. Iron Mask ordered his soldiers to chase Sun and catch him at any cost. The battle had already moved to the street, and they were running across the rooftops, skillfully jumping from one to the other. Incredibly, Fatty was doing it too, and was even faster than some of the others.
Iron Mask was almost on Sun's heels, but he was still behind.
He was not ready to lose Sun at any cost. Fatso's mustache could barely keep up with him, stumbling and asking his boss not to hurry so much. But at the same moment, G appeared behind him, whispering in his ear about the place he was going to. She waved her sword and said that this place was the afterlife. After she swept her sword across his throat, she stopped to enjoy the sound of a dead body falling to the ground. What annoyed her the most was the 100 Skills Squad, especially Hachu, whom she was ready to kill at any cost. With a jerk, she pushed off the ground and rushed forward, but since he wasn't a monster with 3 heads and 6 arms, he was unlikely to be able to move just because of the gold. Sa had an interesting question. Why did they think that only their boss knew the location of the gold? As he walked across the rubble, he noticed Mustache, who was still breathing and begging for mercy. Unfortunately, the boy's martial art could only harm and kill, but it could not save. Releasing his energy, Sa brought his hand up to Mustache's neck and put 2 fingers to his neck. However, he could postpone his death and also reduce his pain. All the blood and energy in the man's body was mixed together. His eyes were almost falling out from the pain he felt in his body. He could not reduce the pain, but he would not die until Sa stopped. Sei promised to kill him if he told him where the gold was. The man confessed that there was a cave in the valley, hidden behind vines. Sa thanked him for this information and decided to follow through. More precisely, he decided to put an end to his suffering. Showing his tolerance, Sa apologized for making him suffer and told him to prepare for his last breath. His face was exhausted from what he had just experienced. Sa ran his hand over his eyes and closed them. Now it was clear to him where he should go. Dongmyeong Mountain, Umryongok in Bensi, where the inn near Baekuri is located. After a while, he was already there and looking at the tracks on the ground, realizing from the nature of the tracks that a wagon had passed through. Given the depth of the tracks, he realized that there was a lot of gold because the tracks were very deep. This meant that he was on the right track, and now there was a cave in front of him, hidden behind thick vines. As he got closer, he parted the vines and looked inside. Right in front of him was this precious golden metal shining. The gold was in boxes, and the figures were made in the form of small ships. A smile appeared on the boy's face when he saw it in front of him. Meanwhile, Iron Mask was fighting at full strength. Sun used a deadly dragon slash with his fan, surrounded by the green energy he summoned. The blows were so powerful that a layer of energy formed inside the area they were trapped in. The fat man was covered in sweat and frightened because the situation was getting out of hand. The fight was very long, and Sun turned to Iron Mask, pointing out the difference in their levels, and asked if he would continue this hopeless battle. In response, Iron Mask only promised a lot and again tried to win through his numerical superiority. He ordered his army to catch Sun, and they started jumping around him like hares. Sun watched them and tried to count them, but there were too many of them. His sister appeared behind him and asked him not to worry. She was ready to take on the task, and she instructed him to fight Iron Mask alone. Her appearance made Iron Mask very angry. Iron Mask was even more disappointed when he saw the heads of his soldiers flying off. She did it ruthlessly, very quickly and incredibly skillfully. But in her way was Fatty, who was grabbing at everything he could to escape. He didn't even realize that this girl's hand was as fast as a ray of sunlight entering a room in the morning. And just as quickly as the sun falls on the body, she grabbed him by the neck. "Oh, shit!" Iron Mask muttered and made a quick jerk. Suddenly, green energy flew by his neck, sharp and extremely fast. It was another fan swing from Sun, who didn't allow Iron Mask to close the distance between them. This time, however, the blow hit him, and blood spurted from his hand. Sun decided to warn him once again about what would happen if he did not surrender. Meanwhile, Fatty shouted that it was his gold and that he would never tell where it was. But the girl's skill, based on spiritual power, made him change his mind. She looked at him with cold eyes and warned him that he would tell her everything because she would make him do it. At that time, the gold was quietly put into bags. Saw did not want to take much. He wanted to take only what he would need. He had a question. What to do with the rest of the gold and where to put it? He was sure that he might need it in the future. Judging by what he had seen, it would be difficult for the village of Dariok to win, and those from the Moyon family would most likely come here first. However, he himself cannot take all this gold, it is impossible. But he had a good idea. He began to concentrate chi energy on his hand. This idea appeared because he still needed to take the gold. He began to say that trees, stones, and everything that has a shape will collect these lightning bolts. After that, he spread his arms in different directions, and the lightning swept across the stones around him. The stones began to fly apart as he unleashed his justice through the power of nature, the lightning ripping through the earth and the stones, blurring the line between him and the storm god himself. After that, the whole rock shattered into pieces, flying far away in different directions. His foot landed on a twig. This twig was almost the only thing that had survived after the manifestation of his power. Looking around, he realized one thing. Whoever came here would be looking for gold for a very long time, just as he had planned. Looking into the distance, he thoughtfully asked himself, is this place really Shenyang, the most populous in the entire Liaoning province? The village of Dariok, the city of Fushun, the Moyong family from Shenyang. This is where his master went in search of his missing daughter 10 years ago. It is also the place where the envoy from Yuan took Nuna. Everyone is in Shenyang, and perhaps soon his worst suspicions will be confirmed. Perhaps it was time for him to go to Shenyang as well. Meanwhile, in the village of Dariok in Fushun, 7 people were lost in this battle, and all because of 2 heroes from the Moyong family. The leader stood over the bodies and looked closely at the traces of the brutal murders. It was Man Kwangwu, the leader of Dariok village, who considered the dead to be good people. Man Xionghyun, the leader of Dariok, said that there was no point in just standing there and watching. Man Hyoseong said that the murder of Chusal meant only one thing. They were ready to declare war. Iron Mask believed that he was responsible for their deaths and asked for punishment. But the wise leader said that there was no point in punishing him because he had done everything he could. The leader was more concerned that the Moyon family had broken a 12-year agreement just for the sake of gold. At this point, it was announced that the Moyon family was now considered their enemy. All the disciples were ordered to prepare for war against the Moyon family. The vast army bowed their heads as one and assured the master that they were ready to fulfill this order. Iron Mask asked the master a question. However, the master interrupted him, saying that if he was talking about failure, then the responsibility also lies with Chu Salso, who also made a mistake. The master asked Iron Mask if he thought that his death was because he was blinded by his greed for money. In other words, Iron Mask should be in the forefront of the war against the Moyon family and prove the decision right. With a bow, Iron Mask replied, "Yes, master." However, there was one more question for Iron Mask. It concerned one of the bodies lying right in front of him. The master asked what happened to this body, but the others were not very interested in this question. Unlike the other bodies, this one had no sword marks on it, only a scar on its face that looked like a burn. His internal organs were fine, so his death could not have been the result of an internal attack. There was hope that he was still alive, and the head took his hand to check his pulse. But when he felt that his veins were severed, he realized that someone had damaged them terribly. He asked Iron Mask again if anyone else was there when he fought the 2 heroes. There was a young man in his 20s, he replied. He had good moves, but his chi was not as dangerous. The head could not believe that someone in his 20s could use such strong chi and asked if there was anyone else there. He turned to Seohyun and San, warning them that they would have to face the talents of the North Wind, another group fighting for power in Liaoning province. Destroying a system as complex as the circulatory system was such a difficult task that even Man realized he could not do it. Was there really such a warrior in the Moyong family, or was it someone else? The existence of this warrior could be a turning point in the upcoming war against the Moyong family. Night had already fallen outside. In Shenyang, behind the Moyong family estate, a giant mountain rises. Meanwhile, the 2 heroes walk through the corridors of the building. When they reached the right place, they were told that they were late. The older brother saw their faces and realized that they had failed in their mission. Sun apologized to him for disappointing him. Moyon Gunsong was the name of their elder brother. He denied the accusations, saying that he had not expected anything else from the beginning. He told them to stop talking idly, because their father was waiting for them. The door creaked open. The older brother walked in front, and they followed behind him. The older brother told his father that Kwangsung and Ji had returned. He stood by the window, enjoying the view, and slowly began to turn his head back. This old man was the leader of the Moyon family, and his name was Moyon Dongchong. When asked by the head if they really hadn't been able to find out where the gold was, Song apologized, saying it was only a minor mistake. He explained that he had gone to the mountain where the head of the 100 skill squad had left all the gold, but due to a landslide, the mountain was completely destroyed. Is it really a small mistake? The leader asked again. Sun explained that they were absolutely certain of the gold's location because they had used his soul control method, and said he would find it even if they had to turn the destroyed mountain upside down, if only they were given time. Pointing at the boy with his finger, the leader said his name. Then, with a snap of his fingers, he asked him to come closer, and light green energy began to form at his fingertips. Using this energy, he controlled the boy's inner strength and began to pull him toward him. Seeing this, his younger sister became worried. She saw her older brother's leg lift off the ground. He was screaming in pain, but his father was pulling him closer with his energy. When he pulled him closer, he grabbed him by the neck and asked him how he could trust him with such an important task if he was so careless. The girl tried to say something to her father, but her eldest brother raised his hand to stop her. He then asked her not to interfere. At this time, the father asked his son if he knew why the Moyan family had to close themselves off from the outside world for a long time. Of course, father, I know, the boy replied. To join the League of Five Dragons, the Iron Union. But that was the end of his knowledge, his father explained. The whole world considered them the second strongest in the League of Five Dragons. Some even believed that in the future they would be able to lead the entire league, but in reality they were only trying to contain the situation. That's why they formed the League of Five Dragons under the auspices of the Iron Union, which eventually expelled them. And it was because of this that something happened 20 years ago that changed their fate. The leader of the Moyang family got rid of those who interfered with his plans, even though they were elders of his own family, because they were waiting for their downfall. He wasn't doing this for the sake of the Five Dragon League. He only wanted the entire Iron Union to kneel before their family. He explained this to his son without restraining his emotions. Grabbing him by the head, he asked him what he saw. The son replied that he saw a cave in the northern mountain range. He was right. The father recognized. It was a cave in the northern mountain range, a legacy that could destroy the Five Dragon League. But the way to this inheritance is through gold, and it was this small mistake that disrupted the plans his father had been making for 20 years, for which Song apologized. The oldest brother came up to his father from behind and asked him to calm down, assuring him that Kwang Sung understood everything he had been told. He also asked him not to worry because he had a backup plan, and promised that in a few days, his father would get everything he needed through the Steel Horse Bureau. After that, the Northridge inheritance would be complete. It was only after these words spoken by the eldest brother that the father let the middle son go. After that, he gave an order. Kwang Sung and Ji are removed from this task and will now control the outskirts of their territory, as there are rumors that the North Wind Talents are up to something, which means that the Lions League might be planning something as well. The middle son, well punished by his father, promised to keep this in mind. He put his hand on the railing and said, "For 20 years now. For 20 years I have been waiting, and now there is only one step left," he added.
With that, he clenched his fist so hard that the concrete shattered into small pieces.
His plan was to bring the whole world to its knees, and only when they did it according to plan would everything come true. A red moon, just like that day. Walking forward and looking up, he saw Saya.
This voice was sounding in his head.
It was the voice of his brother San asking him to take care of his sister Nuna. In his eyes, he saw his brother moving further and further away, falling into the abyss, and Nuna was standing behind him, and saw it with her own eyes. After that, she screamed at Sai to run away as fast as he could. Being still small, he turned his head back and saw those defenseless children's eyes. At that moment, a sickle with a chain stuck into his hand. Soon his other hand was tied. There were words from Scar who said that he liked people like him. And this giant red Luna, which was standing right behind him. Scar stood in front of him and looked at this little body. Then he added that he liked it even more. Most of all, he liked breaking the spirit and body of people with the same steadfastness as him, which was reflected in Scar's eyes. These memories permeated his body from head to toe. He was lying on the grass, and a fire was crackling to his right. Endless and endless stars twinkled above his head. He tried to fall asleep for a few minutes, but every time he woke up, he dreamed of his family again and again. Suddenly he heard the rustling of the grass. Someone was walking behind him. An adult man dressed in black appeared in front of him. The thing is, he was not alone. There were many people with weapons behind him. They came closer to the boy and stopped right in front of him. Suddenly there was a sound of a fist hitting the armor. It was a man from the Steel Horse sect named Mak Go Go, and he apologized to the boy for disturbing his rest by introducing himself. He explained that they needed to find a place to stay for the night. In front of him stood Mak Junhoo, who told the young man that they wanted to stop here for a short rest. Sayu also introduced himself to them, saying that he was from Goryeo, gave his name, and assured them that they could stay here as the place was free. After a while, the pot of food was boiling. One of them remarked that he was even jealous of the guy because he was traveling, as he had once dreamed of when he was younger. But the guy asked what he meant, because he was already 26. The man didn't even believe him at first, because Sayu looked older, and he apologized for his rudeness, saying that there was only a year or two difference between them. During the conversation, they even decided to call each other brothers, as they quickly found a common language. The man explained that they had important business in Shenyang, but were afraid of being attacked by robbers. Every time they travel this way, they stop at this open and elevated hill where it is easy to defend themselves. Sayu immediately asked them if they were traveling to Shenyang because of the Moyong family. The man was just about to eat a spoonful of food, but when he heard this, he apologized. He explained that although they were grateful to him, they could not say such things to avoid endangering their customers. The trust of the clients is something that their sect always protects. If they lose that trust, it will be very difficult for them to make ends meet. Hearing this, Sayu understood and apologized to them. However, the other man said that there was no need to worry, addressing him as a brother. He asked Sayu if he was also heading to Shenyang, and said that when they needed help, there were always options, and asked where they usually got their information from. Their followers mostly come from the lower strata of society, but that doesn't mean they don't have enough influence. On the contrary, they have eyes and ears everywhere, even in Shenyang. Right now, Shenyang is on the brink of war, and it's all because of the Moyong and Darius families. It is best to avoid them unless it is an urgent matter. This is exactly what Sai needed to know. After that, he smiled slightly. He realized that he didn't care what happened next. Guo Guo couldn't help but notice this confident smile on the boy's face and wondered how he could smile like that. He told the others that the boy seemed to know more than he was saying and decided not to question him further. That was the end of the conversation, and they decided to eat since the food was already cold. On the way, when they were already on their way, they discussed who would control the future. Some believed that the future belonged to the Iron Union. It was assumed that their territory covered 4 square kilometers. Their weapons are already comparable to those of the Morim Union, and there is no doubt that no one can surpass them now. Sayu listened intently and absorbed every word they said, especially interested in what this Iron Union was. Guo Guo was surprised that someone could not have heard of the Iron Union. Sayu explained that he hadn't been to the mainland for a long time, so he knew very little about current events. He explained that the Iron Union is made up of 3 forces: the 9 Foundations, the Union of the 5 Dragons, and the Union of Lions. Sai's next question was whether these forces were really strong. Guo Guo began to talk about the 3 tyrants and the 4 peerless warriors, noting that these are the titles of the strongest masters in the world. They are the best of the best, and one of them is the Rainblade Saint Yun Yopya. He is the head of the 9 Foundations. There is also the head of the 5 Dragon Union, the first Saint Huangbo Guki. These 2 are the most powerful masters in the world. There is no one who can match them in strength. They are only surpassed by one warrior, the single sword tyrant, Musung Mu, the head of the Lion Union. Although he lacks the strength to match them, the difference is not that great. That's how strong they are. Some even believe that they will soon become immortal. There were also people in Goryeo whom my master called hermits, and they all died at the hands of my master. It was because of the power of the heavenly weapon that the master was called an evil spirit, because this weapon was created to kill. The 3 warriors who were destined to become immortal are the greatest martial artists of our time. Sai wondered who would have won if they had faced his master then. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the smell of blood in the air. Behind them, a horse was galloping, and one of the brothers of the Steel Horse sect was riding on it. As he rode closer, he said that he had found the bodies of the dead. Sayu heard it all with his own ears. Some of them were dressed in the uniforms of Moyon family warriors, while others wore clothes similar to those worn by the villagers of Dariok. It seems that they attacked travelers from this village. The enmity between these clans is ruthless. In this case, they can't even be sure of their own safety. After ordering everyone to prepare and be on the lookout, Sayu noticed a man from Goryeo among the dead. His horses were riding very fast, hitting the ground with their hooves. He said that they should leave the place as soon as possible and ordered everyone to stay together. They were going so fast that smoke was rising behind them. Sayu was sitting on the luggage they were carrying. However, thoughts of the man from Goryeo did not leave him. He was wearing recognizable clothes from Goryeo, and he had traveled so far to settle on the continent. Was it really? As Guo drove closer to Sai, he said that he must have been very surprised by what he saw, and explained that the travelers from the village of Dariok had been injured. Perhaps they just didn't want to waste their soldiers on such a thing, but it was impossible to be sure that they didn't suspect the Moyong family's intentions. At that moment, Sayu realized that all these people were just expendable to them. But if there were people from Goryeo in the Shenyang area, he might be able to find out something about the master's daughter in Mu'anun. Behind Guo, his brother ran and said he saw a bronze statue of the Black Dragon. Bronze statue of the Black Dragon. These words immediately stuck in Sayu's mind. He had heard stories from his brothers that a fierce battle between Goryeo and the central continent had taken place in this place. There are still traces of blood and tears shed by the fallen soldiers. That is why this place is called Hyeolupyeong. This statue was erected in memory of that battle. In fact, there were 2 black dragons. But 10 years ago, one of them was destroyed, and no one knows how it could have happened. Could a huge dragon statue weighing 10,000 pounds have disappeared like that? Sayu immediately wondered if his master could have done it, and he realized that he would soon find out the truth if he got to Shenyang. After a while, they arrived where they had been going for so long. The open community is already here somewhere, and thanks to the sect, Sayu arrived here safe and sound, for which he thanked them. A representative of the sect said that Sayu was a great conversationalist. He also wished him success on his journey, and expressed hope that he would not encounter any difficulties in the future. Sayu only smiled evasively at this. Guo jumped up behind him and said that he would like to have a drink with him. But unfortunately, it was time to go. They agreed that they would meet again the next time they had a chance, and Guo invited Sayu to his house. Sayu replied that he would definitely come over to see him again. On this note, they parted ways and each began to plan their next steps. Sayu realized that standing still was not an option. It was time to move on, and Sayu turned around, taking a few steps. Then he pushed off the ground, leaving only a flash behind. He flew rapidly upward, jumping over the roofs of buildings. He looked around, noticing that everything looked pretty good. Thanks to his chi energy, it was easy for him to move quickly and over long distances. On one of the roofs, he saw a flag. Sayu grabbed the flag and started spinning on it, hovering in a horizontal position. Whenever he walked somewhere, he always tried to enjoy his way. At that moment, a smile appeared on his face again. He had noticed something that the Moyon family needed. At the same time, he heard cries for help behind him. Someone was begging for rescue. Looking back, he saw only endless rooftops, and in the distance, about 200 meters away, there were a few people. Among the rooftops, 3 men were beating someone, shouting that they had already told him not to come here.
"Didn't I tell you to get out of here, you damn kid?" the man shouted, holding a stick while the kid only asked for help.
What interested Saya the most was the Goryeo dialect. He instantly bounced off the flag like a bolt of lightning and flew in their direction. The boy begged for help, was beaten all over, and repeated that his mother was seriously ill and he had to find his father. The man, waving a stick, warned him not to wander in such a place and distract busy people. Sayu decided to intervene by appearing right next to the man and asked him if he was overreacting. At that moment, energy sparkled on his fingers. He touched his finger to the stick the man was holding, and a crack was heard. The stick broke into pieces, leaving only the handle in the man's hands. The energy began to boil on his fingers, turning into lightning. Sayu recognized the man as a man from the open community and asked him if it was his job to punish innocent people. Before the man could answer, Sayu's finger was on his forehead. The man had no time to respond or realize what had happened. With his arms outstretched in different directions, Sayu already had his fingers near both attackers. There was a dull explosion, and they flew in different directions, while the one in front of him simply flew away from the blast wave. The blow was of extraordinary strength, strong enough to throw their heavy bodies back, but it was more like a lesson from Sayu for these idiots to save a child. This boy was very pitiful, looking at his defenseless eyes and how cruelly he was treated by the grown men. Sayu turned to him and asked if he was from Goryeo. An old man was watching, holding a flask filled with either wine or sake. "Wow, just look at that," he muttered under his breath, commenting on what he saw. He kept thinking that these movements were familiar to him. Could it really be him? When asked by Sayu, the boy replied that yes, he was from Goryeo, and asked Sayu if he was from there as well. At that moment, one of the 3 attackers called Sayu a bastard and asked him who he thought he was. His body was clearly trembling, but he still dared to accuse Seiya of interfering. He tried to attack effectively and quickly, but it was only effective for the person he was attacking. Sayu instantly grabbed his arm, very firmly. The man screamed, not because of the strength of the grip, but because of the lightning that went through his body. But what the hell had this child done to them to get them this far? Don't they know anything about human rules at all? What a shame. Do they really not care? But at that moment, during a series of questions from Sayu to the attackers, an old man's voice came out, explaining in a hoarse tone that this child, despite all the warnings, was constantly sneaking into their territory. The old man introduced himself as Sage Hong, explained that he lived right behind this building, and asked Sai who he was. "My name is Dan Sayu," he replied, explaining that he was from Goryeo. The so-called wise man, although he didn't look like it, asked to let the scoundrels go, admitting that they were scum, but asking them not to be crippled. Sayu asked the old man if this was really his suggestion, and said that these people should get what they deserved anyway. He did not hesitate to listen to the wise man, but in one motion, he sat the man on his knees, holding his finger. Sayu told the wise man that in his opinion, leniency would not work now. The old man agreed, and explained that he meant that he shouldn't waste time with these losers because the child was already safe. Sayu complimented the old man, calling him cunning. And after that, he took his advice and let go of the man's hand. The man fell to the ground, but his arm was already like jelly, and the old man thanked him for that. Immediately, the old man asked the young man his name, and he received an answer, Oh Seongwoo. Sayu then went with the boy to see how his mother was doing, as the boy had said earlier that she was sick. The man asked the elder why he had let the boy go since he had interfered in their affairs. The elder asked him to be quiet and said that he did not realize that his life had just been saved. If the wise man had not intervened, the two pigeons would have been dead, and even more so, the entire Shenyang open community would have been in great danger. The elder asked them if they had seen his hands' long, thin, jade-glowing hands. They looked like the hands of a woman who had not yet taken action against them. When the wise man saw his hands, they radiated a light imbued with demonic power, and he remembered the moment when 10 years ago, an old man with the same hands stood near the bronze statue of the Black Dragon. He was silent. The old man remembered him and did not know how long he stood there without saying a word. The sage did not even know when he had arrived or that he was such a strong warrior. He also had long, thin arms that radiated a frightening light. Just by touching the Black Dragon statue, he made it tremble. 10 years had passed, but the sage could not forget the old man and his words. One day my descendant will appear. Meanwhile, the boys were walking and discussing how tired they were, even offering to have a drink when they got back to the Moyon clan. But another one reminded them that they were currently at war with Daryok. They didn't believe that Daryok was crazy enough to attack them right in Shenyang, but they couldn't let their guard down for a second. No sooner had he said that than his eyes suddenly rounded and a dull sound was heard. With a splash, he only managed to say that the Moyong wastes had no feelings at all. The person who killed him asked him if he didn't think it was normal to have a glass of liquor, especially before going to the next world. It was Kei Musu, whom he had not expected to see here. The Moyon army standing in front of him asked him how he dared to provoke Moyon, and accused him of having completely lost his mind. Iron Mask ordered Chu Saljo to destroy their six first. His army appeared behind him and, under orders, began beheading everyone indiscriminately. After a while, Gunsung stood at the spot where the warriors from their clan were killed. Everything was just as his father had said. The scoundrels from Daryok had bared their blades. He asked Sun how things were going. It was difficult to predict the future course of events, but there were many battles going on all over Shenyang, he explained to the elder. Hearing this, the elder admitted that they were not so stupid, and it seemed to him that the enemies were now trying to destroy their weakest units throughout the territory. At this point, Ji appeared and addressed the older brothers, bringing important information. She said that the valiant warrior North Wind from the Lion Union had appeared. The eldest immediately asked, "Is this accurate? Chul Mu-rin from the Lion Union? Are you sure he showed up?" he asked again. Ji assured him that it was, and she had no doubt about it. Sun realized that it seemed the Lions Union had decided to intervene. He said that they had to deal with it immediately because Chul Mu-rin was the person on Daryok's side who was running the Lion Union. The elder was also sure that he would be on their side, but he had a plan to attack him so that the entire Lion Union would become their enemy. He had to think it over first, but he decided that he needed to visit him himself. He ordered them to go to the Northern Ridge Cave and tell their father, and to be ready, because perhaps tonight everything would be decided. Sometime later in the same house, an old man's forefinger and middle finger touched the pulse of a woman's arm. The doctor sitting next to the woman lying unconscious on the bed is the mother of the little boy that Sayu had recently saved. It was not an easy case. Her blood vessels were badly damaged, and she had lost a lot of strength and blood. The doctor had just told them about it, which scared the boy even more. Sayu asked why this particular case was so difficult and asked for a clear answer. Could he cure her, or was it just a matter of money? The doctor was confident, and said that they would not find a better doctor. He added that he could cure her, but that he needed wild ginseng root and some very rare medicines. "So it's all about money," said Sayu, taking out a piece of gold and putting it on the table. He ordered the doctor to cure her, no matter how much it costs or how long it takes. In any case, she had to get back on her feet, no matter what it took. A lump of saliva gathered in the doctor's mouth when he saw the gold. Looking at it with a trembling voice, the doctor said, "Of course, I will do everything in my power. After all, my reputation as a doctor is at stake. I will cure this woman." Then, scratching the back of his head, he added that he would prepare the medicine and return tomorrow. Tears appeared on the guy's cheeks, and he told Sai that he now owed him a favor. In response, Sayu only asked him his name. Then he said that if he was also from Goryeo, he should not cry so openly. Now and at any other time he should not cry. The day was gradually approaching evening. Sayu was sitting at his desk, looking thoughtfully at the mountain in front of him. His thoughts were filled with reflections on the Moyon family. A lot of events seemed to be connected to this clan, and perhaps it had nothing to do with the Yuan envoy taking Mu Noon away. But as for the master's daughter, Sayu thought otherwise, given Sun Wu's story. He said that his mother got into trouble when she was looking for her missing father. His father was a trader who worked in Goryeo and other countries. One day, people who were engaged in trade, like his father, began to disappear one by one, and eventually his friends from Goryeo disappeared as well. Then his father asked the Moyon family to help him find out what had happened, but they refused. That same night, his father disappeared. They say they were all dragged into the Moyon family's cave. This meant only one thing: there were a lot of people from Hori there. The cave, Sayu said in a quiet voice, lying on the table, his arms crossed. At this point he asked, "What do you think about this, elder?" But the old man did not even realize how he had realized his presence without even looking back. Sayu explained that there are no elders in the world who smell so strongly, hinting at a special odor. However, the sage was more interested in what exactly Sayu was thinking about so deeply. The answer was not what the old man expected. Sayu said he knew that he had overheard him talking to Su about the missing people from Goryeo. In fact, such events are not uncommon here, the old man began to explain. For 20 years now, this has been happening frequently in Shenyang and throughout Liaoning province. The Gaiban investigated, but failed to find out anything. However, there are suspicions that the Moyong family is somehow connected to these disappearances, but everything has quieted down since the Moyong family made their intentions known. The Union heard that the information from Gaiban was true, but it seems that it was a hoax. The old man added that 20 years have passed since then, and now there is more detailed information. For example, about the location of the cave that Sayu is looking for. But the old man said that this information unfortunately is not free, and until he pays a decent price, he will not receive any information. Sayu asked if he wanted to make a deal. "These are Gaiban principles," the old man replied. Suddenly, a man came in whom the wise man recognized immediately. His serious face spoke for itself. "How unexpected," the sage said. "Chul Mu Rin, the valiant warrior of the North Wind, one of the outstanding warriors with impressive strength. There are 2 saints, 3 tyrants, and 4 full warriors, and he is a rising star among them. The Iron Union is made up of 3 powerful associations." The sage began to explain the 9 foundations, the 5 Dragon Union, and the Lion Union. He did not expect that a young master would come here among them all. Now the old man realized how concerned he was about the conflict between the Moyon family and the village of Daryok. The title of Valiant Warrior of the North Wind interested Saya. But suddenly another person appeared and said, "It's been a long time, master." "Valiant Warrior of the North Wind, one of the 3 exceptional warriors. I am honored that you have visited us," he said. "It's been a long time, Gunsung," replied Chul. Gunsung wanted to discuss something with him and asked him to sit down and offered him a drink. He closed his eyes and replied that he had to refuse because of his partner. Then he clapped his hands and said, "My name is Hong Mu Yong. I am from the Lion Union. I am pleased to welcome you, Elder Hong Mu Yong of Gaiban." The sage asked him in surprise how he knew him. He replied that he had heard that he had settled in Shenyang 10 years ago. Gongsong did not expect that an elder known as the sage from Gaiban lived here. He was embarrassed because he had been living here for 10 years and he hadn't even realized it. Chul realized from Gunsung's sudden reaction that the Moyon family was not aware of this. He bowed in front of the elder, introduced himself, and said that he should have paid his respects right away. In Sayu's eyes, the elder immediately changed, because he lived in such a place and was called an elder. The old man laughed and told Sayu that now he knew how amazing he really was. Sayu listened as Gun addressed Chul, saying that since he had come with a companion, he needed to hear the question. "If a clash between the Moyon families and Daryok village is inevitable, what will the valiant warrior of the North Wind do?" asked Gong. He replied that the tyrant of the single blade hoped that there would be no disagreement between Moyong and Daryok. He was also concerned that everything that happened here was carefully planned by someone. "Does this mean you suspect us?" asked Gun. "How could you think that?" replied Chul. He then expressed his hope that this was not the case. Gun said he understood and added that he didn't dare detain him any longer. After taking a few more steps, he turned to him again, saying, "Chul Marin, please take care of yourself. Take care because Shenyang is dangerous at night." He thanked him for his concern. As Gun left, he thought only about this conversation, and concluded that Chul wanted a fight. He smirked and told himself he wasn't going to back down. As for Chul, he thought that he had probably advised him to enjoy his last day. Now that they were alone, the old man asked Chul how the tyrant of the single sword was doing. He replied that his father was doing well, and told the old man that he looked younger than he did even 10 years ago. Sayu analyzed every word, and they matched what the elder from the Steel Horse Union had said. At this point, Chul turned to Sayu, saying that he was glad to meet him. Sayu also introduced himself and gave his name. Chul didn't understand why he didn't feel any energy from the guy. Could he really hide his energy? He also realized that if this young man was around the sage, he had to be careful with him. The sage turned to the valiant warrior of the North Wind and said that he noticed that he had business to attend to. Perhaps he wanted to know what the Moyon family was up to, or wondered if Gaibon would intervene in this conflict. After listing these options, he asked what exactly he was interested in. Chul was surprised at how knowledgeable the sage was. He began to tell him that his father was doing everything he could to stop this feud. The wise man realized that from the point of view of the Lion Union, the authorities of Dariok Village would face certain consequences. They also need to control relations with the Five Dragons Union. Now it is better to avoid any clashes at all, if that is what the tyrant wants, the sage said, and added that he understood everything and assured him that Gaibon would not be involved in this conflict. Well, at least until they have any complaints. In any case, it was time to go. Chul said goodbye to him and walked in the other direction. After that, he met with 3 people. He greeted the village leader, who asked him if he had figured out what the Moyong family's goal was. He replied that they had stopped doing business with the Moyon family and said they did not want to interfere in such matters. It became clear what the valiant warrior of the North Wind was trying to say. It seems that the battle with the Moyong family is inevitable, and we need to end it quickly, said Chul. They moved forward to take their sovereignty. Meanwhile, Sayu stood and talked to the sage. The wise man asked him if he was going to set out tonight. He said that tonight would be a particularly long night. Sayu replied that now was the time to slip away while everyone was busy with the showdown. And with a light knock, he disappeared in front of the sage. A moment later, the sage saw Sayu hanging in the air, defying gravity, with electricity raging at his feet. Gun came to his father and informed him of the appearance of the valiant warrior of the North Wind. As expected, they realized what they were striving for. The alliance of Leo and Darius has united, his father said. But it's all because of the conflict between Moyon and Darius. They will probably want to get their hands on the northern ridge, just as I thought. But there was something else. Sage Gaibon is in Shenyang, Gong told his father. He has promised not to interfere in other people's affairs, but we must be more careful. If Gaibon intervenes, Gong added, we are confident that we can end them once and for all. Today is one of the most important days in the history of the Moyong family. The father said that this is their chance to step up to the next level and no longer be borderline on the continent. The father said that their goal was to break through and get to the top of the Iron Union. He approached 2 round golden figures and said that it was time to destroy them, and then the whole world would tremble at his feet. At that moment, the moon was full, glowing with a beautiful color. Sayu was flying in the air, approaching the roof of a house. His face remained calm, and in a moment he stepped onto the roof. In front of him, he saw about 15 horses walking on the ground. Some of the riders were sitting on the horses, while others were pulling carts. Looking closer, he noticed that they were representatives of the Steel Horse Union. He also spotted Hyun, and that was a relief to Sai. He thought they hadn't been dragged into this armed conflict. A wise man appeared next to Sai and asked what all the fuss was about. One of the houses was on fire, and there were already dead people lying on the ground. Only crows were circling around and cawing. It was clear that these people had become prey. And if the sage had known that this was what the Moyon family wanted, he would have come here earlier, and then this tragedy would not have happened. Sayu told the sage that his martial art was not created to take human lives. The old man's surprised face reflected his feelings, and he only asked Sai not to say that he already knew this. Above Sayu's head was a sign that read Northridge Cave. This was where Sayu planned to enter. The sound of a powerful explosion spread around, as if the earth itself was shaking with otherworldly power. Everyone felt this terrible rumbling in their bones. The battlefield was ablaze with fire, and the brave warriors, gathering all their strength, advanced, mercilessly destroying the enemies on their way. The smoke did not dissipate over the battlefield, reminding us that this bloody battle would not end until the enemies received their comeuppance. One of the leaders was giving orders to his men, insisting that the Moen family be destroyed at any cost, without pity or hesitation. Their honor and dignity depended on this order, and they had to carry it out, no matter what. The Northern Ridge Cave had to be protected, and the sound of steel echoed in every corner. The warriors who met face to face with their opponents could no longer smell anything but the smell of blood filling the air. Unable to calm their rage, these warriors struck out, filling the battlefield with the bodies of those who had come to destroy their families. Looking at the enormous number of enemies, the boy thrusts his sword forward, activating his attack, a ferocious lion. The instantaneous strike smashes more than a dozen enemies in one fell swoop, and the wave of energy spreads to everyone in its range. The ground is increasingly saturated with red, and the warriors fall to the ground, never to rise again. The Dark Warrior, talking to the man with the scar on his face, realized that the number of Moen's followers had grown significantly, and they had become extremely organized. These scoundrels managed to keep the existence of this cave a secret for 20 years, but now a squad of these guys is breaking through so easily that it seems strange. A sudden swing of a sword heated the air on the battlefield, as if warning of a new threat. Someone dared to direct the strongest blow towards the commander, and a fireball engulfed their bodies, creating a deadly threat. The warriors watched in horror as their master was in danger and tried to warn him with a shout. Turning around, the master saw a pillar of fire that could turn him into ashes in an instant. But it was too late to dodge, and the master accepted the blow on his body, realizing the inevitable pain. Despite the gnashing of his teeth and the screams of his warriors, the stinging pain of this blow was unbearable. The ring of fire continued to circle around the master, inflicting bloody wounds and testing him to the limit. When the fire finally retreated, the master sat down, realizing that he could no longer feel one of his arms. Soon after, he heard the distinct sound of footsteps behind him, as if someone was deliberately drawing attention to him. The master instantly felt the presence of an incredible force behind him, which caused an uneasy feeling. The Dark Warriors were lined up in a deadly formation, each of them burning with an unbridled desire to fight, ready to meet any enemy. Their gazes were cold and ruthless, and each of them seemed almost identical, as if they were a reflection of the other. The master tensed at their presence, but could not help but admire their perseverance, for they had come a long way for those he considered scum. An explosive energy enveloped everything around them, and no one could have imagined that Master Ancient Direct himself would appear on this battlefield. The realization that the master was participating in the battle made it seem like nothing more interesting than this cave existed anymore. The man looked at the incredible force hovering over them, feeling its power and threat. The cracking underfoot and instantaneous lightning power inspired fear and awe of the unknown. The old man stared with crazy eyes at the man Moen had become, the boy who had exceeded all expectations. Somewhere in the distance, he heard a sharp squeak and whistle of a door, which finally opened with a loud crack. When the door opened fully, the darkness that filled the gorge suddenly receded under the rays of the sun, which illuminated the mountains of bodies of those who had not even been able to reach the goal. Dan Sayu indifferently looked around the perimeter he was about to pass through, showing no emotion. Looking at these nameless warriors, one could only guess that they had tried to achieve something in life, but their journey ended here, like many others who had died for an obscure purpose. As Dan Sayu passed them, he realized that nothing would change. But his friend could not remain indifferent and did not advise the young master to turn a blind eye.
If his goal is not to take over the North Ridge, then what is this guy's real purpose for coming here?
Hearing the old man's words to him, Dan Sayu did not understand why the old man had come to such an absurd conclusion and how he imagined his motives. All this time he had been indifferent to this mountain range, and now he was consumed by only one thought that did not give him rest. The old man tried to stop him, believing that this goal was not worth the effort, because it was not a resource that all martial artists needed, and it would be ridiculous if all these warriors were so eager for it. The young master realized that if the old man was talking like this, he was not interested in it either. Then why is he doing all this for the Moen family? At this point, the platform under his feet suddenly gives way, and he feels parts of it pressing down beneath him. This makes him realize that he is trapped, which could have fatal consequences. Suddenly, a massive brick cliff starts falling right at them, threatening to crush everything in its path. The old man, filled with energy and rage, covered his body with a powerful protective field. He prepared himself to deflect an extremely strong blow that could have destroyed anyone else. The pressure of this stone block was so powerful that it pushed the old man aside, but he pressed himself into the rock and still held on with all his strength. He realized that a little more and this support would be destroyed, and his position would become critical.
Suddenly, a lightning flash rushed past him, revealing itself as the power of a heavenly weapon.
As soon as this force touched the stone block, only its crunching could be heard, foreshadowing its inevitable destruction. The lightning struck the boulder, shattering it into small pieces that scattered all around. With unshakable self-confidence, Dan Sayu declared that no one had been able to overcome his heavenly weapon for 1,000 years. From that moment on, the old man had many questions for Dansan. If he was talking about a celestial weapon, then this radically changed the course of events. The magpie thought he knew a lot about this world, but he hadn't even guessed about this. This meant that the martial art in front of him was something completely different. When they found themselves in a spacious place, they could see that it was surrounded by warriors, and the only building stood in the very center. The old man saw a huge lake right in the middle of the cave, and this sight was breathtaking. The lake looked beautiful, but who were those people standing around with swords in their hands? Moen Don Chong was circling the battlefield. Was he the last descendant of the Northern Range, and was he protecting the treasure that all the seas were hunting for?
A serious battle was going on the battlefield. What would the young master do in such a tense situation that even the old man was interested in? It was clear that it would not be easy to get past all these people and reach the northern ridge. The boy took in everything he saw and noticed a very important detail. The place he noticed was covered with ice, and he quickly rushed to it. Watching Danson's actions, the old man could not believe that he was calmly going about his business while he was watching the battles between the strongest men. He was quite a strange fellow, walking towards the building shrouded in cold and ice. The boy was already up to something. As he got closer, he noticed in the windows the reflections of those who are called lost among the mountains. Danson squinted his eyes, thinking about how to do the right thing. He pointed his hand toward the building. Using divine chi energy, he smashed the building to pieces. The old man watched in amazement, and the soldiers fighting nearby also took notice. One of the masters realized that he recognized this movement, this technique, the same one he had not seen for many years. The old man and the young master were waiting for the arrival of the sage Gaiban, to whom all these clues were going. The elder turned to his warriors and ordered them to capture the soldiers and kill the sage so that no one would leave the cave alive. Squinting their eyes, the warriors understood each other without words, clearly accepting their master's order. After the young master struck, the wall of the building collapsed, and the people in the cave finally showed their faces. Danson asked them if their father Song Won was here. Among the soldiers, one heard a familiar dialect and asked if the boy came from the same mountains. He was approached by Sun Woon's father himself, who asked him how he knew him, and whether his mother was okay if it was really him. Danson realized that the soldiers were fine and told them that he would take them with him and bring them home. Seongwon, with frozen tears in his eyes, was overjoyed to hear this, and he thanked the boy for his kindness, not believing that the people he loved had survived this nightmare. The old man fell to his knees in front of the boy, amazed that justice still exists in this world. But why then were they all forced to suffer and die without understanding why? Tears streamed down the old man's face, and he cried like a little girl. Hundreds of people died in this place. Their lives left countless wounds in the families of the victims. Their loved ones do not even suspect that this man, Moen Donchong, is a demon in human form. The guy and his partner realized that this whole tragedy was set up by the Moen family, or rather by their head. So much grief has been shed on these lands that Moen Dongchong must be experiencing real suffering, and the boy decided that he would definitely meet him. But at that moment, someone approached the hero, stood behind him, and said that no one would get out of here alive. The soldiers surrounded them, and there were no more exits near the broken building, except for the one blocked by a large number of soldiers. The leader of these soldiers turned to Danson, asking how he dared to let the slaves out of the cave, from the heart of the Moen territory. Hearing this scoundrel speak to ordinary people, Danson could not contain his hatred. He turned to them and looked at those who had blocked his path with a cold gaze. The boy understood well who was standing in front of him and what kind of people they were. The girl, who was looking closely at her opponent, could not understand why he was so calm. Was he really from Guyana? The young master's old partner realized that this would not be easy, because he had heard rumors about these people. In front of them stood the Moen family's elite squad, dressed in black clothes that did not let in any light. This squad had been formed for 12 years until the Moen family realized their plan to rise to the top. It was a squad of perfect fighters. The boy broke the silence by speaking to the old man, asking him to take care of these enemies. Step by step he walked forward, no matter what, repeating to the soldiers that he needed to meet Moen Dongchong, and confidently moved forward. The warriors were outraged. How dare this rascal call their master by his first name? It was clear that this boy did not value his life at all. The enraged warrior pulled his sword from its sheath, promising to cut off the insolent boy's head and personally present it to the master. The sound of the cold steel of the sword echoed in the cave, but the boy continued to walk forward, ignoring the threats, only asking him to get out of his way. The warrior, taking a fighting stance, recognized the boy before him as an arrogant scoundrel and prepared to strike him mercilessly. He believed that the mere attempt of this impudent man to pass through him would be fatal for him. The warrior was not going to pretend to be weak. The old man looked at the young man and felt the chi energy, unable to even imagine that people could reach this level of strength. With every step Danson took, he got closer and closer, and only the whistling of the wind heralded his approach. But when he got very close to his opponent, a smile appeared on his face. The explosive energy of chi enveloped the entire space around him. His aura became so deadly that even without a fight, it could destroy mountains and make enemies stop. Everyone was tense when they saw what was happening, because they simply could not explain such power. All the while, the boy kept moving forward, warning them not to get in his way. If this scoundrel dared to go against him, he would face a cruel retribution. A stream of blue energy exploded from his hand and rushed straight at the enemy standing in front of him. The warrior, who had been studying the art of combat for 12 years, was amazed by such an incredible blow directed in his direction. The energy flashed around his palm and pierced the warrior with a destructive radiance. No one can stand in the way of Dansan, a warrior wielding a heavenly weapon. As soon as this power touched the warrior's body, a dark wave cut through space. The blue energy that burst from the young master's palm cut through the darkness like lightning in a stormy sky. The warrior suffered a crushing defeat. He was ruthlessly destroyed by the god of war. Dansan's blow forced the warrior to make the final decision and put his own life on the line. After this blow, the warriors of the Moan clan realized that this was no joke at all, and they pulled their swords out of their sheaths in anger. They wanted to kill the impudent man who dared to challenge their clan, and having surrounded the young master, they attacked. If he wanted to meet their father, he should first let them cut off his head. Dansan turned to the attackers and saw in their eyes the same thing as in the other soldiers. They were also willing to sacrifice their lives. If they so chose, the young master raised his hand in their direction, preparing to end their suffering. At that moment, the incredible energy of the god of war filled him, and it seemed as if the devil himself was standing before them, determined to determine the fate of the Moan family. Trembling and fear gripped the warriors who were attacking the young master. Suddenly, the old man decided to stop the attack, trying to prevent the worst from happening. He took matters into his own hands and stopped the swords of his enemies. Grabbing the two soldiers by their swords and clothes, he tried to pull them aside, wanting to save their lives, but they rejected him, not realizing that they were facing a sage who was skilled with a sword. When he got down on the ground, no one could surpass him, even if he rejected them. The old man had simply saved their lives. He said that if they listened to him, they could at least survive and spend time with him. Letting the young master go ahead, he warned him that he would face a much more difficult battle than this one with the scoundrels, and decided to take them on. The boy responded to the old man's gesture with a smile, immediately realizing who was on his side. The commander of the Moan clan warriors turned to his elite fighters with an order to stop these impudent men. The warriors rushed forward, their perfect blades gleaming in readiness, designed to follow orders without question. Don Som, seeing these pitiful creatures, was filled with a blue aura of chi energy. His arm shone with divine energy, and he deflected all the blows directed at him. Crunching and pain filled the battlefield as the young master showed his fighting power. Every move he made toward his opponent not only took the lives of the villains, but also destroyed entire armies. Like toys, the enemies flew across the battlefield, and the boy made almost no effort to throw them away. A sphere of pure energy filled his hand, and he destroyed his opponents like lightning. His technique and energy added a certain charm to the whole fight. When someone tried to attack him, only the touch of the war god's palm could blow the face of the rascal off. They flew like toys filled with pain and suffering, and no one could doubt the power of the god of war. These warriors who confronted the young master were not trained to retreat. They went forward no matter what. Their blades were imbued with the fury of the Moan clan, as if they had trained all their lives for this very battle. Suddenly a blade flew toward the young master's back, and it seemed that he was unsuspecting. But, blinking, the guy dodged the cold blade. No one knew how much strength the warrior had put into this sword and this blow, but it was all in vain when the boy managed to dodge. He was here only a moment ago and then suddenly disappeared. How is that possible? A perfect warrior has never met such an opponent. But out of the blue, the boy appears behind the villain. As soon as he touches his arm, it immediately twists, throwing the sword out of his hand. The blow to the neck was not easy for the perfect warrior. He loses his temper. Like a weak toy, the warrior falls to the battlefield, unable to resist. Spinning in a combination of incredible chi power and demonic confrontation, the guy changes fates. The swords of his opponents are lying on the battlefield, and none of them could put up a decent fight. They all watched in horror. Fear filled their eyes, but Dansan continued his attack, the whistling wind enveloping his palms and energy filling his body. The explosive energy rushed toward the large, perfect army, penetrating every atom of their bodies. The warriors in the center were hit hardest, and a bolt of light energy pierced their bodies. Their comrades could only watch. How is their army, which until that day had been considered invincible, being destroyed? The young boy was doing incredible things. The warriors watched in horror as the sword energy-filled lightning strike passed through their ranks, leaving only lifeless bodies falling on the stones. A chill ran through their bodies as they looked at their opponent. They did not know what to do, for his strength was not human. They only warned each other to be careful, but had no idea how to act. The boy, using a divine weapon with his bare hands, directed heavenly blows in their direction. This day was their first encounter with the real god of war, who changed fates and could stand up to anyone. The guy was filled with rage, deciding to leave an unforgettable moment in the memory of these perfect warriors. None of their resistance was effective. They could only watch him smash them like nuts. The light swept across the battlefield, destroying the warriors who stood in its path. Bones broke from the mere contact with this inhuman creature. It seemed that God himself had brought down his power on them.
But it was not so. The heavenly machinery was doing something that humans could not even imagine. It was piercing their bodies and piercing them through. The whistling of the boy's techniques, which came like the wind, symbolized his rapid forward movement. The perfect warriors who never retreated were forced to do so today. The eyes of the Moan warriors, who were waving their swords in fear, showed the realization that he was defeating them all. One of the warriors swung his sword and almost hit the boy's head, but the boy stopped the sword in midair with a slight movement of 2 fingers. Everything froze at that moment, making it clear how strong this guy was. It was simply impossible. Cold ran through the warrior's skin. Goosebumps covered his body because what had happened seemed incredible. Danson steadily moved forward, unaware of any obstacles in his path. His eyes were focused only on the goal. He didn't even look at what his hands were doing with the sword, as if binding it like a light thread. In one movement, he twisted the warrior's arm, breaking it in all its joints. The warrior realized how cruel it was to face such an opponent, but today he was not destined to survive. Another goal on the young master's path was accomplished, and he continued to move forward. Scraps of swords and jewelry were lying on the ground like garbage, like the remains of defeated warriors. No matter how many soldiers tried to stop him, they failed. One group followed another, but the boy did not even bother to fight them. He just waited and watched them attack. With a single glance, he could direct his chi energy anywhere. The lightning energy surrounding his foot suddenly made the ground shake. It seemed as if the elements themselves stood up to protect him as the ground began to rise up. Chunks of earth were torn out from under his feet and floated upward as if he controlled them. Raising his hands, he surrounded them with plasma energy that twisted the stones. Like a conductor, the guy controlled these stones, and a giant wave of stones rose up. And as soon as he opened his fingers, a sphere of explosive energy spurted out of them. He directed all these stones that had burst out of the ground at his enemies. The whistling sound of flying boulders hitting and smashing the warriors pierced their ears, the ground shaking as they fell on it, dropping their swords. His furious energy embodied the god of war, and his eyes blazed with blue flames. The warriors just watched them lose. Their pain did not subside. They just screamed, remembering this battle forever. Huge boulders pierced through their troops, piercing everything in their path. They created giant holes, destroying the world around them and leaving only devastation behind. After a while, smoke enveloped the entire perimeter where the battle was taking place. A new batch of warriors replaced the previous one, which had already fallen, and these ones ran forward again. A huge number of warriors again surrounded the young master, but he stood firm. With his gaze focused and his lightning-fast movements controlling his every step, the boy kept everything under control. The eyes of the soldiers from the elite squad looked at this incredible opponent who did not even look human. They doubted that this guy was even human. No matter how hard they tried to surround him, the guy was much faster and more agile than they were. The whole army could not catch him, even though they were scattered all over the battlefield with incredible speed. The soldiers joined together in 10 to strike together. When they united, their strength was such that they could defeat the strongest warrior in the world. And when they spun in the air, you could feel the incredible tension. A hurricane of these warriors enveloped the young master, who stood still. They united in an effort to destroy him, directing all their strength to defeat one enemy. But when the incredibly strong group approached, the boy just gave them a light glance. The warriors, hoping for salvation, drew their swords, relying on the skills they had acquired under the constellation of the Big Dipper. Extremely cold and sharp swords surrounded Danson on all sides, and it seemed that he would not be able to escape. Even a second before the collision, he did nothing, just watched the swords fly straight toward his head. And when they came so close that they almost touched him, the guy continued to behave calmly, as if it didn't bother him at all. Suddenly, time almost stopped. Who dared to stand in his way? The unlimited verdict of war began the moment the young man touched the ground, and lightning began to scatter across the area. He smiled, knowing that no one would survive the strike. The technique he used was forbidden. It was a triple explosion. Energy flashed around his palm. It rushed him to the ground, cutting through space like a huge bomb explosion. The shockwave destroyed everything in its path, illuminating the warriors with this power and melting their swords with it. The entire mountain was engulfed and destroyed by this explosion. The earth shook, and the sky was filled with thick smoke. The master, who had been the strongest on this earth up to that point, was filled with fear. The heads and warriors of the Moan clan were incredibly surprised, because their army had turned to dust in a matter of minutes. Our hero, piercing the air, began to move forward, no matter what. After the explosion, the mountain began to collapse, and the only lake in the northern ridge cave began to collapse. The order was simple. A girl named Jia had to kill all the people in the mountains and go to her father. When she heard the order from the foreman, she decided to fulfill it incredibly quickly, and the boy took it upon himself to finish off the old man.
But all his attacks did not work on the old man, because he was experienced and had seen such powerful techniques used on him many times. The old man skillfully dodged every blow of the Moan clan's furious energy. Watching his opponents, he saw them as a group of losers who could do nothing to him. The old man grabbed the rope he sought to strike. Twisting it in the air, he attacked the scoundrel, knowing that he could attack the old man as much as he wanted. But the ordinary people he ordered to be beaten were innocent. The rope's whiplash on the scoundrel's arm was met by his opponent's green aura, which was strong enough to deflect any blow. Drawing his sword, the Moan clan member continued to repel the old man's attacks. And when the old man did manage to repel the barrage of attacks, his lightning-fast movement was unsuccessful. But he didn't lose his sense of humor like a whipmaster. He twirled the whip around, showing his opponents that he was no ordinary master. And that day, he would let them see what the old sage was capable of. As soon as they feel the whip strike, his sly smile will light up the battlefield. A Moan clan master nearby on the battlefield dealt a crushing blow to one of his attackers. The precise strike to the enemy's head gave him the devastating force of the collision, and the rage exploded for a moment. The men who attacked their mountain were no longer in such good control of the situation, and one of them decided to save his master. He shouted that Don Chung was a scoundrel and that he would pay for his actions. But his demonic technique, called the Iron Crusher, fell upon the legendary Dong Chung. A stream of pure energy clashed with a black cold sword, and as if in an action movie, his hand was filled with fiery energy as their techniques clashed with each other. The man in black looked at the silver ring that opposed his sword and shuddered in fear. The valiant warrior of the North Wind had long sought to find out if he was worthy of the honor of being among the martial arts stars of the great warriors. They were approaching Dong Chung with the sole purpose of killing him. Their hatred was incredible. But all of these warriors were illuminated by the master's ray of fury, and their confidence in their own abilities disappeared suddenly. After all, while the rings are in the hands of the master, no one has the right to defeat him, and he punishes every enemy who stands in his way with his skills. Pointing his palm forward, the master made the ground shake, and fear enveloped his opponent. He felt all the tension above him as the hand quickly approached him. The master grabbed the scarred warrior by the head and began to squeeze his neck furiously. Lifting him up above the great abyss, the master whispered in his ear that soon the Moan family would rise above the heavenly continent, and he, the leader of Darek Manhua village, had caused too many problems for his family. The master, seeing a bright future in front of him, knew that he had to deal with everyone who stood in his way. He had no desire to get involved with imposters from Darek who might interfere with his plans when he reached Liaoning Fortress. But cold fear ran through his soul as he sensed an incredible force standing in his way. A triple explosion shook all the mountains, and everything began to collapse, falling on people. The invincible army was trapped under the piles of stones or fell into the abyss, falling down and breaking. Master Moan could not understand what it was, and even his extremely powerful silver rings could not match this incredible power. As he looked at his elite swordsmen lying on the ground like trash, he realized the extent of the disaster. All these warriors had been training for 20 years, but unfortunately they were all destroyed. Master Moan became interested in the person who suddenly emerged from this chaos. He put an end to their fate, because anyone who stands in the way of the young master is doomed. No one can resist the heavenly weapon. When one looked at this man, it was clear that he had descended from the very underworld. The one who was called the Sage, Dan Sion, proved to be unsurpassed in this battle, surprising everyone around him. Dan Sion towered over Moan Dongchong in his power, and asked him if he had the right to dispose of other people's lives. According to the young master, the people Moan Dongchong had imprisoned for no reason were innocent. Was this rascal ready to take responsibility for their lives? Master Moan looked at this guy, not understanding what tricks he was using. He saw that he was taking too much liberties, and he thought with contempt that these scum on the mountain were worthless. Why should he take responsibility for them? The god of war was looking down on him, and this scoundrel, Master Moan, had better think about his words, because today they might be his last. Let him make his last wish before he goes to the afterlife. And the mountains whistled with an incredible wind. The man in black looked at the incredible events of the battle and felt a strong smell of fear. He could see that one of the 3 strongest warriors was as strong as he was, but the man named Dan Sayun, his strength made him tremble with fear. This rascal had single-handedly dealt with the elite warriors, whose unit numbered about 100 men. The man in black was not just afraid. He realized that the ice lake in the northern ridge cave had been destroyed because of the master's enormous combat power, and the expression on his face as he went into battle radiated incredible calm. The guy was so confident that his deathly silence scared everyone around him to the very depths of his soul. Looking at him, it was clear without words that he was silently declaring himself as the very embodiment of death.
For a moment, the master was distracted and did not notice a sword flying at his back. It was one of his opponents who surrounded him with his cold weapon, sending an incredible ice hurricane in his direction. And if he had hesitated even a little bit, he would have lost his life. But the master managed to deflect the blow of this silver-ringed villain. A shadowy wave of energy sliced through space. The eyes of the master in black closed, and his teeth gritted in the face of the enemy who confronted him. However, this could not go on, and he directed his cold gaze at the one who was trembling so violently. It was Moye Gunsong, wondering if he deserved the title of strongest. But the master in black was about to show him who was truly worthy of that title. And whether he is worthy to go forward and carry that title, his sword begins to glow with a purple aura, and the power emanating from it could melt even the strongest mountains. An explosive strike is directed at his opponent. Meanwhile, our hero continued to talk to the Moan clan master, whom he told that these words might be his last. The old man who had lived for many years had never heard such nonsense addressed to him. At the last moment, he said only one thing, that his last words would be said to a young man named Dan Seyon. After all, Master Chun was a master of the great Northern Range martial arts, which were considered invincible. Filling his hand with explosive fire energy, he created a sphere of pure power that ignited in his palms. A hurricane of fire swirled around him, heating the air and forming a huge circle of fire above his head. It was an incredible destructive force. The old man, aiming his blow at the young man, thought that he would never see him again, because he would become only a foot for his ring. He pushed the fiery circle away from him and directed it at the young master. The calmness of the god of war could not be expressed in words. Looking at this incredibly large circle of fire, which even destroyed the earth in its path, he did not blink an eye. He simply filled his hands with heavenly chi energy and stretched his back. He thrust his arm forward and showed his strength without hesitation. An ordinary hand would not even be able to touch this circle. But the young master's hand was able not only to stop, but also to resist this incredibly powerful charge. Like lightning, it began to direct its power to the center of the circle, and, like a parasite, infect this energy with his opposition, until suddenly everything exploded. There was an explosion and the earth disintegrated under the shockwave. Nothing could be seen but puffs of smoke and an aura that spread around the perimeter. Seeing the chaos around the site of the explosion, the head of the Moan clan felt triumphant, convinced that the destructive ring simply could not be destroyed. After all, he had spent 20 years creating this technique using 200 northern mountain ranges. He was sure that no one would ever be able to cope with this technique. But suddenly, incredible sounds began to come from the place where the smoke cloud was raging. The young master stopped the golden ring with his hand, and not only did he stop it, he held it in his hands even as it was still accumulating energy. The old man shuddered in horror when he saw it. A real demon stood before him, stopping his golden ring and holding it in his hands. But that was not enough. He was going to take away the golden ring that old Moen still possessed. The young master looked at this ring before his eyes, not recognizing it as a super technique, but only seeing that the old man had been sacrificing people for 20 years for such a nonsense. He realized that invincible power can never be gained by relying on such trifles. The guy released the ring from his hand, began to twist it on his finger, and pushed it away. With a powerful blow of his palm, he threw the ring away, and a white light shone on him. This trinket he was holding in his hands was useless to him, so he decided to return it to the old man. It was more like an explosive punch that cut through the air with its speed, and the shockwave swept around. The old man watched as his own weapon flew right at him. He realized that he had to stop it somehow because it could wipe him out. He directed the shining ring like lightning to counteract this golden ring. But at the moment of contact, his weapon was charged with a completely different energy. Because of this, it pierced through the old master's defense and attack, and the tension of the moment could be felt in the air. When the weapon of the most brutal master struck him, everything began to collapse. The master watched as his own weapon was pointed at him and struck him in the most cruel way. He realized that this could be the end, but he could not believe it. And then, when his body began to break into pieces, and his sweat and water dried up from the force of this blow, he realized that he could not withstand such an incredibly powerful blow from his opponent. The chi energy directed at him caused his hands to tremble, his nails to fall off, and the old man's strength was on the verge of being exhausted. At this moment, as the old man was staring at his weakened hands for a long time, the young master approached him, suggesting that if he was the head of the Moan family, he should not disgrace his family's name. After this statement, the old man was simply furious at this impudent young man who had ruined his plans. He saw a real scoundrel in front of him. But the young owner did not feel a drop of pity or sympathy for the man who had killed so many innocent people. So let him not think that the boy would give him a quick and painless death.
The pain that the mountain people have suffered because of this unworthy old man should be felt on his own skin. The young master wants the old man to experience it all for himself, like a guinea pig. The guy looked at his victim, feeling superior in this battle. A blast wave spread as Dan Sayun kicked the rock. He pushed himself off the ground and like a demon rushed forward, getting closer and closer to the old man. The old man realized that he had to think of something urgent and began to accumulate an energy ring to direct it at the impudent opponent. He was sure that no young man could defeat him, the legendary warrior Moen Dong Chong. With his tricks, nothing can compare to the martial art of the Great Mountain Range, and the destructive rings will help him destroy the enemy. But no matter how many rings flew at the young master's face, he did not care. He moved like a butterfly, dodging all the blows. The energy rings flew by like mistakes of nature, just like this old man. A stern gaze gripped the old man as he looked directly into the eyes of the god of war. Feeling that his words about tricks were extremely rash, the god of war decided to show him some real tricks that would make even a martial arts master afraid. He threw his punch into the ground and made it split along with the place where the old man was standing. The god of war will never allow the heavenly weapons he wields to be called tricks. The guy was above the old man in lightning speed, and his blue energy kick flew straight towards the old man's face, signaling the end. The lightning strike was aimed directly at the head of the Moen clan. No matter how hard he tried to dodge, he had to take the hit. Holding the young warrior's leg, the clan leader considered this great impudence. How dare he attack the lord with such an unknown martial art? But despite all his efforts, the old man was unable to keep the kick. It broke through his defense. The blow flew right into his face, and the sky trembled with the sounds of battle. The head of the Moen clan fell like a loser under the young master's blow, and one could hear a bone crack in his body. Seeing the enemy falling, Master Sayun decided to finish him off and demonstrate his superiority. The glow of the celestial weapon, which the head of the Moen clan had called a sneaky trick, burst forth with dazzling energy from his hand. Like a brilliant eagle, he flashed with fierce power and directed it at the old rascal. No matter how many golden rings flew in Sayun's direction, it had no effect. All the blows aimed at him were skillfully deflected and deflected. The explosions of belligerent blows had no effect except to disappoint the old man in his techniques. The brilliance of the hand in front of the Moen clan chief's face blinded his eyes. It was almost impossible to dodge, only to take this majestic blow. A giant wave pushed the old man away, and the ground shook. Only a great scream and the rings flying over the old man shouted, "Bastard! How dare you!" No matter how much he tried to turn around or direct his equipment at the young warrior, it was useless. Rising up, he exploded with incredible energy and trembled with hatred. He had never felt such disrespect, because how could a legendary warrior be defeated by a noob? The crunching of the ground and everything around him began to fill the space, creating incredible chaos. The old man, like a wild animal cornered, began to gnaw at everything around him and beat his equipment against the ground. The lightning-fast golden energy stretched out, directing its blows at the young master. The same golden circle burst out of the chaotic smokescreen. As if from a slingshot or catapult, these rings began to fly out of the old man. The god of war skillfully dodged them as if it were just a game or even a trick. Watching the equipment that once seemed invincible now looked like a toy, the old man began to doubt its power. In the hands of the young master, it was just fun up to a point, until the rings began to turn against him and come back at him. Eventually, they fell on the body of the god of war. They dealt him slashing blows to each finger. Watching the enemy's body being cut and torn into golden rings, the old man began to laugh. After all, he had finally defeated this fool who believed in his own strength. But he rejoiced too soon, because he saw the boy's body begin to turn to ashes. It was not a body, but only a residual aura left over from the guy's incredibly fast movement. In fact, his rings did not hit the boy. He was on top of him and was performing an incredible acrobatic trick. As soon as the old man looked up, he saw the young master's foot flying straight into his face. And when it hit him, despite the old man's defense, there was an incredible explosion. The old man had never seen such a monster in his entire life. And yet, when the god of war pushed back against him, it became clear who would win this battle. The young master landed on the ground and looked at the old man, not as a warrior, but as a miserable, trembling scoundrel. Despite this, a sphere of pure energy exploded in his palms, overflowing his hands. It burned all living things that came near, and even those that were just watching this technique. This was his trick up his sleeve. He had prepared this technique specifically for the old man, so that he would feel unbearable pain. What the guy had accumulated was called a heavenly weapon, and the technique was called the destructive palm. The destructive palm wielded by the young master was a technique that caused all living things to experience unbearable pain and suffering. When Sayun touched the old man's body, he decided that it was time to deal him the final blow. The aura that covered the boy's fingers began to eat away at the rascal's body. The rotating momentum of those palms gripped the old man's arm and began to twist it with incredible force.
Like the most ruthless surgeon, the crunching of the old bastard's bones filled his life with suffering. Having experienced the incredible strength of the young master, the old man stopped doubting his power. Intending to strike the final blow, the boy, like a ferocious beast, rushed at the head of the Moen clan. He filled his energy with divine power and directed it at the old man with a whistle in the air. He touched the old man's arm and gave him the full force of this blow. The old man's wrapped arm suddenly began to spin at a frantic speed, causing him unbearable pain. The guy strained even harder and a flash of light burst from his palm, which turned into a shockwave. Together with the old man, the force pierced and destroyed everything behind him, including the mountains and the earth. The impact was so strong that bloody tears flowed from the old man's eyes. His pain was incredible. No one could even imagine such cruel maneuvers. A brilliance enveloped the old man's exhausted body, and his existence was coming to an end. The celestial weapon, like a lightning sphere of explosive power, flew forward, splitting and destroying the earth, and all of this was a gift for the old man. The young master shone with all his divine power, knowing that no one survives this technique. Smiling, Sayun was glad that the old man had paid for his sins. It was a merciless sentence. Returning to the battle of one of the dark representatives, the sound of swords striking scattered shards in all directions. The master's opponent was strong, but they were almost on the same level. The dark master turned to Gunson of the Moen clan, shocked that he was unable to accept his ruthless lion punch and still doubted his strength. Looking at his opponent, Chul Muri realized that he was facing the greatest scoundrel of his life. Their fight was to the death, and only one of them could survive. Both wanted only one thing: to take each other's head off. But when they felt the power of the heavenly weapon, their bodies trembled with fierce fear. Fear seized their minds, and they did not know what to do. They fought with each other, but they could not resist the demonic creature. The fierce blow that struck the master collapsed the cave, destroyed the earth's surface, scattered the stone blocks, and destroyed the legendary warrior forever. In the place of the funnel stood the young master Sayun, who had just destroyed the head of the Moen clan. The warriors turned their heads and stopped fighting because a terrifying force had swept past them. One of the warriors turned around and could not believe his eyes. His son saw his father defeated by a young man in the midst of the battle. The force of the blow was so great that his father's face and figure remained permanently disfigured. However, he was still standing, despite the incredible suffering he had endured. Looking out of the only eye that was still conscious, the old man did not understand what was happening. He saw the boundless chaos that enveloped everything around him, and he realized that the fear he felt had clouded his mind so much that, despite his disfigured arm, he could not understand how badly he was injured. But if he did not regain his energy, he would be finished. The young warrior Sayun stood over him and ordered the old man not to even try. When the old man saw Sayun, he trembled as if in front of a terrible creature. The young master warned him that if he wanted to live at least a little longer, he should stop. If the boy activated his power in this state, the old man would die instantly. The head of the Moen clan gritted his teeth in horror, growling like a mad dog as he looked at this arrogant rascal. He ordered Sayun not to speak, as if the old man had already surrendered, as if the battle was over. The old man was sure that this was only the beginning. He took his trembling hand, which no longer had any living space, and decided that if he died, he would at least try to activate his chi. The old man's flabby arm was filled with power, and blood flowed through his body again. The energy restored his arm, and the fierce power, like his last breath, gave him incredible strength, but took away the most important thing. And then we will see what happens on the battlefield. Suddenly, the old man turned into an incredible monster, activating the martial art of the Great Northern Range, which obeyed him. Moen Dongchong became invincible. Seon judged the old man's technique as the most ridiculous in the world, looking at him with pity in his eyes. The old man couldn't bear the thought of defeat. It didn't matter to him who wanted to compete with him. He shouldn't have any opponents in this world. But again, the boy fills his hand with heavenly energy. Twisting it, regardless of the form it takes, it still gives in. The old man's whole body is screaming for him to stop, but he has crossed the line. Feeling his pain, the old man realizes that his blood and energy are twisting inside him because of this guy. Golden energy fills the space, and the young master's hand rushes forward. The flow of internal energy that was supposed to stop at the touch of this boy was directed at the old man. Soon, a sudden blow stops the old man's internal energy, and he realizes in horror that his strength is leaving him. At the moment when his arm became immobile, and his strong body was blocked, he feels his strength leaving him. Suddenly, the old man begins to feel pain. Incredible suffering engulfs his body. It was a good attempt to stop the process, but the skills of the Moen clan head were not enough to cope with this challenge. If he cannot control the flow of lightning, then not only his arteries, but also his veins, meridians, and capillaries will explode from the inside. This was the price for the misuse of power, for his long tongue, and for the suffering he caused to ordinary people. Pain gripped the old man's body.
He wanted to grab hold of something, to cling to something, but he called for his golden rings.
They spun behind Sayun, who had already expected such a maneuver.
He skillfully dodged the furious golden rings, which like sharp swords pierced everything in their path.
The old man tried to use these weapons, but it was useless. His skills seemed ridiculous. But the old man did something that the young master did not expect. He surprised him with his maneuvers. He pointed the golden rings at himself, cutting off an unnecessary part of his body. The unnecessary part fell to the ground, and despite the pain, he still held on. The old man realized that if he could stop the flow of Kai and lightning in this way, he had a chance. The young master had not expected the old man to be smart enough to think of such a method, and now he realized that he had underestimated him. The old man was trembling and holding his crippled arm, calling the boy an insolent son of a bitch. And with his last breath, he filled his left arm with incredible golden power. A red light lit up above his hand, forming a golden ring. This ring blazed and illuminated everything around it like a sinister beast. Dongchang ignited an incredible fire above him. By activating the Great Northridge Destructive Ring, the old man was not only going to destroy his opponent's body, but also tear his soul apart. With a crazed gaze, he stared at his enemy to activate the fire spirit explosion. Hellfire erupted from his hand and gathered over the old man. This technique was really powerful.
The fire burned everything in its path, covering every corner it could penetrate.
Sayun took the brunt of it without retreating a single step. It was a really interesting technique, and he was glad that the old man was capable of it, but the technique simply disappeared when it hit him. It spread out in all directions, moved to buildings that had not been touched before, and set them on fire. The fire also spread to the main building that symbolized the Moen clan, which they had been working on for so long. And because of this inadequate old man who was the head of this clan, it burst into an incredibly intense fire. Watching this, the son of the Moen clan head could not believe his eyes when he saw their pride burning. The warrior who came to capture the treasure was amazed to find himself in a veil of flames. He and his opponent were inside the element of fire, which became their common enemy. The young master, when the earth shook from the flames, appreciated this technique as incredible. If the old man had such power, he should have started with it from the beginning. The old man's body shook with evil laughter. He felt his undeniable superiority. But loneliness haunted him as he realized that the fire of lightning piercing him could destroy him. However, it didn't matter anymore. A flash of heavenly weapon bursts from his palm, and he concentrates his power to ensure the old man's quick and inevitable death.
Rushing into the battlefield, the ground cracks under him.
Running closer to Moen Dongchang, the young man looks him straight in the eye, ready to make him feel unbearable pain before he dies.
The celestial weapon sounds again, and the young man's raised arms fill the entire space with energy. Plasma expanding around them, splitting the rocks like thunder.
The rapid flow rushes at the enemy with incredible destructive power. The sphere strikes directly into the body of the old bastard.
And during the collision, this fireball takes on a new, even more devastating meaning. The flash of the divine weapon blinds the eyes, leaving the enemy helpless.
But the young man concentrates his striking energy to send a blow straight from heaven.
Moving rapidly forward, he destroys the enemy, rushing past him with terrifying force.
The battlefield is filled with pain, smoke, and destruction, and the sky trembles from their collision.
Rapid energy destroys the silence, as if a flash of lightning breaks the night.
Master Mayun's fireball was destroyed by our hero's divine techniques.
The explosion ripples across the slope, roaring through the silence in places where the echo of battle is not even audible.
Burning buildings and a collapsing cave are a real verdict of war that humanity has not known for a long time.
The power of the young master fills everything around, destroying all the warriors who fall under its influence.
The son of Master Mayun wants to come and stop the young man who creates such a devastating hurricane. For the sake of his father, he breaks through the chaos created by the heavenly weapon technique. But when he approached, the explosion was so powerful that it destroyed the platform he was standing on. The masters could not keep their balance and close their eyes as the chaos grew to an incredible scale. A sphere of pure energy demonically swirled over everything. It seemed that the air had stopped circulating, leaving only chaos and dust. Everything was frantically scattering, and it seemed that after everything had died down, there would be nothing left alive. The lightning was passing through every warrior, piercing every cell. Master Moen miraculously survived, but he was severely injured. He looked up at the majestic northern range. The incredible equipment was destroyed, and he could not believe that it could be destroyed so easily. The bastard who turned out to be his opponent was incredibly strong and powerful. The old man could not understand who this devil was. What kind of a monstrous creature had interfered with their lives? Upon hearing this question, the young man proudly replied that he was the heavenly weapon of Dansayun,
and he had just destroyed a lake that had gone unnoticed for 20 years. Then the master found this cave and hatched his plan. Dozens of times he checked every detail. Hundreds of times he prepared for any events and possible scenarios. He had gotten rid of the elders who were in his way, the incredibly strong warriors who stood in his way, and now some boy had destroyed everything he had built for so long. After that, the young man, imbued with his words, began to approach him. The old man begged him to stop, and with every step he took, fear gripped his soul more and more. He screamed as if he saw a demon in front of him and begged him to stop. All the old man wanted, being desperate and destroyed, was for the young man to stay away from him. Towering over this unworthy old man, who had done many vile deeds, the young man looked at him with his burning eyes. The old man, bleeding, whispered softly, "Help me!" The pain in his body was unbearable, and he only begged not to die because he wanted to live, no matter what. But when he looked into the old man's eyes, the young man realized how mean he had lived his life. He had come here for a reason. No matter how much the old man pleaded for help, the young man who stood before him had come to decide his fate. Horrified, the old man could not look away from the terrifying face of this young master, and feeling defeated, begged him not to kill him, promising all his wealth in exchange for his life. At this moment, the son of the Moan clan head accumulates a golden storm technique in his hand from a distance. He looks at his father, who is surrounded by this young man, and wants to help him. But he realizes that if he uses his technique, it could be dangerous for his father. However, the young man cannot simply forgive the man who destroyed all his father's efforts and destroyed everything. However, he lingered so long that he did not even notice the martial artist approaching him from behind, his eyes glowing with eager desire. As he pointed his sword, a purple aura tore through him. It covered his body, and a powerful energy punch killed him. Throwing his body away, the master from Chehon destroyed his opponent. The red liquid began to flow down to the ground, coloring it in a bloody hue. The son of the head of the Moan clan, holding his disfigured face, screamed and cried, realizing that he had made an irreparable mistake. The eldest son of the Moan family is different from the others, so much so that he can afford to be distracted even during a battle with the valiant warrior of the North Wind. However, because of his mistake, he received a deep wound on his face, which made him very angry. He shouts out the name of his offender, his hand swings like lightning over the warrior Keolmuri. But looking at this blow, Keolmuri's serious expression does not change, as he sees no point in it. His golden ring was stopped by the sword, but something went wrong. The force of the blow was much greater than anyone could have imagined. The son of the head of the Moan clan dealt a crushing blow to his enemy. But now was not the time for this battle. The entire Moan clan was collapsing right before his eyes, and he was forced to postpone the battle. The hand of the Moan clan representative is filled with hatred, and pierces the body of the Chol clan warrior. A powerful punch strikes Keel's lower pelvis, causing him significant damage. Chul feels unbearable pain and spits out blood on the ground. The warrior flew off to the side, barely holding his sword, and thus Moan's eldest son threw his enemy away. He pointed his hand forward and began to cut through the darkness with his golden ring. All this was done in order to save his father from an incredibly strong man who stood in their way. At that moment, Dan Sa-yu unsuspectingly saw an incredible force rushing in his direction. It was a cunning maneuver by Moan's eldest son to intervene in the battle. The young master, as always, was strictly watching everything that was happening around him. The ring was very close to his head, and it seemed that in a moment it would cut off his head. But everything that could not match his strength, he repelled with his hand, sending the ring into oblivion. Moan's eldest son quickly approached the young master and tried to save his father with a cunning maneuver. He called the young man a real monster and asked who he was. They can't even imagine why this bastard is interfering in the affairs of another family. But if he continues, let him remember, even if he goes to hell with the eldest son of the Moan clan, he will not allow his family to be destroyed. He takes his disfigured father away, promising that he will definitely take revenge on the bastard for everything. Dan Sa-yu watches what is happening with one thought in his head. They are freaks and idiots themselves, and even if they are running away now, they don't know yet that there is no escape from him. He will simply take their lives, and pointing his heavenly weapon in their direction, he prepares to act. The young man with the scar on his face squints one eye and realizes that their situation is very bad. In order to prevent the boy from causing them pain and suffering, he points the golden ring in the direction of the young master. However, this technique has not worked on him for a long time, and even as a result of the power of the god of war, they could not seriously harm him. Dan Sa-yu looks at these incredibly stupid actions and laughs, considering them an absolute waste. When the eldest son looked back to see the result of his technique, he realized that it had not worked. He stretches out his palm, and a blinding energy bursts from his hand. The energy began to envelop the young master who had dodged the golden ring, but now it was directed at his back. Dan Sa-yu saw the ring begin to rotate around him, mesmerizing his eyes. This was not like the techniques used before What the Hell? The ring aimed at the rocky boulder and began to cut through it with incredible destructive force. Like a knife cutting a branch from a tree, the ring sliced off a chunk of large stone right in front of the young master. The cracking and crashing of the falling boulder echoed around him. It was a crushing force. With great speed, this force was falling on him, and the young master watched in amazement. He was really amazed by this turn of events, because he had not expected anything like this. The boulder was uncontrollable, falling to pieces and falling directly on him. Chaos engulfed everything around him, smashing everything to pieces and covering the entire space with stones. We returned to the old master, who had been fighting with a young opponent from the Moen clan all this time. They fought without being distracted by anything, and the young opponent struck one after another. The old man, controlling the cloth, wrapped himself and his arms around it, directing the swirling blows toward his opponent. Like madmen, they confronted each other, filling the battle with powerful blows. The sister noticed that her brother was struggling and decided to help him by coming in from behind. The fiery blow of her technique rushed towards the villain. Their swords were drenched in Moen's green light. They used all their strength to destroy the enemy from both sides. The old master dodged the first blow, reacting to it instantly. The second blow, however, almost missed his body, but unfortunately, that was the end of it. The old master jumped up explosively, dodging the sword. But the blows did not stop, and the old man did not have as much opportunity as his two opponents. Suddenly, the old man stands up on his hands, digging his fingers into the ground with incredible strength. Then he kicks his opponent, knocking him down. With his other foot, he kicks the girl who had misbehaved in the battle. The two strong warriors fly off in different directions, not expecting such a maneuver from the old man. Like a true acrobat, he spins on his ropes and directs them towards his opponents. Soon one of them is trapped, and the old man tightens the ropes around him. Like a puppet, he throws him toward one of the sisters. Tightening the ropes even more, he throws her to the ground with all his might, trying to destroy this bastard who was opposing him. And damn it, fear gripped him because this could be his first lost battle. The ropes were tightening his body, making him gasp for breath. The old man spun them 300 degrees once more and threw them to the side. When they landed on the ground, they were already helpless. With one powerful punch, the old man managed to twist, hit them, and even send a crushing blow in their direction. The two strong warriors looked at the old man, named Mugai, who was considered a real hurricane. The old man in turn looked at the two warriors and laughed, wondering how masters like them could hold so many people captive. At that moment, the sound of falling stones pierced their ears. Everything began to collapse right before their eyes, and they were in great danger. They could have found themselves under huge blocks of stones falling from above. The stones were falling with devastating force, and everything around them was falling like a snowball. Soon the stones fell on everyone, leaving only smoke and the smell of chaos in the air. The slaves, who had been trying to escape from this Arabian world where they had been held in this cave for a long time, were now in a hurry to get out of here as quickly as possible. But the crack that pierced the entire cave began to destroy everything around them, and they risked not getting out but being buried under the stones. The old man looked up and saw the eldest son of the Moen clan take his father and try to escape with him. He also called his sister and brother Ji-ah from Gwangseong, forcing them to retreat. He warned them that the thing they feared most had happened. A great disaster had awakened. The bloodied brother with the scar on his face looked quite serious. The energy exploded and illuminated everything in its path. The flashes of incredible power began to destroy the stone blocks. The young master, holding his stick aloft, managed to smash a boulder that had fallen on him in one motion. The thought that these scoundrels had escaped from him did not give him peace. In a rage, he began to smash all the stones around him, raising his hand and using the heavenly weapon. An incredible force fell on the cold stones, turning them into sand. From a distance, the son of the Moen clan had watched, frightened and in disbelief. This guy is a real monster. Nothing in this life can resist him. The cave continued to collapse, and in a few more minutes, everything would collapse. The girl wanted to escape with her brother, and the young man heard the phrase "great disaster," but did not immediately understand what it meant. However, he could hear something collapsing and falling down around him. Perhaps this is some kind of self-destruction mechanism in case of such a situation. Hong Mugai turned to her brother and said that they had to hurry, as there was very little time left. Her brother began to cry, refusing to leave. He was not going to leave this perimeter. Even if he had to sacrifice his life, he had to deal with the old poor man. The girl looked at her brother and did not recognize him. The old man, hearing these words, was sure that the young man in front of him was a real idiot, because he thought he could defeat the old man. His clan opponent burst into incredible energy. Lightning burst from his chest, and his sword was filled with the power of hatred. He promised that he would destroy the old man, and then kill all the people on the mountain. As soon as he spoke these words, the punishment for his thoughts was not far away. The young master, using a heavenly weapon, directed his sphere of energy toward the rascal. Looking at him, Dan Sa-yu realizes that this guy's strength is only good enough to get him to the cemetery. He throws him aside, and the opponent falls from such a strong blow, moving away very quickly. He ricochets on the ground, hitting again and again, spinning and falling. To keep him from relaxing, Dan Sa-yu throws another punch to wipe the smile off his face. The sister watches her brother being destroyed by some incredible force and cannot do anything. When her brother stood up on one leg, he was shaking and trembling as if he had a fever. The trembling covered his body, and something incredible was happening to him, as if some disease was spreading through him. She held her brother in her arms and asked him to just hold on, not to give up, not to die. Dan Sa-yu approached the two, not having a drop of pity for them. They were proud bastards who didn't value other people's lives, but still cared about each other. The girl, looking at this demon, asked him why he had done all this, why he had interfered in their family's life at all. Dan Sa-yu looked her straight in the eye and replied, "Does she call this interference?" He didn't intend to interfere in their lives. They were the ones who had been trying to stop him all along. The words made the girl angry. It wasn't true. The young man hadn't even taken the money that had been their gift all along. What did he want anyway? Dan Sa-yu had been watching two caravans from the mountain all this time, heading for Shenyang and Moan. She was alarmed by these two caravans. One of them had a Yuan envoy in it. It was about 10 years ago, and this time period coincided with the realization of her family's plans. It may have something to do with Shenyang, although the Moan family has no connection to it. And the second caravan was about 20 years ago, when the Moan family seized a cave in the Great North Ridge and began abducting innocent people from the mountain. The young owner reminded her that they had kidnapped a young girl from the mountain, and he had been looking for her all this time. The old man, who was his partner, finally realized what was going on. He was standing behind and realized that the young man had finally found this child. A sudden shock made the ground tremble, and a great calamity began to break out from all sides, bursting into their cave. What is called the Great Calamity is coming down from the mountain toward them like a huge ball of fire. The girl realizes that they did not have time to do anything, did not even have time to escape, and they will not survive this great disaster. Cracking and noise resounded throughout the cave as it began to self-destruct. Stones flew in all directions, covering all living things. The old man saw this incredible force and could not understand what kind of powerful explosion had engulfed them. The girl looked into the eyes of the young master and asked why he was hiding his power. Because the young master had interfered in their lives, great grief had occurred. His senseless interference had destroyed everything in the village, and now this place would become their common grave, covered with stony soil. Large masses of stones were falling in the background, and she told him that if they survived, they would find him and take revenge. At that moment, they pushed off and together with their brother moved away into oblivion. The landscape of this event was simply incredible. Pieces were still coming off from above, stones were falling from below, tearing everything apart. It seemed as if everything was laid with dynamite, and incredible explosions began around. The mountain, which had seemed impregnable before, was filled with an incredible sphere of energy. Its lower layer was blown off by the strongest explosion in the world, and the ferocity of this explosion made people all over the world wake up. The violent collision and shuddering of the earth collapsing and falling down knew no bounds of destructive power. A few minutes after the big explosion, everything around was filled with devastation. The walls and the mountain itself collapsed. 15 days after the explosion, explosions were still occurring on the territory of the Moan family, and devastation reigned around. The head of the Moan clan only today allowed himself to feel discouraged. He felt very bad because his entire reality had collapsed in an instant. His son, Kwangsung, had suffered a defeat because of his stupidity, which caused his death. The father promised not to grieve for him, as his death would be an accident for the Moan family. The old man believed that his son's death was just a small contribution to something new for their family. Like the last sip of wine aged for thousands of years. He was counting his losses, and strangely enough, he needed to forget about them. He throws the bottle of wine on the floor and it slowly falls from his throne. Everything that has happened will be a great experience for his family, and he will not be afraid to stain his hands with blood. But first he will destroy the remnants of the villagers of Darak. He abruptly rises from his throne and begins to decide the fate of Darak village, and then he will unite with the other clans and with those idiots from the 5 families who will no longer be able to oppose him. Of course, he's lost a lot, but he only needs a little time. Nothing will stop his plan. Looking in the mirror, he realizes that the guy had cut off his arm. The old man recalls the martial art of the young man he fought. Nothing was known about his age, name, or clan. And he wonders if this young man was a student, because his martial art was unlike anything he had ever encountered. But he refuses to believe that he could have survived. It seemed utterly ridiculous. The great disaster that had engulfed the entire mountain and destroyed everyone who was there seemed to be the reason why no one could survive. And the cave had already collapsed. This was what stopped the old man's thoughts, convincing him that the rascal was dead. But when he closed his eyes to think about how many more life goals he had in front of him, when he opened his eyes, he saw this devilish figure standing before him. Fear gripped him as he looked at Dan Sayu, who was floating in the air, surrounded by divine energy. The young man reminded him of his promise to take his life, and he had no intention of breaking it. The boy was safe and sound. This was the final step needed to stop the clan leader. A sphere of pure energy filled the space and pierced the black stone block, which began to crack. A stream of divine technique burst out of it, creating a path for the young master. This cracking sounded everywhere, and the lightning-like movement caused the earth to part in different directions. The old man, watching all this, was amazed. The young man never ceased to amaze him, because when the great disaster arose, the old man had already said goodbye to his life, and could not believe that they were able to get out. And not only they survived, but also the inhabitants of the mountain, the warrior Cholmuri, and the Darik warriors, they all managed to escape. When they came out into the fresh air, they were happy to feel life again. After that, the old man remembered what the young man had said about the girl he was looking for, and asked if her name was Han. The young man turned to him and, looking intently at the old man, asked if he knew her. She was about 6 or maybe 7 years old at the time. The old man told him that he had been detained here in this rocky grave for 20 years when they held people of all ages, both men and women. However, the women and children could not cope with the work of the excavations and were sold into slavery. The money raised was spent on the excavation of the Northern Ridge Cave. A girl from the mountain with the surname Khan, like all the others, ended up here. If he's not mistaken, her name was Hansa, and she was very intelligent and calm, not at all like her age. But it doesn't matter, because although she was smart, she was still just a child. Soon she was sold to traders as a slave, and the records of slave sales are probably kept by the head of the Moan clan. If the young man finds these records, he will be able to find the girl. Once again, our hero realizes that he needs to go to Dongcheong. Perhaps in the end it will turn out that all these events are not just coincidences. The young master's hand sent chi energy into Dongcheong's body again and again. One after another explosion pierced the body of the old man, who screamed mercilessly. Each time he shuddered from the pain inflicted by the young master. Recently, when they fought, the young man told him that he would be punished. He would make him feel terrible pain, and the old man knew that he could not simply avoid it. The moment the boy returned his gaze, the old man swallowed hard. After all, the boy had warned him that he would now make the old man answer and pay for all his sins. In the main residence of the clan head, heavenly energy shone, filling everything around. In a second, everything calmed down again, but something was completely different. Soon Gunsong came to visit his father to see him. He reported that, on his orders, the preparations for departure to the Iron Union had been completed. Gunson also said that he and Jay had been forced to destroy Derek because of the Iron Union. Now their family was safe, and they wanted to show their father some respect before they left. As they bowed their gazes, the young man looked at his father. Terror gripped him when he saw his father's condition, and this fear pierced his heart. To everything they said, his father responded only with empty silence, which was completely unlike him. They began to look around, trying to understand what was happening, and were worried for both themselves and their respect for their father. The head of the Moan clan opened one eye and asked Ji to slowly call for a doctor. No matter how hard they tried to stop their father's death, they could not. At that moment, the young master was jumping on the roofs. He stepped aside, realizing that he had done everything he wanted to do and even took the records. In his hands was a scroll that contained a lot of information about what he had been looking for so long. Maneuvering across the rooftops, he was leaving the place. But when he stopped, he was overcome with doubt. Had he done everything he wanted to do? Soon he heard the voice of an old man asking him if he had accomplished everything he had planned. The young man looked at the old man and noted his appearance, which emphasized his calmness under the moon. It was quite impressive on his part. The old man realized that Moandon Chong had become a villain to this world, even though everyone considered him a hero. He was defeated at the hands of the young master, and the old man invited Dan Sayu to have a glass with him, although he was not insistent in his offer. Dan Sayu was not that sensitive, and was not going to drink to the death of that bastard. He was only satisfied that he had finally found a clue to finding the young master's daughter. The old man perceived his indifference as a crime because to him, this guy was just a thief who stole his friend. And yet he asked if he would like to drink some more. The old man wanted to make up for lost opportunities. Having spent too much time in the cave, he now wanted to drink as much liquor as he hadn't been able to in all that time. The last bottle was quite rough, and the old man was drunk out of his mind, when suddenly he thought he knew another important detail that could help him find the girl. Dan Sayu looked at him with a stern look. He had an unusual task for an old man, but now it was a real request. Opening the scroll, he found information about the black traders. The young master knew nothing about them, and wanted to ask the old man if he had heard anything about them. When the old man heard these words, he was surprised by the young man's request, because he had never expected to hear such a thing from him. All he knew about black traders was that they were mysterious and difficult to characterize. They are usually called the Traders Union, but all information about their existence remains only at the level of rumors and whispers. No one has ever seen their leader, and no one knows what they actually trade. If this union gathers in one place, they are very careful about spreading information about their business. Nothing is more important to them than profit. And even if they break laws and traffic people, it is known that they also have ties to the Five Dragon Union. This is all information that has been passed from person to person, and nothing else is known. The old man confirmed that this was true, but if he stayed with the young man, he would try to find out more about the black traders. If this is possible, the young man would be happy to do so. The old man asked for a reward because he wanted to benefit himself and learn even more. The warrior laughed at the fact that his partner was such a greedy old man, but he realized that any information has a price. The old man was surprised when the young master extended his hand, which contained a sphere, a very valuable object. It was a real luminous marble sphere. No doubt not a fake one. Such sphere could be worth 1,000 gold pieces, and it was the first time in his life that the old man had seen such a perfect spherical marble. The old man was nervous when he saw this marble gem. The shine of the marble was simply incredible, but the young master quickly hid it, taking it away from the old man's hands, because he was not going to trust such a valuable thing to trembling hands. The old man pointed his finger at the young owner and said that he needed something else from him. When asked why he was so worried, the old man replied that 10 years ago, he had seen a bronze dragon destroyed by an unknown martial art. That was the moment when his perception of the world turned upside down, and he realized how pointless it was to train and learn something unusual when such incredible power exists. The old man's words made him stay in Shenyang, hoping that his student would show up. That's why he waited by that statue, not realizing why and when his student would come. Several years passed, but the student never showed up. Several more years passed, but his disciples still did not come. 10 more years passed, and as many winters, but no one bothered him. One day, however, everything changed. As the old man waited, he heard a cart rushing toward him, and they saw a bronze statue of a black dragon. The carriage was getting closer, and they were about to arrive in Shenyang. The old man immediately realized that unusual people were approaching, and at that moment he saw the one he had been talking about all along. Crossing his arms, he said that at that moment he saw the person he had been waiting for all these years. This information even made the young man tense. After all, the old man was talking about a descendant who had the same eyes as the old man. And now, after 10 years, he seems to know his master. If the old man had planned this, then he probably wants to learn the secrets of the heavenly weapons. And now that he has told him all this, the old man cannot deny that this is what he needs to know. But as he said earlier, in order to get the information, Dan Sayu has to pay the old man. As he finished the last drop of liquor, the old man smiled, realizing that if the young man agreed, why not help each other? After all, he didn't feel bad about leaving things as they were, and then they would be equal. The young master smiled in response to his words. He showed respect for the old man and was happy to make a deal with the sage Gaiban. The heavenly weapon is passed down only from one person to another, and the young man admitted that he did not know much, but promised to tell everything he knew. The old man was amazed by the information from the young man who guaranteed to keep this secret, and it made him nervous. He introduced himself as the sage Gaiban Hanmugai, and promised to help the young man, no matter who he was looking for. Regardless of the number of people he had to find, the old man promised to do his best. This was a crucial decision on the path of this story. At that moment they made an alliance. On that moonlit night, as if by magic, they promised to walk together. The next day they set off on a journey. And all the while the old man did not understand where the young master was in such a hurry, constantly asking him where they were going. There was information that the master asked them to go to Tuan and look for his daughter there. However, even if they walked quickly, it would take at least a month. What's the point in hurrying? The old man pulls out a book from his pocket and gives it to Sayong. This book contains important information that he will need because it tells about Kangho. When he picks it up, the young man learns that all the information about Kangho has been collected from all the famous people who have spoken about it. The young master must realize that there is nothing more valuable than knowledge. After all, while money, power, and skill are certainly important, knowledge is the most valuable. The Saint of the Rainblade and the Saint's Palm are surrounded by rumors, and the young man even knew something about them. They are called immortals, and they are among the 3 saints. The first saint was Han Bogan, famous in northern Yuan. The Iron Union was the strongest force created in the Ming Dynasty. At that time, the Iron Union included the Five Dragon Union, the Lion Union, and the Five Foundations Union. The first saint, Han Bogan, was the leader of the Five Dragon Union. The second of the saints, the Rainblade Saint, was at the head of the Old Foundations Union, and was also the heart of the Iron Union. He was a strong warrior, the Rainblade Saint, Yun Yup. They walked, thinking that these two were very strong people in their opinion, but the old man doubted whether there were even stronger masters who could stand up to the saints. There were 3 outstanding warriors and 4 honorable ones who were rumored to be as strong as the saints. This was all the information about the 3 Magnificents and the 3 Buds. The 3 Magnificences consisted of 3 steel blades, the Phantom Blade Procession and the Valiant Warrior of the North Wind. And the 3 Buds were the Blood Plum Blossom, the Lotus Blossom, and the Ice Flower Blossom. They were the greatest masters of Kancho, and that valiant warrior was a member of their ranks. The old man confirmed the young master's opinion. The man they had met, Chulmu Rin, was the tyrant of the Lone Blade. His name was Keel Monsoon. One of the strongest of the 3 saints, Keel Monsoon was at the head of the Union, and the village of Darak was under his leadership. For example, Chelmu Rin, the son of Keel Muson, and according to rumors, the future of the entire continent is in his hands. The 3 Magnificents and the 3 Buds belong to the same generation as them. Why shouldn't he get to know them on occasion? But things could have been different, even though the 3 Magnificents and the 3 Buds remained interesting individuals. Soon day turned to night, and their modest company had to find a place to sleep. The old man kept drinking liquor, not even allowing himself to dry out. Sitting by the fire, the young owner was not bored, watching the drunken old man who adored the liquor. After opening the information the old man had given him, the young man read that the powers of the Bud were not that great. But if someone is connected to them, who could be stronger than the saints? According to the old man, there was only one person he knew, but who it could be, the young master could not even imagine. The old man began to tell him that this person was rumored to be a man from northern Yuan, who was called the Lord of Heaven. He had incredible power, and even if saints, tyrants, and honorable warriors joined forces, they could not resist him. No one knew what kind of power he had, but some thought it was just a rumor. The old man was unsure, but now he began to doubt whether there was anyone in this world stronger than the young master. Thinking of the heavenly lord from Yuan, the young man wondered who could defeat him. He put the book and the information into the fire and bowed his hands. The old man did inquire about the young man's celestial weapon, asking if he could tell him more about it. The young man was a little embarrassed, but the old man did not hide his excitement. He was so curious that he was almost going crazy trying to understand what kind of power it was. The young master stretched out his hand and said that it was difficult for him to explain. He admitted that he did not fully understand how it worked. His master said that this technique was created 1,000 years ago, and there was nothing special about it. He learned to look for weaknesses and attack, then he had to block and dodge. It didn't even need food, as certain foods could be harmful. If I understood correctly, the old man said that celestial weapons were practically the same as street fighting, but that was not an explanation of the process. The young man looked at the fire and said that to explain it in words, you need to carefully understand the structure of the human body, as well as learn some techniques, such as lightning and the phantom eye. Once you get the phantom eye, you can see the veins and points of your enemy. Impacting the veins can destroy the enemy's bones and muscles and dry their blood. His power also affects inanimate objects, and when he directs his hand, you can hear the cracking of these objects. When he directs this power, something like veins activates this energy. It rushes to the point where the cracking occurs, the explosion, and begins to burn or destroy what he wants. The old man watched his actions closely and was amazed, not understanding what the young man was trying to show. After all, the technique was incredibly strong, and the boy could make the stone crack without even touching it. But when he lowered his hand, the celestial weapon was filled with shocking power. Instantly, a sphere of incredible energy shattered the stone block. A huge sphere of pure energy gathered around them, threatening them with a great explosion. As a result of the explosion, the old man fell down and spilled his liquor, while the young master only demonstrated his abilities. Looking at him, the wise man could not believe his eyes. Even after seeing it with his own eyes, he said that the boy could apply his power to any object and any living being. The young man was a real invincible freak. But what was even more important for the old man was that after the explosion, his liquor started to spill. He attacked the young man with the accusation that he had deliberately made the bottle tip over. Sa Yu replied that it was not intentional and said that they needed to rest, as they had to hit the road tomorrow morning. However, the old man was very angry because of the spilled liquor and was indignant about what he would use to get drunk. We move to Fushin, to the village of Darek, to a huge palace. One of the leaders is told that Moen Donchong died of a heart attack, which is what everyone was told. This leader realizes that death from a heart attack even sounds ridiculous, because a valiant warrior of the North Wind cannot die like that. If they believe these rumors, then they have never seen this old man's fighting strength, and should not believe this absurdity. In fact, the young man saw that young man, Dan Sa-yu, do this to him. The leader of this clan heard Dan Sa-yu's name for the first time in his residence. The leader's son began to tell him that during the fight over the bank's gold, something happened between Dan Sa-yu and Chusa Joe. The boy attacked one of them, and when one of the bodies was examined, it was found that the circulatory system had been ruptured. The clan leader realized what incredible power this young man had, and they should have brought him into their company earlier. However, his son realizes that even if they had tried, it is most likely that the young man would have refused, because Dan Sa-yu himself said that Darek village does not deserve his favor. Dan Sa-yu fought with Moen after learning that he kept the mountain people in the cave, because he didn't want others to use him as a convenient weapon. If you look into his eyes for a long time, it becomes clear that he can't stand being used. Thanks to the deal he made with them, they stayed alive. And if he had wanted to, the village of Darek would have been destroyed along with the Moen estate. The young master, the son of the leader, was glad that Dan Sa-yu had no reason to join the Dragon Union. He raised his heavy sword and said that the Lion Union would not want to compete with such people, now that they no longer have the pesky Moen Dongchong in their way, who is already dead. The Darek estate should seize the opportunity and gain influence in Shanxi. As members of the Lion Union, they can only wait for good news. The leader hoped that the young man realized that they would not be able to escape far, and if all went well, they would need to visit the tyrant of the Lone Sword. The boy understood his master's order. Going to his residence on this moonlit night, he made a promise to himself that Dan Sa-yu would become his enemy and perhaps his ally. But Moen Dongchong's death brought an invisible influence on Guangwol and Darek, like an invisible steel mask. Two of the strongest warriors in Darek, the Songyong, were either mortally wounded, or their lives had ended in disgrace. He thought that maybe he could rely on at least a squad of swordsmen, but that was not the case, and he needed to meet with an important person. This warrior entered the establishment on the second floor because he had a very important meeting with a person who was very important to him. He approached his master and greeted him. The master stopped him from greeting him, saying that there would be an opportunity to do so later. Because there was something more important right now, it was one of the great heavenly trade unions, and the master of the traders, Zhang Du-su, was standing in front of him. He was looking at the Moen family heroes who were rumored to have confronted the intruders. Everyone in the bar fell silent to listen to these rumors, when a man sitting in the middle of the table identified himself as Elder Hanbin, the sage of Hongmugai. The man who was there could not survive this horror because the person who did this to him was the true embodiment of evil. Even the thought of this person made him tremble as soon as he thought of him. After all, the person he met had strength without any visible flaws, similar to that woman's. He had long, thin arms, but they were covered with incredibly strong lightning. However, his strength and hands were slightly different, because his hands were demonic. From these demonic hands could come a variety of techniques that could suddenly twist bones or explode blood vessels. Just one touch of his hand on a leg destroyed bones and blood vessels. This happened to a group of perfect fighters who were legendary. One of those people noticed that he spoke in the dialect of the Highlanders. At that moment he said that no one could stand in his way, and a chill pierced everyone who was there. The soldiers realized that the girl they were looking for came from the mountains, and the rumors continued to spread that as soon as this person touched the ground, his power manifested itself with all its ferocity. It was as if the world was in chaos, and a powerful explosion rang out across the estate. 3 huge explosions occurred, and the warrior who was present there lost consciousness. When he woke up and opened his eyes, he saw around him a large ice lake that had disappeared. He was lying on the ground, destroyed and bloody, realizing that something had gone wrong. He had no leg, and something strange was happening to him. The warrior did not feel any pain because he was extremely impressed with that man. He was just standing next to him and looking directly at him. His gaze was directed directly into the warrior's eyes, and his expression showed that he was descended from royalty, who had strategically won the war. This man was called the King of War, and everyone in the establishment began to whisper about him. The merchant turned to his servant. They had just heard these rumors, and it was very interesting. But according to his apprentice, it was horrible, and he knew little. But he understood that it was related to martial arts. Cutting off a limb in one motion and destroying an ice lake, all this is hard to believe, but every legend begins with a rumor. The great merchant Mengvi realized that he had to return to Tangyuan and ordered to contact Gaiban, because that rascal knew exactly everything. His servant bowed and went to fulfill the task.
However, the merchant was also interested in what caused the death of the legendary warrior Moan Dongchong. The warrior had heard rumors that he had died of a heart attack, but no one knew whether it was due to a chronic illness or an external influence. There are rumors in the village that he was murdered. This is certainly interesting, the trader thought, raising his glass of alcohol. He doesn't understand why the head of the family was defeated, and they are inventing a reason for his death. What happened to the so-called king of war and the head of the Moan family? But one way or another, this man, nicknamed the War King, takes on too much, and soon very powerful people will want to deal with him. Returning to the young master, he had long ago told the old man that he should take the horses, because the old man claimed that they were not far away. But the old man emphasized that he was not a horse, and could not walk for 3 days without rest. If the boy noticed, he was not 18 years old anymore, and he did not have as much strength as his young master. Soon they arrived in Shanxi province. It was the city of Taiyuan, a beautiful place, large in scale, and still a little bit left to finally reach the destination where their journey would continue. After a while, they were already in Taiwan, and here they met one of the branches of the Great Heavenly Merchant Union. After the fall of the Yuan dynasty, the Merchants' Union collapsed and divided, and the black merchants are an association of traders that controls the entire market of the continent. They were the most cautious of the Merchants' Union. They were here to observe, together with the branch of the union, there was a possibility that they might be the same black traders, and it was very good that old Gai Ban had a good relationship with the traders' union. They would definitely know more about the black traders. Relying only on the old man, the young master realized that the Great Heavenly Merchant Union was a rather interesting topic. The young man looked at the old man and asked him why he always called it that and what it meant. The old man, who was eating noodles, didn't say anything in particular, but added that Dan Sa Yu was considered a real scoundrel in Shenyang. Looking at the old man greedily eating his noodles, the boy noticed something interesting in the window. The guards were shouting at the man, ordering him to kneel down immediately. Squinting his eyes, the young man noticed that the man was familiar. It was a famous warrior who was famous for his strength and carried a huge sword behind his back. The boy felt that the key energy radiating from this person was quite bloodthirsty. He was very dangerous. The old man recognized him and could not believe that they had met the son of the head of the Crane's Creek Wall. The wise man was sure that something would soon happen here. This was the well-known Huang Mu-ik, a thug warrior. He was accused of taking advantage of his father's position and killing dozens of people, including women, many of whom could not bear the shame of his actions and committed suicide. Not so long ago, this scoundrel had been expelled from Yuan, and now a savage from foreign lands decided to rebel on their land. These words sounded like a bolt from the blue. The guy with the huge sword was the blade of a hell demon. The soldiers were furious at these accusations. A healthy man appeared behind them and stopped them all. He stepped forward and asked how much this man needed to be paid to start working for this fat guy. It was Hua Mu-ki, the master of the Crane Creek clan, who thought that this man was hired by someone who had a grudge against him. He could not offer him a position, but he was ready to take him under his command if he proved to be capable enough. Kang Wei began to laugh at this suggestion, saying that the fat rascal did not deserve to live and should destroy a demon like him. His hands reached for the demon blade, and the sound of metal was heard as the sword was removed from its sheath. The sword was created for the purpose of killing bastards like this one. His eyes were full of madness, and his smile was alarming to everyone present. The warrior was ready to destroy the demon, seeing only one goal in front of him. Several warriors held their sabers to protect their master, but they realized that if they were attacked with the blade of the underworld, they would not survive the battle. As the blade approached them, their swords quickly split in two. The blow of the cold steel swept past the second warrior. The blade of the underworld was an extremely strong warrior who cut and destroyed everything in his path. As the young man watched his warriors being slaughtered, the young leader of the Crane's Cry clan simply trembled in fear. His fat face could not understand what to do next. The old man, observing everything, said that he would normally not want to interfere so as not to strain himself after eating. He stretched, and the young owner saw that the old man wanted to intervene, but decided that no one needed his help. But Huang Muk, that bastard, really deserves to be punished tenfold. But what can he do when the Crane's Cry clan is so powerful? The culprits must be caught and punished according to the law. Together with the young master, they could act more effectively. The young man heard about the influence and thought about it, because scoundrels often judge other people for their own benefit. He decided not to interfere, as it was not his concern or interest. The blade of the underworld continued to move forward after he had dealt with the defense of one of Huang Muk's soldiers. He warned him not to let his guard down, because although he was weaker than Mon Dongchong, this young man killed with his technique.
And perhaps he will corner him when the man's cold sword is headed for Huang Moik's head. Huang Moik opened his mouth wide, ready to say goodbye to his life. But the old man pushed off the balcony and intervened, even though he did not know exactly why the attacker was trying to kill the young owner of Crane's Cry. However, he realized that simply killing him would not solve the problem. By intervening, the old man had disrupted the man's plans, but he was no pushover. The attacker perfectly deflected the old, fat sage's kick. Although the old man sent his slippers down like endless rain, they were directed toward the warrior and struck every corner of his body. The sounds of an interesting fight began to spread from the place, as the old man skillfully controlled his kicks. His martial art, considering his age, was simply remarkable. Suddenly, the old man raised his palm and struck the attacker in the stomach. The underworld blade received such a strong blow that it knocked him off balance. He fell to the ground like a stone on water, hit several times and rolled. Terrified, he opened his eyes and did not understand who this rascal was who was going to stop him when he had only one goal: to destroy the demon. He grabbed his sword again and madness filled his eyes. The whistling of his dagger in the air created an incredibly piercing sound as he quickly threw it towards the old man. The old man saw an incredibly sharp sword that was already at his head. But such a simple method could not destroy him, and he deflected the blow with his slipper. After all, such power could not harm him. The sword rebounded and flew in a completely different direction. The blade of the underworld caught his sword again, which returned to him. But this was his cunning plan, for he had wrapped the old man in energy threads that he didn't even realize he had until he was trapped. The threads began to shrink, and a sinister smile appeared on the warrior's face as he realized that his strategy had worked. When he pulled on these energy threads, they were compressed with such force that the old man's body looked like a sausage stretched to its maximum level, and then it would only burst. When this warrior had complete control over the old man's body, which was already immobilized, he pointed his sword at him. Of course, the young master, watching all this, could not just watch and let it go. He pointed his divine hand, beginning to circulate energy in it, and asked what they were doing here. His celestial technique shone, and he began to use it to free the old man. Pointing the Chinese chopsticks he had just eaten rice with like a martial art or weapon, the young master began to rotate them in his palms. Then he threw the two chopsticks, charged with celestial techniques, which flew at an incredible speed toward the target that the young master had determined. A trail of lightning followed, cutting through the air like a bullet. These two wands were so strong that they were able to cut through the energy chains that the old man was caught in, and the blade of the underworld froze in horror. The old man noticed that the thread that wrapped around him was not a simple one. It was a silver thread. The man could not understand how the strongest silver threads could be cut by two Chinese chopsticks, because he could not do it himself, and the boy did it so easily. The fierce blade began to scream with anger, challenging the one who had offended him to a fair fight. For a long time, he searched the young master with his eyes, but no one responded to his challenge. Suddenly, a hand fell on the fierce blade's shoulder, and a chill went through his body. Shivers ran down his spine, because Sayu was already there. He said that if it was a fair fight, would he be able to act fairly if he used a sneaky weapon? If he wanted to fight the young master, he would have to put his life on the line and then fight. Feeling an incredible presence behind him, the warrior began to turn around. At the same time, he swung his sword and pointed it toward his opponent. The guy did not even blink, realizing that any attack on him would have very bad consequences for the enemy. Deciding to put his life on the line, the young master dodges his blow and throws his own kick, which was much stronger. The kick hits the villain in the face, knocking out all his teeth. The fierce blade flies to the side, feeling defeated. The young master was not going to play his games with him for long. He grabbed his arm and caused him such pain that he had never felt before, as if everything inside him began to break. Soon our hero stabbed him hard in the back. Having broken the enemy's arms, the young man de-energizes him as if he were just a toy, and his enemy screams in pain. But that was not the end he had to finish the job. The boy takes his other free hand and strikes at the pelvis, where the important organs of this scoundrel are located. After this blow, the enemy flies off to the side, and it becomes clear that he will not be happy after that. Like a butterfly, he hits the ground and suddenly stops moving. Despite the severe blows, he will have to get to his feet, as any lying on the ground will mean a quick death. The fierce blade looks at his opponent and cannot even imagine how to fight him. He is unable to predict his actions. A sword filled with celestial energy appears on the horizon in 1 second, and is right in front of the warrior's eyes. It was his own sword that the young master had thrown to him. Sayu kept his hand pointed at the fierce blade, and warned him that there was no point in trying to avoid these blows. The celestial weapon itself is unbeatable, and no one can resist it. He snapped his fingers and began to look ahead thoughtfully, planning something interesting. This guy's chi energy was incredible. It blazed with incredible power as he made the snap. The sword, which seemed to be charged with heavenly energy, exploded right next to this warrior. The shockwave filled the entire space and caused incredible damage to this man. He flew away from his sword, which exploded, and caught by the airwave, flew like a madman. He flew for a long time and did not even realize how to stop. He found himself in a situation from which he could not get out, and in the end, the fierce blade released its weapon. The old man looked at the silver thread in his hands for a long time. He noticed that it looked unusual, as if there was something wrong with it, and he could not control it so easily with his energy. But then he noticed that the thread was covered with diamond dust, which made it special. The realization that the thread was covered with diamond dust amazed the old man. As the fierce blade lay exhausted from the brutal blows, the young master looked at it intently. He looked him straight in the eye, not stopping for a moment. The fierce blade was about to run away, realizing that he could do nothing. But the young man, accumulating the blow in his hand, with his eyes filled with blue demonic energy, began to accumulate incredible chakra. The whistling of this energy was simply terrifying, and the young man was about to take the life of this pseudo-warrior. But the old man, seeing this maneuver, began to shout for the boy to stop, and for the war king to listen to him without killing him. Since the old man was his partner, the young man tried to stop, but he failed to stop, because it was too late. An incredible explosion sounded throughout the village. Only ruins remained in the place where the strike hit, and the buildings were destroyed by this powerful explosion. The old man was worried whether they would even be able to escape. The fierce blade survived, opened his eyes and saw an unexpected picture. The young master had directed his punch a little in a different direction, so the energy went in a different direction without killing the rascal. If the old man was right, they now need to get out of here and go to the local authorities to confess everything and sacrifice the fierce blade. Or perhaps the young master has noticed that the scoundrel's friends have been watching him all along, and if he wants to, he can ask them for help. He did not understand why this young man was so perceptive and knew everything to such detail. They went to the local authorities, where the blade of the underworld was accused of trying to kill a man in broad daylight, which is why he was defeated. When it comes to human life, one must always act without making too much noise. A warrior who was on the roof at the highest point watched this battle closely and noticed that the war king was very strong. He could not even believe that such a young boy had such incredible energy, and no matter how strong it was, there was one thing. Even a distance of a kilometer will not prevent him from charging his divine bow and aiming an arrow at the target. This warrior does this only to prove that the boy is just a flesh and blood toy. He said goodbye to the young master, believing that this was his last minute of life. Rest in peace, King of War, he said. When he closed his eyes, he decided to focus on the scope. As soon as he opened them, his gaze lit up with an incredible energy of divine power. The sight of the golden eye filled him with incredible power, giving the arrow the strength with which he was now attacking. His eyes, burning with gold, are able to see even a needle at a great distance. He can even see the flows of Kai energy, and this arrow flies straight to the young master. Feeling the approach of this divine technique, the master stood calmly. No matter how much this rascal consoled himself that he could pierce Dansayu's head for disfiguring his friend, he was sure of his victory. Suddenly this warrior heard the word enough in his head. He shuddered because it was a mental link. The guy turned to him, saying that maybe he hadn't realized it yet, but he had already missed it once. If he didn't want to bring his death closer, he should stop this nonsense. The warrior was amazed at the boy's insight and strength and asked if the boy had known everything all along. At the moment when he wanted to shoot an arrow, he realized that he could not do it, but decided to shoot it at his head anyway. The young master asked him if he was sure of his intention and was going to do it. Then show me what you can do, he replies, and Sayu's eye is filled with divine technique. The divine key energy begins to permeate everything around him in the perimeter. Its power surpasses any master on this earth, and a stream of blue energy bursts out like a burning ray, cutting through the air. The archer froze in anticipation, because in a second, this divine energy reached him at a distance of a kilometer. However, the wave of his power did nothing but cause a strong wind to blow in the archer's direction. The hat flew off the archer's head, and this was a symbol that his head might be next. He realized that he was facing a real villain and felt the incredible strength of the young man. Smiling, the archer realized that he had felt invincible up to that point. He could not believe that this boy was so strong. What a shame. The archer promised himself that someday he would have the strength and courage to come back and face such a great master again. The guy heard his thoughts through the mental connection, but decided not to respond. His partner, an old man, stood next to the young master and did not even realize what had happened. The devastation was incredible, and they didn't know how to fix it. The old man turned to his partner, Sayu, asking why he was acting so serious and what was wrong with him. But the guy kept staring at the archer who was on top of the building. He noticed that this rascal had left the battlefield in disgrace. This meant that everything was fine and there would be no new devastation for a few more minutes. After they had destroyed part of the city, they needed to leave the place. The mountain overlooked Taiyuan, which was just beautiful. But they had no time for sightseeing. They had to make a quick stop and have a snack of sago soup, which the young master had never tried before, because sago soup is a secret recipe of the sage Gaiban. The young master was happy to taste this soup, but he had to eat quickly before the ants and other insects ate it first. After the meal, they walked through the forest for a long time, and the young master asked the old man why he asked him not to kill the boy. In fact, the old man saw that the enemy used an unusual silver thread. A silver thread with a diamond coating is a weapon often used by black marketeers. Of course, the wise man cannot say that they are from the Union, but it is clear that he is somehow connected to these people. They could make their lives easier if they watched them. Sayu was sure that this was not such a good idea, especially if the friend of that enemy could cause them serious problems. The sage was very surprised to find out that the guy was not alone. The young master had seen his friend watching the fight from the very beginning. He was a very strong master, and if he had interfered, they could have been in big trouble. But Sayu said that it didn't matter to the War King, because he could handle any danger. The old man smiled and said that even though the War King could handle the danger, he could not have saved the old man. Sayu asked him not to call him the War King anymore. The sage thought it sounded pretty cool, and he didn't understand what was wrong with it. In the young master's opinion, it was even better than being called a sage. The old man wondered what was wrong with the nickname sage. In turn, Gaiban was proud of it, but it did not particularly impress the young man. Soon they came to one of the houses, and an important detail was visible. The sign was empty, which meant that the doors of the establishment were open to everyone. It was a rather strange place in the middle of the mountainous terrain, with a great road, a big fence, and a great location. The wise man had warned them that they would go to the Gaiban branch. But there was only an abandoned house in this area. However, he expected to see a luxurious restaurant. When they walked inside, the old man expected more since it was a Gaiban. The wise man asked to go in quickly and look around. As soon as he put his hand to one of the walls, the slab began to move under him. This gesture opened a secret door that appeared out of nowhere. The young owner was amazed by this sight, because he did not expect to see a secret room in an abandoned city. Once inside, they began to move forward and went to the other side of the house. The warriors who were in this secret room at the back of the building all lined up and paid their respects to the elder, Hong Mugai. They welcomed them and were happy that they had come to the Taipei branch of the Gaiban. The old man was smiling as if he had won the lottery, looking at these rascals he had missed. It was a very unexpected sight. No one could even imagine that behind this abandoned house was a whole settlement hidden in the mountains or forests. The young owner hardly expected to see this, because this branch collects information about everything that happens in Changwon. Then all the information is sent to the main branch for verification. For them, information is the most valuable asset of the Hainanese government, and it has to be handled very carefully. That is why they built such a place for easy management. Thanks to this, they will be able to find not only information about black traders, but also other information, including those scum from Yuan. Although it happened quite a while ago, they have already found everything they could and sent it to the main branch. We are sure that they need a little more time and information. And when they find the branch of the black marketers, they will know that this man, named Yom Sayak, has become the head of the branch because of his outstanding abilities. The man who told all this was the head of the Gaiban branch, John Soik. Continuing the story about the mysterious man, the head of the guild said that he did not trust any of his associates, so no one ever knew his exact coordinates, although his people were constantly looking for him and did not find out anything special. The wise man asked what he thought about this, because it is not so easy if the man is connected to the Five Dragon Union. They might not be able to figure it out in a lifetime. The young master was not so categorical. He smiled, realizing that everything would be fine, because he would never fight him without a plan. The sage was sure that with a character like the boys, he was just bluffing. The head of the guild continued that he had finally received information about what the officers had asked for to find out where the blade of the demonic underworld was. He is now under arrest in a military camp and is awaiting sentencing. The old man was amazed that the blade of the underworld, whose name was Kanvi, was imprisoned. We moved to the military court in the city of Taiwan, where the cold prison was famous for the fact that no one ever escaped. Only torchlight illuminated the path inside. In one of the rooms of this prison there was a strange man who was repeating a phrase. Destroy the demon. Destroy the demon. Destroy the demon. All this time he was dreaming of destroying the demon, because at this rate the whole world would soon be drowned in darkness. He was whistling incredibly and getting angry. He was just furious. He grabbed his hand and squeezed it with all his might, wanting to do something. Having regained incredible strength, he felt as if he could tear the cell itself apart like a beast. The guards did not understand what sounds were coming from that room and assumed that the madman was on the rampage again. But this man was furious. His body was filled with rage. He could not forgive the one who had killed the young master of the Crane Creek clan in broad daylight. He beat against the wall with his hands, constantly saying that no one dared to challenge the Crane's Cry clan in Murim, and that this rascal had taken the young master's life. It was clear that he would be sentenced to death. When the warriors decided to go quietly to see what was happening in the cell, a demonic force shrouded in diamond dust gripped the door, pressed it down, and knocked it out with an explosion. This warrior went free, realizing that the one who destroys evil becomes evil himself. He confronted the guards, fighting his way out, his body filled with incredible rage. The bloodlust that emanated from him was incredible. He looked at the guards, who were innocent of anything, and called them the lower demons gathered here. We returned to the young master, who asked who this man was. The sage said that this man was quite famous, known to everyone in Ganja, but there was something wrong. Apparently, Kanvi, the blade of the demonic underworld, had a very strong and stocky build. He was almost 2 meters tall, and used a bloodthirsty blade that was impressive in its size. The guards, of course, could not do anything to this demon and fled the place. He scattered them in all directions. Some ran away, and some remained lying like stumps. This incredibly strong man escaped from prison and walked as if he were the very embodiment of evil. He kept repeating one thing. He wanted to destroy the demon, and the blade of the underworld would do it. As one of the 5 warriors of the 5-Dragon Union defending the Iron Union, he is one of the strongest in the Union. Perhaps the one called his friend during the battle was also one of the 5 strongest warriors. The only problem was that he has a keen sense of justice, and he has his own views on it. This demonic creature only wanted to destroy the demon because he made decisions based on his own beliefs and opinions and then decided to act on his own. He decides what is good and what is evil for him and sets his own goals. The steel archer who appeared raised the question of what he was doing here at all. He had no choice. He came to see his dear friend, even if it would cost him his life. During this time, he had killed all the guards in this prison, and it was clear that he was very eager to meet this warrior. The archer threw him a sword and asked him to take it in his hands. The blade of the underworld grabbed the sword and was filled with hatred. The archer told him that this was an order from Yam Sa'ik himself. The steel archer never jokes, and this may have been a call to action. He said that this order concerned the union of the 5 dragons and the black traders, and as one of the 5 strongest, he could not refuse it. The giant warrior looked at the sword he was holding and realized that it was meant to be used to destroy the traces. He pulled his sword out of its sheath and pointed it at the moonlight. He asked the archer to tell him that the inedible blade would not move on to this task until he had completed one more unfinished task. We moved to the Crane Creek clan, where an angry son addresses his father, outraged that he wants to let that scoundrel get away with it. He is angry because he was almost killed, and his father does not pay attention to this. The son, being a young master who is going to inherit the title, almost died because of this bastard. And his father says that he will just sit and keep silent all this time while this man is putting their clan in danger. Besides, he's already in custody, and all he needs is for his father to say one word, "Kill the bastard." The father, in turn, accused his son of behaving inappropriately, and if he hadn't behaved that way, there would have been no problem. But the son still does not recognize his mistakes, and does not understand that he is the only problem in their family and clan. The son was angry at his father's words. Although he is guilty, how can he be guilty of almost getting killed? It was his fault too. He was just joking, and they killed themselves, and that was also the son's father's fault. Let him not blame his son for the fact that they all died that way. The father, hearing his irony, admitted that perhaps he had made a mistake in his life to raise such a scoundrel. His son shouted that he would not give up so easily, and would not rest until he had torn out the arms and legs of the rascal. He held up his sharp sword and ordered all the warriors of his clan, saying that as Huamuki, the heir of the great clan, they were followers of their teachings, and all these warriors were his brothers. If the heir has been harmed by that bastard, it means that they have all been harmed. He takes an army of warriors with him and on behalf of today's Crane clan, decides to restore the clan's honor and influence. They went to the military court, full of hatred, to decide the fate of that scoundrel. Opening a door that creaked with old age, they entered the court. When the young master opened the door, behind it stood the inedible blade, who had already swung his sword. He smiled, realizing that the mouse had fallen into his trap, and with an incredibly fast movement, the sword swept through the air, who did not even have time to realize how this could have happened. Before the warriors could even get to the spot, their leader was already killed. A powerful blow turned the air to dust, destroying him completely. The father, who was standing nearby, witnessed this incredible sight. But his son had already been destroyed, and anger seized his heart. He ran out of his residence and attacked the villain. How dare he do such an unimaginable atrocity to his son? But the inedible blade turned to the head of the Huandu clan, John, accusing him of having brought such a monster into the world, and he had long wanted to take action. The father could not see anything in front of him and rushed forward, despite the incredible losses. He kept his sword ready and was already in front of the huge inedible blade. The father only wanted to avenge his son, for he had been killed in such an unworthy way. But the inedible blade was not going to lose to anyone. It had great goals. They clashed with their swords, two strong masters. The blade saw only one goal in front of him: to destroy the demons. It was the only thing that mattered to him in life. He expected from the Crane clan that those who do evil do not deserve to live. And at that moment, the sound of a sword breaking pierces the space. The sword of the head of the Crane clan cracks and breaks into pieces. The father and head of the clan barely stopped this confrontation. He landed on the ground, realizing that although the blow was strong, the truth was still on the side of the Crane clan. "This is something that no one in Taiwan will argue with." My father was very angry. The ravenous blade believed that they were all trash, and there was some truth in that. Anger knew no bounds. The desire for revenge filled the head of the Crane clan, and he asked the inedible blade if he would ever succeed. There was no point in talking to him for more than a minute, because his fate had already been decided. The clan leader promised that he would deal with him right away, and the whistling of inedible sharp blades could be heard in the air. He decided to show what his clan was capable of, and the infinitely sharp blades rushed toward the enemy. The inedible blade, seeing the resistance from the clan leader, promised him that he would cut off his head. The head of the Crane clan could not see anything in front of him, and directed his hand to the steaming blade, which personified the clan technique. Hundreds of blades flew at his enemy, floating in the air. The warrior saw the incredible power of these swords flying at him, and he had to somehow dodge them. However, although the attack was strong, the level of skill of the enemy did not seem serious to him, and he did not consider it dangerous. For him, it was just a meaningless fight, which he decided to end today by deflecting all the blows. The sounds of cold swords clashing echoed on the battlefield. The cold gaze of the inedible blade cut through everything in its path. For him, these swords were just a toy that could not harm him. He had a plan that he stuck to: destroy the demon at any cost. The 2-meter-tall warrior had just repelled an incredibly strong attack from the head of the Crane clan. The warriors standing around had never seen such a strong resistance, as it was considered impossible to block all the soaring blades until now. The head of the Crane clan looked at his opponent and saw a real bastard. He felt disgusted with him, because he could not even atone for his sins for committing irreparable actions because of his beliefs. The Crane clan would never forgive him, and the sword was filled with hatred that had been growing since that day. The Great Master was preparing to take the upper hand using a rather powerful technique, and a sphere of pure energy filled his blade. The 2-meter-tall warrior saw what kind of opposition was being prepared against him, and judged the clan leader's maneuver to be quite successful. At that moment, he rose from the ground and rushed like a hurricane toward his opponent. He saw nothing but the desire to pierce the heart of his enemy. As soon as he approached the inedible blade, a smirk appeared on his face, and he rejoiced in the fact that the Crane clan leader had shown everything he could do, but it was not enough for the incredible attack that was coming. Since this was all the clan leader's abilities, the bastard's insane gaze filled the atmosphere with coldness. This ruthless warrior decided to destroy everything, including his pitiful clan, and the ruthless attack technique was aimed at him. The explosive energy threw the clan leader back, as if he were not the omnipotent master of this place. The force with which he flew away astonished everyone around him, even the clan leader himself. The blow that passed by him seemed so powerful that it cut through not only space, but also all the hopes and dreams of the Crane clan leader. Like an eraser erasing a pencil, the clan leader was erased. The explosion spread throughout the neighborhood, buildings began to collapse, and the power of this explosion seemed to grow with each passing block. The almighty clan was shaken that night by an explosion that went off right in the residence, in the heart of its territory. On a moonlit night, the young master and the sage gathered for dinner, enjoying the silence and mystery of the night sky. Something unusual was cooking on the fire, releasing a pleasant and fragrant aroma reminiscent of a distant and warm home. The boy asked with interest what kind of dish the old sage had decided to cook this time, expecting something exotic. It was a special dish that is usually prepared when you enter the gaiban, and its taste remained in your memory for a long time. The recipe called for stewing the snake and dog meat for several hours, and then adding special gaiban spices, a real delicacy that the master couldn't wait to serve to the young master. Dan So was excited about the recipe, but after hearing it, he lost his appetite completely. The clan leader was standing next to them, watching their every move, and one of his advisors told him important information. The old sage felt something wrong, realizing that something unusual was happening, and at that moment, the advisor reported with a sad expression that the bastard Kang Yu had attacked the Crane's Cry clan. This news was so serious that the very existence of an incredibly influential clan was threatened. The young master, upon hearing this news, seriously regretted that he had ever let that vile traitor live. The moonlit night was quickly filled with a sense of fear that seeped through the silence. At that moment, the merciless blade brought down its revenge on the Crane clan, bringing chaos and destruction with it. After a hard battle, he emerged victorious in this difficult competition, strengthening his reputation. The victory over his enemies brought him a feeling of complete satisfaction and strength. Going outside, he watched from a great distance the people who were carefree and enjoying the game. The warriors were rejoicing, playing various games and chatting lightheartedly, for tonight was a night of fun and relaxation for them. One of the warriors approached Master Kanvi and asked him to follow him without explaining his reasons. Kanvi had come here for a reason. He had been waiting for a very important person, and now the moment of meeting had come. The guy led him through the long corridors, and soon they reached the place where this fateful meeting was to take place. When Kanvi entered the room, the door closed behind him with a massive padlock, leaving him alone with the secret. After passing through several rooms, they approached the famous person waiting for Kanvi in the heart of the place. The servant pressed on the statue, and an echoing creak echoed throughout the room, announcing the opening of the secret passage. The walls began to move apart, and a hidden room opened before them, which held many secrets. The servant was not allowed to go inside and even see the master, because it was a very secret place. He only told Kanvi that he could enter alone. When the master entered, his gaze immediately rested on the blade of the demon lord, who had personally decided to visit him. Great honor for anyone. Kanvi was amazed at how hidden this place was, chosen by his master for such an important meeting. The demon blade began his speech by noting that some might think he had come here to play a game, but it was hard to imagine that a place like this could have such a hidden room. However, Demon Blade was more interested in why he was called here, to this place. Before him stood the head of the Black Marketeers, Yom Sa-ik, who had asked the Demon Blade to help him with an important matter. It was not just a request, but perhaps an order from the Five Dragon Union, as Kanvi thought. However, it was a personal errand from the head of the Black Traders that would definitely benefit the Union. The slight smile on Kanvi's face showed his non-serious attitude and the excitement caused by this offer. He turned around, showing no interest, as he would never waste his time getting involved in any suspicious business. The head of the Dark Guild of Traders regretfully remarked that it was a pity that Kanvi did not accept his offer, especially considering that their territory had been invaded by a stranger with enormous wealth. Kanvi, hearing these words, stopped, feeling that they contained something significant. The words sounded familiar, but their deeper meaning remained unclear to him. Kanvi assumed that it was the Great Heavenly Merchant Union and smiled. The head of the Dark Merchants realized that, apparently, it was now about the head of the Union and his daughter, who had come here from the mountains 10 years ago. But how Kanvi, the inedible blade of the underworld, could behave like that was a mystery to him. The merchant noticed the excitement sparkling in Kanvi's eyes and decided to tell him the truth, as the situation in the Black Merchants Union was indeed critical. In Taiwan, there were 2 branches left under the control of the Black Traders, which were still afloat, but the main units were under considerable pressure from the Grand Traders Union. He even thought it was unfair that, although the Black Traders Union had cooperated with them for so many years, negotiations had begun, because the Grand Union's strength was quite impressive. But no matter what their profits were, they shouldn't have built relationships with outsiders, even if they were. Kanvi clenched his merciless blade with force, for his only goal was to destroy the demon. How dare they even set foot on their lands? A demonic smile stretched across his face. For Kanvi, everyone living outside the continent was the true evil, and he was ready to show that the power of Junwan was limitless. He walked out of the hidden room, full of determination. His goal was to make the Great Heavenly Merchant Union disappear from the face of the earth. The head of the Dark Merchants watched the spectacle with pleasure and felt Kanvi's mood. Another man came out of the other dark room, surprised at how the head of the Dark Merchants managed to influence Kanvi. In his opinion, this man really deserved the honor of being called the best among the dark traders. The head turned to the great archer, feeling that he was praising him a bit too much. There were rumors about Kanwu that his parents had died at the hands of the Yuan army, and that was what had given rise to his intense hatred. The archer only pushed him a little bit without putting too much effort into it. The excellent archer, stunned by this thought, asked if everything was going according to plan. The head of the dark traders was silent for a moment, adding intrigue without giving a direct answer. He smiled, planning to take the archer to one special place, the Bloodtears clan, where important business awaited them. They needed to get there as soon as possible, without wasting time. The wonderful archer gladly agreed to go to that place, because it would be an exciting task. Meanwhile, in the hotel, under the moonlight, the young owner decided to have a drink, reflecting on the events of the night. He had a bottle of alcohol next to him, which only emphasized his pensive mood. He looked up at the beautiful moon as he poured himself a glass, feeling something special in this nighttime silence. For him, drinking liquor under the moonlight and watching the moon was an unforgettable experience that gave him a special peace of mind. Looking ahead, he realized that the blade of the venerable Kanvi had become a great obstacle in his path, and if he had killed it then, there would have been much less trouble. He recalled the moment he learned that this rascal had destroyed the Crane clan, leaving no chance of escape. Everyone who was with the clan was killed, and the head and young master of the clan were brutally hanged. For the wise man, this was completely unacceptable because this scoundrel had chosen such a cruel way of punishment. The guild asked the head of the Zhang clan to choose 3 or 4 fighters to follow Kanvi without missing a single detail. They decided to fulfill this order. Although Gaiban had promised to take care of it, he noted that there was a certain connection between the Black Merchant and the 5 Dragon Union. And it was better not to interfere without a plan. He had to go to the Grand Merchant Union first, where he would no doubt be found. If the blade of the carnivorous demon lord was indeed connected to the dark merchants, the situation would change dramatically. The young master was sitting and drinking liquor for a reason. He was waiting for a very important woman surrounded by her bodyguards. She came to meet him. She was a woman of incredible beauty, dressed in red clothes and with a transparent mask on her face that emphasized her mystery. The blue pattern on the clothes of these people indicated that they were definitely followers of the Horihua sect, and the flower buds indicated that beautiful plum trees grow on Gorihua, the aroma of which spread throughout the world. The girl was one of the 3 Ganhol buds, and she represented the plum blossom of the Dunmoxen Yan. The Gorihua sect, followers of Taoism, strictly forbade women to become disciples. However, Dunmoxen Yan managed to overcome these restrictions. The young master was curious about who this woman was who was born in Tanu. And was it just a coincidence, or was there something more to it? The woman walked into the establishment and noticed that all the seats were taken, so she would have to squeeze in. It seemed like a small challenge. The girl's gaze settled on the young owner, who caught her attention because of his unusual appearance. A thin guy with unusual hair color and blue eyes radiated an unusual aura that set him apart from ordinary people. She addressed him as a stranger with blue eyes, feeling suspicious. With each step, she approached him, studying him with an attentive gaze. Noticing a free table nearby, she asked if he would mind if they sat down next to each other, as the place was large, but there were no free seats left. The young owner agreed, as he didn't care. There was too much space at the table for one person. The girl thanked him for his kindness, smiling gratefully. Soon they ordered 3 portions of thin noodles and 2 portions of gedzas. The girl took a seat but forgot to introduce herself. She was Dan Moksong from the Gorihua sect. Next to her was another follower of the Gorihua sect, a 2nd-generation member, Ha Zhongying, a man with a sexy mustache. A representative of all the 2nd-generation Gorihua, San Mohuk, greeted the young master with a smile. He introduced himself as Dansai, and that was the only information he was willing to share. His colleague assumed that Master Dan was also a martial artist, and they asked where he came from. Sipping his liquor, he told them that he did not belong to any of the sects in Junwan. He only knows how to defend himself, and in his opinion, it can't even be called a martial art. The girl, analyzing this guy, noticed his incredible endurance and felt that she had to be very careful. It is not clear what was on his mind, but he got up from the table and said it was time to go. His blue eyes looked around at everyone present, and he said goodbye, saying that he had to go. As soon as he left, the soldiers began to whisper about him, noting that this man was unusual. Usually, when people learn about a lady, they start to worry, but this young man did not even flinch. The girl realized that the world is big, and maybe he just didn't know much about their city, so there was no need to worry about it. However, the warrior was wary because of his accent. Hearing that he had come from far away, he thought it necessary to get to know him better. Perhaps this guy was somehow connected to the blade of the demoness. However, the woman realized that there were no grounds for assertions yet, and it seemed to her that he had nothing to do with the incident with the Crane's Cry clan. Of course, they couldn't ignore the fact that he was a capable master, but she didn't feel any key energy in his body. When she got closer to him, she could hardly feel the energy and it scared her. The mustachioed man remarked that if the demon blade had planned his crime by himself, it would be extremely dangerous. It didn't matter how reckless he was, especially when it came to his influential clan. Thinking of the flesh-eating blade made the woman feel insecure, but Kanvi was a different matter entirely. This is a man who has always followed his convictions, and therefore would hardly make a deal with anyone or enter into any negotiations at all. They will only find out the truth tomorrow when they meet with Zhang Dusu, a representative of the Grand Union of Traders. Muho ordered a bottle of liquor and asked if his older sister was sure they should get drunk, since the teacher forbade them to. But they had been on the road for a long time, so why not have a drink? The next day, the city sparkled with new colors. The sun was shining, The warm weather was conducive to walking, and people were enjoying the day. The young owner came out of the establishment as usual, with a serious face, passing by. A representative of the Gorihua sect looked out of the window and noticed a man she knew. She was just sharpening her knives and remembered that she had seen this man yesterday. It was Master Dan Su. She was 100% sure. Even though she wasn't interested in him personally, she wondered what he was doing here. It was still very early, and she wondered where he was going in such a hurry. She picked up her sword and looked at the glint of light on its blade. She sheathed her sword and struck with an incredible air punch, demonstrating her strength. After that, she went after that guy to follow him. As soon as she disappeared from the room, the voices of her warriors could be heard outside the door, looking for their older sister to wake her up, because it was time for them to meet with representatives of the Grand Union of Merchants, and it was undesirable to be late. When her sister didn't answer for a long time, the mustachioed man decided to go in himself. Opening the creaking door of her restroom, he noticed that it was empty. The sister had disappeared somewhere, and they wondered where she could have gone. They could only guess and speculate where she could be, as they had no other way to contact her. We moved to the room where Canvey was hiding. This madman was only repeating that he needed to destroy the demon and nothing else. His crazy eyes saw nothing in front of him, only one goal, the destruction of the demon. He saw all people as demons and was determined to make them disappear. He laughed at these thoughts, realizing that he had very little time left and had to hurry. Picking up his sharp and long sword, he carefully placed it in the scabbard he kept on his shoulder. He squared his shoulders, preparing for battle. For the great merchant union had gone the wrong way, and the demon's blade would surely destroy the outsiders. Yesterday, 2 spears were ordered, and 100 swords were purchased from one of the armor shops, all ordered by the Blue Dragon Union from Qigonghu Province. We move on to the Grand Council of Merchants as expected. They all produce weapons, but it was not enough for them. Tonight they have a dinner with the deputy head of Taiyang, and they have carefully prepared for the meeting. The head of this guild, a Taiyang man, believed that Taiyang was a place created to make money, and this applied not only to traders, but also to employees of the empire. This chairman was Cheng Dusu, a master merchant and head of the Great Heavenly Merchants branch. He assumed that the newly elected deputy was also expecting to make a lot of profit, and that was the reason for inviting him to dinner. John Bone, the manager of the Great Merchants Union, wrote down all the important words of his master. Understanding what was being said, the head ordered them to prepare carefully, allocating money for the repair of the fortress, because all the wealth should go to them. If someone finds out that they are giving a bribe, it will be unacceptable, so the preparation has to be perfect. They will have to feed this Crucian carp well to ensure the success of the case. The manager writes it all down and personally makes sure that everything goes according to plan. Only then would he proceed with the plan. The head heard that Mengli had returned from Xi'an and asked to see him for a talk. One of the leaders was informed about everything that had happened to the Moye clan, especially about its leader, Dong Cheng. The culprit was a mysterious man named the War King, about whom nothing was known. It is strange that Gaiban is deliberately withholding information. The Gaiban usually did not hide anything unless it was to their own advantage. It seems that this benefit is much greater. The head also asked what happened to the Black Guild merchants. Sop Manhua, a warrior defender of the Grand Merchants Union, said that there had been no movement so far. His leader did not fully understand this, because how is it possible that nothing has happened in 3 months? He could not believe that the lull would last long and was surprised that they had not yet shown themselves. There were many merchant guilds in Taiwan, but only the Black Guild and the merchants stood in the way of the Grand Alliance. The head was sure that they also saw their guild as an obstacle, from supplying weapons to other lucrative deals. He was pleased to hear that they had become less active recently, but it was this inactivity that worried him. He was particularly concerned about the head of Yom Saik, who was difficult to work with. It was hard to believe that he was just sitting back and doing nothing. And then someone connected to them, one of the strongest warriors in the Dragon Union, appeared in Taiwan. We had heard about him for a long time. He hadn't even arrived yet, and he had already done some damage. To begin with, he killed the young master of the Crane's Cry clan, Hua Mukin. He brutally murdered him without even letting him say a word. Next, the clan leader stood in his way, and he immediately set out to kill him. But he did not stop there, because he had only one goal in mind. His mad eyes could only see the destruction of the demon, and he followed his conviction relentlessly. In this way, he killed all the soldiers who were in that neighborhood. Many people and warriors died there, and before they could even blink an eye, they were gone. That rascal slaughtered all the followers of the clan, and there was not a trace of his victory. He continued on his way, moving towards new adventures. His cold, incredibly terrifying gaze pierced the entire village. The entire Crane clan had been destroyed because of him. And now that he was defeated, The clan that didn't even need the tablets for its existence was wiped out by his hands and destroyed completely. They still don't know why the Demon Blade came to Taiwan, but as long as he is among the strongest warriors, his goals will always be connected to the Five Dragon Alliance, and thus the Black Merchants. And of course, they will prove themselves. His subordinate was absolutely right. Mungvi was a really smart man, but no one knew exactly what they were up to. But that Yam Saik, the Demon Blade of the Demoness, the Black Merchants, and the Five Dragon Union were definitely up to something. If the young mistress were with them in this difficult time, they would immediately uncover these mysterious plots. Therefore, the head ordered to contact her. She had recently been engaged in Iron Union business, namely negotiations with the Five Dragon Union, so she could not come yet, and they would have to deal with this on their own. Shortly afterward, the servant ran to the master carrying the letter that had just arrived. The master, excited that perhaps it was a message from his mistress, quickly took the letter in his hands. When he opened it, he started to get a little nervous because the letter said what she usually writes when they need help. But at that moment, something happened that struck the owner. After reading the letter, he thought about it, pondering the information he had received. Closing the letter and turning it over so that no one else could read it, the owner hid it from prying eyes. He did not show any reaction to his servants and did not say anything to them, as if he was hiding this information from them. His right-hand man was amazed at his master's behavior, for it was clear that something was wrong. There seemed to be difficulties in the negotiations, and these scoundrels were making very high demands. This means that they demanded the exclusive right to supply arms and political union through marriage. They even dare to claim the young mistress's heart, and the master realizes that he cannot let this go unanswered. As soon as the young mistress gives the signal, he will immediately send all the warriors of the Union to end the Five Dragon Union once and for all. He began to calm himself down, because his mistress had just sent him a letter reminding him to take their time. All he had to do was trust and wait. He knew well what kind of person she was in 10 years. She had helped their head incredibly increase the influence and turnover of the Merchants' Union. The mistress was a truly outstanding person, and everyone was looking forward to her return. Soon, a servant approaches the young mistress, bringing important information. The Five Dragon Union had sent a representative to see her. The young mistress of the Great Heavenly Merchant Union, Hasoho, was ready to receive them. We returned to the red-robed girl who was closely following the War King. She kept her eyes on him, watching from the top of the buildings, towering over him. She was starting to get frustrated that she had spent an hour following him while he was just looking around the city. She hoped that he was heading to some important place, but it seems she was wrong. Soon, however, the young man stopped. He turned around, and his eyes immediately fell on the place where the mistress was hiding. She quickly disappeared from that place, but the young man realized that she was watching him. However, he did not fully understand why she was doing it. Soyu decided that if this girl really decided to follow him, why did she give away her presence so clumsily? It would have been easier to just ask her to come with him. But despite this, her surveillance did not stop. She was sure that she had perfectly disguised her aura, but he still found her. But suddenly, something appeared before her eyes that confused her even more. The boy was looking with his blue eyes at a man who was quite famous in the neighborhood. Yesterday, for example, he'd organized a massacre, and today he was walking the streets calmly. The young master made a remark to him, for this was the same merciless demon blade. This big man looked at his old friend and could not believe that he would meet him again. The young master carefully examined the blade and asked him what was the purpose of Kanvi's visit. The man also looked at the young master, for he had come for a reason. They had unfinished business. The hostess had been watching them all this time, and realized that the person he met was Kanvi. She was overwhelmed. She could not believe that he had come out so openly, and the fact that they knew each other did not give her peace of mind. Was this blue-eyed guy somehow connected to the Crane Creek clan? And as Jongin said, it was suspicious. She decided that she had to intervene, and she held her sword ready for action. But why intervene if the guy was calmly talking to the demon blade? There were rumors that he was being court-martialed. Kanvi recognized that none of these scoundrels could do him any harm and didn't even introduce himself. But the guy knew almost everything about him. The young owner said that it would be strange if he did not know about Kanvi after what he had done. Even though Kanvi had deleted him from his memory, there was not a single sign of fear on the boy's face. He remembered how he had broken his arm and shoulder in the battle yesterday, but he did not understand how this man could heal so quickly. Kanvi realized that his accent and eye color set him apart from the others and assumed he was not a local. Thanks to his intervention, the Crane Creek clan was not punished. The boy was definitely unusual. Perhaps even a demon like them, Kanvi knew he couldn't defeat him now. But for him, it didn't matter how strong the opponent was. He would never kneel before a demon. A crazy smile appeared on his face. Since the morning his hands had been itching to meet it, as if he felt he would meet it. He pulled out his knife from its sheath, unable to bear the thought of the enemy of the Ming dynasty walking free. An incredible power enveloped everything around him. This man was about to destroy the demon. As he looked at his opponent, he realized that he deserved to die, and what could be more beautiful than destroying his enemy on a Thursday morning? A girl appeared out of nowhere, making a claim against the blade of the Lord. She couldn't believe that he was acting on his own, drawing conclusions based only on what he knew what foolishness was going through his head.
Dan Soyu crossed his arms, looking indifferently at the girl who had reappeared beside him, although her greeting did not make much of an impression on him. She turned to young Master Dan Soyu, asking to discuss how he was related to the Demon Blade later.
Sayu didn't understand what she meant by his connection to Kanvi, or why she was interfering in this battle at all. It was too strange, and this woman seemed completely incomprehensible to him.
In turn, Mistress Danma greeted Petty Officer Melkin, noting that she hadn't seen him for a long time, especially in Taiwan.
The Blade of the Underworld was not at all happy that the bloody plum blossom had appeared on his path. He never thought he would meet such a strong woman from the Hua sect here. But why did she appear in his path? Kanvi was sure that she was on an important mission for the Nine Foundations Union. But she had shown herself so easily, perhaps because of the presence of this master. Realizing that he could not defeat her, Master Dainok merely explained his purpose, which was to explore the neighborhood. He also asked if the girl had come in for a bite to eat at this restaurant. All of this sounded very convincing, but an elder in these areas does not usually survey the landscape. Perhaps his presence means extermination of those who do not suit him, and because of this, the whole of Taiwan is on the alert. This 2-meter-tall man realized that she was talking about the Crane's Cry clan, and that she was calling the people he had exterminated innocent even though they had committed terrible sins and submitted to the demon. The girl realized that his words were entirely created out of his own madness. The Crane clan was a strong political player with an excellent management apparatus. However, the inedible blade could not stand the scoundrel who had killed tens of hundreds of people. A crazy smile appeared on the face of the inestimable blade. Did these victims mean nothing to them? He laughed out loud. The young master, who was supposed to be an example to his subjects, was wreaking havoc and making people suffer. Even his father, Wang Zhong, did nothing to stop his freak of a son. And those people who do not oppose evil become evil themselves. Perhaps she doesn't realize that disaster begins with a little bad weather. 6 shoots need to be cut off immediately before they infect other plants. It is for this reason that the blade did not spare that clan. After all, his main goal and the truth of his life was to destroy the demon. Even if he had to live with bloody hands and his entire body was covered with a layer of blood, he would not stop. None of these people will be able to stop him or break his faith. The inedible demon blade is not going to change. Although he has been told repeatedly that he is wrong, it does not matter to him. He grabs his blade and pulls it from its sheath. He looks at those who stand in his way, and if they want to confront him, it doesn't matter who they are, even if they are a master from the Iron Union. He doesn't care. The young master listened to all this nonsense, and although he was amazed at the man's madness, he was stronger than he thought, and now he was going to make a bloodbath of it. But there was one but: the Hua sect is subordinate to the Iron Union, and Elder Kang is subordinate to the 5 Dragon Union. And if the young master did not intervene, this battle could spark a serious war. This was important to know, because this battle is not just a challenge for the girl, it jeopardizes the peace among the members of the Hua sect. She gets into a fighting stance, drawing her blade, ready to face this test, and has no intention of avoiding it. She will show this rascal the exceptional skills of the Hua sect. Of course, in such a situation, no one knows what exactly motivated Cao Yu to intervene. He only wanted to beat the scoundrel, but why the girl intervened remained a mystery. Dan Moksong Gayong, known as the Bloody Plum Blossom, was the first woman to become a prominent follower of the cult. And Kanwi, that madman, has no reason to back down at all. He's just obsessed. It will certainly be an interesting fight. Meanwhile, behind the young master, people began to make noise. They ran to the sound and were amazed at what was happening. They saw that it was Kanvi, the same one who had destroyed the whole clan yesterday. And now his opponent was the Bloody Plum Blossom. It was something incredible, and they all came to see it. Of course, it was interesting to watch, but the crowd of onlookers was so large that these people could be hurt unexpectedly. The hostess's representatives and advisors had been looking for her all morning. She had disappeared and said nothing, although she had been warned. As they walked through the streets, they noticed a crowd that was making a lot of noise. As they made their way through the crowd, they noticed someone standing in the very center. It was the mistress and the inedible demon blade. They could not believe their eyes. Was the young mistress going to fight, and beside this man Kanvi? It was unbelievable. The boys rushed to help her because this was not part of their plans at all. The fight didn't start until the mistress's servants intervened in the crowd. At that moment, Kanvi realized that it was time to attack. The mistress realized that the battle had begun when a whistle blew across their battlefield. Elder Kanvi's blade spun in the air, pointing directly at the mistress. Bloodbud also remained vigilant. her sword acting without delay. In a whirlwind of martial dance, they crossed their swords, and the battle seemed to be getting more and more intense. If the Bloodbuds' helpers intervene and help their mistress, the situation will get out of hand. The boy steps forward to stop them. He grabs the young mistress's hand where she holds the sword. He also puts his other hand on Kanvi's sword, stopping them both. With a slight movement of his hands, he skillfully controls their chakras and stops their powers without any effort. After this maneuver, everyone held their breath and shuddered because this rascal was able to stop such powerful attacks from two of the strongest masters with a slight movement. He didn't care what people thought. He turned to these two fighters, who had already bored everyone with their antics. One of them is called the strongest martial artist in the world, but he was so easily provoked, and the people who had gathered around to find out what was going on would probably get hurt if they started fighting. He also looked at one of the 5 strongest warriors. Sure, he was a tough guy, but he decided to fight the one who made the 9 foundations and 5 dragons fight. Do the 2 great alliances not have a mutual understanding? His point of view stunned Kanvi, who was standing in front of him. It was the first time in his life that this warrior had ever felt such an influential force, but in his mind, he was determined not to give up. He could never just give up. And like a furious man, he screamed at the top of his lungs. He channeled all his rage into his hand to make it move somehow. The young master looked at him, his blue eyes remaining calm until the rascal began to stand out. A surge of incredible energy was felt in the air, a force so powerful that even the strongest of men cringed inside. The young master turned to Kanvi in his mind. If he was ready to put his life on the line again, there was no question. The hard energy rushed towards the inedible blade, and he even heard the iron on his sword crack. After that glance, his strength began to fade, and his bones and muscles began to behave strangely. Ravenous Blade screamed like a madman in pain. He didn't even realize what had happened. He just felt as if his last hour had come. But all the young master did was put his hand on his weapon. Ravenblade was confident in his body and energy, but he had just learned what his death looked like. The moment Saoyu let go of his hand, he began to walk away. The elder thought he could release all his strength and attack sharply. Then he would have a chance. But he made a mistake and admitted it as he walked away from Master Saoyu with a very bad feeling in his heart. He realized that he would not be able to escape his fate, and no matter what technique he used, he would still die. The young master looks him in the eye. He still gave him a chance, and the warrior made the right decision, because he did not want to kill people for nothing. He turns to the young hostess, who is approached by her escorts. They are shocked to see how everything ended, and do not understand what happened here. Their mouths gaped open, and cold sweat ran down their backs, because they could not believe that young Master Dan had stopped these masters so easily. The young man put his hand on the hostess's shoulder and asked her again what she was doing. Because her opponent had just stopped, she needed to do the same. The girl was in such a severe shock that she did not even know what to do. The guy took her by the arm and simply pulled her away so she wouldn't cause any trouble. The ravenous blade walked away from the young master, but decided to ask him his name. The boy stopped, feeling his vibrations. He had told him his name once before, but decided to remind him that his name was Dan Saoyu. Everyone began to leave, and the inedible blade walked down the street, trembling with fear. The young mistress was also taken away. Inedible Blade was so scared that he almost lost control of himself. He knew that Dan Moksong-gyeong had received certain orders, and that things had changed since she left the Union. When he met with Dan Saoyu's power, it turned his entire perception upside down. He simply could not believe that such a force existed at all. Dan Saoyu didn't just insult him with his mean trick, he shamed his faith. Although he was scared, he still wanted to kill him. But he was not strong enough to face this scoundrel alone. He was the embodiment of evil, and he needed Yomsaik's help. The soldiers from Gaiban were passing by and saw the scene, but decided to wait until it was over. These soldiers were followers of Haiban, freshmen. They even introduced themselves by name and bowed to the young master. Sayu asked if they were first-level followers, and assumed that they had come on the orders of their elder, perhaps to keep an eye on Kanvi. However, in his opinion, it was not a good idea to tell the young master about this when a dangerous man like Kanvi is around. He can attack anyone without hesitation. The young mistress watched Master Saoyu from the side. She realized that he was connected not only to Kanvi, but also to the Gaiban representatives who had already approached him. She had always thought he was an unusual person, but no one but him could have intervened in the conflict between her and Kanvi. The first-year students from Gaiban began to assure Master Saoyu that they understood his concerns and that they would observe with great care. After shaking hands with the young man, the hostess's hand hurt for a long time, and her representatives were happy to have found her. However, they did not yet understand what was happening, and it was better for the young man to leave. Dan Saoyu understood the remark and immediately released her hand, apologizing for his rudeness. The two men turned to the hostess, saying that they were late and that they needed to go to the Great Heavenly Merchant Union immediately. The boy heard that they were going there and asked to go with them. This request caused them great surprise, because even though they were going there, what reason could they have for taking him along? At this point, Sang-young had a flashback to a conversation with the master, who was briefing her on the situation. She had an extremely difficult task, the fulfillment of which was important not only for the Union, but also for herself. She is so talented that she even calls herself the wisest in the Union. She knows exactly what to do and what not to do. She knows exactly who to stay away from and who to cooperate with because she has no equal in this regard. At that moment, the mistress understood the master, because for her, the Holy Blade was the main authority. It occurred to her that this guy really knows Canvi, but it seems that they are only connected by hatred judging by his attitude towards Gaiban's followers. They are an important figure to him, and the person he calls an elder is probably the head of Gaiban. If this person is familiar with the head, then getting to know him will definitely not hurt anyone. At least she can be sure that he is not going to do any harm. It was with him that the hostess decided to establish a relationship in order to make Gaiban a partner of the 9 Foundations Union. They took him with them and brought him to the branch of the Great Heavenly Merchants Union in Taiwan. Soon the 4 of them walked up to the main building. It was quite amazing. This branch of the Merchants Union looked simply beautiful. Dan Xiaoyu could not believe that they had such a large and luxurious building. At the entrance, the servant bowed and asked the young lady the purpose of her visit. She introduced herself as Dan Mok Yen from Manhua, and said that she would like to meet with the head of the Merchants Union office. And when the young master noticed her personal seal, he was shocked that someone would dare to betray her. If she shows this seal to this man, he will immediately realize who she is and let her in without any problems. Dan Xiaoyu looks at the seal. He also has one, because a little girl once gave him one just like it. He starts looking for it in his pocket. He quickly finds the seal and shows it to him on his palm. Looking at it, he realizes that they are identical and decides to see if he is right. One day they will be great on the continent, and no one will be able to judge or insult them. Ha! So Ho's name was the most important in her life, and she gave him the seal because his eyes were the same color as hers. When she becomes a big trader, she will appreciate him if he brings her this important thing. Dan Xiaoyu remembers that little girl, Ha-so, who gave him this gift. He was sure that she had grown up to be a big girl. The hostess interrupted his memories and asked him to go inside. The owner consoled himself with the thought that he would definitely learn more about these black traders and be able to find out what happened to Haseo, because he missed her so much. As he walked around the traders, some people heard that he had a seal from a young lady, and he had once become friends with her. They exchanged seals, and he had kept it all this time. While the woman in front was from Manhua, these were her escorts who introduced themselves by their names. The man was one of the flower masters, and with them was the head of this branch of the Merchants Union, Bong Chong. He noticed that they had a seal, and the main reason for their visit was the master, who has a special seal, which made Bong express his concern. Since the master was already waiting for them, he asked them to go deeper inside. The young master looked around this huge building with his own eyes and could not believe that a simple union of merchants, or rather their branch, could build such a grand structure. He asked himself, could Malishka have changed as well? But what can I say, 10 years have passed since they met. Perhaps she received such wealth too soon, the master thought. He was again interrupted in his thoughts by the hostess, who asked him if this was his first time here. She told him that she had an acquaintance whom she had met in the Iron Union and that she was working with the Merchants Union. She happened to have a branch in Taiwan, and now she was staying here. She approached Master Dan, saying that he should make some friends if he wanted to settle down here. The guy did not answer her, as he did not understand the context of this story and saw no reason for her to complain. When they went inside, Zan Mok was asked why she came here, because this place is very far from Walnut and Iron Union, and she had traveled a long way to get here. At this upcoming event, the woman was only asking for help. The head of the Great Heavenly Merchant Union assumed that she was here mostly because of the Demoness Blade. And that was quite correct. They could ask the only one who could help with this matter. The head of the merchants knew that Kanvi was a dangerous man, and they had been following him, suspecting that he was somehow connected to the black traders. Everything was exactly as the young master thought. Kanvi was indeed connected to these black traders. The head asked his servant to deliver an important document to Miss Dan Mok. Usually they don't change their schedule, but if a young lady asks them, they can't refuse, especially since the information about Yomsaik that they had been collecting for several years was important. They tried to find out where his place of residence was. They were interested in where he ran his business, what his income was, his relations with the authorities and other organizations. All this was extremely useful. However, they had not yet found out exactly what Kanvi was doing, but they suspected that he had made a deal with black marketers. If their suspicions were correct, the orders given to him by the Five Dragon Union was set forth in this document, which is roughly in this form. 20 years ago, they made a deal with the Moye clan and traded people, including children. The young master heard an insider's information that a deal had been made with the Moye clan 20 years ago. The head of the Merchants Union watched Master Dan Saoya closely, as he had not reacted to any of the news until he heard about the Moye clan. Although he knew how to hide his emotions, his reaction was still troubling, and his eyes. The head of the Merchants Union said only one thing. Who is he? The young hostess thanked him for the information, as it was very valuable. But it was clear that they had not provided this information for free, so she asked what they wanted from her. The head of the traders said that all he wanted was to minimize the losses to the Union that they had suffered because of the incident. If an incident occurs because of what they are trying to do now, the Nine Foundations Union will deal with it. That's all it wants. The girl wanted to know why this was the main point of the conversation. For the head of the merchants, the issue of the destruction of the Crane clan had been quickly covered up, and she knew little about it. However, yesterday there was an incident at the military court when Kanvi got out, possibly alone or with his accomplice. The fact is that the clan could have been regarded as enemies or revenge seekers, but judging by the fact that the authorities are turning a blind eye to the killing of soldiers, it is possible that the deputy head of Taiwan has some connections with the Five Dragons Union. In that case, no one would be able to stop this scoundrel, Kanvi. That's why they needed to enlist the help of the Nine Foundations, but the girl didn't have that kind of authority. The head of the merchants understood that it would not be easy to involve the entire union. But if she couldn't send those in Taiwan, Dan Xiaoyu, listening to this dialogue, simply could not believe the way they were talking. What kind of discussion was this? The hostess pulled herself together and thought, if this is the price she has to pay to find out what the Five Dragon Union is up to, then it will not be a great loss to them. She would definitely pass on the request and try to mobilize the Iron Union branch in Taiwan. This was great, because when they arrived, they would be able to provide support. However, the head was interested when they appeared here with Dan Sao, but he did not pay much attention to him. The boy was just accompanying her, so there was no need to delve into it. The head of the merchants could afford such liberty, and asked if the boy was from Manhua, and whether it would be important to hear such a discussion. But judging by the fact that he was allowed to stay, he was definitely not an ordinary chaperone in the trader's opinion. According to the young hostess, Xiaoyu stayed here only because she had a request for him. The boy did not know what kind of request she had for him. However, the girl suspects that this master is closely connected with Gaiban. Not long ago, after the death of Dong Chong, the head of the Moye clan in Liaonan province, Gaiban took personal control of all the information. Gaiban did not provide any answers to these questions, not only to the Nine Foundations, but also to the Great Iron Union. Of course, everyone understood that valuable information was worth a decent price, but the relationship between Gaiban and the Nine Foundations was no longer the same. However, if he helped them, they would guarantee the master a benefit. The young master finally realized why this girl had been following him so persistently. He decided to answer that his relationship with Gaiban was not as close as they thought. However, since they had organized this meeting, he would accept their request, but asked them not to expect much from him. When the guy activated his aura and energy, the room felt incredible tension. The warriors literally began to tremble. The head of the merchants, surrounded by his bodyguards, noticed that they were all afraid of him like the devil. Who was he really? The young hostess, feeling this energy, began to doubt this guy and realized that she was very wrong. The guy said that it was time for him to leave, and he was leaving them. No one could stop him. He didn't listen to anyone. He just got up and left, ending the conversation. The girl realized that she needed to be more careful with him. She should not have trusted him blindly because he could quickly change his mind because of money or because of his appearance and connections to the Gaiban. She should have been more cautious and gradually gained his trust. The head of the merchants said that this guy seemed too gentle and left, but in his mind, he wondered who this guy was. Was Dan his surname? Was his accent like a mountain? Or was he looking for Yuan Lady? In any case, Ms. Dan Mok needed to discuss the details. He left the meeting feeling as if he had been insulted, but he had learned everything he needed to know. He had enough confirmation that the deal with Moye was made 20 years ago. Now he just had to figure out where he was. When he left the trader's building, a man with chaotic hair was waiting for him. He bowed and greeted Master Dan. It was a student from Gaiban whom the elder had asked to accompany the master to him. We moved somewhere beyond the Taiwan mountains, into the jungle, where a familiar man wandered. It was the Inedible Blade, who had been wandering this forest all along. He wasn't just out for a walk, he was on his way somewhere. Representatives of the Gaiban were following him all this time, not understanding where this man was going and why they needed to watch him. But they shouldn't have complained, just followed the order. No matter how far Kanvi would go, They had to be vigilant and keep their eyes wide open to avoid getting into trouble. But the trouble came from where it was not expected, when one of the vagrants' stomach began to growl loudly. He was suddenly so sick that he was running back and forth for the second time. His partner was already tired of the fool, because they had just missed Kanvi. The guy panicked, because it was all because of that idiot. And now the elder would kill them for sure where to look for Kanvi now? But when he returned, he realized that they had an even bigger problem. They had lost Kanvi, but not as much as they thought, because he was standing right behind them. Kanvi asked who these rats were that were chasing him. The guy fell to the ground, not knowing what to do because the real killer was standing in front of him. The diamond thread enveloped the vagrant, heading for his neck, wrapping around it perfectly. In a second, bloodstains flew all over the place, and in a moment the tramp was lying on the ground, no longer breathing. Kanvi's friends asked him why he had killed him, but the inestimable blade was not interested in what kind of scum from Gaiban were chasing him, and why they needed to. Are they really following him? If so, why would they want to? He looked to the side and asked himself why he had so many questions. In any case, he was glad to see these masters, and guessed that the Redwater building was somewhere nearby, but he hadn't been able to find it yet. The ravenous blade turned to his friends, especially the archer, asking him to help him. But the archer realized that there were definitely some other rats hiding here, and they had to search everything thoroughly. They couldn't let anyone find their friend. The secretive masked man realized that this was true. They didn't even know that somewhere nearby in the bushes was another guy from Haiti hiding. He was frightened and worried that his friend had died like this. He would definitely avenge his death and come back for him, but now he had to report everything. The warriors started to go downstairs. It was actually an inconspicuous place, and the inedible blade probably wouldn't have found it right away because it was hard to see the road. They came to the branch of the Black Traders Union in Taiwan, where the Redwater Fortress was located. The leader of this union understood that they were planning to pass important information to the Five Dragon Union, and on his orders, the soldiers were perfectly prepared. The unknown masked man had trained them well enough so that they would be anxious and obey orders. If they are allowed to learn martial arts for a few years, they will become very powerful weapons in their hands. That would be good. However, the master lacked something. He was the head of the Black Trade Union. All the tools that had taken on human form, and even these warriors, would be able to master the martial art and develop their abilities to a sufficient level. Everything will depend on the influence of the master. They will be able to wield the weapon independently, or become a secret weapon. These warriors were the best creation of the Redwater Fortress in the last 20 years. But the fact is that their usefulness was not only in this. They were extremely effective, but there was nothing exceptional about them. Just like 20 years ago. Just like that girl, if only they hadn't lost her. If she had trained properly, they would have had incredible power. The head of the Black Traders could not accept the fact that she had escaped from them. His friends came and noticed what he was thinking about those people. And at that moment, the demon blade they brought here walked in. Weren't they supposed to go to their traders? But the demonic blade, before he destroys the Alliance, has one request for the Black Trader, and he brought those who followed him with him. "What kind of scum are these?" asked the head of the Black Traders. Was the inedible clink being followed? He admitted that he had been followed by the Gaiban. They had even caught one. But it was unlikely that anyone else would have dared to follow him. Besides, his subordinates took good care of him, and no one would find any traces of his comrades. However, he did not find any traces either. "There will be no problem with this," he said. The Black Trader thought perhaps they had begun to suspect something, and perhaps it was time to leave this fortress. This news was especially painful because the master had been developing this place for 20 years. It would be a great loss for them. It would certainly be a shame for him to lose what they had worked on for so many years, but in such a situation it is very important to make a decision quickly. If Gaiban has already started to put spokes in their wheels, it means that sooner or later they will come after them. The Steel Archer has to go to the Five Dragon Union with the goods. He has to do it tomorrow at dawn. And the head. As long as there is no agreement among the clans in Murim, and as long as Ming opposes Mongol trade, their affairs will continue. No Five Dragons-led alliance can give them more than they already have, so they will definitely benefit. No one will be able to resist such forces and means. By the way, what does the Blade of the Demoness want in the first place? This request brought a crazy smile to the Demon Blade's face. He asked the master to do something for him, or rather, to organize training for him. Soon after, the Gaiban branch received very disturbing news. One of the survivors reported that his partner had been killed on Mount Oho, and they were ordered to pursue Kanvi. The guy went to relieve himself, and at that moment, Kanwi and his accomplices killed his partner. The survivor begged for forgiveness and asked for punishment. He could do nothing but tremble and watch his comrade die. He asked for death because he considered himself unworthy to be called a Gaiban warrior. The young master, hearing this information, realized what had happened. But he did not blame himself. Only Kanvi and his accomplices were responsible for the death of one of the Gaiban. That guy was not guilty either. Mount Oho was their residence, but it was very far away. One of the heads of this branch was sure that it was connected to Jonsai Yik. He realized that they needed to attack as soon as possible before they covered their tracks. They've got everyone involved in reconnaissance, searching all the mountains in the area, and they should have news very soon. If their branch office is really in the mountains, then it's no wonder they couldn't be found. Who would have thought that they would be smart enough to build a fortress in such a godforsaken place? The old man had heard that John Saik was somehow connected to child trafficking, and perhaps this had something to do with what he was up to. Soon a message came from a group of scouts, and the messenger hurried to bring the news to the elder they had found the fortress. The same hairy madman offered to avenge Uncle Yeol's death. But they can't just leave it at that, since one of them, a follower, died at their hands. The head of the branch, Joe, will stay here and be ready to act at the right moment. He was watching the Merchants' Union with special attention, confident that something would definitely happen to them. He felt that something was about to happen. The wise man addressed everyone, realizing that everyone now feels hatred because of Jeol's death, and everything that happened was because he was following orders. The old man also feels the approach of war. He understands that they all want to wring Kanvi's neck, but he is a very experienced killer, so it is impossible to send all the soldiers to hell at the same time. This time, the scouts and second-level students will go with this battle. They will avenge their comrade and restore justice to their land. After addressing his warriors, the sage approached the master and asked him about his future plan. After everything that had happened, he must meet John Saik in person and will go there. It's not just human trafficking. They were even selling children in collusion with the Moy clan, and everything that girl said matched. It doesn't matter how many people they are going to gather. They will not stand against one warrior like Kanvi, and the young master must personally come and deal with him. The sage realized that, despite the fact that they were facing complete defeat, there were still a few issues to be resolved. A follower of Gaibon had been injured, so they would not hesitate to oppose them. If this turns out to be true, although it seems unlikely, it is indeed true. All that remains is to set out on the road. Sayu smiled back and, of course, was about to leave. We moved to the location Mount Oho, the House of Bloody Tears, an impregnable fortress that no one could discover for 20 years. Suddenly, an old man runs up to the guard standing guard at the gate. The soldiers were alert. They did not expect a beggar to appear in such a remote place. The wise man looked at them and began to lift his bags, shouting that something terrible was coming. He was amazed that one could live in such a place, and even more so, that there was an incredible building with large and impressive walls that seemed majestic even compared to the mountain. The vagrant told the guards that he was very hungry, apologized, and asked the soldiers for some food. The old man offered them a wonderful soup, and the guards realized that he was a representative of Gaiban, because they had just dealt with one scoundrel today. They reached for their swords, but the old man grabbed the very sword he wanted to draw from one of them. He looked him in the eye and asked, "What kind of cruelty is this? I just asked for some food, and you are ready to strike. I don't want to see anything that can't be eaten. So you better leave that stupid sword," he said. And at that moment there was a huge explosion. The explosion hit 2 guards, and the gate of the building collapsed with them. He stood over 2 corpses. I may not have fed them properly when I was alive, but I am still an elder, and that is no reason to run away so far. Even though today is not a holiday, I will feed everyone a hot meal, he said, shouting at his soldiers to listen to him. They need to finish this today and celebrate. Vagabonds from all sides begin to attack the House of Bloody Tears, preparing for the great feast after the battle. Of course, what better way to motivate the vagabonds than to avenge the death of their warrior at the hands of the cursed black traders? The warriors of the black traders were shocked by the bold attack of these scum, and they were not going to spare them. Fierce fighting broke out in the House of Bloody Tears. The young master, along with the King of War, went forward, saying that they would deal with the soldiers, and that there was no work left for him. However, as he walked forward, he was amazed that these people still called themselves black traders. But in reality, they were just a bunch of petty criminals. Even if the wise man sent his best fighters against them, they would have no trouble destroying them. Looking around, the old man realized that the outcome was obvious. Although the young master was impressed by the abilities of the Gaiban clan as well as the old man's strength, his warriors were good not only at martial arts, but also at glorifying their clan. The soldiers fought like mad, proving that everything they had learned was thanks to Gaiban. Having gone through the complete chaos that reigned around him, the old man regretted that he had never found a worthy successor. Although, of course, Sun Gun was perfect for the role. This was the same Sun Gun who often attended their meetings. The old man remembered him and thought that he had once really wanted to take him on as a disciple before he left Shenyang, and even believed that he would be able to handle this inheritance. However, if he trained hard, he could reach certain heights. The old man promised that he would be a good student, but he had nothing more to add. Then he said that bastards will always reach out for handouts, and that you can't call yourself good when you are a bastard. The old man felt so heavy in his heart that he even shed a tear. Our heroes were walking forward, ignoring the chaos around them, when suddenly a warrior appeared in front of them, shouting that they were scum and that he was going to kill them. The old man didn't even pay attention to this warrior, because he could easily defeat him. He continued his thoughts, noting that not everyone is born equally strong and capable. They may lack the means to live, but they can still live without worrying about tomorrow. Their clan has no home, as this whole huge world is only a temporary shelter for them. So there are no difficulties that could break them, and even when things get tough, they are united and do not hesitate to wish for the country's prosperity and people's well-being, and there is nothing better than his philosophy. The warrior who attacked them received a heel kick from the old man. The old man demonstratively stuck 2 of his toes in the nose of this scoundrel, mocking him. Despite his anger, he looked the soldier in the eye and said, "Well, kid, is that all you can do?" He was ashamed of him. He tossed the boy aside as if he hadn't had any adventure. Thinking about his heir, whom he wanted to make Sunwoon, the old man thought that a bastard would always be a bastard, and he could not be changed. The only thing he wanted, he said, was to provide for his mother such wise thoughts at such a young age, and the old man could not help but rely on him. The young master thought that such thoughts did not sound bad, and yet one could think that he was not a bad person. We moved to the main office of the black traders. Their lord is furious because the trouble came from a place they did not expect. They had a shipment of goods scheduled for the morning, and they couldn't afford to leave any traces. But these scoundrels attacked right when they were not ready. Anyway, the guy named Demon Blade disappeared somewhere, and Convy went to Taiwan with what he needed. He said that he would destroy the Union of Great Merchants by dawn. This, of course, was impressive, according to the chief black trader. But perhaps he wanted to sit tight while the devil knows what was happening on their lands. The Lord realized that if they were defeated, the Dragon Union would suffer serious losses. The archer was not even worried. He was calmly drinking alcohol, waiting for the right moment among these warriors. There was one person he wanted to test. Is he really as good as they say? You can't act against him without thinking it through. The archer believed that he needed to make him a little disappointed, and it was a pity that they had not foreseen this. In the archer's opinion, after all, this was an agreement between 2 alliances. And if this city was destroyed, or the head of the black traders died, the agreement between them would still not be broken. This guy may have spent 20 years consolidating his influence, but in the end, he's nothing more than a pawn on a chessboard. And if an archer thinks about it, then from that moment on, blood tears becomes only your problem. He turned to Master Yam, pointing out that no black trader and no 5 Dragon Union is involved in this. So, if it ends up as he planned, no one will be able to stop it. If so, it will primarily affect him and his power. Realizing all the consequences, he pulls himself together and decides that he will not allow himself to be betrayed so easily. He looks at the chaos taking place on his lands. Even at first glance, it becomes clear that all these people from the Gaiban clan are real scum. The Lord looks at them and thinks, if the followers of a miserable sect behave like this on someone else's territory, he will make them leave, and leave this place in disgrace. With these words, he addresses the old man. The wise man, in turn, emphasized that his subordinates had killed his disciple, the very same John Sayik. The young master realized that the one whom the elder wanted to appoint as his successor had been killed. He also saw this black trader and realized that he was the same person who had taken the master's daughter into slavery 20 years earlier. The head of the black traders was outraged by such accusations against him. Has Gaiban stooped to attacking a small trade union for no reason? Where is the evidence? The old man asked him not to dodge the question because they had witnesses. If he is so sure of his innocence, he should just let them search the place. The Lord turns to the old man, reminding him that he may not understand something. This is his land, and they will not dare to search his building. They exchange glances, and the old man warns him that they will use force. At this point, the trader holds an unknown thing on his tongue that looks like a whistle. He challenges them. If they succeed in using force against his clan, then please try it. The loud whistle spread around the perimeter, filling the warriors' ears. Suddenly, a huge number of warriors appeared behind them, whom no one had seen before. They were terrifying warriors dressed in black cloaks, their eyes shining with an incredible thirst for blood. When the Gaiban warriors saw their new enemies, they were amazed by their mannerisms and facial expressions, but they still stood their ground and attacked them. If they didn't want to see this vagabond defeat them, they'd better run away. And at the moment when one of the soldiers swung a stick at them, this miserable weapon brought him nothing but ridicule. The amazed tramp could not find words to react to what he saw. The warrior, demonstrating his strength, put his powerful arms out from under his cloak and grabbed the stick with both hands. But what struck everyone the most was that a child was hiding under the mask. The young master and the old man were almost speechless when they saw that among the soldiers were children in heavy armor who looked impressive in their strength. The black trader laughed, saying that if they wanted to capture the place, they would have to kill all these children. If they succeeded, they would be real idiots, as it seems impossible. He turned to the soldiers, ordering them to attack, emphasizing that these soldiers did not feel pain. Dan Sayu, seeing how the scoundrel had crossed all moral boundaries, felt hatred fill his heart. At this point, the archer approached Master Yam and reminded him that his actions violated the agreement by using the goods as a shield, and whether he was sure he could solve all the problems that would arise in the future. Master Yam, delighted by what had happened, asked the archer not to disappoint him, adding that he could not die alone. If the archer wants his goods to remain intact, he should come and show him what he can do. These words sounded rather rude. The black trader is setting up the archer. But how dare he do it? And yet, he calls his friend. The friend suddenly appears on the perimeter and stands on his leg as if he could fly. He asks his master why he was summoned, and the latter gives him a task to deal with these people. This white archer looked more like an inanimate, a real skeleton in the flesh, his eyes burning with bloodlust. Without hesitation, he accepts the order he has to fulfill. The white ghost instantly moved from the balcony to the roof. The soldiers below him created an incredible contrast, like shadow and light merged into one. The white ghost bared his sword, taking it out of its scabbard, and at that moment he seemed to be a demon himself, coming out into the light. As he charged into battle, the warriors heard a sharp whistling in their ears, as if they were facing a white threat that was inevitably approaching. The young master looked up and saw 12 enemies hovering over him like deadly hawks. The leader of the white ghosts ordered his warriors to thrust their blades forward. Their goal was clear: to destroy all the vagrants without mercy, so that everyone would feel the power of punishment. At that moment, the Haban soldiers felt the full brutality of the white ghosts, and one of them became the first victim. After this cruel gesture, everyone around them fell silent. The Haban warriors looked at the bloodied sword of the ghost with fear. They could not believe their eyes, for before them stood a warrior from the Union of the Five Dragons, the White Swordsman himself. He had filled the entire battlefield with terror, causing his soldiers to leave no living soul behind. Like an avalanche of snow, these warriors fell upon the poor vagrants, and only the whistle of their swords sounded in the air like a deadly symphony. The vagabonds were powerless against such highly skilled warriors, their efforts crashing against the unbreakable wall of skill. The young master watched with admiration what was happening on the battlefield. He was mesmerized when he saw the mask fly off one of the warriors. Their unusually long arms and legs indicated that they were still very young, but their bodies were stretched to the limit that it seemed incredible how they could even stand. Their limbs were brought to the perfect proportions to master martial arts, and their skeletons were adjusted to the necessary conditions, which changed them beyond recognition in a short time. In addition, these warriors were completely subdued. They felt no pain, had no thoughts or desires of their own. Even if their bodies were trembling with fear, they could not stop until they received an order. These warriors would never find themselves or regain their own identity. They would rather die than live to be 20 years old. This wretch had turned these children into death machines and intended to do the same to his master's daughter. The elder stopped the war king, asking him not to rush, for his intervention could only make the situation worse. After all, these swordsmen, the elite unit of the Dragon Union, were not afraid of death, believing that they would die for the good of their union. If they were here, it meant that they would carry out any order, killing hundreds of people without hesitation, and not even blinking. Don Su asked the Habanese leader if he would stand by and watch the situation escalate. He realizes that it will not be easy at first, but he is confident that they will manage. After all, Gaben and the Five Dragon Union have never been allies, but they have tried not to destroy the peace between them, always taking advantage of others. The city of Ganjo, where everyone talks about justice, actually hides many secrets, but all these promises of justice are repeated over and over again only for their own benefit and profit. However, the War King was different, not like the rest of them. He was not subject to the current unspoken laws, and as soon as he intervened, he could become a target for the Five Dragon Alliance, or even the person who would be forced to take responsibility for what happened today. The elder may not have heard what just happened, but the young master heard the children crying. He doesn't know if they are afraid of Gaben or perhaps something else, but they definitely don't want to be here. The Five Dragon Union could call him whatever they wanted, but he didn't care as long as they turned a blind eye to the pain and suffering of others. Even if they did, the War King would not go against the call of his heart. The old man only said, "Oh no." The wise man understood what the young master had just said. He was not going to go against the call of his heart, and this was certainly the right path for everyone to follow. Undoubtedly, the boy was right. The children's fear was hidden and suppressed by the will, just like this old man who had been hiding for so many years, used to not noticing the fuss. He asked himself why he was still allowing himself to think about profit while his children were risking their lives for him. It was a lesson from this young man that made him think. The old man pulls out his whip, preparing for battle. If the boy said that he needed to meet Gion Saiko in person, then he would have to go there himself, and the old man would take care of the white swordsman. At this point, he decisively bursts into the battle, not hesitating to point his whip at the nearest vagrant. In an impulse, he spins around the perimeter of the battle, flying straight at the enemy. One of the white swordsmen had just taken a swing at his warrior, but a strong rope caught his arm. The rope wrapped around his arm, and the old man forced it to the side with a powerful movement of strength. With this, he saved his warrior and resolutely entered the fight. He kept his faith through his strength. Or this faith gives him the strength with which he will fight like a madman. And it doesn't matter if he is an old warrior or an ordinary vagabond. After the old man's blow, the swordsman let his sword fall from his hands. The old man looked at his opponent and said that a real swordsman should never let go of his sword. He said that this rascal had broken this rule, and now, holding the sword in his hands, he had to return it. The old man launched the sword with incredible force, and it flew, knowing no barriers. The sword pierced its owner, and he felt unbearable pain. One of the white swordsmen was defeated because the old man believed in his power. The swordsman crashed into one of the buildings with such force that he remained chained to it forever with a sword in his chest. When the other swordsmen saw what had happened to their comrade, they warned everyone to be on their guard, because their enemy was not so simple. They realized that the old man was no ordinary opponent and urged everyone to be ready for battle. The old man turned to his vagabonds, calling them fools, and asked if they wanted to go to the next world with him. Today, they would have to fight these warriors one-on-one. From today on, he will show them what a real Haban is, and it is not just a bunch of inferior warriors. The rejects must behave like rejects, and they will never fight alone. He orders his warriors to attack the swordsmen together to give them no chance to counterattack. Haban's warriors surrounded the white swordsmen from all sides, and the old man kept the whole course of the battle under control. No one had ever seen such a gathering of vagabonds in one place, especially with such techniques. It was a special Habana formation created to hold the enemy at bay. The old man struck his whip at the center of the group of swordsmen, and they scattered in different directions. Despite their leader's cries for the destruction of every single one of them, the Haban warriors were already everywhere around. They struck with lightning speed, not with swords, but with ordinary sticks. The blows hit their enemies exactly where they hurt, leaving them with no chance of resistance. They made the elite swordsmen tremble at the strength demonstrated by these vagabonds. One of Gaibin's warriors pierced a swordsman with his staff, dealing him a merciless blow. A sharp whistle was heard from one of the vagrants, as if to signal an attack. The swordsman stepped on the vagrant's stick and pushed off. As if on a springboard, he leaped over the army of these scum. He looked at them as if they were his prey, preparing to strike a fatal blow and destroy them. But the vagabonds were not as simple as they seemed, pushing back against their fellow man. They will never leave their own in trouble, and one of them jumped even higher than the swordsman himself. He struck the swordsman's head with his stick, and at that moment his skull cracked under the force of the blow. Like a defeated man, he fell to the ground, not even reaching his goal. The vagabonds began to advance, using each other as catapults to launch their warriors into the air. They stood on top of each other, forming an offensive line ready for a decisive attack. Their formation was called holding the enemy, and even if someone tried to escape, they would not succeed. Don Sayu looked at the vagrants and saw that everything was going according to plan. Now he could afford to have some fun. They acted very quickly, and he thought that Gaibin was a truly amazing person. From the balcony, the black trader watched them. He was amazed at the resistance and saw his elite army melting like ice under the sun. He was seething with anger, not believing that these miserable vagabonds could stand up to his elite army. It seemed unbelievable. At that moment, the young master looked at the black trader, seeing him as a victim. There was only one scoundrel left, and it seemed that Gion Saik had some things to discuss with him. He brought a child to the Moen clan. The archer, armed with many arrows, thought that this boy was only helping an old tramp from Gaiban. The archer did not even suspect that the boy would join the battle so quickly. He loaded the arrow and pulled the string of his bow. Releasing the arrow, it flew from his beautiful bow straight into the young master's head. From that moment on, the archer entered the battle, ready to defend what was rightfully his. Pushing off the ground, the boy jumped to the roof of the building. He has a target in front of him, the head of the black traders, who is furiously shouting at his incompetent soldiers who cannot resist the weaker ones. And like a bolt of lightning, he flies at this scoundrel. At the moment when the boy was already near him, the black merchant, if he had known that this would happen, would have long since fled. He looked up and saw a huge danger in front of him. The incredible energy embodied in the form of the young master, Lady Sayo, was already sitting on the balcony next to him, staring intently into his eyes. The black trader screamed, asking who he was, and trembled at his power. The guy stretched out his palm to him, wanting to make the scoundrel answer a few questions. He reminded him of Hansen and asked if the trader remembered bringing a child to the Moen clan 12 years ago. But the boy didn't have time to continue his question, because one of the scoundrels he hadn't been able to kill earlier intervened in the fight. The archer said that they had met before, and he could not imagine that it would happen under such circumstances. In any case, he was glad to meet Lady Sayo. Pulling the string of his bow, he filled the arrow with divine energy. A huge and incredibly powerful arrow flew straight at the young master with incredible speed. The boy could only hear the crackle of the air cut by the arrow and caught its incredible speed. The arrow hit the boy, who was not expecting anything, and flew past his body, leaving a trail of deadly energy. The boy flies out of the balcony of this house, hit by the arrow, and flies to the side with a hard jolt. He doesn't understand how this could happen, because no arrow has ever passed so close to his body and caused so much pain. He holds onto the arrow, which is stuck in his body, trying to pull it out. The guy realized that he should have killed the villain earlier, but what happened could not be changed. Feeling superior in strength, the archer decided to continue shooting at the young master. The black trader was delighted with such a grand show and praised the old archer, calling him one of the best in the world who fully justified his reputation. The archer could not see or hear anything anymore, except to watch with satisfaction the result of his wonderful work. His arrow is capable of piercing even a diamond and a strong Kinergy shield, but the boy managed to catch it and pull it out of his body. The young master held the arrow in his hands and carefully examined its tip. He realized without a doubt that this arrow was quite fast and almost hit him right in the heart. The boy throws the arrow to the ground, angry at the archer who had been waiting for the right moment to attack. He admits that the attempt was not bad, but it was a sad irony because it was the archer's first and last chance to kill the young master. The moment the archer watched his opponent with his eagle's eye, he was seized with anxiety. A shiver went through his body and he began to tremble. He knew that the guy's energy was incredibly strong, but he hadn't even realized it was that strong. This pressure made him feel the same fear that the 4 valiant warriors would have felt. If this guy survives, even the 4 strongest warriors will not be able to stand up to him personally. He has a huge responsibility. He has to pull himself together, even though it's hard for him. At any moment, the archers could be killed. But in any case, he knew that this would definitely be his last battle, and this thought haunted him. He launches an attack, pushing off the balcony of the building. He leaps over the young master, charging an arrow into his bow. And as promised, he will show him his best techniques. Unexpectedly, when the arrow hit the ground, it began to collapse beneath him, which was a real surprise. The boy stood and looked at the archer. Most people would have tried to keep their distance, but the archer, on the contrary, was shortening it. The archer followed his own rule. Everyone has their own technique, and his technique was unsurpassed. For him, the best distance is the one he chooses. Everything he sees will be to his advantage, and this rascal will not escape his divine golden eyes. The guy looked at him like a fool because he was not going to run away. Although the archer asked him not to let him go, the boy was not going to listen to his words. The archer, maniacally unwilling to let go of the boy, shot 10 arrows in his direction. A huge storm of arrows came from his bow, aimed directly at the enemy. Each arrow was released in turn, flying like an explosive bullet. When an arrow hit its target, it could pierce even the strongest wall. The young master dodged the attacks as the archer's incredible arrows pierced the air past him, hitting the wall. This was an exceptional archer, and apparently it only takes him a moment to ignite his arrows with fire, and he can fire a dozen of these fiery arrows in a row. His strength is superior to that of any other archer. He is as powerful as a demon link and is unrivaled in the 5-dragon union. Because of this, he fired his arrow first, realizing that it might mean sacrificing his own life. The black trader in the building watched the battle and felt that he would stay in this place forever. The young master grabbed a stick and pushed off, preparing for the next move. He did not mind accepting the archer's challenge, but he had a trick of his own that promised to be even more interesting. He quickly turned around the stick, and he changed the trajectory of his movement, making the exchange of blows even more exciting. It was a real pleasure. At the moment when the boy was already close to his opponent, he suddenly dodged. The archer completely agreed with the young master, but it did not mean the end. The boy pushed himself off the bloody ground, feeling relieved after the intense battle. The archer realized that the boy had moved from defense to offense extremely quickly, like a true martial artist. It was impressive. However, he had no intention of letting himself be destroyed so easily, even by a young master. At the same instant, many arrows charged at the same time shot straight at the young master. If he thought he could escape from the archer's arrows, he was mistaken. The boy skillfully dodged each blow. He did not care about the arrows of the enemy. He ran through the rain of arrows and reached the defense of the villain. The boy hit the archer with such force that he flew out of the building. But the young master did not stop, continuing to run after him without slowing down. In order to change the course of events and delay his death, the archer pulls a diamond thread from his sleeve. As he flies through the building, he wraps it around all the key structures, holding the blocks of the building. In fact, its foundation, firmly in the diamond thread trap. At this point, the young master runs into the place when the trap is ready. The young master notices these silvery threads entangling all the space in the building. And at that moment, the archer pulls on the threads, trying to catch his enemy at any cost. Everything explodes in that moment, as if it were the last move in a game of life. Seeing the silver threads in front of him, the guy started to slow down. The archer felt his advantage, because he finally managed to catch the villain. The moment the silver threads closed, they only slightly cut the young master's hair. This was not surprising because the distance had shortened and the boy dodged in time. From the very beginning, the archer had planned to keep his distance, letting the boy chase him. All this was done to lure him here. To do this, he had to let him get closer. The archer stood in the darkness, using this tactic to have some fun. In other words, the demon blade with its silver threads was just a kindergarten trick that the archer had already tried before. But now that his intentions were revealed, the game was no longer so much fun. The young master realized that it was all just a game to him. He reaches out to the silver thread, emphasizing that the children they kidnapped and sold are just a game to them. They are forced to live in adult bodies because they have been changed, but their faces are still so young they are only 14 years old. In his opinion, every person should live their own life, and at that moment the threads began to be filled with divine energy. They are charged with this energy, and everything in the building begins to collapse. The guy keeps repeating that the eyes of these children are filled with hostility. Perhaps their feelings were directed against the whole of humanity, because they had lost the ability to trust anyone in this life, living in such terrible conditions. This situation was terrible, and it could not be allowed to happen, but the archer, on the contrary, enjoyed it. At that moment, everything was over. The archer could not believe that a diamond-coated string could be cut so easily with his bare hands. And what happened during the battle with Convi happened again. The guy was only able to do this because of hard training and dedication, because Ki energy alone is not enough. One is a crazed killer, the other sells children like cattle, and for the archer it seems to have become entertainment. After these words, the guy was filled with hatred for them, and it became even uninteresting to fight them. After that, all the jokes were over, and the young master's techniques became much more powerful. Even if the archer had shot his strongest arrows, they still would not have been able to strike a significant blow. He simply ran away from the young master, trying to keep his distance. The boy was running after the archer, not realizing where he was going to run to. The young master was much stronger and faster than him. The archer reminded him that it was all planned, and it was better not to get hit by his arrows. However, the boy was not going to run away from them. With his incredibly strong hand, he grabbed hold of one of the main beams of the building. To channel his energy, he summoned an incredible divine power, and everything began to crunch and shake as if struck by lightning. An extremely strong explosion shook the building and filled all the rooms. With one blow, the young master was able to destroy the entire building. Shrapnel began to fall on the archer, who was cornered. One of the wings of the building collapsed in a second, burying the archer under the rubble. The archer managed to escape by grabbing his diamond string and moving to another location. Once on the roof of another building, he could not understand how this guy could move so fast. The young master appeared in front of him, and with a single movement of his hand caused an explosion that destroyed the entire building. The archer, with his golden eyes that allowed him to see the enemy's energy flows, still could not understand how the young master had such power. They hadn't introduced themselves to each other yet. So the archer called himself Do-young, known as the Great Steel Archer. The young man said quietly, looking at the moonlight, that his name was Dansayu and he was from Gore. He added that he had no intention of letting his name down, and he wanted the archer to show him what he could do, or he would just let him kill him. The archer could not believe he was hearing this from such a country boy from Gore, and hoped it was the best thing he had ever done. He decided to show Dansai what he could do, and pulled out his arrow. It was a special technique that was impressive in its power, dozens of arrows filled with Kai energy. He guides them on his bow and, pushing off from the ground, releases dozens of arrows at once. These were streams of Kai that sent the arrows straight to the target. 10 arrows were released simultaneously to eliminate any possibility of dodging. Each arrow contained a particle of the master's power. When it hit the victim, an incredibly powerful explosion occurred. This technique cannot be stopped, because after the arrows are launched, they absorb Kai energy. This attack indicated that the archer decided to end the battle in his favor. Holding his legendary bow, he endows it with energy, and he warns the young master that he should run away if he can, pulling the bowstring. After all, his arrows will pursue the young master, even if he goes straight to hell. The destructive power of these arrows was unparalleled. An incredible hurricane raged in the air, combining the almighty techniques of the miraculous archer. The young master decided that he would not run away from the arrows. He opened his palm. The aura around his hand shone, and a sphere of pure energy began to radiate from his palm. All the arrows flying at him, filled with ki energy, began to explode. They burned and crumbled into dust before reaching the young master. But the explosions continued, and the arrows exploded right next to their creator, directing the blow at him. It was a real heavenly strike that engulfed the entire space around them. The ghostly eyes that the young master had aroused many questions and fear. His hands, which had such incredible power, looked like the hands of a real devil. Those who have seen something like that are probably dead by now. But the guy was in great shape and ready to face anyone. He suddenly found himself right above the unsuspecting archer's head, preparing to deliver the decisive blow. With his divine techniques, he flies past the archer to silence him forever, because he has no intention of stopping for this scoundrel. The old archer can't just die at the hands of this juvenile opponent. He does not give up so easily and grabs his last arrow. He promises that all his arrows will reach the target, no matter what it takes. The golden arrow, filled with Kai energy, flies straight at the young master. But as it flies towards his body, the young master's defense dissipates its energy. He catches the arrow and launches it back at the archer with incredible force. He takes the next arrow in his hand and uses it like a sword, pointing it toward his opponent. His skill was so perfect that this arrow hits the archer himself. He sticks the arrow right into the archer's head, and his hat flies off. Looking into his eyes with his last breath, the guy wants to say that as long as the archer is alive, his arrows will never reach their target again, and he will never be able to use his mean arrows again. The archer felt a violent shaking in his head, causing him to lose his bearings for a moment. As he slammed his knees to the ground, he realized that it was over. His life had ended with his own arrow, which had gone straight into his head. It even seemed stupid to Sai, because the game he had so enthusiastically entered had ended too quickly. He repeated to the archer that even death would seem like a game to him, because for him there is no difference between his own suffering and the pain of others. The others looked at the boy with fear, not understanding who he was and how he managed to kill the steel archer. "The king of war," the wise man said quietly over the noise of the crowd standing nearby. The wise man knew that no one could survive a clash with him, but the fact that such a powerful warrior, one of the 5 Dragon Union, the steel archer, had been killed by his own arrow seemed incredible. The archer's death would undoubtedly force the 5 Dragon Union to act faster, accelerating the carnage in Ganhao. But first they would need to capture Yom Sa-ik. As Sa's horse galloped along, the man on the horse thought that although he had trained, his strength was still far from being up to the level of a young man. And who was this Gaiban man who could destroy his creation? This worried him the most, and he realized that they would definitely close all the ways out for themselves. To the sound of hooves and shouts of "Forward, Great Merchants Union!" he rode his horse without fear. The Great Merchant Union knew that the Dragon Union was trying to destroy their influential power, and it had already begun to take away their advantage. From the very beginning, foreigners had never allowed themselves to be treated like this by the locals, but now he had reason to use all his cruelty. Suddenly, a loud explosion broke the silence. There was a quiet conversation in the room about how one of them had been through so much, and it was already quite late. The woman said she had prepared dinner and was thanked for it. But everyone's attention was drawn to the explosion that came from outside, making everyone alert. Manager Chung ran down the hall to inform the master that something bad had happened. He said that the Demon Blade, the underworld Kang Wei, had suddenly attacked them, and they were trying to hold off his onslaught, but it would not last long. Because of this, he advised the master to leave the place. The master was furious and said, "No way." He explained that if their branch fell, the entire tradesmen's union would suffer heavy losses. He firmly stated that he was not going to run away as long as something threatened the young mistress. No one could understand what the blade of the underworld demon was doing here. They could only assume that its original purpose was to destroy the merchants' union, and these actions seemed rash to them. The young mistress speculated, is his real goal to sow enmity between the 9 foundations, the Lion Union, and the Merchant Union?
Negotiations between the Five Dragons and the Merchants' Union rarely yielded positive results. If they failed to establish cooperation, they hoped to exclude the Merchants' Union from negotiations with other unions. After the loud explosion, the warriors ran out into the courtyard, where the blade of the underworld demon was already waiting for them. They believed that they had to show him immediately who was called the Mad Dog and who was in charge. He heard these words when they called him Mad Dog and decided to show them his true power. Cutting them down one by one, he said, "You can try as much as you want, but I will still kill you, even if you run away alone in fear." He skillfully handled the weapon, and the enemies flew in different directions, unable to withstand his onslaught. He explained to them that this was their war. They had decided to serve these bastards for money. They did not want to admit their mistakes, and decided to fight to the death, even with such small chances. They begged him to stop, saying that if he continued, there would be no forgiveness for him. But he only asked what they meant and explained that this was only the beginning. After that, he gripped the hilt of his sword even tighter, preparing for another blow. The sword pierced through the bodies of the soldiers, leaving them no chance of escape. He could not stand it when the weak tried to appear stronger than they really were. Suddenly, 2 more appeared in front of him, jumping down from the mountain. He frantically dealt with them, and managed to tell them that they would not have to go to hell alone, because he would kill everyone from the trade union. The representatives of the trade union could barely withstand this terrible onslaught, which seemed to have no end. Yet one by one he continued to slaughter them, leaving no chance of escape. The 2 swords he held in his hands were about 2 meters long. It was not difficult for him to hit them accurately, cutting his enemies to pieces. Against the backdrop of the moon, their bodies flew apart, creating an eerie silhouette. "Damn bastard!" one of the men shouted at the sight of this cruelty. But he just smiled, recognizing that he was indeed a demon, but a demon that absorbs evil. They tried to silence him, telling him to stop, and reminding him of the influential group of traitors they represented. However, he claimed that he was the one destined to do it, and it would only happen when he destroyed them all. One of the men confronted him, promising to cut his throat. A moment later they fought in a duel, deflecting each other's swords. His opponent was Sop Manhwa, the best warrior in the trade union. But for Kang, his words meant nothing, because he considered him just a pawn in a big game. Their battle continued, and the loud ringing of swords echoed in the air. They shouted at each other to use all their strength and asked if that was all he could do. In response, Kang would only say that this was just the beginning. But then, he added that it was actually the end. His speed increased dramatically, leaving his opponent without a chance. It was easy for him to determine the level of the enemy, watching him get caught up in the battle despite his skills. "Once your mind is clouded, your life as a fighter is over," Khan said. But for his opponent, these words seemed like just an empty lie. Suddenly, unbearable pain pierced his body, paralyzing his movements. It happened too fast for him to realize what was happening. Khan's sword, like a blade, quickly and ruthlessly passed through the warrior's body. "Stop!" The other representatives of the trade union exclaimed in alarm when they saw what had happened. Trembling, Sop could not believe what he was seeing, as if it were a nightmare from which he could not escape. Sop was lying on the ground, looking directly at Kang. His eyes were genuinely confused, and Kang just smiled ominously back at him and said that he was going to suffer. He didn't think that a man on the verge of death should think about that. As he killed him, Khan said that it was too early for him to die, hinting that everything was just beginning. Jumping back, he announced that he would think about it later, once he had destroyed Jongdusu and destroyed the Merchants' Union. The master of the Merchants' Union couldn't contain his emotions as he watched Kang kill his dearest person. Looking the master straight in the eye, Kang offered to give him his life in exchange for a promise not to torture his other subordinates. At the same moment, Kang rushed at Jongdusu, intending to kill him. The sword stopped right above his head, as if hovering in the air. Suddenly, Kang's sword was knocked back with such force that he trembled. They shouted at him, asking him what he was doing and whether the MANHUA sect was really in cahoots with the dirty foreigners. They simply could not agree with Kang's actions, because they found his actions unacceptable. The warrior stepped on Kang's sword blade and said, "Even if you are right, I cannot agree with you." The position of this warrior was that no one can stand by while someone allows himself to kill innocents. Kang's sword continued to hold back, sparks of metal flying in different directions, creating tension. The loud scraping of metal echoed around him, reverberating in the air. The young mistress remarked that if the Five Dragon Union had provoked all these killings, then her goal was to destroy the 9 Foundation Union. To Kang, these words seemed arrogant, but the sword was already at his neck. Red energy was emanating from the sword, but Kang managed to put his sword up in time to protect himself. The metal continued to grind, and they fended off each other's attacks, each trying to find the other's weakness. Kang asked her if she was really going to keep blocking his path. He also warned her to remember that the battle had been started by the 9 Foundations Union, and from that moment on, everything that would happen in the future would be on the conscience of this union. But no one was even going to believe what he said.
They explained to him that it was the Dragon Union that was responsible for what had happened, and that they would decide to determine the real culprit later, because the dead do not speak. They planned to cut off his head and then generously present it to the Five Dragon Union as a trophy. Their onslaught became stronger and stronger, and it became increasingly difficult for him to hold back their attacks. At that moment, he realized that he had underestimated them. These two were much stronger than they seemed at first glance. The blade shone under the moonlight, creating a menacing aura. She asked him how he was going to kill everyone and blame the MANHUA sect for everything with such abilities. She explained that under the wing of the Dragon Union, he was destroying the reputation of not only the 9 Foundations Union, but the entire Iron Union. He must pay for this with his life. She showed him the true power of her sword, ready to prove her superiority. She struck him with such fury that he pierced a concrete wall with his back, flying backwards. Blood Plum Blossom, Danmok Sion Young. He had heard that she had incredible strength, and now he realized that the rumors were true. And he, Kang Wei, the blade of the demon of the underworld, had devoted 20 years to martial arts. His fame was spreading throughout Ganzhou, and he was not going to give up in front of Blood Plum by calling her a stupid girl. Even if she was called the strongest in the new generation, he was going to show her that there was a gulf between them that she would never bridge. The others saw his hands begin to take on a completely different appearance. The girl trembled when she noticed these changes in his body. Kang brought his sword to his chest, and a bright light began to shine around his body, radiating powerful energy. It seemed that the very air around him was vibrating with this power, and the ground under his feet began to crack from the tension. The girl jumped from stone to stone like a light bird, rising higher and higher into the air. Her movements were graceful and smooth as if she were dancing in the heavens, preparing for a decisive strike. To execute her powerful attack, she made a final leap upward, began to spin rapidly around her axis, and said in a quiet but confident voice, "Light wind of fragrance." A wave of energy spread out from her body, filling the air with the delicate scent of flowers, but at the same time carrying a destructive force. Kang had hoped that only his strength would increase in this battle, but the girl also decided to demonstrate the full power of her abilities. He watched in amazement as her attack gained momentum, realizing that his opponent was much stronger than he had anticipated. At this point, the other trade union soldiers were thrown back by the powerful wave of energy generated by the collision of Kang and the girl's forces. They barely had time to defend themselves, trying to stay on their feet during this epic confrontation. As they flew back, they heard the loud and ominous laughter of Khan, who had now completely changed his form. His body took on demonic features, and his eyes glowed with red flames, striking fear into the hearts of those who dared to confront him. "Is this your famous light wind of fragrances?" Kang asked mockingly as he repelled the girl's attack. "I've heard of this technique of the MANHUA sect. I always thought it was as exquisite as it was useless." The other warriors knew about the existence of techniques that could change the user's body, but this was the first time they had seen it with their own eyes. Kang's altered body radiated incredible power and terror, leaving them dazed and confused. Blood Plum asked Kang in disbelief, "Is this your real account?" Her voice was a mixture of surprise and disgust, as she was looking at a real demon who had previously been hiding under a human guise. Kang smiled dismissively and answered, "This is just a trifle. If you're so shocked by such a small change, then you will definitely faint when you learn of the Dragon Union's true plans." His words caused a wave of curiosity and anxiety among the audience. They immediately began to ask questions. "What plans are you talking about? What is the Dragon Union up to?" But Kang only smiled mysteriously, emphasizing his superiority. "Something extraordinary is going to happen on the continent soon," Kang began to explain. "But for now, that's all I can tell you. If you find out more, the saint himself will come here to kill me. So perhaps I will reveal the whole truth to you when I stand over your graves." Khan's words made the master think. He began to connect what he had said with the possible intervention of the 5 dragons, and suggested, "Is the first saint the head of the 5 dragons union, Huangbo Ganaka? What are they planning, and how will it affect our world?" In any case, if what Kang said turned out to be true, this plan would become a huge problem for everyone. The master realized that he had to act immediately to prevent a catastrophe that could destroy the balance of power on the continent. Summoning all his courage and determination, the master shouted, "We will not allow your dark plans to come true. Even if we have to give our lives, we will stop you here and now." The warriors of the trade union supported him with shouts, preparing for the final battle against Khan. "We must prepare for this as soon as possible!" the master shouted, giving orders to his men. Meanwhile, Kang looked at the girl carefully. realizing that she was much stronger than he had expected. But he also realized that he shouldn't underestimate the two standing next to her. He realized that he needed more time than he had originally planned, and this was irritating him greatly. Enraged, he decided to grab for his weapon. Now the sword, which had seemed gigantic before, did not look so big against his new body. Bloody Plum tried to figure out what to do in this situation, when a giant was standing in front of her, ready to kill her with one blow. Her eyes reflected determination, but also fear, because she knew that it would be extremely difficult to stop this giant. "What can I do against this giant?" she thought as she saw it rapidly approaching, threatening her life. Meanwhile, outside Taiwan on Mount Anzhou, events unfolded that could change the course of the battle. In the heart of the Black Merchant sect, in Taiwan, in the House of Bloody Tears, a fierce battle was taking place. 8 warriors had already fallen, and only a few remained to break their formation. Their target was an old man. The elder they were pursuing was a sage who thought they were cruel bastards. They created this formation together, putting all their strength and soul into it. But he was not going to let them overcome them so easily. His weapon, a long rope, was wrapped around the neck of his enemies, tightening the noose with every movement. All he had to do was pull, and the enemy's life was over. But this time, everything did not go according to plan. As soon as he pulled the rope, his body suddenly flew in the opposite direction. He felt an invisible force pulling him off his seat, forcing him to fly toward the enemies who were looking at him with cold determination. This was part of his plan, because he had failed to subdue the enemy, so he had to knee him in the head again. It was unexpected to see such agility from an old man, but he moved like lightning, avoiding blows and counterattacking with incredible speed. It took a few well-aimed blows, and the enemy was already lying on the ground, exhausted. Their bodies shuddered from such powerful physical blows, unable to withstand the load. The old man decided to further humiliate the enemy by wiping his soul on the head of one of the idiots, trying to show his superiority. All this was because their enemies had forced them into battle, and were now trying to defeat them with their outbursts of anger. However, the sage thought that this was enough. A moment later, the king of war appeared behind him and asked if he had been able to talk to Yomsa-ik. However, the king was unable to do so. The reason was that Yomsa had escaped while the king was fighting with the archer, and now he had to catch up with him. The sage asked if the people who remained here were not enough to get answers. All of these white swordsmen have undergone hard training, so they can withstand any onslaught and won't give anything away, the sage said. Sayu decided to interrogate them himself, ready to use any method to find out the truth. They approached the white warriors, ready to learn the truth. The white swordsmen, 26 of whom were killed, fainted, leaving only a few who could barely stand. From that moment on, they faced a new task: to interrogate the survivors, learn about what happened in Gaiban, and try to win over the defeated swordsmen to their side. The wise man was most concerned about the children in this situation. First, they had to catch Yomsa-ik. That was the only way things could happen, and only then would they be able to negotiate with the 5-Dragon Union. If these children can say something, they will become important evidence against the black traders. But in their condition, we can hardly be sure that they will be able to adequately assess the situation. The 5-Dragon Union will undoubtedly argue that the black traders have nothing to do with the poor children. The sage then extended his hand, ready to help. He stretched his open palm right up to the child's eye, saying soothing words. "Do not worry. We will protect you. No matter who goes next, Gaiban will protect you all and try to heal you," the sage added, trying to inspire hope. Suddenly a sword came out of its sheath, and a sharp sound of metal slicing through the air was heard. Just as the wise man was about to help the boy, he suddenly drew his sword and attacked him. The sage did not expect this turn of events, and the sword blade was right next to his eye. He could hardly dodge such quick attacks because the boy was incredibly agile. One by one they rose up, and their eyes began to glow with a dangerous brilliance. Did their defense mechanism activate? The sage thought, trying to understand what was happening. They seemed to take the sage's gesture as a signal to attack. Sayu asked to leave it to him, as he was ready to take responsibility and take care of the situation. The sage asked him to wait, emphasizing that they were only children, and urged him not to use his powers against them. But Saya assured the sage that he need not worry. He said he would not kill anyone, and suddenly a blue light appeared around his feet. Using electricity, he lifted a huge slab that was lying nearby. He began to use the heavenly weapon, and chi energy appeared on his hand. As soon as he approached and touched the slab, it was like, in a moment, the slab shattered into small pieces that scattered around. This allowed him to control every single pebble that was formed after the slab broke apart. He realized how difficult it is for these children, because they have to act against their will. They have no choice. They are forced to do something they don't want to do. Sayu decided to throw these stones at them to stop them and prevent further attacks. He thought that if he hadn't been treated the same way back then, he would never have met the master,
and it's hard to even imagine what could have happened to him.
The master gave him a second chance, but these children had completely lost their sense of freedom. He launched the stones with extraordinary accuracy, and they all fell in front of him, stopped by his actions. Unbelievable! He killed 100 people at the same time, was the question that arose in the minds of everyone who watched this spectacle. Sayu didn't have enough strength to save them earlier, but now he was serious about making sure that no one else would suffer at the hands of Yom Sa'ik. The children, who now looked very terrified, resembled only shadows of themselves. There was not a single glimmer of life in their eyes, only emptiness. Hugging one of them, Sayu said quietly, "Smile when you are happy, cry when you are hurt, and run away when you are scared." He asked him to do whatever he wanted, because now no one would stop him, and from now on he could live the way he wanted. No one would stand in his way anymore. And after hearing these words, the boy finally came to his senses and cried. At last he saw the real world before his eyes, free from fear. The wise man watching said that he thought Sayu would kill them, and did not even expect that his powers would help calm the children. If it wasn't for him, no one would have been able to do it, the sage added with gratitude in his voice. After that, they turned their attention to the white swordsman. Sayu approached them and told them that they should tell him the place where Yam had gone. But in response, he heard only an insult from one of the swordsmen, who called him an idiot. The swordsman added that he would not answer any of his questions, and it did not matter what Sayu did with them. Sayu's next question was, "You won't tell me even on pain of death?" Sayu stretched out his fingers to touch the swordsman, carefully feeling his energy. He felt a few points in his body and added some energy to them, after which the swordsman's arms began to move on their own, as if they did not belong to him. Sayu then laid the swordsman on the ground, and his hands picked up the sword, the same one they had forced the innocent children to hold to help them tell the truth. The sword was right above him, but the swordsman didn't even realize what kind of power this guy was using because he couldn't control his body. Even when the sword was at his neck, he kept repeating that it was useless. White swordsmen would not betray their comrades even in the face of death. Sayu calmly explained to him that he didn't know about Kanvi, but Yomsi didn't exactly understand what comrades were. Would true comrades so evil? He added. In any case, Sayu now realized that this swordsman valued the lives of his comrades more than his own snapping 2 fingers. He offered, "How about this?" At that moment, the white swordsman's body began to move by itself again, obeying an unknown force. The white swordsman raised his sword and pointed it at his companion, causing everyone around him to flinch in surprise. The comrade begged him to stop, clutching his hand, and could not believe that they had recently fought side by side. And now this. Despite the requests, the swordsman kept asking what he was doing and begging him to stop. But he could not stop his movements, explaining that it was not him, but his hands acting on their own. A moment later, the tip of the sword cut into the skin of the other swordsman, causing a wave of pain. His body shuddered, and he begged Saya to stop, asking for mercy. He cried out, "Wait! I said I can't kill my friend!" Sayu smiled and said, "It doesn't matter if you kill him or not, because there are still a few of your living partners here. If you still don't want to talk, then don't even hope to save any of your comrades. You will kill them all with your own hands, even if you don't want to," Sayu said coldly. It was cruel, but a white swordsman from the Dragon Union. After going through even more brutal training, they were practically unyielding. It was almost impossible to force them to betray their comrades. Such people will never commit treason. They will not do it with their own hands, but now it still scares them a lot. It's cruel, but it will definitely work, the wise man realized, observing the situation. Meanwhile, the swordsman was tormented by the thought of not saying a word, even though he was indifferent to his own life. But he could not be indifferent to the lives of his comrades, and at that moment he finally broke down and spoke. "I will tell you everything. Master Yam is going to the Great Union of Merchants." "The Great Union of Merchants? But why?" asked Sayu in surprise. "The underworld demon blade Kang Wei is there now, and Master Yam has asked him for something. It seems he was supposed to destroy the Merchant Union Master. Kang agreed to attack, and the Heavenly Merchant Union, the Great Steel Archer, and the White Swordsman had to choose a good time to transport the goods to Taiwan." The sage began to explain. In the end, Yom Sa'ik's plan failed thanks to Sai and Gaiban, and now that he has lost everything, he has decided to rely on Kang Wei to try to get out of Taiyuan. If Kang destroys the trade union, he will wreak real havoc there this morning. The followers of MANHUA were there, but Sayu doubted they were still there. Even if they were still in the union, their strength would definitely not be enough to defeat Kang Wei. He decides to immediately go in search of Yom Sa'ik before it's too late, and asks the sage to take care of the rest. The sage didn't even have time to ask him about his intentions, as he had already disappeared from sight. There was a powerful explosion as he pushed off the ground with extraordinary force. The echo of the explosion spread around, hitting all the surrounding hills. Sayu was already in a hurry to do what only he thought was necessary. Thanks to his techniques, he moved much faster than anyone else. Using energy, he could freely step on the leaves of the trees, moving on them as if they were the ground. This greatly increased his speed. After he had done so, the leaves only flickered in the air. Sayu was getting closer and closer to the point where he was going. The life of one of the characters depended on the actions of Dan Moxiongyan and his followers from Manhua. In the Great Merchants Union, there was a whole mechanism consisting of interdependent gears. If one of the gears broke, the whole mechanism collapsed, and the master did not care whether he survived, but for the young mistress it would mean a difficult ordeal. And although the master was advised to run away as soon as possible, he could not just give up. His thoughts were completely different. He could not just run away on his own. But if he wanted to survive, the right thing to do now was to run away while the others were holding Kanvi back. If Kanvi wins, he won't get that chance again. But doubts gnawed at him, wondering if this was the right choice, since he and Sungdanmak had sworn an oath of allegiance in battle, and now their lives were on the line in the fight with Kanvi. However, even under threat, the traitors must keep their promise. If he fails to fulfill his promise, his life will be meaningless. Looking up at the moon, he apologized to the young lady. And then he said, "I, young Dusu, cannot break my promise." Meanwhile, Kang fought against Bloodplum, asking her in flight how she dared to stand in his way, and threatened her with death. At this point, they noticed that he was preparing to attack. This was clear from his words, as he said that they had been preparing for the battle for too long. But now he would show how great the gap between them was. A bloody storm of shooting stars and hundreds of blades flew towards the girl and her companions. Kanvi is the blade of the demon of the underworld. He is an extremely strong person whose skills fully match his reputation as one of the 5 strongest fighters in the 5-Dragon Union. It would be great if he used his powers in the name of justice. However, Bloodplum was not going to give in to his strength, and her eyes were burning with ruthlessness. She bared her blade and decided to take on the challenge. In the moment, she blossomed like a plum tree in spring, and began to spin 360 degrees around herself, spreading her blossoms outward. She decided to do this because she saw no other way to win this battle. She decided to use the techniques of her sect, which she had never shown him before. Like water and fire, like good and evil, like the bloom of a flower against a ruthless fire that burns everything in its path, they rushed at each other. And then there was only a bright flash in the air that illuminated everything around. Their onslaught on each other was incredibly powerful. Kang could not believe that she was so strong. He never thought she would be able to block his punch. He also heard that she intended to fight with her sect's techniques. That is why he decided to show her his full strength. He plunged his sword into the stones beneath his feet and uttered the words, "Suffering of heaven." The stones began to break into small pieces. The energy hit the ground with incredible force. There were explosions, and everything around was scattered in different directions. A loud cracking sound spread, and even the ground could not withstand such force. Opening her eyes wide, she could not believe how he had managed to do it. After all, this force caused a real tsunami that lifted the ground up. Anyone who stood in the way was blown away by this incredible force. No one understood how he suddenly increased his ki, but everyone immediately ran to save themselves, although they could not escape. The girl realized that this power was invincible. She decided to pull out the second blade and turn to Jungin and Muho. She suggested that they combine their blades, because they needed to focus their efforts together. Both of them immediately responded to the call of the young mistress, for whom they were ready to give their lives. "Pollen of a plum blossom, a river of steel!" she exclaimed, ready to move forward. But the explosions did not stop, and everything, including the buildings, was blown to smithereens. Khan stepped forward, his sword clanging beside him. Looking at the dust left by the destroyed buildings and the earth that had been lifted up, he enjoyed the sight, but suddenly he felt very uncomfortable. He felt that he could not breathe. He put his hand over his face and began to choke and cough. He asked, "Why does she still not give up and continues to resist?" He added that the 2 flies who tried to help her were already dead. Against the backdrop of the moon, 2 bodies could be seen, with their swords stuck in the ground next to them. And now he asked her what she was going to do next. She held her sword in her hands, and did not look like she was going to fall to her knees in front of him. She only sat down slightly on one leg, looking him in the eye with confidence, despite how badly she had been shaken in the center of this tsunami. He didn't look as confident, though, although the smirk never left his face. No one could understand what was happening here. However, those who asked about the situation learned that all Taiwan branches, including the mountain, had been warned, and Gaiban's followers were guarding all escape routes. Ace was also warned about the danger and advised not to get involved, but he said that he could not just sit idly by, and although he could not fight with them, he asked for permission to help in any way he could. At the same moment, they began to hear a loud explosion, and did not understand what was happening. He realized that this was the territory of the Great Trading Hall. But how could explosions be heard here? He looked around to see where the sounds were coming from, but heard shouts that he needed to disperse quickly. "Everybody leave now," shouted Ez. Ace was shouting because a man was running on a horse, warning them to get out of the way, or he would kill everyone. His face was filled with worry. "Yom Saik! Yom Saik!" The young man repeated his name twice and said that it was because of him that Lee Jiol's uncle died. The man kept running, saying that he was being chased, and his uncle started shouting that he was running away and could not be let go. He told everyone that they needed to catch him as soon as possible, but behind him, they could only hear the sound of hooves on the ground. And at the battlefield, everything was unfolding in a horrifying picture. Dust from the destroyed walls was everywhere. Master Zhang Dosu was asked what he would do, since those who had defended him were long dead. The master only answered by mentioning the name Meng-Hui. However, he was asked the same question again, reminiscent of what had been said earlier. He asked him what he was going to do on his own, since those two were already dead. Blood Plum could barely stand up, his body trembling with fatigue. Kong repeated what he had said before. She would pay with her life for committing such a sin, for standing in the way of justice by blocking its path. Initially, the Great Heavenly Trade Union, created by people from Goryeo, deceived people and accumulated wealth through fraud. Because of them, the order in Ganzhou was disrupted, and this is what made Kong angry. After that, the Danmuksong and the Manhwa sect were granted the rights to manage these riches. And because of this, today Kang wanted to make sure that there was no trace of the trade union. But the girl answered him, asking how much longer he was going to talk all this nonsense about the Hua sect. She gripped her sword tighter and threatened him that she would cut his throat and restore justice. And just as she was about to swing her sword, he hit her with his... He told her that she had nothing else but energy. The girl fell backwards defenselessly, and her butterfly pendant flew off her neck. Coming closer, he asked her again who he was in her eyes, because she could not even fight back. She couldn't stop him with her strength, and he wasn't going to stand for that kind of treatment, especially for what he considered to be a truth. He asked her again if she understood that strength makes justice, and without it, justice is just stubbornness. And if she still didn't understand, he offered her to say goodbye to her life and said that she would die. At that moment, she was lying defenselessly on the ground, unable to move. Normally, all of her clothes were tattered. This beautiful red dress, which had once been incredible, was now torn after this ruthless battle. He looked at her more and more closely and then whispered, "Oh my God." Turning back, he noticed the master there, and realized that the girl could be killed at any moment, but he did not understand why they were there. Although the master was repeatedly told to run away, he insisted that he could not break his promise and run away. Khan came closer and closer, saying that now he had no reason to live. He turned around and began to approach them, asking why he should be allowed to live. However, the master promised that he would help the young master achieve great things in the future, and stood up for him. Turning to Kong, and saying that he would not be able to touch the master, Zhangbong showed his courage. Even though the master asked him to leave, he said that he could not, because if the master could not break his promise, he would give his life for him. He also repeated that the young mistress needed him. At that moment, Kang reached for his sword and said that enough of these pleasantries. He was stopped by the voice of his brother, who shouted that he had to run away immediately. Yom Sa-ik appeared behind him on a horse and shouted, "Run away quickly!" This suddenly interested Kang, because he remembered how Yom had told him that he had brought Zhang Dusu's head and had almost completed the case. But he replied that there was no more time because the House of Blood Tears was destroyed, and the steel archer had tried to stop him, but failed. Yom repeated that they had to leave immediately. Kang replied that it was too late to run away because the bastard was already here. Yom's face instantly changed, turning into a frightened and pitiful face, trembling with fear. Sayu was already standing on the roof of one of the buildings. They looked at his silhouette against the backdrop of the destroyed building and the moon behind him, and could not believe that he was already here, because so little time had passed. Yom fell to the ground, crawling backwards, and realized that the steel archer had lost, and the House of Blood Tears had also fallen. So I just had to stand there silently and look him in the eye. He also saw the followers of the Hua sect, which made him very sad. What made him even more upset was that he was late. As he looked down, he noticed a butterfly glistening on the tile. He instantly jumped down as soon as he saw it. A young man's foot stepped right in front of the girl's eyes. He reached out and picked up the butterfly. Taking it in his hand, he began to examine it more closely. On the metal part of the butterfly was written Seo Ho. He smiled when he realized that it was the girl's name. Turning to her, he held out the butterfly, placing it directly in her hands, and asked if it was hers. Then he threw the clothes over her shoulders and said that she must have already realized that Kang Wei was much stronger than her, calling her reckless. She asked him not to say that to someone who had put everything on the line, and he replied, "Thank you." He thanked her for keeping her promise to the owner of the talisman. and looked her straight in the eye. He asked her to rest, started to get up, and said he would take care of everything. She also asked him if he could handle everything on his own. He replied that Kang Wei had to pay for everything he had done. Within a short time, Sai learned what Kang was using, namely that he had increased his body size and was using the blood sword. Kang also told Sai that because of his girlfriend, who was not even from Cheongwan, she was only standing in the way of cooperation with the Five Dragon Union. In response, Sayu asked if such nonsense really made him hold a grudge against the people of Igor. For Kang, it was a real agony to see how, in his opinion, some village girl had seized such an influential position. Everything in Jeonwon should belong only to the locals, and he could not allow this girl to appropriate all the wealth. The plan to overthrow this girl has already been launched, and she will follow Jongdusu. Sayu didn't understand if it was really necessary to destroy the demon, as Kang kept saying. But Sayu was tired of this chatter, and he told Kang that he would die by his hands. Sayu had definitely warned him that if Kang wanted to fight, he would have to put his life on the line. At that moment, a question appeared in Khan's mind whether he would really die that easily, and he began to tremble. He held out his hand and asked Sayu to wait a moment. One look at Sayu would send Kang into a shiver, and he knew he would die if things continued like this, but he told himself he wouldn't want to use it. However, he remembered that he had decided to do this from the beginning, no matter if he was injured or even died. He wondered what he wanted to ask of the underworld demon blade. Kang told him that he had to find something else, but then he said, "No, you actually already have what I need." He asked him about the divine sphere. If an ordinary person absorbs it, they will gain extremely good health. And if a martial artist got hold of it, he would gain incredible strength. But what he heard seemed like a fiction. Nevertheless, Khan asked him to give it to him. In response, he heard, "Where did you hear that? Is it possible?" If this wonderful thing belonged to him, he would become the strongest master. Kang replied that he knew he would try to talk his way out of it, and asked him if he remembered when the first saint brought one divine sphere and that it disappeared. He also asked if he realized that many people had died then, and that he was also involved as a culprit, since it was never found. Kang added that he was well aware that he had left traces behind, but everyone had forgotten about what had happened many years ago. Kang said he would raise the issue at the Council of the Five Dragon Union, and although he did not know how the others would react, he was sure that the first saint would definitely take an interest in the problem. He asked him a counter-question. Was Kang threatening him? Kang called it nonsense and said that he just wanted to help avoid the consequences. But he added that even if it didn't change his mind, he offered to go with him. Then he said it would be better to come clean right away and smiled, because that was exactly what Kang was expecting to hear. He asked Khan if he was ready for the consequences. He didn't understand what might happen to him, but apparently he shouldn't expect anything good, as his life would be in danger after that. Raising his head, Kang said, "In the end, if the secret is revealed, at least one of us will be in danger. Besides, if he encounters that blue-eyed man again, he will definitely say goodbye to his life. He doesn't want to die now anyway, so he has no choice but to try to help himself." After this explanation from Kang, the door began to open. Kang was the first to go inside. There was a pill in the center of the room. It was the divine sphere. The man explained to Khan that once he received the sphere, nothing else related to it would touch him. He also spoke about the sphere itself, noting that neither he nor anyone else had studied its effects, so one could only guess at possible side effects. As soon as he absorbed the orb, he would be overwhelmed with energy and would have to keep a very powerful ki under control. Otherwise, something terrible could happen. However, Khan interrupted him, saying that enough talk and he would take care of himself. Taking the sphere in his hands, he looked at it and imagined how he would go to Taiwan at dawn and would undoubtedly meet him soon. He asked himself who he was, that even the strongest underworld demon blade had come this far. He knew that there was only one person he wanted to defeat more than anything else in the world. Then he said, "No, it's not like that I simply have no choice, I have to win." At that moment, he took out the orb right during the fight, and Sayu saw it. Realizing that Khan was going to swallow the medicinal orb, and now it was approaching his mouth, and what would happen next? He could see his cadaver swallowing the orb. He opened his eyes wide. Then he began to scream and his body began to change greatly, growing in size. The energy was sparkling, incredibly powerful, and its excess was visible. His ki increased, and Sayu had no trouble noticing it. But what would happen to him at this rate was the most interesting question. All that was coming from him was explosions. The Master and Bloodplum watched from the side, and their astonishment knew no bounds. He just swung his sword and this happened. Kang recovered a bit and asked Sayu if he had to be that strong to defeat him. Sayu replied that they were both ready to fight, and it was time to start. This was exactly what Kang had dreamed of. This was the justice he had been talking about. He could no longer stand by, and declared that he would no longer wander aimlessly around Jeonwon while waving his sword. He shouted that he had to destroy the demon, and swung his sword again and again. The strokes were too fast. He cut everything in his path that came in contact with his sword, and the ground in front of Sayu was split into two. He wanted to pass through Seiya and destroy the girl, so that her blood and flesh would be scattered all over the continent. The girl was scared, and she saw it before her eyes. Kang overheard their conversation when they said they could make some promises to each other. Sayu told Kang that he would die at his hands today on this spot, and he grabbed this sword quick as light with his hand, releasing a huge amount of his ki energy. After that, he touched Kang's hand with his palm. Kang's hand was twisted 10 times and filled with incredible pain, and the sword he was holding in his hand shattered into small pieces. There were flashes and cracking sounds coming from his bones. Then he was spun around as if into a black hole. Sayu added spice to the fight by saying that he would destroy him, and there would be no more trace of his existence on this continent. At the very beginning of this battle, Kang felt the full force of Sayu's power. He was thrown from side to side, and at that moment lightning pierced his entire body. "What is happening? The energy in my blood, I can't feel anything," he said during another attack by Sayu. At this point, Sayu decided to get closer and flew closer to his body. His eyes were blue, and the energy of the current that was driving Sayu in this battle was radiating from them. He decided not to hold back and show everything he could do. And this was just a preparation for the attack he had in mind. Everything happened so fast that Sayu barely touched the enemy's hand with his foot. The enemy's arm began to shake wildly like a sausage on fire. Then Sayu plunged downward toward the enemy, who was in midair, flying right under him. Gathering his energy in his hands, he waited patiently until the enemy began to fall. As soon as the enemy began to fall to the ground, Sayu placed his hands directly under it. The power of lightning passed through the enemy's body, and Sayu ruthlessly pierced it with his hands. Despite this, his face remained serious. He was ready to continue the fight. Kang was screaming in pain, and his body was twisting in the air like a light fluff. But this fluff was huge, and when it fell to the ground, a loud crash sounded. Sayu walked over to the enemy's motionless body lying on the ground. Looking at the lifeless body, a satisfied smile appeared on Sayu's face. The battle was so fierce that everything around him was covered in thick smoke. With a single blow, the tiles underfoot shattered into small pieces. Kang gathered his strength, stood up, and asked Sai if he hoped to get rid of him with such force. He turned around and continued to ask, "Do you want to wipe me off the face of the earth?" Raising his head to the sky, he shouted that he would not die, no matter what. He was ready to ignore even the broken bones and muscles that were torn to pieces. He was filled with such a strong resentment that he was determined to survive at any cost, like the frozen body of an immortal who managed to return from hell. At that moment, he stretched his arms upward. Although his back was to Sai, his broken bones allowed him to turn his head to look at him, and his hands were pointed toward the moon. What kind of nonsense is this? Thought Sayu, hearing him talk about the immortal's frozen body. It made him even think for a few seconds. When a celestial weapon attacks an opponent, it injects ki into their body. And this lightning ki is equivalent to a real lightning strike. Lightning shatters bones, tears muscles, and destroys blood vessels, and all organs explode, regardless of how horrible the deeds were committed. His body should be buried with dignity. But he kept talking about the immortal's frozen body, and Seiyu didn't know if he should worry about it anymore. There was a loud scream, and lightning covered Kang's entire body. It was a truly terrifying sight, and everyone watching from the outside couldn't believe the reality of what was happening. Seiyu told him that even if he went to hell after death, it would be meaningless without his body. At that moment, he put even more energy into his attack. A moment later, only a blue ball and a loud flash remained in that place. The power of the energy was so great that its wave tore the guy's clothes. The other character was sitting on the ground, probably regretting that he had decided to ride his horse to that place. He could not believe that the master could die at that moment. In his eyes, this guy had defeated the Steel Archer, and now the Demon Blade of the Underworld. Logically, he thought that this guy was a real monster. And it was logical for him to assume that he could not escape from Sai, even though he was considered the best among the black traders. But like a cockroach, he kept saying to himself, "I'm not going to die. I have to find a way out. I have to get out of here." At this point, Sayu addressed him, calling him by his name, Yom-sa-ik, and expressed his long anticipation to finally talk. He wanted to discuss many things with him and was sure that they were in no hurry, so he suggested that they discuss everything calmly, without rushing. Sayu wasn't the only one who wanted to talk to Yom-sa-ik. Another group of people was already preparing to catch him. One of them, a young boy, was trying his best to catch him to avenge Uncle Lee Jiol. In a moment, they were right on the battlefield. Meanwhile, there was talk in the building that significant losses had been incurred. 2 residences and the main gate had been destroyed. 2 warehouses had been destroyed, and everything stored inside had also been lost. It will be very difficult to rebuild. However, the man said that financial losses were not important to him. He was much more interested in whether there were other victims, because he would have to inform their families about the circumstances of their deaths. Manhwa said that they should compensate the families of the victims and organize a decent funeral, and then asked about the condition of Dan Mo Song of the Hua sect. He was told that she had not eaten anything for 2 days and had not left her room, probably grieving for her faithful comrades. Mu Ho died protecting others at the cost of his life. Jong-in also proudly laid down his life on the altar of struggle. The girl standing next to their bodies put down 2 glasses and started pouring juice, thinking about how they used to love to drink together sometimes. If she had known they were going to die, she would have let them drink as much as they wanted. She asked them to forgive her for not being able to protect them. The last drop of juice dripped out and she said, "May you rest in peace." The traitors were in debt to the Union of the 9 Foundations, and now the Union could demand that they fulfill any request. Of course, the Union of the 5 Dragons had stirred up the conflict, and this situation did not favor the Great Trade Union. He was sad to admit it, especially considering the losses of the followers of Manhwa, but he said that it might be better if they did not help them. He even thought that it would have been better if he had died there himself, because now the negotiations would be very long, and he did not know how he would be able to look the young mistress in the eye. However, with a sigh, he asked where Master Dan was now. Master Dan took Yeom Saik downstairs and forbade anyone to approach them from then on. Yeom Saik was locked in a cold and deep place, looking around and asking, "Whoever is around, what do you want to accomplish?" In a cowardly voice, he asked to be taken out of there. Sayu went in and told him that from now on, Yeom Saik would have to spend a lot of time talking to him. First, he asked Yeom to remember what happened 20 years ago. Sayu dragged a chair behind him and asked whom he had met back then, but he just begged him not to come over and asked what he wanted. Approaching him, Sayu sat down on the chair opposite him and asked what had happened then and whom he had bought from Moyan. He told him that he would now reveal all his cards until there was nothing left behind. Yeom was filled with fear at Sayu's words. It was time to begin. And in this eerie place, Sayu began to dictate his questions. A few days later, Sayu was resting in a warm bath. Tired of lying there, he got out of the water. But his thoughts kept coming back to him. As with all of us, his thoughts kept revolving around one thing. Even if he escaped death, he would not escape suffering. Murder is always a sin, regardless of the justification, and this truth will remain forever. But if you have to kill, you cannot doubt. Doubt will only make you regret your actions. After getting dressed, Sayu turned his head and asked, "Shall we go?" As they left, he was asked if he had heard that a body had recently been found in Kanwa, and that it had been killed by the War King, probably by Gaiban henchmen. There were also rumors that the War King had caught and interrogated Yeom Saik from the black market. The sage told this story and added that he did not know what interrogation methods were used, but that screams were heard from the basement until sunrise. However, in response, Sayu said, "Stop talking. If you want to live, don't say a word about the King of War." The man laughed and said that rumors breed rumors, and it seems impossible to stop them once people start talking about it. After that, the wise man looked at the boy and asked him what expression he had on his face and whether he had visited the children. The boy replied that many of the children could not even remember their names. They only remembered their serial numbers, but he was more concerned about whether they would ever be able to get their memories back. The wise man replied that he could not know. Only God knew whether it would take a year or a dozen. But one thing was clear. They needed special help and attention. Helpless, they were forced to pass this test on their own. They have changed a lot over the years. And although it would have been easy to rid them of their acquired attitudes, if they had been taught in standard ways, this did not happen. The sage said that it would take a long time to figure out how to remove these mental shackles. They could not just leave them alone, because it would soon become known that these children were being held right in the heart of the continent, and this information would reach the 5 Dragon Union, as well as the Yeom Saik and the Black Marketers' unions. After talking about this, Sayu continued and asked about his request. The sage replied that he had found what Sayu had asked for, although it was not easy, and added that Yom had done many bad things. Then he reached for the thing he wanted. It was a record book that contained all the records related to child trafficking, and even indicated that Yom himself had taken them. It also contained information about how he watched them train, but there was not a single word about where he sent the children. "It's not that important, though," Sayu replied, adding that it could be found out through the 5 Dragon Union, and thanked the sage for his help. The sage laughed again and asked him not to make him laugh, for he was sure that Sayu would have done the same in his place. His laughter gradually became quieter and quieter. They looked into each other's eyes without looking away. Sayu's serious face spoke for itself. He had problems. And even if it was the 5 Dragon Union, if the opportunity arose, he would not hesitate to fight, guided by his heart. After that,
The sage remained with a serious expression on his face, thinking that as long as they got along, everything would be fine. It seemed that they had learned all they could. Sayu said that it was time to move on and leave these children in the care of the main man. The sage was not sure if Dusu could be trusted. Sure, the Great Trade Union seemed more reliable, but could it really be trusted? Sayu replied that he didn't know if he could either, but he trusted Seo-ho.
Seo-ho, the wise man asked again and added, Unbelievable, you mean Ha-So-ho? Do you really know her?
In any case, these children needed time to get back to normal, and Sayu thought they would be fine there. No pressure or imposition is the most important thing they need. These children need to start living their own lives. Sayu considered leaving the children in Haiban, but he doubted that in their condition it would be beneficial. However, the old man asked what exactly he meant and why they could not look after them themselves. Sayu replied that if they left them in Gaiban, they would have to fight against their will in the future. The boy trusted the wise man but said that the duties of an elder were a different matter. As the sage had said, everyone in the world wants to have them. The wise man asked the boy where they were going, because he only said that it was time to go, but did not specify where exactly. They were heading to Anhui province, and Sayu asked the sage if it was close to the Iron Union. The sage immediately thought about it because the province was also close to the Five Dragon Union and the Nam Gong clan, which gave him a bad feeling. Sayu was on his way there because he was told that his master's daughter was there. The sage immediately realized that the situation was becoming more and more dangerous, and that the rumors about Sayu could no longer be contained. Gaiban needs to take control of the situation. We cannot stop the warriors under General Chokru, the Great Trade Union and the Dragon Union, who no doubt already know about this. Going to Anhui province is like going to certain death. We will be attacked.
The god of war is ready to face such a conflict.
Looking at the situation, he thought, shouldn't we be the ones who are afraid?
Although I'm still worried. If the Anhui clan falls, he will definitely appear the Star Hand. And the name of this terrible man is Hwangbo Gun Ake. The sage would like to know more. He wanted to understand why this young man, the god of war, was so reckless. The sage wanted to see how far Dan Sayu would go. Murima suddenly became interested in the mysterious power of celestial weapons. He was also interested in what would happen to this country now that the Iron Union was in power in Murim. How far will Dan Sayu go with his enormous power? The Gaiban have always tried to stay neutral and not take sides, which meant they never pretended. But now the wise man is helping the god of war. By doing so, he has drawn his people into a conflict with the Five Dragon Union. If you look at it from the outside, it's time for them to part ways and go their separate ways, because Murim is a place where chaos reigns. When they finally reached the heavenly merchants, Sai was thanked for having escaped from the black merchants, expressing his gratitude once again. The leader replied that if they wanted to repay him, they should take care of the children. He said he would do his best,
but the expression on the leader's face spoke for itself. After that, Sayu turned to him and told him, rather than asked him, that they had something to talk about and asked him to speak.
Young Master Dan, you said that it was because of your ties to Gaiban.
After saying that, the leader asked the young man if he was from Goryeo. The young mistress gathered all the representatives of the Heavenly Trade Union and announced her orders. She asked everyone to come to the meeting because she had a request for them. The young lady said that she wanted them to find one person, a young man from Goryeo, who had her talisman. She asked them to support him and to remember to send a smoke signal to alert her. She was the head of the Great Heavenly Trade Union, and this request was on behalf of her father. This order was now of supreme authority and overrode any laws of the continent. The master turned to Sai at this point and asked if he was really from Goryeo. As far as he knew, the young lady had given the talisman to 3 chosen ones upon her arrival on the continent, but there were no men among them. When he picked up the talisman from the ground, his eyes gave him away, and the master realized that the boy did not suspect how valuable this thing was in his hands.
If that's true, then you must know the young lady, right? The master asked.
Sayu merely asked how she was doing. He confirmed that he knew her and asked to see the talisman. He went on to say that the young lady was looking for him, and if he had her talisman, it was very important. He added that if Sayu really had the talisman, then he could be sure and not be afraid to show it. Sayu reached into his inside pocket. Then he pulled out a blue butterfly and asked if it was the one he was talking about.
Yes, that's the one the lady was talking about. This is the first talisman, at last.
Immediately, the owner grabbed the boy's hands and said, "At last we have found you." He emphasized that Sayu had no idea how much the lady was looking forward to meeting him. The joyful young man, as if he were 16 years old again, told Sayu that she would be incredibly happy. He urged him to go to her right away and assured him that he would be very happy to see her. She is now in the Iron Union and will be so happy. But then the owner admitted that she had a hard time. Sayu asked him what had happened to her. The man took a deep breath and got ready to tell him. He explained that many people were trying to seize power in their union.
The Iron Union, especially the Five Dragon Union, is constantly trying to interfere in their affairs and trying to impose a political marriage. The Five Dragon Union wants to subjugate them. They attacked the residents of the Great Trade Union, trying to set traps from all sides. But thanks to Sai, they managed to resolve the situation, although it is not known what else they will come up with to put spokes in the wheels. Despite this, the young lady will be incredibly happy to know that she will soon be able to see Sayu. Upon hearing this, Sayu asked the master to tell the girl that he would be visiting her very soon. He added that she was very dear to him, but that he had some things to do that needed to be finished, so she would have to wait a little longer. Well, if that's the case, the owner said, understanding the boy. He assured him that he would pass everything on to the young lady and asked Sayu where he was going. Sayu replied that he was leaving for Anhui province tomorrow, and as soon as he was done there, he would go to Soho. He thanked his master for agreeing to take care of the children. Master Dan. He was the one the young mistress had been waiting for 10 long years, the master added. He was special. His power was so great that perhaps there was no one else with such power. However, the owner thought about it and assumed that if Master Dan of Goryeo had really come here, he must have passed through Liaoning province. And if you think about it, then the time of his arrival coincides with the appearance of the unknown god of war in Liaoning province, and he is accompanied by an elder from Gaiban. If this incident is connected to Moyang and Gaiban, it is understandable why Gaiban is doing everything possible to keep rumors from spreading. The god of war is a man who easily resolved the conflict between Moyon and Daryuk. This person has such a terrible background that his very appearance left everyone speechless. Finally, the master got it all together. You can't underestimate him, he said to himself. It's as if he's brought a storm to the whole continent. After that, he wondered what they should do next and decided that they should tell the young mistress. Out of sheer nervous tension, he clenched his clothes tightly in his fist and said, Master Dan is actually the god of war. There are 5 great lakes on the continent: Poyang, Dongting, Hongji, So, and Tai. It was rumored that the latter was the most beautiful of all. The lake was dotted with islands and mountain peaks. For a man standing on a boat, there was nothing better than this view. This landscape was in perfect harmony with the atmosphere on the continent. After a while, he reached Seoli Island, one of the smallest islands in Lake Tai. Few people know about this place, but it is said that the residences of the most influential people are located in this inaccessible corner. It's easy for black traders to gain power and make money because they can negotiate freely in this place. And in front of them stands the head of the black traders. Everyone bows down before him and immediately kneels down. As soon as they see him, they greet him with respect. Step by step, he walks between them, listening to their greetings. He walks down this long path and goes straight inside the residence. In a moment, there is already talk inside about the report. The income has increased by 30%. He noted that this may not seem like a great result, but given all the difficulties, it means that the best result has been achieved. However, there is a clear stagnation now, so more effort is needed, he added, and asked, What does Master Chom think about this? He replied that this was the case for their branch, and noted that their revenue had increased by 40%. If it hadn't been for the events related to the Great Trade Union, the profit could have been even higher, but they could only accept the results they achieved. The Big Trade Union has always been an obstacle for them. It has significant funding and is rapidly expanding its influence in territories that originally belonged to black traders. That is why they are losing ground. The head of the black traders agreed, and added that something had to be done about it. He asked the master what exactly he meant. The answer was that not only the Great Trade Union could harm them. Of course, all the existing trade unions that have to face competition are standing in their way. Therefore, they need support from outside to cope with this. The head went on to say that he had heard that his people had taken some action against the Big Trade Union, and so far there had been no results. But as soon as they get through the crisis, they will be able to reap good rewards from these actions. After that, he asked if anyone in the audience had heard of a man called the God of War. The head began to tell them that an incident had recently occurred. The entire Moyang clan had been wiped out. A few days ago, he also received a message from Shanxi province that Yom Sa-ik had escaped. Upon hearing this, those present could not believe it, because it seemed that he was supposed to be appointed leader. Had he really disappeared? However, the head heard that both of these incidents were related to the man who was nicknamed the God of War. Apparently, it was this God of War who defeated Yom Sa-ik. Not only him, but also the blade of the underworld demon and the great archer all fell at his hands. The head said that he didn't care who he had dealt with. What worried him the most was that the goods for the Five Dragon Union had disappeared without a trace. This is what is really worrying and could damage their reputation. He was told that they understood his concern and promised to look into it, taking responsibility for getting rid of this war god. Since Shanxi province is not far from their branch, they assured him that they would make sure to investigate thoroughly. He also said that he could not believe that someone dared to cross both the black traders and the Five Dragon Union at the same time, and promised to make him pay. Who is this person? Where is he from? And what are his weaknesses? He promised to find out, looking at the head. The head said that he always lived up to his expectations and asked to know about his past, who he was, what he needed, and what he planned to do next. If he turns out to be useful, he should team up with him, and if, on the contrary, he turns out to be useless, he should get rid of him on the spot. This concludes the discussion of the god of war. Manhwa was the right place. Sayu was there, and the elder told him to look around, although he had never done this before and, to be honest, had never even been to such a place. Suddenly, right in front of him, he heard shouts that something was hot. Two people were having lunch and said that they knew the noodles would taste good, and another said that he was the one to thank for everyone enjoying his food. A poster hung nearby with the words, "Handmade noodles are the best in the world." Sayu was really hungry, and he was already twisting inside because he hadn't eaten since the morning. In a moment, he ordered a portion of noodles. A few minutes later, the noodles were on his table. He picked up the chopsticks and reached for his mouth. His attention was drawn to the man next to him. The man was short, had a white bandage on his head, and a mustache under his nose. He was sitting on a chair. The soup and noodles are perfectly cooked. Very tasty. These words made him look up, because he was a cook. Sayu decided to strike up a conversation and told the man that he had heard that the most delicious food after sagu's soup was noodle soup, and he was right. Because of him, he was finally able to try it. The man replied that he was glad he liked it and wished him a good meal. The chef was pleased that his dish was highly appreciated by the guest, who was able to appreciate the quality of his food, especially the last portion. "The last portion? Are you closing down?" asked Sai, noting that his noodles were undoubtedly very popular. The man replied that the landlord had doubled the rent, and no matter how much people loved his noodles, that love would never cover his expenses. He told his story that he had been doing his business all his life, because it brought him incredible happiness when people were happy to try his food. But he could not continue this activity anymore, because almost everything in Manhwa belongs to Yom Saik, and no one dares to oppose him. Sayu said that he could continue trading because he had heard that Yom had left Taiwan. But the cook replied that maybe he would return, because even though he had left, his property was still here. Suddenly, a woman's foot stepped next to them, and the woman said that she could arrange everything as Master Dan had said, because the Manhwa sect would guarantee that Yom would no longer bother him. Sayu turned his head and saw the girl. She ordered one serving of noodles, adding a polite please. At that moment, the cook smiled when he heard that she had mentioned the Manhwa sect and said that now he could definitely continue working. He invited the girl to sit down and said that her order would be ready soon. She sat down next to the guy and thanked him for what he had done, because he had helped her through the difficulties. But he replied that he was the one who should be thanking her, because thanks to her and the followers of the Manhwa sect, they were able to save the Great Trade Union. She drew attention to his blue butterfly talisman. She then remarked that he seemed to know the owner of the talisman. She pointed out that the young lady only trusts people close to her, so how does he know her? And as far as she knows, even in the Iron Union, there are only 3 people she has confided in, and only a few people know about these talismans. "If you mean Xiao-ho, then yes, we know each other," the guy said, adding that they had known each other since childhood. "That's what I thought," the girl replied. "But it's been more than 10 years, the guy continued, adding that he didn't even think she remembered him. However, the girl assured him that she was sure Sio still remembered him. She also said that the chapter reminds her that she remembers him as well, and that their friendship is very important to her. In any case, she did fulfill her promise to establish the largest trade union in Cheongwan. Sayu said that now it was time for him to fulfill his promise made many years ago in Goryeo. Back then, in the mountains, Sayu had said that when they climbed to the top, they would reach the abode of the wise and honored man, one of the 3 deities. Since they know he is coming, the others will definitely be waiting for him. Each of them has special abilities. No matter how outstanding their skills are, no one can match the local martial artists. There is only one difference. The martial arts of the continent are aimed at spreading the influence and power of alliances, while the martial arts of these lands are focused on personal interests. This is because it is difficult for the government to subjugate provincial areas, and the locals are only subject to themselves. Goryeo, on the other hand, is so small that there simply cannot be areas that have escaped the influence of the center. From a national point of view, having powerful weapons to defend oneself in difficult times is essential, but in times of peace, it is detrimental. At the end of his speech, the master said that it was better to rest today and continue the journey tomorrow. He asked the boy to get ready. Sayu sat across from her and said he understood. At that moment, a little girl ran up to them, shouting that it was true. Slamming her hand on the table, she turned to her older brother. Then she said that she had heard that there were people with different eye colors in the West and insisted that it was true. She called the boy's eyes very beautiful. Seiyu was surprised to see her and asked who she was, but she continued to bombard him with questions, asking if he was from Goryeo, where he was from, and why his eyes were a different color. Since they were both from Goryeo, she also asked if the people in his village had the same colored eyes. The master turned to the girl and asked her if she needed anything, calling her little girl. She turned to him and also asked about his eye color, calling them beautiful. Then she remembered why she was here and said that she had come to eat and relax with her grandfather. But since there were no seats left, she asked if they would mind if she sat next to them. With a little surprise, the boy turned to the master. He replied that there was still plenty of room for two on this bench, and suggested that she do as she pleased. Immediately, the girl turned to her father and asked him to come over here, repeating, "I told you they wouldn't mind." They thanked the master and the boy for their kindness. At that moment, the girl hit her feet with her fist and said, "My feet!" She explained that her feet hurt a lot because she walked a lot. Seiyu was surprised by her enthusiasm and asked her how old she was and where she was from. "I'm not a baby," the girl continued, adding that she was a full 12 years old and that it was rude to ask a woman her age. "What's your name?" she asked the boy again. "Dan Seiyu," he replied, smiling back at her. "That's a nice name," the girl said. "It's so cute, but it sounds kind of lonely," she said, and then added, "My name is Ha So-ho," and offered to be his friend. At that moment, her dad apologized to her grandfather and explained that they had to walk for a long time, so she was a little cranky. The girl had already eaten by then and was impressed by the taste, because for several days, she had only eaten dried meat and rice balls, which was not very tasty. Her father also apologized to her for that, but she asked him not to apologize, because she realized that it was not his fault. At that moment, Seiyu was looking at her and memorizing her name, which meant fox. The girl blamed Uncle Seo for everything, and her father explained that he couldn't do anything either, because he couldn't ignore the pressure from the center. She turned out to be smarter than she looked, as she began to tell her father that even if he did, he was already his friend, and friends should overcome all difficulties together. She added that her friend had deceived him, and that's why her mom got sick. "I am angry with him," she said. At this point, the master turned to them and said that he seemed to have something else he wanted to tell. The man began to tell them that his name was Ha Manbo, and he used to have a business in Gandong, but due to insecurity it failed, so they took a trip to China, packing up and setting out. The master asked him, "Isn't it the Yuan dynasty that rules now? Besides, China was in a turbulent time, and it would be difficult for a foreigner to settle in." Ha Manbo had heard that there was a war raging in the country, and that Zhu Yuanzhang was at the head of it. He, who has nothing behind him, who has neither influence nor support, has started a brutal war against the Yuan dynasty, uniting with people close to him in spirit. He successfully advanced and pushed the Yuan to the north. Impressed by the story, Seiyu asked how he managed to do it. The girl sat and listened attentively, and Ha Manbo explained that it was because of this that ordinary traders like them would now have a little easier time. And immediately Seiyu thought, if the Yuan dynasty was pushed out, what happened to Muye Nuna? The girl immediately noticed Saiyu's sad face and asked him not to worry. She said that she would also become a great merchant and then solve all his problems. These words brought a smile to his face. He gently patted her head with his iron glove. At that moment, he said that he would believe her. Then calling her Lysenko, he asked her to take care of him. Her little cheeks turned red and she was ashamed. Suddenly, she became unexpectedly violent and asked him not to do that anymore. No one understood why she started to get so agitated. "If you keep rubbing my hair, I won't grow. I need to grow up quickly to help my dad. And how will you sing if no one will marry me because of my short stature?" Was the reason for her excitement? Seiyu was confused at this point and did not know what to say to her. But she quickly forgave him and said that she was only doing it because he was very handsome. Suddenly the master sighed softly, but it sounded more like a light laugh. Seiyu and the girl looked at him. He just smiled and told them that they were funny kids. After that, they went to rest. Seiyu sat under the wall and fell asleep right there. Lysenya noticed that her grandfather and big brother, as she had started to call him, were sleeping sitting up. She looked at his face and said quietly to herself, "Big brother is handsome." Her dad saw her looking at him and jokingly told her that she would soon drill a hole in him with her gaze. It was better to look while he was sleeping. She started to get angry again, throwing herself at her father and saying that he was a pest, and if he saw that his only daughter was happy, he shouldn't interfere with her. The master woke up, and so did Seiyu. He said, "Boys, it is time to go." The girl noticed and asked, "Where are you going so late?" The boy replied that he had already slept well, and that maybe it was time for her to get on the road as well. Then he said goodbye to her. She asked him anxiously, "Is it so early?" And she added, with worry in her eyes, asking, "Are we really going to part so soon?" Then she turned to him saying, "Brother Seiyu?" He turned around, not understanding what she wanted. He asked her what had happened, and she said that when they met again, she would be a great merchant in all of China. She asked him to promise to find her. He told her that he didn't know when that would happen, but he promised that one day he would definitely find her. Then she gave him a talisman and told him that it was the same color as his eyes. She also promised that the talisman would definitely help him. Even then, she seemed much smarter and older than a 12-year-old girl. Although the girl liked these people very much and found them very kind, her father said that he found this old man very frightening. She thought differently. Although she didn't know why, she felt that her older brother was special, and she was sure that he would become a great person someday. That is why she gave him this talisman. She called it her first investment. As Sayu was walking with the master, he said that the girl was very funny. Her eyes shine with determination. She is very smart. She will be lucky with money because her forehead is always lit up with light, and she can be relied on because her full lips are always closed. One day she will become great, and from that moment on, her fate and Sai's fate are linked. At this point, the master said that it was safe to assume that something very important had happened today. As the master said this, Sayu looked at the butterfly in his iron glove. And now he is looking at the same butterfly. Looking at it, he told himself, calling its name, and asked it to wait, that they would meet soon. Meanwhile, in the Iron Union, someone told the young lady that the negotiations with the Five Dragon Union could not be concluded without a fight. The man told her that he understood that their conditions were impossible to fulfill, but he also didn't think that simply giving up would be wise enough, and asked her to tell him if she knew of any way out. But she walks forward in silence. Without answering his question, she asked Sungyang not to let anyone in. She also added that she wanted to rest. After the door closed, she was left alone, talking to herself. She just wanted to go exercise, but she was forbidden to do anything. She didn't think it would be so difficult to gain influence in Murima. If only she had more strength, she could make her move. She asked Song Yan, who had come to see her, if she had heard from her uncle. In response, she heard that there was no news today. Taiwan would have sent a messenger, and the young lady had no doubt about it. She was also told that there was no reason to worry, as Dan Mok could be relied upon. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door, announcing the arrival of young Master Huangbo and Master Namgung from the Five Dragon Union. The girl sighed, realizing that no one would leave her alone even for a second, and asked to be escorted to the outbuilding. They greeted the young mistress of the Great Trade Union, and she apologized for the delay. They stood side by side and expressed their joy at meeting. Yun Chong told her that she was getting more and more beautiful every time. Her beauty was simply dazzling. She knew exactly who he was. Jiang is from a line of rapists. Now he is a clan leader from the Five Dragon Union, the second son of the Huangbo Holy Family. She told him that it was extremely rude of her to stay late and asked him how she could deal with his father's anger. He just laughed and replied that she needn't worry, because his father would not get angry over such a nonsense. He added that even if he became blind, he would not regret it, because her beauty was blinding. But in response, he heard the young lady say that he should not compare her to such things, otherwise she would decide that it would be better to leave him, and asked, "You want to send me away from the Union, right?" "Of course not," he replied, adding that he wanted her to stay here forever, and it would be great if she accepted his offer. The Shining Lotus Bud, Seo Ren, pointed out that the young lady must be upset because their visit was so unexpected. But the young mistress didn't mind, for she knew that there was not a single corner in the Iron Union where the door was closed to Mistress Namgung, and she expressed her interest in knowing why they had come. She replied, "Can't we visit you without a reason? You're upsetting me." The young lady realized that there was no need to waste time on pleasantries, and asked again why they had come. She replied that it was simple. She would like to borrow 10,000 gold pieces from the Great Trade Union, which was the amount she needed. The young lady asked why she needed such a large sum of money, and said that, at the very least, for the sake of propriety, she should tell her business partner. She replied that the money was needed to open a branch of the new organization inside the Iron Union, but all she could say was what she had just said. Then she asked, "Don't we have too much of a difference in status to call us partners? It doesn't matter how strong your alliance is, young lady. It's no match for the Iron Alliance." She also asked if that was why the young lady could not leave this place. She tried to make it clear that even a refusal to grant the loan would not affect them in any way. Nevertheless, she was giving this opportunity because she liked the young lady. In her words, she hinted that this was a great opportunity for the Merchants' Union and pointed out the situation they were in. After hearing this, the young lady thanked her for the offer and said that she now understood their situation. She replied that unfortunately she could not fulfill their request this time because it was a big deal, and she should not make a decision until she had met with representatives of the Ninefold Union and discussed it with her father, who was the head of the union, as Ms. Namgung said. She should discuss everything before dealing with an alliance of this level, because it is not just the Five-Dragon Union. She said it would take some time, but Ren couldn't hide her disappointment. The man in front of her just sighed when he heard all this. He wondered if this was why she was called a fox in the Five-Dragon Union. Her ingenuity is simply amazing. But there is another, called a fox, who is not only amazing in her ingenuity, but also has the largest fortune in the world. Regardless of the reason and the result, he enjoyed watching these two. Fantasizing to himself, he thought that this was all arranged for one of them to win his heart, and he wondered what he should do when so many women wanted his heart. They seemed to have concluded their conversation, and asked if it was time to wrap things up, as the young lady had another appointment. Ren said that she had already taken up too much of her time. She reiterated that this opportunity would only come around once, and told the young lady that she hoped she would not miss this chance. Looking at her with cold eyes, she just said, "Of course." To say goodbye, Zhang took her hand and asked her why fate was so cruel. He then expressed his hope that next time they could spend a little more time discussing their future. She replied that she hoped things would get better and said goodbye to him. As he was leaving, he hummed softly and asked the lady if she didn't think it was a beautiful day. He asked her not to be angry, although she had not expected such a response. He added that he thought everything would go as she had planned. Then he said that both girls were so beautiful and intelligent that his heart fluttered at the sight of them. Finally, she spoke to him, but only asked him to be quiet for a second. She began to think about the girl, about how cunning and brave she was, talking to her about the union of the 9 foundations and the union of the lion. She was annoyed that the girl seemed to see right through her. Chong couldn't believe that Sao could lose her cool because of some girl, and now he liked Fox even more. The young mistress knew in advance how she would treat her and expected it. She also realized that they probably thought they could get rid of her in one fell swoop whenever they wanted, even though their main advantage is money. But money is no match for their military power. The Iron Alliance holds a force that no one dares to oppose, but their full potential can only be realized if all 3 alliances join forces. Right now, each alliance wants to take control of the Great Celestial Trade Union, and that's why they need to buy time and use this power. That's why Mistress mentioned the union of the lion and the 9 foundations in the conversation. The young lady realized that the mistress was deliberately letting her know that the 9 foundations and lion unions would not stand by if the Five-Dragon Union tried to suppress the trade union. She did not expect anything else from the young mistress. But still, the mistress was angry to hear Namgongseol Ren called a fox and her a foxy, which was extremely offensive to her. Although she was called a tiger, she liked that nickname. But it would probably be better if she was called a fierce tiger, or at least an adult fox. The lady began to think of her brother and asked him to take care of her. She remembered how he had stroked her head and called her a fox. At that moment, she was even a little embarrassed when she remembered it. They in Taiwan realized that they had wasted a lot of time and decided that it was time to leave. They thanked us and said it was time for them to go. Elder Hong and Master Dan wished them luck. Sayu turned around and took a few steps forward. The head told Chong to send word to all the branches of the Merchants' Union that Master Dan should receive help wherever he asks for it, but not to bother him unless he asks for it. And to keep it all in the strictest confidence meanwhile, the girl followed Master Dan with her eyes. She would like to be his assistant on the path of trials, but it would not work, although she would not be a burden to him, and they could help each other in any situation. However, Sayu realized that she needed something from him, and she would do everything to get it from him. And he would have to be always on his guard, which is why such a partnership would definitely not work for them. It would only hinder him. She remembered this conversation with him, and realized that this man would only open his heart to someone who was sincere in his intentions. She should not have suspected him from the beginning. Meanwhile, the boy and the sage had already set out on their journey, and the sage asked him if he had said that they were going to Anhui. But where exactly, Sayu replied. Since the boy had already made up his mind, the old man had nothing to say, although he warned him that it was very dangerous there. Not to mention the Five-Dragon Union, this whole area can be said to be the backyard of the Namgong clan. But the boy needed to know the truth, and he was not going to get into a fight, however. The wise man told him that it made no difference. If he was the only one who could stand firmly on his feet, then no one would stand. They had a very long journey ahead of them, and Sayu decided not to talk but to hurry. After a while, night fell, and the sage was unhappy that they were having dried meat for dinner again. He said that it would be better to find an eatery or an inn. By the way, neither the moon nor the stars were visible at this place. It was just tiny darkness, and Sayu realized that they could be attacked in such darkness. The sage told him that he had always acted according to his conscience and did not want to think about a sudden attack. But with him, it was different, because he turned life on the continent upside down again. The Moyon, the Five Dragon Union, and even the Black Trader Show. Can events involving such people not be associated with Sai? So it seemed like there would be a fight. Moreover, Sayu could feel the energy of the people watching them. Immediately, one of them pushed off the branch. In a moment, he was no longer on it. And at the very moment when Sayu said that it was very easy to attack them here, those who were watching them were getting closer and closer. When a man stepped on one of the branches, a crunch was heard. The sage immediately heard this crunch. It was at that moment that he said that he had always acted according to his conscience and did not want to think about a sudden attack, although he already understood everything. He hinted to Sai that he had turned everything upside down and that he should pay the most attention to the black traders who were now sitting on the branches. Sayu realized that a fight was unavoidable and said that there were 18 of them, and each of them had a sword. The wise man, given how stealthily they moved, did not think they were ordinary passers-by. They raised their voices so that these people could hear their conversation, and it was all done on purpose. One of them jumped to the ground and stood right in front of them. Without thinking about the right strategy, he just rushed at them with his sword, thinking it would work. But one punch from the guy, a bent sword and a little added energy did the trick. The enthusiasm with which the man ran at Saya disappeared from his eyes, and when the sword in his hands began to behave on its own, he did not understand what was happening. The man was even more surprised at the boy's strength when his body began to fly up and spin. Then he quickly flew down to the ground to communicate with the worms. The wise man watched what was happening and realized that he shouldn't have expected them to give up so easily. It looks like there will be no rest tonight. Sayu sighed, agreeing with the wise man, but nothing could be done. Drinking his juice, the old man addressed his enemies, urging them not to hide and not to be cowards. After that, he filled his cheeks with the drink and spat so that yellow balls flew out of his mouth. He wanted them to show themselves, but he hit each of them so that their bodies were inside these layers. Using his power, the sage made these balls acidic, and they ate the bodies of his enemies apart. Sayu also wanted to show his power. Each of the burning sticks flew like arrows toward the enemy. The burned limbs were as sharp as a spear. They easily pierced the bodies of the enemies and even set their clothes on fire. The guy was so skilled at it that he nailed their bodies to trees. One of the enemies survived, looked around and could not believe that they were defeated so quickly. But that was not all. He shouted to the others that it would not be possible to capture Sayu alive. He had to be killed. By the look on Sayu's face, it was clear that he was already tired of it. He looked in front of him and saw the ground begin to bulge. In an instant, a sword flew out of this bulge. Sayu stopped it with his hand, adding the power of lightning. The bald enemy did not expect this development, for he thought he was about to pierce Sayu's body with his sword. Sayu asked him, "Did you really think that you could kill me with such a miserable skill?" The lightning passed through the iron, bending the sword blade into an accordion, but the energy did not stop and passed into the hilt, capturing the enemy's hand. His ass was on fire at that moment, and he flew out of the ground where he was hiding. The others flew out just like him. The guys stood there, just touching the ground with their hands as they flew out. But for some reason, they kept shouting, "King of War, die!" Sayu didn't even hit them with his fists. He just touched his palm to their faces, which immediately became electrified. This energy was terrifying. It created a vortex in which the bodies of the enemies were sucked in. And then, as if they had lost gravity, they began to fly in the air. Only a few enemies were left alive, and they realized that they had to get this information to their master as soon as possible. But they had one serious problem. Sayu was not going to let them go just like that. Having formed an energy ball, he shot it directly into the back of one of them. As if on cue, and according to the guy's plan, this ball began to shock the man. Then, controlling it with lightning, Sayu began to spin the enemy's body on the ground like a wheel so that he clung to the ground with his body, raising dust around him. Then he stopped spinning, and only coughing could be heard coming from the man. At this point, the sage was not going to let them escape either, because he had so many questions. But Sayu came to him and said that he could just let them go. The reason for this was that he realized that he would not know anything even if he captured them. Whether it was the Moyong family, the Five Dragon Union, or the Black Merchants, they would still continue to pursue them. If they have already prepared, they will show themselves sooner or later. Continuing on, Sayu asked the sage where he thought they were coming from. The sage replied that they were probably the black traders at the moment. The Moyong family's financial situation leaves much to be desired, so they cannot afford such a luxury. From the Five Dragons' point of view, they would not send assassins just to kill someone whose identity they do not know. That's because they still consider Dong Sayu inexperienced and a minor problem. If the black merchants are behind this, the fact that they called him the War King and attacked him without any doubt means a lot. This all suggests that the top of the black traders have found out about all these rumors about him. But all their assumptions end up being just that, assumptions. They won't find anything that can confirm their identity, even if they turn everything upside down. The survivors had already drunk the poison to kill themselves. During this conversation, they did not notice that they had reached a place that seemed to be the gateway from Shanxi province to Hanam compared to Taiyuan. This place was small, but because of its proximity to the Yellow River, maritime trade flourished here. Zhizhuang is a heavenly place. When they went there together, Sayu didn't understand where the elder had gone, who kept repeating that Dukang wine was the best here. After that, the elder disappeared, leaving Sayu sitting alone. At that moment, however, Sayu saw a man and 2 others behind him, who came right up to him. The man introduced himself as Chung Wu Ik Wu, the head of the Hongyob Security Bureau, and asked if Sayu would mind if he sat down. Without any hesitation, Sayu allowed him to sit down. The people who were with him also greeted him. Sayu realized that the situation could be dangerous if he was not careful, so he also introduced himself and said he was glad to meet them. One of them suddenly felt an electric shock in his chest. The other asked him if he was okay. The answer was, "I'm fine, but I didn't understand what it was and why it suddenly hurt so much." Then they started talking about who was from where. They discussed their origins, as one of them thought that Sayu had an accent from Shanxi. Sayu noticed that the 3 were talking quite close and asked them if it was common to see subordinates sitting next to a leader. Smiling, Chung Wu Ikwu replied that they were like brothers to each other and said, "Guys, stop drinking this cheap wine," and then invited them to try the real wine he personally brought with him. Others also said it had a special taste and could guarantee it. But Sayu pointed out that although it was cheap, it tasted quite good, and agreed to try their wine. These people seemed rather suspicious. After smelling the wine, Sayu said with certainty that nothing could compare to this aroma. So he turned the glass over and took a few sips. A sly smile appeared on the man's face under his mustache. The guy said that the wine was really great, not only strong, but also with a completely different flavor. Meanwhile, outside, on the roof of the building they were in, there were already many people with guns. Sayu turned to the man and asked him to explain something now. He then told them that he had allowed them to sit where they asked, and had also drunk the Dukang wine that they had offered him. He had allowed them to create the situation they had been longing for, and now asked them to tell him what they really needed. The man immediately noticed his cleverness, but noted, "He's smart, but not very smart." Se asked him to say not only what he understood, but also what both of them would understand. The man said that he had drunk Cholpasan, a mountain poison, with Sayu's wine, and he will find out about it when he tries to use his power, because then his internal energy will not be collected at all. When the poison enters the stomach, it spreads through the bloodstream, and since it will absorb his kai, he will not be able to use it for the whole day. Suddenly, Sayu grabbed his chest. Then he asked the man if it was possible that he had poisoned the masked men who had attacked them earlier. The man replied that in this world there is no goodness without a cause, just as there is no evil without a cause. If Sayu had not killed all their men yesterday, he would not have given him the poison. Then he told Sayu that he had 2 choices. Either he answers all his questions and keeps him alive. That was the first choice, or he just dies here. At that moment, Sayu asked him if they were all from the 5-Dragon Union. But the man said that he was the one asking the question, and Sayu could only answer. Taking the boy by the shoulder, he said that based on the whole situation, he could only assume that Sayu was the War King. He blamed him for the conflict between the Moyong and Daryok families in Liaoning province, as well as for the murder of the underworld Demon Blade and the Steel Archer in Shanxi province. Because of these accusations, Sayu assumed that the man was a member of the Black Traders. Pulling out his sword, the man repeated that Sayu could only answer, not ask questions. He was ready to cut his throat and avenge his comrades. A smile appeared on the leader's face as he saw his men draw their swords. The sword was already right next to Sayu's neck. But the man had another question and asked to postpone revenge for later. He asked Sayu where he had hidden the children he had taken and said that, depending on the answer, he would have to endure pain similar to his body being torn to pieces. Sayu smiled and said, "Torn to pieces? Is that what you're talking about?" The man warned him again that he had to answer the questions obediently. Suddenly, there was a crack of lightning in the room. Even the man's hat flew off as the psi energy was released. The other man watched as his friend could not contain such intense pain and screamed loudly. Sayu decided to explain to them what was happening. Thanks to the Ki lightning he himself had placed in the man's body, he now knew that they were yesterday's killers who belonged to the same faction. But he was still wondering whether they were from the 5-Dragon Union or the Black Merchants. Now that it's been revealed that they are Black Traders, there's no point in continuing this theater. Fatty's emotions changed drastically, because he was sure that Sayu would not be able to use her power because of the poison. He immediately ordered his men to kill the War King immediately. At that moment, they jumped right off the roof and burst into the room. It happened very quickly. There is nothing to say. But just as quickly Sayu dealt with them, touching each of them with his palm. They flew in different directions, and even the walls were affected by the hurricane created from their bodies. And the one who shouted the most that they were close as brothers was the first to run away. Right to the screams of his comrades, he took to his heels. But Sayu didn't want to joke with them. He decided to deal with it quickly. The fact that he was able to deal with them with one blow was impressive even to the enemy. And he was getting a little annoyed, so he grabbed them right by the mouth. And then he would gently nail their heads to a pillar, which would even fly apart afterwards. Now Sayu asked one of them about Jungwoo Ik, and now Jungwoo Ik had to tell him everything about the black traders. The guy started to squeak and say that he was just a runner and didn't know anything. But the guy was sure of the opposite. He would force him to tell him. The reason for this was that the human body remembers much more than he could have imagined. A terrible cold had already passed through Chan's body. Sayu had no problem explaining to him that people have different nerves that are sensitive to cold and heat, and he was now stimulating some of them. Because the human brain is so complex and incomprehensible, if it decides that the body is cold, the body will start to feel it. If this continues, he will simply die of frostbite. "Who is the leader of the black traders?" came the question from Sayu. But Chan repeated that he did not know, and added that he did not hold any position in the organization. However, when the pain intensified, he could not stand it and confessed, "Seo Hyun is the real leader of the security bureau, and I'm just a puppet." How sly, thought Sayu. It seems he has put his subordinate in the place of the leader. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the master could not find a place to sit. He was constantly being asked what they should do if they launched a full-scale attack. Master Zhang could still be saved, but they also couldn't lose their fighting power just to save a pitiful man like Chong. And even if he was attacked by hundreds of their men, they would not be able to defeat the god of war. However, the master ordered everyone to go forward, or rather to retreat, because this time they decided to retreat. He decided to retreat so that he could plan his next steps. Wonpan Hall, Hongyeob Security Bureau. Sayu had already come here, and was wondering if the attack last night was part of their plan. He had a sage with him, and he told him that according to what the merchants had told them a few hours ago, there should still be people inside and outside. However, now their training room is empty, and all the people have disappeared. They didn't think things would change so quickly. But now that things are like this, they should head to Anhui Pavilion. And they decided to discuss everything on the way. The wise man said that they would not be able to continue their journey peacefully, and he had heard that there was a horse fair nearby, so they had to hurry. He added that he had gone to the local Gaebon branch in the morning because he needed to destroy something, and then he mentioned that he had great news for Sayu and asked him to guess what it was. Sayu asked him to stop the riddles and just tell him what it was. The wise man began to tell him. 10 years ago, a messenger from Yuan came to Goryeo. "I have found out the identity of one of the envoys you are looking for." Sayu immediately became animated upon hearing this. The sage continued that right now all of his subordinates were looking for his whereabouts. He then said that he would soon be able to provide some interesting information, and asked him to wait a little longer. Sayu had been waiting for these people for a very long time. They were responsible for his brother's death, and for taking away the Nuna. A smile appeared on his face, and he mentally said to himself, "Finally." After a while, they reached a large yellow river called the Roaring River. The current was so strong, much stronger than usual, and it was raining. This made it difficult to sail today. A handful of people were looking at these waters and didn't think there would be any brave souls willing to set sail in this weather. Suddenly, one of them saw something in the distance and asked the others to see if it was a person. And indeed, a man was sailing in a boat in the middle of these stormy waters, and everyone thought he was crazy to dare to do this in such weather. Around him was a barrier that did not allow anything to pass. "The continent is the land we have lost, but it is also the land I have to get back," this big man said to himself. The Yellow River is a river that flows through 9 fortresses and regions. A river like life that has made Hebei province rich, but also like death, destroying the lives of many people through its fierce flow and whirlpools. It is boundless, no doubt about it. Is it really a force for the continent now? The man asked himself. A smile appeared on his face under his black mustache. And this smile appeared because of what he had in mind. At that moment, he said "goo" like a hoot and spread his arms to the sides. Then he was going to destroy everything completely, and the dome that was above him began to push the water around. He had a motive for all this. He considered himself the only one worthy. It was about the dignity between heaven and earth. By shouting this and releasing his energy, a funnel formed on the river as if a meteorite had arrived there. He shouted so loudly that his hands raised the waves. Then he folded his arms and the rays of the sun shone on his giant body. He had just cleansed the sky with his power, and now he was looking at a bright blue sky and a calm river on which he was floating. After a while, his foot hit the wooden floor. He took a few more steps and said hello. Chung was waiting for him, sitting on one knee, and greeted the Grand Master. He then asked the master if he was returning. The master replied that there was no point in staying here longer, because his journey to the continent was complete. The man then asked him how Chul-san was doing and said that he had heard that he was young. Then apologized and said that his fighting skills had exceeded the Grand Master's expectations, and even his level. "He has surpassed me," said the master. "I am glad to hear that." But suddenly the smile disappeared from his face. "What about that girl?" the man asked, turning around. Jung replied that he had heard that she was only good to the young master. "Still, it's time to open up to her," thought the Grand Master. Then he started walking faster, and said that they were heading to the main group. Everyone thought that the sky would become clear again, but it was covered with clouds again, and they had to take shelter from the rain. At that moment, the wise man was already looking at the horses, and his eyes fell on one of them. He told the warrior king that if they rode the horse, they would arrive in 7 months without any problems. While he was talking, Sayu was already standing next to the seller and handing him 3 nayanas. The sage wondered what he was holding in his hand. Was it a butterfly? Had he bought a piece of jewelry, or was he going to give it to someone? Sayu approached the sage and said, "Soka, it has been a long time since we last met, so it would be nice to bring her a gift." The wise man told him that if he wanted to give her something, why not choose something better? He was also embarrassed that this butterfly was covered in rust. But Sayu replied that it would be worth it after he removed all the rust. He began to use his energy to do so. The elder said that it seemed to be an unusual piece of jewelry, because Sayu was using power equal to that of the 3 sages. But he still could not remove the rust. What would happen if I used more of my power? Wondered Sayu, as he was curious and waited for the jewelry to show its true form. Suddenly the silhouette of a giant man appeared behind him. Then they stood in front of him. The energy emanating from him was incredible, and Sayu immediately realized that this man was extremely strong. His strength was comparable to that of his master, though no, perhaps he was even stronger. After that, Sayu decided to unleash his own power. They began to walk toward each other. Along the way, the big guy asked if there was anyone like him in Chungwon. He was confident in his master that he was the one who would rule this land. It was through these words that he became a sign of strength, and his steps were as heavy as a large mountain. This figuratively meant that he had a great responsibility. So the one who could make the master take the first step must be a very dangerous person. And it was already clear that he would take the first step. The master turned to Jongdo. Then he said that the boy was quite capable and asked him to behave with dignity. Jongdo tilted his head down and apologized. At that moment, the sage was looking at them and asking himself what this phenomenon was. He seemed to the sage not to be a human being at all, because a human being simply cannot radiate such energy. His energy far exceeded the energy of Huang Bogun, aka the Holy Fist, the so-called ideal martial level. Immediately, the sage decided to sit down because the power emanating from this man was incredible. Sayu and this monster continued to walk toward each other. The boy began to use his energy, and lightning appeared on his hands. The enemy, on the other hand, was emanating black energy, which is hard to compare with anything, and they rushed at each other like 2 elements. The lightning caused everything around to fly apart, as did the energy that the man had. When they collided, there was an explosion the size of an entire mansion. Sai's eye opened wider, and there was a drop of this energy in his pupil. He found himself in a nightmarish darkness. It felt like the darkness was swallowing everything around him. It seemed as if the world around him had disappeared. He also felt as if he was alone and there was nothing else. At that moment, his body began to suck in some energy near his left arm. At the same time, this big guy appeared and formed a portal right next to Sai. If he had been sucked in, his body would have been torn to pieces. The impact was so strong that everything behind him was blown to pieces. After that, everything started to come back together, and nothing was clear at all. "What was that?" asked Sayu to himself. And the big man said that he had a very good thing in his hands. It was a deadly blooming butterfly that had belonged to Jung Ha-chan. The person who left this butterfly, Jung Han-cha, won and hid a secret technique on its wings, but of course it's not so easy to find someone who recognizes the small inscriptions on its wings. What's more, this butterfly is essentially just a decoration. When Zdorovi explained this, even more questions arose. Who is he? The sage saw his eyes and realized that if an ordinary person looked into his eyes, he would immediately lose his soul. He began to tell Sai that he had been traveling around Chungwon for 2 years, but he had never seen such a talented person, and he said that he was very sorry that there was no one in all of Chungwon as talented as him. Now that he had met Saya, he realized how arrogant he had been and asked the boy his name. He replied, "My name is Dan Sayu." He had been traveling around Chungwon for more than 2 years and had never met someone so talented before. Now he met Sayu and realized how arrogant he was, but that was because it was his first time on the mainland. Hearing this, the big man smiled. Then he started laughing out loud. His laughter was even a bit exaggerated, as his energy began to rage. He loudly said that Sayu was not from the continent and added that this was a good thing. Strangely enough, he then told Sayu that they could become good friends. However, Sayu didn't really believe it. His subordinate came up behind him and addressed the Grand Master, saying that the horse was ready. The Grand Master went to the horse, petted it, and said that it was too beautiful to just wander around the field. He also gave the boy one thing. Then he said that fate had meant for them to meet here, so this would be his gift. With this gift, he wanted to make a horse for Sayu. But he looked at it and judged that the horse was too big for him. Sayu appreciated the gesture of kindness, but refused the gift. The big man replied that unfortunately he didn't have time, and although he would have loved to talk more, he had to leave. He was heading north, where Sayu was also going to go soon. The big man believed that if they were lucky, they would meet, and he added that if Sayu went north, he should come to the city of Black Blood, where he would be waiting for him. The name seemed frightening to the boy, but in response, the big man said that he had always believed that blue blood flows in our veins, and when the blue blood binds, it turns black, which is why we called it the City of Black Blood. He also added that if Sayu came there, he would receive him as a special guest. A moment later, the horse roared and rushed forward. Along the way, the man's mind kept thinking about this boy, that he was a dangerous person, and if he was allowed to leave now, he would become a great threat in the future. He told Jongdo not to even think about touching him, because he didn't want to lose this opportunity. The Blood Devil Ma asked Jongdo if he was really that dangerous. The big man replied that from the moment he saw the boy, he realized that he was the only person in the world who could be his equal. He realized this when he saw the strength in the boy's eyes. Then when their attacks collided, the energy from the guy was insane. But the big guy also said that he realized that this was his biggest mistake. His light is too bright to be overshadowed by his darkness. If there are obstacles to conquering the mainland in the future, the name of that obstacle will be Dan Sayu. The big man clearly recognized his power and understood what to expect from Sayu. After explaining this to Jongdo, he moved on. He would look forward to their next meeting in the future. At that time, the sage could not even imagine that someone like him could exist in this world. Even warriors like the 3 tyrants and the 4 available, who deserved their fame, were not as powerful as him. The sage continued to talk about how he could not believe that this big guy made the great Hongmu Yu look so pitiful. He asked the War King if he was okay because he didn't look very good. But at that moment, Sayu was looking at the butterfly in his hand. He clenched his hand, squeezing the butterfly in it, and thought. He thought about the fact that Guyang Daguk was the first person to make him nervous, since he had mastered the art of the Supreme Artillery General 10 years ago. These reflections left him in a certain reverie, but the sage reminded him that it was time to go as the weather was getting worse. At that moment, the Iron Union, the great heavenly union of traders inside the building, was discussing that the black traders had started to harass them after all. They might be able to survive this year, but if this continued, they would have no choice but to start losing ground. The solution was simple. They needed more means to stay afloat, and it was worth looking into this issue more closely. Meanwhile, the man was on his way to the young lady. When he arrived, she was not expecting him at that moment. She asked him what was wrong. He brought the letter that the pigeon had given him and said that it was a message from the Taiwan branch. He then lowered his voice and added that it was classified information. She began to open the bamboo case, which contained a rolled-up piece of paper. She picked it up and began to read it carefully. Her maid asked if something bad had happened. The young lady smiled and said, Oraboni, which meant older brother. Saya Oraboni is on the mainland. She could not wait to see what he looked like now. Also in the Iron Union. But from a different perspective, there is a discussion about Songgyeon, namely that even among the 3 colors, her skills are inferior compared to the Hell Demon clan. Not to mention that her strength together with the Steel Archer is undeniable. This is discussed by the Shining Lotus Flower Namgun Seoryong, who noted that she had heard that he is one of the 5 warriors who are considered to have strong intuition and an outstanding ability to adapt. But in her opinion, this is simply an exaggeration. A warrior from the great mountain Kangchu-san stood across from her and asked what she meant. He could tell from her tone of voice that something bad had happened. She agreed and said that it was definitely something very bad. The 2 he was talking about are the Hell Demon Blade and the Steel Archer. They are both dead. When he heard this, he couldn't believe it at first, and asked her what she was talking about. It was not difficult for her to explain. The God of War is the name of the guy who killed them. Moreover, no one can take away the body of the Hell Demon Blade. It seems that there is a martial arts master who could not be recognized in Taiwan. She's sure he and Dan Mok are friends, and even if they don't know each other, it's impossible for the 9 greats to keep quiet after recruiting such an outstanding martial artist. Perhaps he doesn't belong to any of the groups. In any case, she is sure that it is a great loss for the 5 warriors, the loss of 2, as well as the people who went as their allies. Yam Sayak of the Taiwanese Dark Trade Division, and 100 test subjects who were also supposed to be headed here, but disappeared. This is also a great loss for them. God of War. God of War. She repeated these words to herself twice and said that she had never heard of anyone with that name in Kengo before. She instructed him to find him, which he took as an easy task, but he knew that he would not be able to deal with him, because he had enough skills to kill 2 of the 5 great warriors. She asked him to ask the Im family of throwers for help, saying, "Please ask them for help." Indeed, if they received help from this family, they would feel much more secure than in the company of any other warrior. She asked him to keep in mind that at this moment the 5-Dragon Union needs strong people. Therefore, he should try to recruit one first, but he also had in mind that if that failed, they would have to get rid of him. But it wasn't just that he had heard that Master So of the black marketers was pursuing someone who was probably involved in the recent incident in Taiwan. Judging by the current situation, the war god is most likely involved. The fact that Master Seo involved himself in this case means that he received orders from the top black marketers. Does this mean that the god of war was killed by him? No. Rather the opposite, they were crushingly defeated and fled. But the very fact that Master Seo acted on his own indicates a certain impulse behind it. Kong told her that he had a request for her. He had heard about the return of the North Wind virtue from the Lion Union last night. He believed that all these things were somehow connected to what the god of war was doing in Liaoning. Liaoning province, the Moyongdarek family, and the god of war, please figure it all out. He was sure that she would be able to find out something about the god of war, and that it was quite possible that it was all related to a certain object. Of course, it was a secret agreement between the Holy Fist and Mo Yan Dokean. She realized that Moondong had died, and no one but Huang Bo knew about it. Furthermore, after Mo Yan Dokean was killed, there was an item that Holy Fist passed through a small security bureau regardless of what it might have been, if it could interfere with the Namgun family's actions. She recognized that she had to get rid of it at all costs, and that was why she stole it. Now, Kang decided to go to Hanam and meet the Steel Thrower family. She asked him to try his best, and he reflected that the rumors about her outstanding abilities were true. It seems that if she takes the place of the patriarch, the Namgong family will come to the fore. Unfortunately, she was impatient, and the Steel Thrower family is another story altogether. The Steel Thrower family is famous for its outstanding achievements, and they have mastered stealth techniques and dark martial arts that the world knows little about, becoming one of the best assassin families. In this family, all 100 members were able to become assassins. This means that asking this family for help to find a person they know little about is a serious matter. If they weren't part of the 5-Dragon Union, they would have torn apart the entire Murim long ago. Kang was intrigued, because the god of war appears in Kanfo as a shooting star. But since he has become the target of the shining lotus flower, his secret will soon fade like the rays of the setting sun, the man thought. Ryan sat by the window, thinking that once the Steel Thrower family was involved, this matter would be resolved in no time. Moreover, the Great Heavenly Merchant Union had her wondering what she should do to bring them into the 5-Dragon Union. She considered Ha Soho to be a very intelligent girl, and realized that it would not be easy at all. She also told herself that it would be enough for her to put up with her rude behavior. She should be grateful that she was not born into a warrior family. If she had come from a warrior family, Seo believed that she would have killed her long ago. The reason they came to Hefei was to meet one of the flowers, the frost flower Han San. She is known as the daughter of the head of the Han family and a member of the 3 witnesses, but her skills have surpassed the 3 flowers and the 3 heroes. Some rumors say that she will soon become an unrivaled swordswoman. Anhu Province, Hefei. The god of war stood with a sage on a hillside right in front of the city and talked about how the Han family was once a famous family of warriors. Unfortunately, after the Namgong family got a place in Hefei, they have been going through hard times ever since. "So this is where my master's daughter is," said Sayu. The sage replied by telling him that it was time to move on. The local Gaibon department. The sage tried to find information, but didn't find any regarding the envoy from Yuan, and realized that it would take longer than they expected. He turned to the god of war and said that he would soon finish some things, but it would take a little time, and asked what he was going to do. Whether he wanted to rest, but Sayu replied that he did not. There is a place he would like to visit, and he asked the sage not to worry and not to rush. The sage asked him to keep in mind that Hefei is called the main base of the Namgong clan. It could be said that the whole of Hefei belongs to the Namgong family, so one should not act rashly here. But Sayu just smiled and said that he would do his best. The main house of the Namgong family, the righteous heavenly sword era. The man was brought Long Jing tea, which he loved so much. But he decided to put it aside for now and ask a question. What happened to the man Soryon sent from the Iron Union? The man explained that they had handed it over to Doc Chin, and they would undoubtedly learn something new soon. The patriarch said that we had to hurry. If we miss this chance, we won't even be able to catch up with the Huangbo family. This grandfather is the patriarch of the Namgun family, Namgun Muchin. Namgun Chulchil said to the patriarch, "Of course, Hyungnim. And isn't that why Aseo is in the Iron Union now? This time we have a chance only because of her." He was ready to take responsibility, restore their position, and shake the bastard out of his information. At that moment, a guy was kneeling on his knees, tied to chains, right in front of the man with the stick. He was being interrogated about what Moyon Dongcheon had sent to Huangbo Gunak, and he was from the Makgoyo Security Bureau, Anhui Province, capital of Hefei Province, the main home of the Namgun family. The man decided to go directly to the Han family because they needed to resolve the issue of the marriage of their son as soon as possible. Indeed, the patriarch of the Han family had forgotten about this problem, and indeed, this issue should not be postponed. The problem is that Hanjong is this indecisive old man who always acts indecisive at times like this. With this kind of character, he always checks everything carefully, which could be a great advantage if he were of noble birth. But for a man from Murim, this is an unacceptable weakness. To be honest, he is not someone I would want to have any kind of relationship with, but San, his daughter, is another matter. I don't want to lose this celestial genius. I don't understand how a man as indecisive as Hanjong could have such an outstanding daughter. However, the interlocutor said that he should not worry, because all this time they had refrained from taking action because of Han Sung's status and her authority within the Iron Union. But soon Hanjong will be on his knees before the Namgun family, and today he must receive a final answer. Sayu stands on the roof of one of the buildings and says to himself, "This place belongs to the Han family." He had heard that they are a small sect, but they have more disciples than he expected. However, when he sees what they are doing in front of the entrance, he asks himself if they might be from another sect. Something was definitely wrong, and he decided that moving silently was the best choice. He decided to move very quickly so that no one would notice him. He jumped from rooftop to rooftop, doing so quickly and silently. When he jumped to one of the roofs, he grabbed the tiles with his hand and lifted them slightly. After that, he formed energy on his hand and was ready to stick his finger in. In the same house, there was a conversation. A man was telling the patriarch that he did not have to think about it for so long. The Namgun family was the first to reach out, and it would be very beneficial to the Han family. On the other hand, if you want to support our family, it will be beneficial to your family's development. Even so, she has her own opinion, although her father should not decide her marriage so lightly. These words were coming from inside, and Sayu was watching. Sayu had made a hole in the roof through which he could watch and eavesdrop on their conversation. The man asked the patriarch to just think about it, even though his family was older than the Namgun family. He asked the patriarch what achievements he had made, and if all his efforts were not aimed at keeping his family alive, that is why their family offered support, and he noted that this was a unique opportunity for him. He then asked if the patriarch thought that the eldest son of the Namgun family, San, was unworthy. The patriarch replied that, of course not. He is from the Namgun family, and he is the eldest son, and he is undoubtedly the son-in-law that every father would want. But the patriarch also said that their family was too weak to accept the eldest son of the Namgun family. Additionally, he said that San is currently in the Iron Union, and so the Han family patriarch does not know what she thinks about all of this. As a father, he is worried that such a marriage will be based on his selfish motives, without considering his daughter's will. In his thoughts, the man talking to the patriarch thought, "Damned old man. He thinks and speaks, striving for such wisdom without any merit. But how long can a vulnerable man like you hold out? It is not that difficult for us to break your willpower." He decided to tell him directly, "If you don't make a decision, it will be seen as an insult to the Namgun family." After that, the man said that since it was late, he was leaving them. The patriarch ran after him, asking how he could leave after the decision was made unilaterally. Getting on his horse, he said, "As soon as this marriage is approved, your family will receive full support to restore the Khan family. This means that from the moment this happens, you will no longer have to stay in this remote place." But the patriarch was more concerned about what would happen to his daughter's will. He asked him to stop using his daughter as an excuse. She is a child, and she must obey her father's decision about her marriage partner. He said he would return tomorrow for dinner to talk about the wedding. He said goodbye, and said he was going back to his house. At that moment, Sayu was sitting on the roof listening to the whole dialogue. He realized that his master's daughter was in the Iron Union, which made him wonder if he had made the trip in vain. Logically, he asked himself what to do next, just like the patriarch. The patriarch had anticipated this, but he did not expect them to be so determined. Sitting down, the patriarch asked himself if there was any other solution, coughing from his thoughts. He reflected on what their reasons were, and he should not have allowed this marriage to come to fruition, as it could become a prison for Sane in the future. Suddenly, a boy's voice appeared in his room and said, "Stop hesitating. You must discuss this with your daughter." The patriarch instantly extended his hand to the left. Using his energy, he made the sword fly directly into his hand. He grabbed the hilt of the sword as professionally as if he were 25 instead of 80 years old. It all happened so quickly that he asked, "Who are you?" At that moment, Sayu came closer and took hold of his sword hilt with his hand. The patriarch felt that he could not move, looked at the boy, and could not understand whether he was a martial artist whom he could not defeat. But the guy just asked him to put down his sword. "Who are you?" the patriarch asked him again. Sayu apologized and said that he had to do a terribly impolite thing because of the circumstances in which he found himself. He introduced himself, gave his name, and said that he was in a relationship with his daughter. The patriarch sat down, calmed down, and asked what kind of relationship. Walking around the room, the young man said that one of the three witnesses, the frosty flower Han Sanga. "Young Lady Sana is not your own daughter, is she?" Sayu asked him, and then added that they had met her when they were passing through Shaanxi province 20 years ago, and he had raised her as his daughter then. The patriarch could not understand how the boy knew all this. And then Sayu returned and told the patriarch that he had come from Korea on a mission to find young Sanga, because her real father had asked him to do so. The patriarch was amazed. Are her real parents still alive? The master asked Sai to find the girl, and if she is living well, just leave her alone. But if she was in a bad condition or in difficult circumstances, the master instructed him to help her, saying that this would be enough for him. Sayu told the patriarch that her father was his master, and it was his last wish to watch over his missing daughter and help her if she was in a bad condition. Sayu expressed his hope that the patriarch would tell her about what she would face. Meanwhile, in another part, it was discussed that the Namgong family was going to speed up the wedding process with young Lady Han, and the patriarch agreed that it was not in her best interest. Sayu told him that this is not for the benefit of the two young people, but for the benefit of the Namgun family. It's for Sanga's benefit, and they want to make sure that this marriage happens, even if they have to take coercive measures. However, the Han family has neither the excuse nor the power to refuse. If Sanga were here now, Sayu would not hesitate to try to talk to her. But he realizes that she is far away in the Iron Union. As they said, this problem cannot be solved in one day, so the guy decided to put it off until later. He decided to kidnap one of the enemies. He took him to the roof to talk to him later. Sana was just a child when she was kidnapped by the Mayan family. She was then sold to a slave trader from Shaanxi province, where she was raised as a killing tool. She was an unfortunate child, and so the patriarch searched for her parents everywhere. However, due to severe trials and training, she lost the memory of her past. Because of this, the patriarch made her his daughter. And if Sana is really the daughter of Master Sayu, he asked her to help him find freedom. Sayu asked the already kidnapped man a question. "Do you really want the wedding with young Lady Han to take place, right?" Because of this, Sayu decided to find out why they were so insistent on getting hold of her. At that moment, someone who had recently spoken to the patriarch told his men that their enemy feared them, that he recognized their superiority. He added that there is no one in Anhui province who dares to confront them except you, Hyungnim. He noted that it was easy to make the Han family and its old man give up, but suddenly a guy appeared with lightning shining strangely around him. He asked, "Who are you?" But the guy didn't answer and decided to show them a new technique, puppet theater. It is worth mentioning how Sayu learned this technique. Sayu asked his master about the puppet theater, and he replied that yes, the history of the Supreme Artillery General goes back more than 1,000 years. The master said that they had met many martial arts masters and achieved tremendous results that were beyond the normal. All these achievements were absorbed by their art, which contributed to its development and strengthening. Of course, puppet theater is one of these techniques. Puppet theater is a technique in which they combine their energy with the body of their opponent to control them like puppets. There is something terrifying about this technique. It allows not only to control body movements, but also to change the perception of the target. Using puppetry, you can completely erase your presence and merge with the enemy group. The main house of the Namgun family. A man stands on the roof of one of the buildings. Sayu looks around and notices a large number of people, as expected from the Namgun family. They are ordinary martial artists, and he would have gotten into trouble if he hadn't blended in with their people. Although no, he still wouldn't have been able to enter without being noticed. "Where is Doc Chin?" asks the man on the horse, and he is told that he is near the front. He asks if he hasn't finished his interrogation yet. Having traveled all over the continent since his youth and seen many martial arts, it's hard to believe that lessons still holds true, especially given his skill in torture. After overhearing this conversation, Sayu decided he had to see the man's face for himself. Even if he didn't take the elder's request into account, he didn't want to fight right now. So it was better to move quietly. The facade of the Namgong family. Slowly they were getting closer and closer. Inside, there was a staircase going down. At the bottom, right next to the fire, was a man. There was a whole prison here, Sayu noticed. The smell of blood, wounds, pus, and a terribly unpleasant odor of flesh was in the atmosphere that was certain. In the corridor, a question was asked, "Where's Doc Chin?" He was led through, and the Hyungnim stood right next to the body they were interrogating. However, he did not tell them anything, and they had never met someone so stubborn. The third elder of the Namgun family, Namgun Doc Chin, said that they had already tried 20 different tortures, but all he did was scream and not answer a single word. Hyungnim couldn't believe that he could endure his torture, and it seemed that he was really tough. This meant that conventional torture would not work on him. Hyungnim decided to ask him himself, came closer, and asked him to tell him what kind of thing Hwang Bogun-ah had received and why he was keeping his mouth shut over a trifle. But he realized that if he opened his mouth, his entire family would die, and he couldn't understand how he could do such a thing to save himself. It was better for him to die than to say anything. He took the sword from the third man and said that he would have to change it someday. Then he swung the sword so that the blood flew in all directions. As he stabbed the victim, he said that he would cut him from the shoulders to the stomach. He continued that the victim was about to die, and if he told the truth, he would be saved. If he did not, he would start killing again. Sayu listened to these words and heard them saying that if he died during the torture, the Steel Horse Bureau, which he was so worried about, would be wiped off the face of the earth, so he should grit his teeth and endure. His body was already completely exhausted. He was on his knees and could barely stand it. Sayu immediately realized who it was and remembered the night they spent under the stars with the Steel Horse Bureau. It was Master Mac. Sayu decided to come out and show himself. They immediately started asking who he was, not understanding. Hyungnim immediately felt his energy from the moment he entered the family's territory. He was wondering why he didn't pay attention right away, but Sayu was already holding up 2 fingers with a zipper on them. He pointed them directly at the chain, and it broke into pieces. Now Mac was not chained to a heavy chain. Falling to the ground, he moaned, and voices could be heard in the background asking the boy how dare he enter the Namgun family's secret place. And he told them that he did not know what information they wanted to get from Mac. But he had been tortured severely, and it would not be surprising if he died now. Holding Mac in his arms, Sayu said he needed help, and added that they had 2 options. Either call a doctor or get out of his way. Doc Chin pointed his sword in the boy's direction, and warned him that this was the last time he would ask who he was. He threatened that Sayu had better answer, or he would cut his throat. Sayu had no desire to talk to them. If they weren't going to call a doctor, he simply asked them to get out of the way. But then he decided to help them do so with the help of lightning, which began to shine, illuminating their faces and piercing them to the bone. News had already spread about the god of war, that the Moyeon family and the black traders had been defeated by him. But the patriarch of the Namgun family did not think it was important. He thought that Dongchang, who had once been the strongest martial artist in the entire Liaoning province, had now become a helpless old man. But the fact that he could be defeated so easily by a young man caused the patriarch to worry. What worried him more was that the letter said that the young man had left Tang and was heading south. Going to the window, he ordered to find him immediately, but suddenly heard some sounds. A battle was taking place against the moonlight, and Sayu couldn't help but look over and see it. He also couldn't resist restraining his power. He considered these idiots to be scoundrels who stood in his way. Those 2 knew a lot of martial arts, but this was the first time they had seen something like this, and now they wondered how they could even fight against him. They kept asking him to introduce himself. "My name is Dan Sayu from Goryeo, but that probably doesn't mean anything to you, right?" said Sayu. "I don't like the nickname given to me by people from the mainland, but it's great for refreshing your memory. You will have to remember this day and my existence as the god of war," said Sayu. Immediately, Doc guessed who this guy might be. Hyungnim also realized that they were facing the god of war who had destroyed the Moyeon family, and now they were facing a very interesting picture, namely a threat to their lives. At that moment, the patriarch realized that a special guest had arrived and decided to meet him with dignity. He looked at this guy who was holding a hostage on his shoulders and realized what was about to happen. The facade of their family is a very important place, a part of their history that they have been proud of for over 100 years. The patriarch ordered the servant to get ready to receive the guests. Sayu had already entered and asked them if this was the heavenly age of the righteous sword. "That's right. The heavenly age of the righteous sword," the patriarch replied, adding that they follow the righteousness of the sword and the immutability of the path even for thousands of years. And he considered these words suitable to describe his merits. "You are the god of war," I have heard of you, the patriarch said, noting that it was he who destroyed the Moyong family, then went to Taiyuan and wiped out all traces of black traders there. And then he asked the boy what had happened to bring such a prominent star into their Namgun family. Sayu only said that Master Mac needed help, and that he had to be rescued first. Drawing his sword, the patriarch repeated, "Rescue?" and asked him if he understood the situation he was in. He said that he didn't care whether this guy was alive or not, and added that he didn't care who invaded, but that whoever did it deserved nothing less than death. Of course, Mac is important to them, but only because of the information he has. If he dies, all they have to do is capture another person from the Steel Horse Bureau and interrogate him. He took the great royal sword in his hand. He is Namgong Muqing, the patriarch who has represented the Namgong family generation after generation, the one who is called the Man of Eternity. With this sword, he has taken many lives, and although he is still alive, his only goal was to turn it into an act of righteousness. This time, too, he doesn't care if it's right. If Mac gets out of here alive and spreads the word about what the Namgun family did to him, it will be a problem for them. Because of this, he said that both of them should die. He then ordered his men to kill them, and about 20 men appeared out of nowhere. The situation began to change when the color blue appeared on their faces. Sayu decided to show them what they were worth, which was nothing. Now he realized who they really were, those who wanted to look up to the heavens. If he had to expose their sins, he would do it harshly, ruthlessly, and impressively. Now he decided to act concretely. Time was running out, and he had to save his friend who was on his shoulders. The others realized that the guards would not be able to defeat him, so the third family elder and Hyung Nim decided to intervene as well. Suddenly, divine voices were heard. It was a voice transmission using these. It was already clear why the patriarch was willing to sacrifice so many people, the god of war, the one who had destroyed the entire Moyon family. In the past, the Moyon family was the strongest in the province of Liaonin, but they were all defeated by the god of war. This means only one thing. Either he possesses a strength that surpasses Moyong Dongchang's, or his martial arts are so unpredictable that they are difficult to predict judging by his age. He is probably the heir to someone very powerful. After drawing these conclusions, the patriarch realized that they would have to fight their opponent at full strength. They must also realize that he has a strength that is unknown to them. He must definitely have a weakness, unless he is a ghost. He ordered all his soldiers not to miss any opportunity to find that weakness. Sayu noticed their concentration and realized that they were most likely looking for his weakness. In the moment, he jumped high, dodging their sharp swords. He was ready to give them everything they expected from him. The attack came. 3 absolute explosions formed a giant blue ball. A moment later, waves appeared behind this ball, scattering the enemies in different directions. Several such waves passed, and everyone flew in different directions. The fact that the guy had caused 3 giant explosions with a single hand movement made it clear what kind of trouble they were in. They had traveled all over Kanhyo and seen many masters, but they had never even heard of anything like this. They couldn't even believe that people could do this. But the patriarch looked at the guy and thought that if he was in the air, he was defenseless, so he couldn't understand why it didn't work. He decided that this was a great opportunity for him and decided to act. Sword Art of the Boundless Sky. Sword Art of Unrivaled Thunder. 2 attacks that flew straight at the guy. On the one hand, the patriarch, and on the other, Sayu's hand, which had gathered energy. The sword passed by his body and plunged into the other warrior. The patriarch killed his own subordinate by piercing him in the chest with his sword. Sayu did not even expect such a result, thinking that the sword would just pass by. After that, he decided to repeat it with another enemy, because he already controlled the energy of the sword and the enemy's hand. Why not pierce them all? By touching the enemy's hand with 2 fingers, Sayu made his hand move on its own, and the sword flew in the direction of the patriarch. They formed a triangle around Sayu, 3 enemies piercing each other with swords. How could this have happened? The patriarch could barely say. Another warrior also could not understand what was happening. They were wheezing and could not believe what had happened. Another asked the same question. Sayu decided to spice things up and released electric discharges, ending this battle. How dare you, you miserable bastard, challenge the patriarch of the Namgun family? Do you think you will survive the consequences of your insolence? So what if I don't? Do you, the god of war, even realize what a sin you have committed? Going up against the Namgun family is like going up against the entire 5 Dragon League, and challenging the League of 5 Dragons is like fighting against the entire Iron Union, which is the whole world. It means that you are challenging the whole world, the whole Iron Union. Do you realize that you are turning the most powerful force on the planet against you? Just to save the head of a small bureau, you made an irreparable mistake. He responded to these words with a question. Is fighting with the Namgun family such a terrible mistake? But he decided to explain. If it was just the Namgong family, then why involve the 5 Dragon League and the Iron Union? Isn't it possible that the Namgung family can't cope without the help of the Iron Union and the 5 Dragon League? He threw these questions at the patriarch and challenged him to a fair fight, ready to meet him anytime and anywhere.
"How dare this puppy insult us?" the patriarch asked again, and despite his wounds, he rushed at the young man with his sword again.
He thought that he was about to slit the boy's throat and make him regret his words. He really believed that he could kill and keep up with the boy.
But Sayu had already become excited, and the smile on his face became uncontrollable.
Meanwhile, the patriarch continued to threaten the boy, convincing him that he would make him regret everything he had done that day.
The patriarch's attacks may have been swift, and the sword in his hands mighty, but Sayu was even faster and more agile. And maybe his cries that he would fight at any cost went out in all directions, but they were of no use.
Yes, his next attack was also powerful. The Emperor's 10,000 strike kick had once killed many people,
but he did not realize that Sayu possessed the strength of a heavenly artillery general. 10 ruthless manipulations forced the patriarch to turn his sword around and plunge it into his chest. Sayu came closer and asked him if he hadn't repeated that he wouldn't regret saving Master Mac.
But even in this situation, the patriarch continued to be unbearable.
This, of course, irritated Sayu, and he decided to play with the sword sticking out of the patriarch's chest.
The power of the heavenly artillery general, combined with his lightning speed, sent the patriarch and the sword flying down, and in a moment he was nailed to the ground with his sword, and lightning was flashing furiously around him.
He felt that pain for his empty words and for the mountains of terrible deeds he had committed.
Then Sayu came closer to him and said, "This is the heavenly age of the righteous sword. It is your duty to take up your swords for justice and remain true to yourselves even millennia later." Sayu asked the patriarch, "Aren't these your words? Don't these words perfectly describe the merits of the Namgung family?" After that, his fist rushed toward the patriarch like lightning. The power of the heavenly artillery general was embodied in a giant blue ball that hovered above their heads. "The heavenly age of the righteous sword, you say?" the boy asked again, approaching menacingly. After that, he ordered the patriarch to spit, and an incredible energy tore him to pieces. This day will always be remembered as a terrible tragedy for the Namgung family, as about 70 masters were killed and many others were injured.
Namgun Dok Chin died. No one knows if Namgun Chol Chin is alive.
The news about the patriarch of the Namgun family is also uncertain. The patriarch saw the destruction of his family's forward symbol, the heavenly age of the righteous sword, right before he died.
Everything that happened that day was one big tragedy caused by just one person.
The god of war entered the territory of the Namgung family alone and brought them disaster.
News of it spread like lightning across the continent. The Iron Union is already discussing that Namgun Dok Chin's death has caused serious problems.
Kong Wei and Do Do Yun, 2 of the 5 warriors, were also killed by the man who calls himself the god of war. The young warriors, including the 2 saints, the 3 tyrants, and the 4 subordinates, did not budge, but shouted joyfully when a new strong man appeared and impressed them.
Most stories, however, grow like a snowball, overgrown with people's opinions and rumors, disappearing before certain obstacles. Eventually, the truth will be forgotten, right?
But as they discussed this, they came to the conclusion that they shouldn't worry, because it was true. This time, however, it may not end with just rumors about the god of war, because the events paint the picture too vividly and remind us of the essence of the matter. Nevertheless, there are rumors that Gaiban is trying to control all the gossip about the god of war. In addition, it was noted that black traders personally intervened in these events, seeking to get rid of the god of war.
"Black traders?"
came the surprised inquiry. He replied that it was true Master Seo of the Henan Black Marketers Department tried to personally deal with the god of war, but all his efforts were in vain. Most importantly, the main house of the Namgung family in Hefei was completely destroyed by the god of war. It was also reported that the patriarch of the Namgung family was killed. Looking out the window, he wondered how this old man could have died, and immediately his thoughts turned to Namgun Seoryong, who must be going through a very difficult time right now. This person is the head of the 5 Dragon League, the Holy Fist of Huangbo-gun AK, and he asked to send her a letter because he wanted to meet her.
Some time passed, and she was holding the letter in her hands, full of indignation.
Her indignation was caused by what the god of war had done. How could he do this to the Namgun family?
She was determined to cut him to pieces for this.
In the Iron Union, the great heavenly merchant union, no one could believe that he could turn the mighty Namgun family into nothing. Even her father said that Master Sayu Oraboni was the best martial artist in the world, and as expected, her Oraboni is the same. If he was so strong that he was able to single-handedly trample the Namgun family, then he could truly be on par with the 2 saints, 3 tyrants, and 4 subordinates. Now that the Namgong family has been defeated, the young mistress is confident that the 5 Dragon League will make its move at any cost. However, no matter how powerful Oroboni is, he still needs help. She turned to Song Yanyi and said that from this moment on, she wanted to mobilize all the branches of the Great Heavenly Merchant Union and spread the rumors of the God of War throughout the world. She emphasized that it should be reported that the God of War had attacked the Namgun family in order to save an innocent person who was being heavily pressured by the family. At the same time, she believed that it was necessary to spread rumors about how much damage the Namgun family had suffered after the encounter with the God of War. It should also be conveyed that the defeat of the Namgung family was justified. In this way, it will be possible to instill fear in other groups before the God of War, so that they do not rush to take rash steps. She also asked for a message to be sent to the Central Nine and the Lion Group that she would secretly like to meet with them, despite the fact that they are on the same side as the Iron Union. The fact remains that they do not trust each other, and she is sure that the appearance of the God of War has shaken their history. The girl turned to her mistress with excitement, concerned about the situation, but she explained to her that such an opportunity did not come along often, and so they could not miss it. She also asked to appoint someone to keep an eye on Namgun Seoryong. As the lady had said earlier, she suspected that Namgun Seoryong was definitely up to something to get rid of Sayong. She realized that they had no time to waste. They had to get ahead of her because the Great Heavenly Merchant Union would only survive if Sayu survived. The conditions had changed. The God of War has turned against the Five Dragon League, so it can be said that it will not be possible to lure them to their side. In addition, it can be assumed that the Steel Thrower family will not be able to face the God of War. Therefore, Kang contacted the Blue Death Group, one of the most dangerous groups from Chonin County. In their letter to Kang, they said that first, they had to kill Mak Goyo, a man who had been saved by the God of War. Not only did he know all the dirty deeds of Hwangbo-gun AK, but he also knew all the sins of the Namgun family. If rumors spread that the head of a large organization like the Five Dragon League was holding the head of a small bureau captive, it could cause discontent and critical comments in public. So if it becomes known that it was the Namgong family that captured Mak Goyo and the God of War rescued him, it's clear that he'll see them as enemies, so they need to kill Mak before Hwanbo has time to notice. If the God of War saved Mak for his own interests, then the next place they can go is the Iron Union. If the God of War arrives in the Iron Union to rescue the members of the Steel Horse Bureau, he will not be able to avoid a conflict with Hwangbo-gun, leading to his inevitable death. Kang reads the letter from Namgun Seoryong and is impressed by how calmly she is thinking after her father's death. However, it will be difficult for the proud family of Steel Throwers, as he calls them, to accept this choice. They don't usually enter into contracts like this, but this time is different. The God of War, who literally wiped out the Moyong family, destroyed 2 branches of the Black Traders, killed Namgun Mu, and slaughtered the elite fighters of the Namgun family, did it all by himself. No matter how great their desire for revenge is, they shouldn't risk their safety just for the sake of honor. Suddenly, the man by the fire was surprised. He tried to pull out his sword, but he didn't have time to do anything. Chul Yun, a member of the Steel Thrower family, was extremely surprised by the appearance of the master. They had lost 15 days because of the God of War, who, contrary to their assumptions, did not stay in Henan province, but went to Anhui province without stopping to rest. He had really impressed them, the girl said, and added that if they rashly tried to get rid of him, they would only get into even more trouble. She was one of the Steel Throwers, named Gaius, and she was well aware that they knew almost nothing about the God of War, except that he was extremely strong. Simply put, it would be difficult, if not impossible, for the M family to accomplish this task alone. Even if they are joined by the Blue Death Group, they will still suffer significant losses, and to be honest, this case could be a big loss if their target is Mak Goyo and not the God of War. The bloody assassin was willing to take the risk even if it would result in losses. The God of War had created such a huge problem in such a short period of time in his absence that even he could not solve it, despite being asked not to. In the end, he wiped out the Namgun family. The sage realized that the Steel Horse Bureau had received a request from the Moyong family to deliver a certain 5 Dragon League item to find out its purpose. But Namgun Seo kidnapped the head of the Steel Horse Bureau and brought him to the family's main house, where she began to interrogate him. To hide the truth, the head of the Hwangbo family kept the people from the bureau captive. But the God of War did not listen to him. He was busy with other things. He tried his best to heal Maka. Returning back to the chariot, the sage, driving it, asked if he was okay. Sa Yu did everything he could. The rest depended on him. His main blood vessels were severed, so even if he recovered, it would be difficult for him to hold a sword in his hands again. The fool kept his mouth shut, even when he was seriously injured. The wise man wondered what kind of object it was that the head of the Hwangbo family was willing to go against all moral principles just to reveal this secret. In a moment, Mak woke up and saw Master Dan standing in front of him. He asked him what the item was that he had handed over to the 5 Dragon League.
which had put both himself and the entire bureau in danger. The man confirmed that he was right, and said that the situation was getting out of hand because the Moyon family was in conflict with Darius at the time. He asked the boy if he remembered that. They received a request from the Moyon family and were able to leave before they arrived in Dariok. As Max said, keeping client secrets is the law for them, so they don't seek information about the item or anything related to it. Their job is just to deliver. Because of this, he doesn't even know what the item is. It's a box with an amulet, chained in chains, that looks like a red carp. According to the craftsman from the Moyong family, this box was found during the excavation of the burial site of the great emperor of Beijing, and whoever can use it correctly will become the strongest in all of Kanfo. After telling this, he told Sayu that he needed to get to the Iron Union at any cost, because the members of his bureau were there, and he could not leave them. Despite the fact that he now has a weak and almost useless body, he is not going to give up until the very end. Sayu asked him not to worry, and said that he was also heading to the Iron Union. After that, he called Master Mac the strongest person he had ever met on the continent and promised to help him. The sage overheard their conversation and began to understand something. He knew that infiltrating the Iron Bureau was like entering a tiger's lair, but Mac is one of those people who never backs down once they've made a decision. Gaiban refuses to join the Iron Union, which will keep them free, but because of the wise man, Gaiban could be drawn into a war. The wise man was most concerned that the losses for Gaiban could be very great. Moreover, these losses would go against the very principles of the Gaiban, so he decided to meet with the head of the Gaiban in person, because he was an elder. The weather began to deteriorate, and it started to rain outside. It was very difficult to ride the chariot, visibility was reduced, and the sage said that it would be best to stop for a rest. The rain was pouring down heavily. Suddenly, Sayu felt someone else's energy. The people ambushed them and instantly rushed from the tree branches right at their chariot. Sayu reacted quickly and was already thinking about what to do. At the same moment, a huge bolt of lightning thundered through the atmosphere and struck directly at these attackers. However, there were so many of them that they continued to fly toward the chariot. Let's go back a little bit and see how it all happened. The sage noticed that there was something inside the chariot and asked Sayu what it was. It was a lifeline, a rope that is usually used to moor ships and to rescue people who have fallen into the water. This cart was probably tied to the rope to pull it out. The sage offered to throw it away, but Sayu objected, saying that it was not necessary. The sage heard this and asked him not to say such things anymore, because every time Sayu said something like that, something unpleasant happened. In response, Sayu just laughed, and they continued on their way. Meanwhile, the others, as expected, the steel thrower family, admired how quickly they were able to catch up with them. However, it didn't sound quite like a compliment because they already knew their destination and all they had to do was predict their direction of travel, so finding a place to ambush them wasn't that difficult. Kang and his companion discussed that the best way would be to board the boat just after this forest. He noticed that the steel throwers hadn't retreated, and although the forest was so dense that it was easy to get lost, there was only one path to follow. The girls said that they had also brought a wounded man with them, so they would have to go this way, and there was no better place to ambush them than this. They set up an ambush, and one of the men turned to the head of the Blue Death Group, asking what he thought about it. But the head replied that none of these things matter. It doesn't matter how convenient the situation is. If you are not strong enough, you will obviously fail. The head of the Blue Death Group said he hoped that the incompetent steel thrower family would not tarnish their group's reputation.
"Oh, you're young and handsome, but you have no manners at all," the girl said, adding that he was just making her fall in love.
Another man said that she should give up on the idea because, despite his appearance, he was well into his 60s and had no reputation. Gayu is the guy who will stab her in the back as soon as she lets her guard down. And at that moment, it started to rain, which was not appropriate at all. The man believed that even the heavens were favoring them to launch the attack. It was at this moment that they decided to act, and Sayu immediately felt their presence. He didn't notice them until they approached within 50 paces, which was made more difficult by the sounds of the rain. He also felt that they were martial artists. Here, the foot of one of them had already touched the cart. He was approaching the sage with great speed, but a purple shoe surrounded by lightning crashed into the face of this attacker. Sayu jumped out of the window and knocked him away on the move. On the right side, another one was sitting with a gun in his hand. He grabbed onto the cart and began to spin his body. He did this so that the kick he would deliver with his foot would be much stronger. He succeeded in making the kick so strong that with one movement he threw two enemies at the same time. As he touched their bodies with his foot, he transferred energy there, causing them to tremble and writhe in pain. However, the strange thing was that they didn't make any sounds as they moved. Sayu noticed several more enemies to his right, just behind the trees.
They had blades attached to their hands, which were actually very deadly weapons. The sage realized that they belonged to the steel thrower family, because they had a sword in each hand. As soon as they approached, Sayu knocked them all away with a single blow, using enough energy to damage 4 opponents at once. After that, he rushed forward, knocking down anyone who got in his way. The energy in his hands began to boil. All the rage they had aroused in him was because they had not said a single offensive word, and he was used to such words being said to him. All those threats he had heard before during the attacks only made the battle more interesting for him. And now the enemies are just silently trying to attack, and so killing them has become boring for the guy. But he did it as professionally as ever. However, there were more and more enemies, and Sayu could not understand where they came from, and then he noticed that their armor was a completely different color. The sage looked at them and could not even guess who they were. The 2 enemies suddenly jumped forward and began to approach their cart closer and closer. At that moment, the sage realized who it was. He immediately warned Sayu to be careful, as it was the Blue Deadly group, but in reality, luck was not on their side. Sayu fired 2 lightning bolt shots from his fingers and spun the enemy's body he hit into a vortex again. Before they could even get within a meter, their bodies were already killed. But suddenly a word was heard. "Bastard!" Sayu quickly dealt with another enemy. After that, his hand reached for the enemy's neck. He screamed loudly as his entire body was pierced by lightning. "The 5 Dragon League and the Nam Gong family are targeting us. I'm going to let you live, so go and tell them to stop doing such nonsense and meet me alone." But the enemy did not pay attention to Sayu's words, and said that he would kill them all here and now. This boldness on his part surprised Sayu. At that moment, the enemy's eyes glowed red. Suddenly, Hell's explosive technique went off. At this moment, the group of enemies who had planned all this were watching and saw a giant explosion ahead. They started laughing and saying that Al's explosive equipment always looks great. One of them turned to the head of the Blue Deadly group and asked him that if he wanted to stab him in the back, he could use their techniques, including the Hell's explosive technique, instead of a regular knife. The head replied that he would think about it. After that, he disappeared altogether, saying beforehand that he was leaving them. Later, another offered to go the same way. The big man and the girl were standing there and did not even realize when the 2 men left. The third one also said that although their task was to eliminate Mak Go-yo, he didn't think it was right to let the god of war go just like that. Her face was half flushed red, and she told him that she would lend him one of her eyes then as well. The master told Sai that becoming a heavenly artillery general meant walking a path that was written in the bones. It is the most powerful force in the world, but the merciless heavens would never send perfect power to Earth. Even if such a force does not appear in the form of massive power, the heavens will send an equal force to maintain the balance. There have been many battles over the last millennium. The Bloody Path is a road paved with thousands of lives. Whether voluntarily or not, the holder of the title of Heavenly Artillery General will always stand on this bloody path. One way or another, this is our destiny. However, Sai wondered how the master had coped with this horror all these years, if this was their common destiny. The master only smiled and said that he hid his fear behind a smile. He advised his apprentice not to avoid it nor to laugh at himself. At that moment, the forbidden technique of self-destruction appeared before him, which is considered terrifying even among the sinister. To master this technique, from an early age a person absorbs explosives, and at this time the core of the explosive technique of Hell gradually destroys his bone marrow. Those who have had explosives in their bodies for decades, and those who have honed the technique to a certain level become like living bombs. Having removed this technique, they become soulless puppets, devoting their entire lives to their master. And in the end, they face an inevitable ending. When the explosive finally went off, it scattered everyone around in a wave. The explosion was so strong that even the cart was blown to pieces, and the horse was now pulling only half of it. The wise man immediately recognized the technique of self-detonation. No doubt that this was it. He was amazed that all the assassins of the Deadly Blue group had mastered this technique. Sai had a stick lodged in his shoulder, right next to his shoulder, piercing him through and through. It was obvious that the enemy was willing to sacrifice his own life to destroy them. Sayu realized that they would continue to blow themselves up, so there was no need to worry about the integrity of their bodies. He reached for his stick and pulled it out of the wound on his shoulder. After that, he prepared to attack them, just the way these scoundrels like it. One by one, the enemies began to fall under his blows. The blue rope he was using ignored their attempts at self-destruction. The woman and the man watching from the side saw their men attacking, but even their best techniques were not working. Behind the trees, they saw only a mountain of fire. They didn't care who their enemies were, even though they had believed all their lives that nothing would frighten them. But here they came face to face with the god of war. His technique was incredible. The blue long cable made from his lightning was an impressive weapon. It was much stronger than any ordinary rope and would never melt, even in the heat of the volcano. The enemies realized that the only name that fit this man who stood before them like an invincible wall was the God of War. No one else could have withstood such a battle. It didn't matter how many enemies were in front of him. His rope could handle each one. At this point, the enemy began to realize that they were engaged in a fight with someone they should never have messed with. Panic gripped him, but the woman asked him to calm down. She said that Master Kang of the Great Mountain was standing in front of them. She asked him if he knew why the new rising stars of Kongho do not live long. Then she answered, "Everyone is happy when a new star appears. But the reason is that these stars defeat the current masters with unknown martial arts." So it was understandable why everyone rejoiced at the appearance of a new master with new, mysterious martial arts that surpassed the old ones. Unknown martial arts sound good, but they remain unknown because they have never been used against real masters. In fact, the God of War destroyed the Moyong family, the Black Traders, and the Great Family on Magong. One of the pillars of the Five Dragon League, they were erased into dust. But even so, he is no different from the other stars. The more he fights against powerful enemies, the more he meets new, unknown challenges. And every time he has to improvise, which is exactly what she wanted. Every time he makes a decision, he improvises, instead of acting deliberately. First solving the very first problems that come to hand. She wanted to make him think that he was the target, when the real target was not him, but McGraw of the Steel Horse Bureau. Her plan was to distract him, and that was what was to lead to his fatal weakness. All of this is thanks to the scooping breathing technique, which helps to stop the heart, breathing, and lower the body temperature. A distinctive feature of the Steel Thrower family's breathing technique was not only stopping breathing and heartbeat, but also the ability to share vision through one eye. Thanks to this eye, she could convey all the movements of the God of War that she saw. And then, the eye of her slave glowed red. Heaven had already given the order, "Kill the one who is ready to accept the contract to die." The horse rushed forward quickly, releasing puffs of steam from its nostrils. Loud explosions were heard behind him. The sage, sitting on the horse, begged it to endure a little longer, realizing how difficult it was for it. Meanwhile, behind him, Sayu continued to fight, scattering enemies with his rope. Fire engulfed their path, setting fire to trees and everything in their way. The enemies did not end, and the sage only looked back, asking the God of War if he was all right. His body was covered in blood, his clothes were torn, and his rope was already showing deep scratches, yet his breathing remained as calm as ever. The wise man noticed that the situation was getting more and more difficult. Even the horse was having trouble pulling the cart in the rain. The God of War had already defeated more than 200 murderers, and perhaps even more than 300. At this pace, no matter how strong he is, fatigue can take its toll. The horse, however, continued to keep the same speed, not slowing down. The wise man begged both the God of War and the horse to hold on a little longer, for they had almost reached the exit of the forest, where it would be harder for their enemies to find them. But instead of the exit, the horse suddenly reached a cliff, and there was only the sea in front of them. The wise man quickly pulled on the reins to bring the horse back. The wheels of the wooden cart, which had almost completely collapsed, scraped against the ground as the horse turned sharply. The wise man pulled on the reins with all his might, trying to keep the horse in check. The sound of stones under the wheels raised the alarm that the cart was about to fall off the cliff. Sayu realized that he had to act immediately. The sound of lightning enveloped the space around him as he sprang into action. The rope flew straight to the nearest tree and began to quickly wrap around it. The tension was so strong that the tree almost pulled itself up by the roots. But Sayu pulled the rope, trying to keep the cart from falling. Even the enemies who were chasing them could not react so quickly and turn back. Only a few of them managed to do so. However, the energy concentrated in the rope was incredibly powerful. It was so strong that even the tree could not withstand it and was uprooted. The enemies saw with their own eyes the power that was inherent in the rope. They also felt the power of the tree, which literally destroyed them. Loud explosions were heard on the edge of the cliff, adding to the chaos around them. Sayu was breathing heavily, but he did not stop concentrating. The sage began to assume that perhaps no one was chasing them anymore and they were finally able to get away. However, Sayu felt someone's intrusive gaze on him. In the distance, on a giant tree, he could feel the presence of someone hiding there. Meanwhile, a new insidious plan was already brewing. The woman confidently thought that with her eyes she could influence the course of events. She told herself that this was not the end. Sayu shared her opinion. He also felt that the danger was not over. The sage asked him to look back. The figure of a man appeared in front of them, but it was still just a shadow. When he got closer, the figure of a giant man appeared. Was it Chol Yan from the family of steel throwers? Chol had only one mission: to kill the God of War. He immediately struck the horse that approached him. The wise man was amazed at his strength as he watched him strike, but the sage himself had to defend himself and dodge the attack. At that moment, Mac could barely feel his body as he had not yet recovered from the torture. Chol struck the cart with all his might, and it shattered into pieces. Seeing this, Sayu smiled broadly, despite the blood running down his face. He was high in the air, and the big guy Chul jumped right behind him, deciding to continue the battle in the air. On his way to Sayu, Chul gathered energy on his fist, preparing to deliver a powerful punch. Sayu did not stand aside. He also gathered the maximum lightning energy on his fist, wasting no time. At the same time, even while in the air, he kept Mac on top of him. The fact that Sayu was a new rising star only increased Chul's interest in his unpredictable martial arts. Chul began to mock Sayu for carrying a dead weight, asking why he was carrying someone on his back in the first place. At that moment, another enemy appeared, watching from a tree with the woman. He stopped his breathing and forced his heart to beat as slowly as possible. Even if he closes his eyes, ears, and mouth, he can still see the battlefield perfectly. Thanks to his general eye, he can track Sai's every move. This has become his hidden trump card in this battle. Now the battle is 2 against 1. The big guy Chul relies on his incredible physical strength. The other one believes that his celestial technique is a kill order, capable of killing even the god of war. His ugly face stretches into a sinister smile. They are sure that the god of war will meet his death here. Sayu was only dodging the numerous attacks that came at him from all sides. What was strange was that, even with a technique that could shake the heavens, Sai still had difficulty moving freely in the air, while these two attacked so easily as if it were a joke. This posed a huge problem for Sai. They were very strong, not so much because they were hard to see, but because of the incredible energy contained in their swords, which surpassed the energy of everyone Sayu had fought before. He covered his hands with lightning energy, turning them into deadly weapons. Sayu was extremely cautious and tried to avoid direct contact with their swords. This means that he had begun to understand Sayu's technique to a certain level. Did he really manage to recognize Sayu's technique in such a short time? In any case, Sayu would not have been able to solve this issue by conventional methods, and the sage was sitting on the ground near the broken cart at that moment. He watched and thought that no matter how strong the head of the steel-throwing family was, he could never believe that he was so skilled in fighting against the god of war. This was the first time the sage had seen someone attack the god of war himself. Up until that point, the god of war had only heard offers of surrender, but he told them that before they tried to take his life, they should take care of their own. Suddenly, he felt the touch of a thin thread that tied itself around his arm. Then the silver thread began to wrap around his entire body. After tying it, the head of the steel-throwing family said to himself, "A typical beginner's mistake." He only thought he was strong because the world thought so because of his martial arts, calling him a rising star. But once they faced an unpredictable enemy, the situation changed. The head thought that this makes their reactions slower, and they cannot predict the next attack. And when they can't predict, they don't know what to do, and they die. Since the head was in a good mood, he decided to kill Saya in a special way. He was going to destroy him using a technique that only the head of a family of steel throwers could perform. Everything had to happen in an instant. 9 lightning swords had to attack the god of war simultaneously. 9 heartbreaking swords was the name of the technique that launched 9 swords at the enemy simultaneously. Due to his lack of combat experience, Sayu was expected to die. It seemed inevitable. But the power of the heavenly artillery general was heavenly lightning. Suddenly, everything around him became incredibly bright. The energy swirled in a blue vortex, the crack of lightning sounded, and loud thunder followed. It was a completely unexpected turn of events for the head of the steel throwers. A blue dragon appeared in front of him, radiating incredible power. The dragon's energy was rapidly approaching, and was already a few centimeters away from the leader's face. The only thing he could think of at that moment was, "This is incredible," Chul shouted at the top of his voice as he saw his boss become overcome with fear. It's not clear how, but Chul dared to attack Saya. However, his attack was instantly absorbed by the blue dragon, and even all his strength did not help. The blue vortex did not touch only the sage sitting on the ground, while both opponents began to tear apart in midair. It was an attack that did not give the opponents a single chance to have a last word before death. In this situation, the head of the steel-throwing family was reckless and inexperienced. He was not at the level to judge whether the god of war had real combat experience or not. He was an absolute martial arts master, on par with the 2 greatest luminaries. His foot stepped on a thread composed of lightning energy. Sayu touched the remains of the head's body with his hand, and said that the power of the heavenly artillery general was a martial art that had been passed down for thousands of years. The masters not only passed down their techniques, but also the experience of their ancestors. He asked the head, "Do you really think you can win by simply tying my hands with your pitiful silver threads?" Then he added, "No one has ever been able to defeat the power of the heavenly artillery general." But suddenly Sayu felt a sharp pain in his chest. An unknown person appeared behind the leader of the steel throwers, and a sword pierced his body, touching the tip of Sayu's chest. Standing behind the leader of the steel throwers was the leader of the Blue Deadly group. He was a man who was always ready to stab even his allies in the back whenever he had the chance. He couldn't miss the opportunity to kill the head of the steel throwers and the god of war, Makaguo, with a single blow. Worried about the god of war, the sage began to call out his name loudly. The attacker tried to twist his sword even harder to deliver a bigger blow. But something went wrong. The sword seemed to refuse to move on. Did the boy's muscles push the sword back? And he saw that the sword had not left a single scratch on his body at all. Meanwhile, the leader of the steel throwers continued to curse the enemy, even in the face of death. Sayu decided to laugh at them himself. He smiled, looking directly into the eyes of his attacker. He quickly realized that this smile was for a reason. Suddenly, they were under attack by Sayu, and felt their bodies begin to heat up. Pieces of clothing flew in different directions from the force of the blow. The head of the steel thrower family was now definitely dead. His body flew down into the abyss. Flying a little closer to the ground, Sayu turned to the sage. He asked the sage to take Mac into his arms, and when asked if he was all right, he replied, "Completely." Sayu added that there was still something left to complete. His eyes opened wide as he prepared to act, and the sage's eyes widened in surprise. Sayu immediately rushed forward. His speed was incredible, lightning fast. By some miracle, this idiot enemy was not dead. Sayu was approaching them, ignoring the traps they had set. But his energy destroyed everything in its path. Soon he was in front of the two sitting in the tree. Now there was a panic on the woman's face that had not been there before. They were both smiling broadly as they planned a sneak attack on the boy. Now they had only to run away from Sayu's inexorable hand, which he was about to strike. With his hand on their bodies, Sayu had no intention of letting go. In the next moment, their bodies were torn into small pieces. However, only the woman was hit while the man managed to escape. As he ran away, he was haunted by the thought that this guy was like a monster, that even the best Gango assassins could not handle. The only way to survive after meeting this monster is to make him follow him into Mga. He thought there was a 50% chance that the boy would run after him. But suddenly his leg felt a faint current. Then he realized that Sayu was right behind him. He was chasing after him, and the man realized that what he didn't want to do was die. The sound of Sayu's footsteps became louder and louder, and the man realized that the boy was about to catch up with him. He also realized that he could not defeat this young man in a fight. He had to immediately think of a way to escape from Sai. Suddenly, he thought of an idea that had been born in his cowardly mind. The Phantom King's sand is a rare substance that can only be found in the most dangerous places in the desert, where large amounts of heat energy accumulate. This unusual sand contains such powerful energy that it is able to absorb all the moisture from any living creature, instantly turning it into a mummy. It is the real sand of death. He was convinced that with the Phantom King's sand, he could easily kill the god of war, especially since he was already 5 steps behind him. There was only 1 step left, and the man was already beginning to feel the joy of his victory. He pulled out the bottle of sand. Then he stopped, expecting Sai to be right behind him. However, when he stopped, he realized that there was no one near him. But his guess was right. Sayu had landed right behind him. The man pointed a bottle of sand at the boy, shouting about his desire to kill him. However, the god of war had his own weapon reliable and effective. They clashed, one with the sand of death, the other with a handful of lightning. Sayu easily managed to seize the initiative, grabbing the enemy's arm before he could react. The man began to scream loudly, realizing what was about to happen to him. At the same moment, his teeth flew out of his mouth, and he could no longer control his body. The god of war realized that this scoundrel was leading the people who invaded the place and asked him who sent them. The man in pain replied that he could do anything to him, but he would never know the truth. However, Sayu was convinced that he could find out, because he would ask for answers not from him, but from his body. Meanwhile, new developments were taking place in the Iron Fighting Organization, particularly in the Lion League. A man walked in on a young lady from the Great Heavenly Trading Group and said that he couldn't believe that a dirty trader dared to ask for a personal meeting with him, the head of the Lion League, and at such a late hour. The head of the Lions League, Cheol Musong, known as the Ruthless Tyrant of the Sword, was extremely formidable. He asked her if she was afraid of anything at all, or if she just wanted to die. He could not believe that a miserable trader dared to express such a desire and was amazed that she asked that the Lion League intervene and sanction the 5 Dragon League. He emphasized that the slightest mistake could lead to a war, meaning that the trade group she holds so dear could suddenly disappear without a trace. "Is it really all because of that young man, the god of war, or whatever his name is?" he asked ironically. "Isn't it an exaggeration that you want to protect him so badly that you took such a risk?" he added. He couldn't believe he was being called the god of war, but she reminded him that the name was not an exaggeration. She didn't think it would hurt him to interact with the god of war because, despite what everyone else said, he was the epicenter of the storm that was unfolding in Marima. "This is insane," he added. He said that she was only offering to engage with him because he was able to destroy the Moyon and Namgun families. "Who do you think I am?" he asked. "I'm an incomparable tyrant of the sword. There is no one in Gango stronger than me. Do you understand that?" he asked her while drinking tea, considering the god of war a novice. She emphasized that this would not be a problem for him and the Lion League. But he didn't think so, and asked her to consider that the Iron Fighting Organization might lose confidence in them. And how could she claim that the Lion League would not suffer losses? But she stood her ground, arguing that cooperation with the god of war was not a threat, but rather a great advantage. Even those who know nothing about martial arts know about his power. She added that she knows about his power, and despite his age, which has already exceeded 70 years, it is different with the god of war. He is only about 20, and his strength continues to grow while they continue to age. Her frank words made him angry. He said, "It seems like you're not really afraid of anything." He told her that he should have cut her throat for what she said. She was uncomfortable listening to him repeat this angrily, emphasizing his name. However, when she looked into his eyes, a strange warmth spread through her heart. He was the best fighter in all of Marima, who could conquer the entire world with a single sword initially. The small group of Leo had grown to its current size thanks to him. Now, this group has grown into a huge alliance known as the Lion League, proving that he is the Lion League itself. Mentioning this, she bowed to him and explained that she was only talking about the reasonable option and asked how she could have deliberately offended him. She reiterated that the power of the god of war had been proven throughout the Gango and should not be underestimated. Whether you like it or not, an agreement between the three great powers, the Lion League, the 9 Centers, and the 5 Dragon League, will be difficult to avoid, she added. If you have the support of a young and reliable fighter like the god of war, when the day of battle comes, he will be very useful to the Lion League. If you decide to help him, our trading group will also support the Lions League. Her words made him smile and think about how valuable this guy is. Then he asked the girl how valuable he really is. His smile this time was caused by the fact that he knew that the girl always carefully calculates everything, even the smallest transactions. But now she was making an incredible offer that made him wonder if the god of war was really worth it. "I am a trader. I wouldn't offer this if he wasn't worth it. The god of war is a very valuable person." The man realized how important this young man was to her. However, he noted that it would be difficult to sanction the League of 5 Dragons for this reason alone, because as long as their actions did not harm the Lion League, any intervention by him would be considered a violation of the agreement. But he added that he had the right not to interfere, and no matter what the god of war did to them, it would already be a great help to the girl in achieving her goal. She then thanked him for his time. She expressed her appreciation for his valuable time. But as she was leaving, he asked her if she was married. He offered to introduce her to his son if she was not married, but she refused, saying that she had no plans to get married. Especially if it was an arranged marriage, she had to refuse. On this note, their conversation ended. Left alone, he said it was a pity that she thought so. Then he turned to Murin and asked, "Isn't that right?" Kiel Murin, the good man of the North Wind, thanked his father for listening to his request. But the father still would not have intervened, even if his son had not asked for it. He understood that the girl had not come to demand sanctions against the 5 Dragon League, but to prevent an even more difficult situation that could have happened if the Lion League had decided to intervene. It got what it wanted, and the old man decided to just watch what happened next. This meant that he knew everything and consciously accepted her offer. At first, he explained to his son that she disgusted him, but after he got to know her better, she seemed quite nice. She has the courage to treat him like an old man, even without knowing anything about martial arts, and she understands everything well. Regardless of how fierce the battle between the God of War and the 5 Dragon League is, the Lion League will have no reason to interfere. After all, the fiercer the battle, the better for the Lion League. They only need to observe it, and they will receive full support from the Great Heavenly Trade Group. Head Dae Ryok Bo, a storm dancer who was previously associated with the God of War, sent them a message that if he was allowed, he would like to share his experience of meeting the God of War. He wrote that if the Lions League confronts the God of War, they must be prepared to suffer serious losses. The Lions League, which is in a perfect balance of power, cannot be allowed to become an enemy of the God of War, because he can destroy it. The boy thought the same as everyone else, that the God of War could destroy the Lion League. They were also worried about Elder Hong, or the Sage, who had lived alone in Shanyan for 20 years, waiting for a powerful man to appear. And now he was definitely on the side of the God of War. Because of his strength, the man who was struck by the God of War was a sage who was on a par with the incomparable Tyrant of the Sword. This was extremely interesting. Meanwhile, elsewhere, So Ryong-so was asked if she knew the name of this flower. She replied that her knowledge was not yet sufficient. He himself told her that this flower is called Adonis, which is grown by women in southern Manchuria when they are waiting for their husbands to go hunting. The flower has this name because when men on the hunt change their hearts or break their vows, they use the poison of this flower as punishment. The worst thing about this flower is that its poison does not kill instantly. The venom of this flower affects every nerve in the body, leaving a person in agony for 3 days, and only then does he or she die. That is why people in southern Manchuria would rather be beheaded than poisoned by Adonis. Gong's son didn't even know that his father could talk so much, and it seemed to him that he was now in a rage. He realized that even one wrong word could cost him his life, even though he was his son. Although he wanted to improve his relationship with his sister, his own life was more important to him. The master blamed her for taking away Makago, using the Adonis flower as an analogy. She asked the master for forgiveness and repented, admitting that she had committed a great sin. Her eyes were tearful, and she apologized again for taking away the important prisoner, Makaguo. "Is there anything else I can forgive you for?" he asked her again. The girl looked up, apologized, and asked what he was talking about. "Didn't your father pay for this sin with his life?" he asked her. "If you are asking me to forgive a sin that has already been paid for, doesn't that mean you have another sin?" he continued. No one had determined that she had a second sin. She realized what it meant. If her family had not been destroyed by the god of war, he would have destroyed it himself. That is what he had just said in reality. Then he began to tell her the following: that he could kill her at any moment, even now. He pointed at her with his finger, and her body was pierced by his energy. "First of all, only idiots care about their past," he said, and ordered her to stand up. With his energy, he lifted her up so that she flew off the ground. The man watching was shocked and kept repeating to himself, "Impossible!" The fact that his father could control such power with just one finger meant that he had reached the human limit. He had reached the level of deification. Then he brought up the subject of Sio and what she wanted to know. He said that she could have asked him, but she stammered and replied that she had not done so because of her own limitations and lack of wisdom. "Didn't I tell you? The Namgun family has already paid for this sin, and I will not punish someone for the same sin twice," he repeated. Then he added that this problem was becoming more serious than he had expected, and asked his son if he knew how to solve it. He replied, "Of course I do. Sister Ryong is working on it now. She will not bring the name of the Five Dragon League into disrepute." He ended the conversation with them, but asked them to do their best. When they got older, it would be difficult for them to react to every little thing. They bowed and promised to do their best, so that this problem would no longer bother him. He liked Namgun Seoryong except for her impatience. He believed that sometimes it was better to wait for the perfect opportunity, but she couldn't stand it and was in this state. However, this topic did not bother him, so he asked the person who entered if this was about the god of war again. It turned out that his real name was Dan Sa-yu. They hadn't been able to pinpoint his origin yet, but judging by his footprints, he was either from the north or Goryeo. He first appeared during the conflict between the Mayong and Daryok families, and then went to Taiwan. But the conversation was interrupted when he asked, "Do you think Namgun Seo can stop him?" He replied that the chances were 5,050. He believed that although the Namgun family was destroyed, they still had reliable sources of strength. The power shown by the god of war was almost on par with the Four Honors. If this is true, it will be difficult for the remnants of the Namgong family to overcome him. Meanwhile, the brother and sister were walking and talking about where the god of war might be. They assumed that he was near the Yangtze River, since that was the only place not controlled by the Iron Marshal Organization. And all because the girl hired Sarosha from the river. The guy felt jealous of the god of war because, despite all her attempts to kill him, he ended up completely capturing the heart of the woman he liked. However, he also felt interest in her and said, "If it's hard for you, just tell me and I'll kill him for you." But she did not believe he could do it, and said that the god of war was a very powerful man. He asked again, "Even more powerful than me?" "Perhaps," the girl answered, realizing how strong he was. This only made the man laugh. A smile appeared on his face, and he said how interesting it was for him. In the 18 fortresses of the Yangtze River, there was already talk that the general had ordered them to capture a man called the God of War. He also said that if they succeeded, he would invite them to the next meeting. This conversation took place at the Nox Fortress. Bayon Cheol explained that, as he already knew, usually the generals of the 18 river fortresses are appointed by the Grand General, but this time it was different. They chose the general and the direction of action themselves. From her point of view, their actions resemble an uprising. That's why they can't miss the gatherings that take place every 3 years, even though 10 years have passed. He agreed with her words, but added that this is an opportunity. but also a great risk. The god of war is an absolute fighter who has rapidly raised his reputation in Murima. And even if half of the rumors about his power are true, he could threaten the existence of Fortress Nox. Bion said they had better think about this possibility more carefully. He understood his fears, but knew that in a situation like this there was no time to waste. He said this because he saw a chance for victory. Although the god of war is powerful, he asked the general if he would be as strong with the limitation of water. If they fought in water, the god of war would not be able to use even half of his skills. Furthermore, he added that if they managed to capture him, they would gain influence worthy of the gathering. The general had been looking for this opportunity for a very long time and did not plan to lose it. He was also called the man with the teeth of a shark, and his name was Dak Mu Jung. The weather was beautiful outside, and outside the window he heard a question. "Are you okay?" "We have lost a lot of blood," he replied. "It's not my blood, it's the blood of the enemy. I was not seriously wounded." They asked him how he was feeling, and he replied that it was still difficult to walk, but he was doing better. Mac realized that at that moment he could have been left to his fate. Mac asked the boy why he didn't leave him in that situation. "Why didn't you leave me?" "If you had left me, a man who can't move, you and Old Man Hong wouldn't have wasted so much extra effort." Mac continued. Sayu answered briefly, "Because you didn't give up." He added, "You can never abandon your people and friends, period." Mac thanked him for these words, smiling and looking him in the eye. But Mac needed to rest. Sayu decided to leave him alone and go outside. He watched the boats floating on the endless waters of the rivers. It seemed that the Yangtze River had no end, as if it hugged the entire planet like the equator. Looking at it, Sayu thought, "It is indeed a wide river, the largest of all." He reasoned that the river was so wide because of its snakes, and the mountains were so high he couldn't understand why the people living here didn't enjoy their lives. Were they too stupid or too greedy? Suddenly something caught his attention. He noticed a man sitting on the floor, leaning on the railing. He was sitting there as if nothing was bothering him at all. He looked very young, with a strange look on his face, as if he had a bowl on his head. This man immediately aroused Saya's curiosity. She had not yet realized that she had a second sin, and this came as a surprise to her. Realizing that if her family had not been destroyed, she would have been destroyed by the god of war himself. She shuddered at the thought. This is exactly what he had just said, hiding the truth behind sharp words. After that, he began to tell her about what lay ahead. He warned her that her death could come at any moment, even now. Pointing his finger at her, he transferred his energy into her body, piercing her from the inside. "Only fools cling to the past," he told her, and ordered her to rise. His energy lifted her into the air, and she literally flew off the ground. The man watched this and could not believe his eyes, saying quietly that this was impossible. The realization that his father was able to control the power with just one finger shocked him. "Oh, divinity!" he exclaimed, realizing that his father had reached a level close to the gods. After that, he turned to her, raising a topic that she had long wanted to know about. She stammered and admitted that she had not asked because of her own limitations. "Didn't I say that our family has already paid for this sin? I will not punish you for the same thing twice," he repeated with seriousness. He then added that the problem was becoming more serious than he expected and asked his son if he knew how to solve it. He replied, "Of course I do. Sister Ryong is already working on it and will not disgrace the name of the Five Dragon League." He concluded the conversation and asked them to do their best while they were still strong, as it would be difficult to meet every challenge in their old age. They bowed and assured him that they would do their best so that he would no longer be bothered by this problem. Namgun Seoryong liked almost everything about her, except her impatience. She couldn't wait for the perfect opportunity to come along, whereas he always waited for the best moment. However, he was not interested in this topic. He asked his guest if he was talking about the god of war again. It turned out that the god of war's real name is Dan Sayu. They were unable to find out his origin, but they assumed that he is either from the North or Korea. He first appeared during the conflict between the Moyon and Daryok clans. After that, he went to Taiwan, but was asked if Namgun Seo could stop him. The answer was 5050. He believed that even after the destruction of the Namgun family, they still had reliable sources of power. The power of the god of war is almost on par with the Four Honors. If this was true, it would be difficult for the Namgon clan to defeat him. Meanwhile, the brother and sister walked along discussing where the god of war might be now. They speculated that he might be near the Yangtze River, because this place is not monitored by the Iron Marshal Organization. The reason for this was that the girl had hired Surosha from the river. The boy envied the god of war because he not only survived, but also completely captured the heart of the woman he liked. He felt sympathy for her and said, "Whenever it gets hard for you, just tell me and I will kill him for you." She did not believe he could do it, and said that the god of war was very powerful. He asked in surprise, Is he stronger than me? Maybe, she replied, realizing his power. This only brought a smile to his face. A smile appeared on his face when he said how much he was interested in watching all this. They were discussing the capture of a man called the God of War, and 18 Yangtze fortresses had already received an order from the general. The general promised that if they successfully completed the task, he would invite them to the next meeting. This conversation took place in the Naxu fortress. Biancheol explained that usually the generals of the 18 Yangtze River fortresses are appointed by the Grand General, but this time they chose their own commander. It's like an uprising, so they can't ignore attending the meeting, which takes place every 3 years, even though it's been 10 years. He agreed, but noted that it was a huge risk. The God of War is an unrivaled fighter who has rapidly raised his reputation in Murim. Even if half of the rumors about his strength are true, he could pose a threat to the existence of the Nox fortress. Bian advised us to think more carefully about this possibility. He understood his interlocutor's fears, but he knew that in such situations, there was no time to lose. His words were based on the fact that he still had a chance to win. Although the God of War is extremely powerful, the general asked if he could maintain his power if the battle took place on water. In that case, the god would not be able to use even half of his abilities. The general added that if they could capture him, their influence would be greatly increased, making it worthwhile to attend the meeting. The general had been looking for this opportunity for many years and did not intend to lose it. He was called the Man with the Shark's Teeth, and his name was Dak Mujong. Meanwhile, the weather was beautiful outside, which created a contrast to the tension inside. A question came from outside the window. "Are you okay? We lost a lot of blood." In response, he said, "It's not my blood. It's the blood of the enemy. I was not seriously wounded." He was asked how he was feeling and replied that it was still difficult to walk, but that he was gradually improving. Mac realized that at that moment he could have been abandoned. He told the guy that he could have left him at any time, but he didn't. If he had left him, so immobile, he would not have had to expend so much effort with Petty Officer Hong. Sa Yu answered briefly, "Because you didn't give up." And then he added, "You cannot abandon your men and friends, period." Max smiled, thanked him, and looked into his eyes and felt supported. But Mac needed to rest, and Sa Yu understood that, so he left him alone and went outside himself. Outside, Sa Yu watched the boats sailing along the endless rivers. The Yangtze River seemed to be endless, hugging the entire planet like the equator. Looking at the immense breadth of the river, he thought, "This is the largest river I have ever seen." The width of the river is due to the large number of snakes, and the mountains here are high. Sa Yu did not understand how people did not enjoy living in such a place. Are they too stupid or too greedy? He asked himself. Suddenly, something unusual caught his attention. He noticed a man sitting on the floor, leaning on the railing. He was sitting there as if nothing in the world bothered him. He looked very young, with a sloppy hairstyle like a bowl on his head. Sa Yu was immediately interested in him. The ship began to run into trouble. There was a leak that had to be stopped immediately. Otherwise, the ship could sink. Panic gripped everyone on board. Even the captain didn't know if the ship was okay, because there were no rocks on the way. The wise man explained that it was not rocks that caused the damage, but a chain stretched underwater that caught the ship and caused a leak. The captain knew that this method was only used by the robbers from Fortress Naxu, but he was convinced that they had stopped piracy when they became intermediaries many years ago. The wise man guessed that Naxu Fortress was one of the 18 fortresses on the Yangtze River, and their old truce with the Namgong clan now became clear. He instantly ran to the surface of the ship and ordered the captain to stop the water to prevent flooding, promising to keep the robbers off the deck himself. The sage also realized that if all 18 fortresses were united against them, they would face thousands of enemies. No matter how strong the God of War is, it will be difficult for him to fight so many opponents, especially on the water. Running out on deck, the wise man began to shout, asking the God of War if he was all right. 3 ships appeared before his eyes. While this may have seemed like a relief, it was clear that not all 18 fortresses were mobilized. The sage quickly jumped closer to Sa Yu, with Hansu standing next to him. Once he was next to the boys, he explained that these people were from Fortress Naxu, sea pirates who continue to plunder even after 10 years. The general of Naxu Fortress, Dak Mujong, was quite stern. He explained that these scoundrels from the 18 fortresses along the Yangtze River had ties to the 5 Dragon League. Sa Yu had expected this and calmly stated that he would not feel pity for them, because now he knew for sure that they were his enemies. He didn't care if he met the 5 Dragon League or any other powerful enemy. Watching this, Hanzu couldn't help but ask himself a question. Who is this guy who just claimed to be able to defeat even the 5 Dragon League? At this moment, the enemy was approaching, and Dan had given a clear order to defeat anyone who stood in their way. Sa Yu took his hand to the side and began to gather energy on it, warning his opponents. He told them that if they tried to interfere with the general of the heavenly artillery, they would have to take a risk, and the risk was their own lives. One by one, bodies fell, pierced by energy strikes from which they could not escape. "Who is this man?" others asked, seeing how people were dying with a single movement of his hand. Hansu also wondered, how can the god of war, who shed so much blood, be so cruel? A sage standing nearby noticed that Hansu was not only shocked, but began to tremble. This made him realize that this was the first time Hansu had ever experienced such cruelty. It had only been 2 months since Sayu had left Gangzhou. His hand acted without hesitation, and his fighting skills were amazing in their accuracy and speed. Only 2 months he is still young, not even 30 years old. But Sayu never hesitated when it came to protecting those he cared about. He was ready to face the world for them. The wise man said this to Hansu because he saw in him a resemblance to Sayu, although this conclusion was premature. Hansu's body and skills had not yet reached the level of Sayu. The sage went on to say that Hansu had not realized his talent, and that was a great loss. Hansu took his sword, which he had received after becoming Chen Nam's disciple. Hansu vowed to use this sword to protect the world. The sage asked him, "Do you have anything of value in your life? If not, then consider yourself the most valuable and keep the sword for your own sake." These words struck the young man to the core to pick up a sword not for the sake of peace, but for the sake of his own life. Time and again he recalled the words of his teacher. Suddenly he heard loud screams next to him. It was a general shouting. He was holding a spear, and its power seemed incredible. Fire arrows flew in the air, heating it with their flames. The general believed that in this way he was giving the god of war 2 choices, either to die in the flames or to be drowned. The arrows caused great damage, hitting the ship and killing the people on board. The wise man was shocked. First the enemy tried to drown them, and now he was trying to burn them alive. Hansu began to dodge arrows, trying to avoid defeat. The god of war, however, was sure that this would not happen. His eyes shone with an even brighter blue gleam, and it seemed that his confidence could not be broken. "The power of the general of heavenly artillery," he said, preparing his hand to strike, gathering lightning on it. Suddenly there was a flash that blinded everything around him. This flash caused a storm that began instantly. All the arrows began to go out and fall to the ground, causing no more damage. However, part of the ship continued to burn. Huge waves rose, almost overturning everything in their path. People flew off the ships, unable to withstand the force of the gigantic storm. Even the wise man asked himself over and over again who this guy was, the god of war. He did not understand why he was trying to put out the fire, because everyone could have died and been washed away by the waves before the flames went out. At that moment, the god of war asked the elder for help. He grabbed a rope and asked to be sent to the ship of Fort Knox. The elder began to swing the rope, putting his energy into it. The god of war promised to quickly sort it out and come back. The wise man said that he should return after showing all the robbers what would happen to them if they dared to attack. The elder swung the rope so hard that he lifted the human body into the air. The god of war was already flying toward the ship of Fort Knox. Autumn glistened halfway to the horizon under the light of the moon. His goal was only to show them where their home was, or maybe it didn't exist at all. On the boat, everyone prepared for battle, for they saw the god of war steadily approaching. As soon as he made his move, the whole crew scattered in different directions, flying away. They thought it would be over, but the god of war did not think so. The power of the heavenly artillery general began to work, and everything around them turned a bluish tint. The storm was so powerful that even on the other side of the river, fish floated upside down. A huge blue ball began to engulf their boat. The first ship was destroyed instantly. The god of war was sitting on a small wreck of that boat in the middle of the water, but he did not stop his attack. He continued to attack the enemy, even while sitting on the wreckage. With his energy, he smashed another enemy ship, which broke into pieces. One could only see the enemies flying in different directions under the force of the blow. Looking around, he checked to see if he had gotten rid of all the enemies. However, he noticed another ship on the horizon. This only brought a smile to his face. For him, it was just another fun thing to do to fly and wreck another boat. Hansu watched, and could not believe that this was even possible, even after seeing it with his own eyes. But behind him, the wise man shouted at him to stop standing there looking up at the sky, because he was fighting against the crowd. Hansu firmly said that he would go there, to the god of war. "Have you finally made up your mind?" the sage asked him again. Then he added that there was nothing more to wait for, and sent the rope away. With a wave of the rope, Hansu flew straight to the enemy's boat. The wise man, looking after him, wondered why this boy was so stubborn, and perhaps it was because he was young. Meanwhile, the general from the ship looked at the 2 sunken boats and could not understand what was happening. He could not believe that their ships had sunk at the same time. He was clutching his trident harder and harder, saying that it didn't matter how strong this god of war was. However, his body was trembling as he realized his mistake in thinking that firepower would help them win. Now he realized that there was nothing more he could do. His aide, standing behind him, warned him that they would soon be destroyed, and ordered him to immediately give the command to retreat. The general, with a trembling voice, asked again, "Do we have to retreat?" But now the question was whether they would have time to do so. The god of war noticed that Hansu was flying beside him and realized that he seemed to have finally decided to act. The man with the shark's teeth was trembling like a little child. He saw the god of war approaching on the horizon and realized that an attack was imminent. Grabbing his trident, he found the spark to start shouting, "God of war! How dare you attack 18 fortresses on the Yangtze River? How dare you underestimate my fortress of Noksu!" However, he was informed that another danger was approaching another dish, who was already on top. Who is he? The general could not understand, so he ordered to shoot arrows at him. At the same time, the god of war was pleased that Hansu had finally decided to fight, but he would not let his enemies stop him. As he flew closer to the ship, the god of war used the power of the general of heavenly artillery to launch a heavenly attack right at the stern of the ship. The general had a hard time fighting, as the wooden deck of the ship began to break apart under his feet. Cheol turned to the general, asking him to deal with the god of war while he took on the swordsman Hansu. But the question was whether the general could do it, or whether his trembling would fail him again. Taking the trident, he decided to demonstrate his absolute technique to the god of war. The general began to rotate the spear above his head, and used the attack, 18 copies of the king, 10,000 flashes of the king attack. They flew toward each other. The general had a spear in his hand, and the god of war had only the energy of lightning. At that moment, Hansu remembered the words of a sage he had once heard. He also recalled Sayu's question. "Why are you hesitating? You should already know how to fight if the sword has become part of your body." Hansu finally dared to tell himself that he had to trust his sword because it had merged with his body, and he decided to use the full power of his sword. He trusted his sword and the inscription on it, the Scarlet Star. Using one of the 36 greatest sword techniques, one could see the enemy's limbs flying off against the backdrop of the moon. However, this was only the first technique. The next one Hansu was going to use was the Heavenly River Flow. He wasn't alone, though, as the god of war continued to use the power of the general of heavenly artillery. The storm reminded a man with shark teeth that it would be better to swim at a depth where he could avoid being struck. The blow was so powerful that the ship was shattered into pieces during the meeting of two incredible forces. But the blue energy layer on the general's body began to grow. It was destroying him from the inside, and it was clear what would happen next. The trident in his hands would break into pieces, and his body would explode from the energy controlled by the god of war. All of his subordinates would also be thrown down along with the deck and the ship. After that, the ship would sink just as it actually did. Sayu was amazed that Hansu left an even more amazing impression than he expected. Hansu's technique is poor, and the tip of his sword is still weak. But it was hard to believe that with such imperfect technique he was so skillful with the sword. A complete merger of blade and body, he understands the sword, and the sword understands how to wield it. This level can only be achieved when you fully understand the spirit of the sword. Although it lasted only a moment, the merging of blade and body was always impressive. At that moment, Hansu found himself right in front of the enemy. But the enemy was not going to give up, and declared that this was not the end. His hat that was on his head was cut by the enemy's sword. Bion believed that a boy like Hansu could not kill him, so he got up to continue the fight. The power of the general of heavenly artillery, like a puppet theater, was behind this fool. The god of war decided to protect Hansa and play with the enemy a little. The enemy felt his body stop obeying him, and a tremor appeared in his legs. In a moment, Sa Yu was standing next to him, listening to his cries for release. And the enemy continued to promise that one day the 18 fortresses of the river would kill him. But the god of war noticed only one thing. All the fighters in this country are not confident in their abilities. Otherwise, why would they hide behind a family or group when they could use their own strength? And before the enemy finally fell, he said that his master was always on his own. When enemies faced him, he used all the skills he had learned in his life. If a fighter does not believe in his skills, to which he has devoted his entire life, what else can he believe in? Now the god of war approached Hans and asked him how he was feeling. At the same time, he placed a thunderbolt into the enemy's body, which began to act inside. If the skills of the commander-in-chief are stronger than the god of war thinks, then he can easily remove the ball from his body. The god of war decided to give him 2 days, but during that time he should send a message to the commander-in-chief. If he is confident of his victory over the god of war, he can attack any time. However, the god of war added, "This day will be the last day of the 18 fortresses of the river." Everything that happened today is proof of this. As expected, since they are sea wolves, they swim well, as evidenced by the hundreds of warriors who remained on the water. The god of war looked at them with bitter indignation. Hansu immediately approached the god of war and sincerely thanked him for his help. He went on to say that he was the first disciple of the Jeonnam sect and gave his name. The god of war also introduced himself. My name is Dan Sayu. Feeling that they had been brought together by fate, Sayu suggested that Hansu have a drink together. Hearing these words, the sage was very happy but asked for help because his battle was not yet over, and he felt tired. At Dongking Lake, on Chujunishan Island, the Steel Martial Association already knew about the arrival of the god of war on the island. He arrived even faster than they could have predicted. They expected the defeat of Nox Fortress, but they didn't think that the rest of the river fortresses would just give up. Lightning Swordsman realized that they couldn't just watch, because for Seo Ryung, the god of war was her father's killer. And for the Namgun family, he was their sworn enemy. Sangwon said that they had made a mistake in putting off this problem because they had involved many families, even though they could have simply stayed out of it. And there was no news from the Shiny Steel family. It seems that this family and the group of blue assassins had already been defeated by the god of war. Kang was mummified, dried to death, and the Phantom King's sand was found in his mouth. Apparently, the god of war forced him to eat it. The Lightning Swordsman was very angry that the problems caused by the god of war could not be solved in a normal way. He wondered who this god of war was to keep getting in the way of the Namgun family. Sang said that Seo told him about the god of war's plan. The god of war had created a huge amount of problems for them. Meanwhile, more and more people were gathering around, and it looked like there were more people than ever. They probably wanted to see the god of war. Those who didn't know might have thought that the emperor himself had arrived at the site. Zhang turned to Seo and asked her if she was sure, because he didn't believe she could kill the god of war in such a tight place. He asked her to calm down and wait for a better moment, but Seo couldn't watch calmly. She was convinced that if she didn't stop him now, other people would get hurt. In the Spittoon group where the conversation was going on, they discussed that the leak had been patched and assumed that 18 fortresses could have suddenly attacked them today. But fortunately, this did not happen. They even caught a tailwind, which allowed them to reach the Battlefield Association faster. The wise man assumed that Mr. Mack understood that everything was going well, but he did not like his expression. This was because the Steel Martial Organization was very familiar to him. Although the Five Dragon League wasn't the type to ignore people who didn't recognize their authority, they might have laid low due to their poor reputation among the people. But when they return, they will definitely want to be the first to attack. The sage tried to calm him down by assuring him that if the League of Five Dragons tried to do anything to him or the god of war, he would personally bring 100,000 beggars to their walls. It was just an attempt to make Max laugh, but he didn't seem to find it funny. Mac owed a lot to his master Dan Sayu, which is why he had to confront the League of Five Dragons to protect him and his family. The sage agreed with these words, but brought up the topic of the Moyong family and the incident with the black traders. Even if it weren't because of him, the god of war would still be fighting the Five Dragon League. This guy always does what he thinks is right, even if it means standing up to the Five Dragon League. The sage told me not to worry about him. At this point, Hansu was approaching the god of war. He did not know how to start the conversation. All he could see in his eyes were memories of how the god of war had fought. The one who had destroyed the Moyong family, fought the Black Marketeers, and killed the patriarch of the Namgun family, who was in the Five Dragon League, to save the head of the Security Bureau, Chom. A man who fights for his faith. Hansu wanted to fight alongside him, wanted to have a relationship where they could have each other's backs in battle. The god of war spoke first and said, "If this is your first combat experience, I can see why it is so difficult for you to contain your excitement. No one has died at your hands, and I'm sure you're excited to use your power against someone." Hansu admitted that it was difficult for him to contain his excitement because he had seen and done with his own hands and eyes what his older brother had done. Repeating his technique called the god of war, the words about his older brother made Sayu turn around. Hansu stood with his head down and asked Sayu to become his big brother. Even the sage and Mac were shocked to hear Hansu call the god of war his elder brother. Hansu begged Sayu to speak to him as an older brother speaks to a younger brother. Sayu, smiling, replied that he could do whatever he wanted. The wise man laughed out loud because he did not expect the world's most powerful god of war to agree to such a request so easily. Mac just smiled too, seeing the potential he could see in Hans. The flag of the Steel Fighting Association could already be seen on the horizon, which meant that they would soon be there. On the ship, they announced that everyone needed to prepare to go ashore. Meanwhile, elsewhere, they were discussing flower care. They needed to trim the extra stems and cut off unnecessary petals to make the flowers more beautiful. When flowers get sick, their roots can die and they will never bloom again. However, if they are allowed to grow naturally, they can be reborn again. But according to the giant, that's not the problem. The problem is that they will lose their value. This flower can be 5 different colors, and they all grow from the same root. Their uniqueness lies in the fact that they are together, which makes them valuable.
He didn't know what to do, because if he removed the sick flower, their existence would be useless. But if you leave it, they will die anyway. The head of the League of Five Dragons decided the fate of thousands of people, and it was hard to believe that it was so difficult for him to decide the fate of one flower. He decided to take a walk, feeling that he needed some fresh air. While walking, he thought about the god of war, and asked if he had already reached the entrance to Hunan province. He was informed that the god of war was already approaching the Steel Martial Association and would soon arrive at the port after they destroyed Noxu Fortress. They immediately headed south. They were moving faster than expected, and it would be difficult for the Five Dragon League to resist them. The scarred man asked, "Should we intervene?" The head of the Five Dragon League realized that their credibility had fallen to the lowest level, and acting now would only make their position worse in the eyes of others. All of this happened because he had always trusted Namgunseo, believing that she could handle it on her own. With age comes experience, and it's easier to decide which choice is better. But he couldn't understand if the god of war's actions were the same as hers. The head realized that this was the limit of Namgunseo's capabilities, the limit of her spirit and sanity. Standing over a cliff by the river, he saw a ship approaching. He could not wait for the arrival of the god of war. There was a soldier standing next to him, and several other soldiers behind him. But nothing pleased him, and he gnashed his teeth under his mustache. This man is called the Shadowless Soul Chaser, and his name is Gal Jonghyuk. He thought that the god of war was only a young man called the god of war. However, he received orders to capture him and was not going to disobey. When the god of war set foot on their land, they immediately asked for permission to accompany him. Suddenly, however, Gal's eyes gaped when he saw what stood before him. He was shocked by the unapproachable energy that emanated from the god of war. The entire island was filled with murderous chi. It was a group of monsters that ruled the whole of Ganges. Everyone who looked up to them was a highly skilled fighter. The god of war looked around. There were several hundred soldiers standing in front of him, and it was interesting that they decided to meet them like this. Hansu didn't understand when the Steel Martial Association was filled with so many assassins, and the sage, who hadn't been here for a long time, was equally surprised. The god of war asked them to ignore it. There was only one person who really surprised him. He was the one who was watching them from above, the man who controlled everything with a single word. It was the head of the League of Five Dragons, Hwang Bogunak. Only this person aroused the interest of the god of war, and Gun was also interested in who this god of war was. The boy looked at the god of war and thought that he didn't look as scary as he had imagined. Namgunseo was of the same opinion. Yoon turned to the martial phantom behind him and asked his opinion on the matter. The martial phantom Hangu Yu, observing the war god's behavior, only asked, "Is he definitely an absolute level fighter?" The phantom then turned to Seo and said that he didn't know what she was up to, but he was sure that this guy couldn't be gotten rid of with just a couple of assassins. He added that even if all the warriors of this harbor attacked him, they still wouldn't be able to defeat him. Yoon asked Seo to heed the phantom's words and be careful. The god of war has gained a laudable reputation in Gango. Gal Jonghyuk, an assistant at the Steel Martial Association, was honored to meet all the military men who stood before him, and even more so to meet the god of war. The god of war was also happy to meet Master Hal. He introduced himself and admitted that he thought the meeting would be tougher, but was pleasantly surprised by the warm greeting. Gal replied that he had no reason to be harsh, and that whatever the god of war had done was only between him and the Five Dragon League, and had nothing to do with the Steel Martial Association. It sounded like everything was fine, but Sayu added that he understood they would be watching his behavior. Gal explained that, in addition to their association, other organizations are divided into 3 territories. These territories are ruled by the League of Five Dragons, the 9 Centers, and the Lion League. This means that no matter what happens, none of the 3 organizations can interfere in the affairs of the others. Since Gal is in full control of this harbor, there will be no unnecessary conflicts, but he added that if the god of war belonged to the Five Dragon League and not the Lion League, he would not be able to make a move. The god of war did not agree, but he understood what Hal was saying. In this world, nothing will happen to a scoundrel, but the victim must prove everything. The Steel Fighting Association is no exception. During the conversation, the words were heard, "I will help you." The girl who said these words appeared. She looked completely innocent. She was ready to help them take revenge for the unfair treatment of Master Mac. She was immediately recognized as a young lady from the Great Heavenly Trading Group. Hansu did not know her, so he asked the elder who she was. The elder explained who she was. As Sayu approached her, he was warned to keep his distance from her because he didn't even know who she was. However, Sayu's eyes were already shining as he approached her with a sincere smile and said,
It's been a long time, little fox. Her eyes shone just as brightly, and she was overcome with memories as she looked into Sayu's eyes. As he patted her head, he noticed that she hadn't grown at all, and jokingly asked her not to say that he was the reason she wasn't growing up to avoid marriage. Everyone watching the scene held their breath.
What? The god of war dared to touch her head?
Perhaps they had a special relationship, and it looked like some kind of madness. Yoon begged the young lady not to say that she had left him for this miserable god of war. He thought his sister was up to something, and thought it was a great plan to neutralize the god of war. Seo told him not to worry because she planned to lure the most valuable thing from the god of war. At that moment, 3 people stood on the balcony, watching what was happening. Namgun Seo was watching every movement. She paid attention to the young lady's eyes, which were filled with sincerity. Suddenly, the young lady began to get indignant and yell at Sayu that he was a rude older brother who made her unable to marry and not grow up. This was the first time the sage had seen the god of war so polite, which showed their mutual trust. This meeting between the strongest fighter and one of the richest men in the world must have been a source of concern for the Steel Martial Association. It was very disturbing for Seo because she had sent a signal. Right in the middle of the crowd, an armed man jumped down and began to approach the god of war, and those who accompanied him. He relied on his speed, and he relied even more on the sharp sword in his hands. He was already a few meters away from the god of war and the young lady. Suddenly, the guy shouted, addressing the young lady. No one expected such a quick turn of events. Yoon, standing on the balcony, asked himself questions. Why a young lady? The sword was already right next to her innocent face. Under the attacker's hat, the words were heard, "Die!" But apparently, he did not take into account who he was dealing with, and a bright flash flashed before his eyes. The attacker's body began to shake, like a toy in the hands of a spoiled child who was playing with it without restraint. In a moment, blood flew in all directions. The girl turned to her older brother, looking him straight in the eye. She made him a promise, looking sincerely into his eyes. No matter what happened to him, she would not let him get into danger. Gal asked Master Dan what he had done, and how he could have killed a member of the 5 Dragon League in such a place, thus making it clear that this person was from the 5 Dragon League. Sa-yu calmly repeated what he had said earlier, that he was in full control of the port, and there shouldn't be any conflicts. But it seems that the people from the 5 Dragon League don't seem to be following this. If this man, who is now dead, was indeed a member of the 5 Dragon League and tried to commit murder on orders, then this is not self-defense. Murder committed by a god of war is a violation of the rules, the god of war said, adding that he would go to the head of the 5 Dragon League and personally apologize. I will accept any punishment, even if it is my own life, because I caused the death of a valuable fighter of the 5 Dragon League, he said. First he decided to explain everything, the god of war decided. After a while, the god of war stood right behind Gun, recounted all the events to him, and asked him if he really didn't know anything about it. And if you do, you need to take responsibility and explain, he added. When the god of war said his name, Gong just smiled. He was surprised by this behavior on the part of the god of war. He thought he was a shameless boy who lacked dignity. The others who heard that the god of war had gone to the head of the 5 Dragon League could not believe it. Master Mac froze in anticipation of what was to come. Isn't this the same as declaring war on the 5 Dragon League? He pondered. Although the head was indeed guilty, the sage thought that he would not have taken this step so easily. Gong will never admit his mistakes, because it would not only damage the morale of the 5 Dragon League, but also destabilize his position as leader. If he doesn't admit his mistakes, he will have to admit that he is just a puppet. No matter what he chooses, his honor will be tarnished, and he will definitely want to take revenge on the god of war. Yoon continued to ask himself questions as he stared in front of him. How dare that rascal take a swing at her? Or rather, at his favorite young lady. He grabbed his sister by the neck and pointed out that she had tried to kill the young lady, even though she knew how he felt. She explained that only killing this girl could impress the god of war and cause him maximum suffering, which is what she wanted. But he did not agree, because when he spoke of suffering, he meant his own feelings. Suddenly, the hand of the battle ghost appeared on his arm and asked them to calm down. He pointed out that they were not thinking rationally. Then the ghost turned the conversation to the god of war. One word from him has shaken the entire League of 5 Dragons. If this continues, it will be revealed that everything happened because of the head of the League, and he will be responsible for the consequences it could backfire on the League in the future. In the end, Yoon told Namgun Seo that he would remember this incident for a long time. Yoon turned around and asked Battle Ghost a question. Do you know a way out of this situation? Martial Phantom replied, This situation rests on the words of the god of war. We must make this his personal business! With that, he jumped off the balcony and flew straight toward the god of war. A moment later, he landed right in front of him. He first said that he was honored to meet the famous god of war and introduced himself. My name is Hangu Yu. but people call me the Battle Phantom. Hal immediately addressed him with a warning. If you interfere, the situation will only become more complicated, especially if the 5 Dragon League continues to interfere. But the Martial Phantom interrupted him and asked, "Is there any proof that it was the 5 Dragon League that interfered?" He asked everyone to think about it. Until there is solid evidence of 5 Dragon League interference, we should not jump to conclusions. It could just be a personal grudge against the Great Heavenly Trade Group. He stated that his intention to fight the God of War was a personal matter, and the 5 Dragon League had nothing to do with it. The God of War asked him, "Are you sure this is a personal matter?" "Of course," he replied, adding that he had a strong desire to fight him. "If all the rumors about the God of War are true, I am ready to use all my strength." For him, the opportunity to fight such an enemy was a most exciting event, and he was sure that it was for the God of War as well. He argued that a true fighter shows his strength through skills, not words, and asked the God of War to give his best. Seo-ho, standing behind him, approached him, but the War Phantom asked her to move away and not to get closer, as it could be very dangerous. "A fighter shows his strength with his skills, and so it is," the God of War said as he took a fighting stance in front of the Battle Ghost. They both stood opposite each other, ready to fight.
The God of War asked the Battle Ghost to start the battle first.
As he prepared himself, the Battle Ghost said that he hadn't had a decent fight in the last few years. He had to be an obedient dog, taking care of Huangbo and Chung, and he didn't like it at all. But today he finally had the opportunity to become a real Battle Ghost again, and to fight against such a worthy enemy as the God of War, who is legendary. He instantly threw an elbow that was so fast that it hit the God of War right in the chest. After that, the Phantom began to move so fast that it was hard to follow him. He was really extremely fast. But the hand that was heading for the body of the God of War, he grabbed and parried the blow. 4 ultrasonic blows at once, after which the Phantom said a compliment. "You are good, God of War." Of course, the God of War was not going to waste the opportunity, and decided to use the opening to attack. He realized that the enemy was very serious. But the Phantom also realized that the God of War was not playing around. Sensing the seriousness of the Phantom, the God of War decided to fight him with all his heart. His hand was already filled with chi energy. All he had to do was clench his fist to prepare for the attack. The attack he was about to use was the Heavenly Artillery General's power. With this attack, the God of War formed a circle of lightning that swept right through the enemy's body. The blow knocked the Battle Ghost far back, and it was much more powerful than the Ghost's previous attack. He barely managed to gather his strength and stop. He began to wonder if this was the true power of the God of War. He finally realized that the reputation of the God of War was true. The battle was over, and the Battle Phantom recognized that the God of War had fought seriously as he had asked. The God of War also warned him that if he continued to fight, he would simply die, and asked him to stop.
"Seriously? That's all you got? It's even funny," said the Battle Phantom.
After that, he held his arms out to the side and began to shout loudly. He asked the God of War, "What do you take me for?" And he proclaimed his name again. "I am the Battle Phantom." He asked them to stop joking and fight him seriously, as if a spark had ignited in his chest. The same spark appeared on the face of the God of War, causing him to smile. The Martial Phantom could not believe that someone dared to challenge the righteous Great Fistgong AKU so loudly. Is the God of War not afraid of anything? Or is he just a madman? Thought the Phantom during the hot battle. This confirmed that the rumors about the God of War were not just words. At that very moment, Song Yun was talking about the God of War. She said that he came from Goryeo. Her interlocutor had heard about this place and visited it 10 years ago. Back then, there were rumors about a man who could split the heavens in two and destroy a large mountain. He told the girl that during the war against the Yuan, complete chaos reigned there, and it was difficult to follow the events. Perhaps this man was somehow connected to the God of War. This made him think about Dan Sa-yu, whom the girl had described to him. This man is known as the Righteous Man of the Rain Sword, Un Aupja. He then asked if people also called him the God of War. "Isn't it interesting to watch him fight the Battle Ghost?" he added. But unfortunately, the God of War was not fighting to his fullest potential, and that was disappointing. It was a recommendation that a girl from the Great Heavenly Trade Group had made at the risk of her life. Considering that his opponent was a Martial Phantom, Un had high expectations for the outcome. Afterwards, he asked, "Can a God of War lose?" The man with the scar on his face replied that he couldn't say for sure, but after watching a few techniques in the first rounds, it was clear that the War Phantom should not be underestimated. Another participant in the conversation added, "I've only heard of Martial Phantom. I knew about his power, but I haven't heard anything about him in the last few years. 5 years ago, the War Phantom appeared like a comet and wreaked havoc in Gango. He started traveling, meeting with different fighters, risking his life in battles. He became famous for his battles, in particular with the legendary Blue Sea swordsman Yuk Chiji Jeom. He was also known in Shandong for his battle with the Man of Steel, Dong Chan, whose strength was considered absolute. No one expected them to lose to the Battle Phantom, but Yuk Jiom died as the Phantom cut him in two. After that, the Phantom won victory after victory, wreaking havoc in Gango, but 2 years ago he disappeared without a trace. People asked where the one responsible for this chaos had disappeared to, but there was no trace. Now, no one could have thought that the Battle Phantom, the man of those legendary rumors, would become Huangbo's son's babysitter. Gongak looked down on everyone because everyone considered him the righteous Saint Fist. He thought that his subordinates could handle themselves, and he watched from a distance. Therefore, the Phantom explained that Gunak would not be able to manage even a teenager like Namgun Seo. In his opinion, this was unfair. At that moment, Gunak was listening to the idea that if things went on like this, the problem would only get worse. But he ordered silence, saying that nothing would change, and any action now would be futile, only deepening the problem of the 5 Dragon League. He also realized that people from the Lion League were watching them. And those from the 9 centers were also watching, but it was probably out of curiosity, as they were interested in learning more about the God of War and the public reaction to him. Because of this, Gong said that it was necessary to deal with the Cholm Security Bureau immediately and ordered his man to do it without anyone seeing him. The man immediately jumped and seemed to vanish into thin air. The red-haired man was left alone wondering what to do with Namgun Seo. At that moment, the Battle Phantom continued to fight, but a powerful energy tension could already be felt in the air. Explosions were heard one after another on the battlefield. Because of this, thick smoke enveloped everything around, making it difficult to see anything. The ghost flew back, leaving red sparks on the asphalt. The God of War did not retreat, leaving behind him blue traces of chi energy. At this point, the sage standing behind him asked about the condition of the God of War. "Are you all right? Is the opponent stronger than it seems at first glance?" The God of War did not know what to say. He was more surprised by why he felt weak, because despite the strength of his armor, he was still human and should not have been able to withstand such a strong blow from the Chai Storm. At this point, Hansu interjected and said that he had heard from his master that the Martial Phantom was a disciple of the heavenly master Wang Mu Wei Mu, one of the 4 honors. However, the Phantom's power does not lie only in his being a disciple of the 4 honors. The teacher explained that the Martial Phantom is so strong because of his martial skills, but also because he is not afraid of death. He is not afraid of his body being destroyed. That's why no higher-level fighter can escape death by fighting him. You cannot fight the Phantom until you have mastered the 36 best sword techniques in the world. His fearlessness in the face of death alone does not explain his power, but the sage was sure that Sayu knew what to do. The God of War was confident in his abilities and asked only to enjoy the spectacle. The Battle Phantom decided to make the fight more interesting and took out chains. His attack was called Devil's Bones, but it was easy enough for Sayu to dodge the chains. However, a problem arose. If the God of War turned away from the chains now, Seoho would receive a fatal wound, so he decided to take the hit himself. With his arm outstretched, he used the Heavenly Artillery General's power, Heavenly Attack. The Battle Phantom was convinced that his opponent didn't stand a chance, but the chains he attacked with began to ring louder and louder. Eventually, they began to lose their strength and flew off to the side. One of the chain ends tied around Sayu's arm. In a moment, his other hand was trapped, tied with chains. The chains began to squeeze his body harder and harder. The Martial Phantom began to pull the chains even harder, making it difficult for the God of War to stand on his feet. Indeed, he could not keep his balance and began to fall. When the War Phantom saw that his plan was working, his eyes lit up with excitement. He planned to kick him. To bring the God of War closer, he pulled the chains so hard that Sayu's head was right next to his foot, and his foot slammed into his head with great force. Due to the tension of the chains, the kick became extremely powerful, with the addition of Chi energy, like peppercorns that enhanced the attack. The God of War remained lying right in front of the Battle Phantom, bound by chains. From the expression on his face, one could tell that the blow was extremely powerful. Assessing the situation, the sage could not believe that the God of War had been so ruthlessly defeated, and wondered how strong the Martial Phantom was. The girl could barely contain the pain in her chest when she saw her elder brother being struck. The crowd went wild at this incredible battle. Loud shouts were heard, and people exclaimed that the God of War had lost consciousness. The Battle Phantom began to talk about himself and his teacher, the Preceptor of Heavenly Heaven. He recalled how Gun had once saved his life, and how grateful he was when he ordered him to become an obedient dog to protect Gun's son. Ghost didn't mind this role, but he felt that only in a fierce battle did he find real tension. That's why he was happy to enter the battle with the God of War, convinced that he had already won. But at that moment, the God of War began to rise up and said that it was no fun to be a stranger's dog against your own will. The God of War sensed that the battle ghost was breathing death, perhaps because he had the blood of many children on him. This made him curious as to why the phantom had become someone's lapdog, but this curiosity began to fade. But now he was interested in something else. Why the muscle separation technique, which is the basis of the 10 destruction techniques, and the thunderstorm did not work on the battle ghost after all, as long as a person uses his muscles. The technique should work, and as long as he uses his chi, the chi storm should hit him. However, none of these techniques worked on the phantom, which meant that his chi was not what it seemed. The god of war came up with a new plan, sticking 2 fingers out towards the enemy. He gathered even more energy to strike him. This attack completely pierced the enemy's body. It seemed that every fiber in his body was torn, and when his clothes flew off, it became clear. Before, one might have thought that this was strange, because regardless of the strength of the armor, the thunderstorm must still pass through it. But if the armor is made of age-old iron, it's a different story, and his entire body was wrapped in chains. The god of war had figured out his opponent from the very beginning, when he used chains called devil's bones, which were actually devil's teeth. He knew perfectly well that the chains smelled like ancient iron, which is considered one of the strongest forces in this world. The martial phantom had wrapped his body tightly with these chains, and that was why the 10 destruction techniques and the thunderstorm key did not harm him. If the chi did not completely cover the martial phantom's body, the battle would have already ended, and he knew this well. But the battle phantom also realized that the god of war did not yet know that he could not harm him with his skills. This would continue as long as he had the power of the devil's hands on him. This chain was the perfect weapon. He was able to charge it with his energy. He began to wave the chains, which whistled through the air, and was ready to burn the body of the god of war. The next attack was the 8 streams of unbreakable explosion, like a hailstorm flying at the god of war. The god of war cautiously assessed the situation, realizing that it was difficult to create powerful chi with a sword, but the phantom managed to create incredibly powerful chi with long chains. However, knowing the secret of his opponent, the god of war could now direct his attack where it was needed. If the chi storm in its current state could not destroy the martial phantom, there was only one thing to do: increase the strength of the chi storm. Using this increase, he began to break the chains that were flying in his direction. Breaking through them, the god of war approached the battle ghost with a powerful charge of energy in his hand. Breaking the chains into 2 parts with his hand, he reached the body of the enemy wrapped in these chains. He gathered his energy for a decisive blow, ready to end the fight. The blow was so powerful that the ground trembled under his feet. The god of war was pleased to see the chains of the battle phantom begin to break. All that was left was to tense his fist to make it hard as a rock, and Sayu did so. After that, he punched with such force that every incredibly strong chain on the martial phantom's body shattered into pieces. Flying backwards, the phantom called him a bastard. But quickly recovering, he flexed his fist, which was bigger than the fist of the god of war, and it flew straight at Sayu's head. However, even this small fist, which was extremely strong, stopped the attack, and one of the chains that wrapped around him flew off the phantom's fist. The fighting phantom could not help but compliment the god of war, saying, "Excellent iron." After that, the god of war hit him with such force that the phantom flew far back.
Impossible! How could I have died so uselessly? Thought the phantom. But now it became clear to him why the god of war had so easily defeated the strongest men of Gango.
If someone lives with death, then that person is death itself. Even a smile appeared on the face of the war phantom, because he felt satisfaction only in a battle where his life was at stake. And at that moment, he had a new idea. He decided to see if he could find his own death. He removed all the chains from his body and poured all his chi energy into them. Raising the chain above his head, the martial phantom began to spin the 8 bloody wheels of death, the name of the technique he used. Each of these chains contained the full power of the martial phantom, and if the god of war was not careful, he would be defeated. Because of this, Sayu decided that he needed to proceed cautiously with this powerful explosive force attack and use his own energy. Putting 2 fingers forward, he used the power of the heavenly artillery general. Barely holding on to such an intense attack, he was able to start breaking the chains. The blue energy that he used as a defense began to envelop the chain that was rapidly flying towards him. Gradually, he managed to break these links, and with each passing second, the chain became shorter and weaker. The martial phantom did not understand how the god of war managed to destroy the age-old iron so easily and beautifully. It looked incredible in his eyes, and he wondered what was behind such beauty. There was only one answer: death. A ruthless death, which the god of war delivered to the battle phantom by piercing his body with his fingers. Finally, the god of war told him that after arriving in the capital, he was the first fighter whose strength could be respected. That is why Sayu forced himself to fight to the fullest. For the battle phantom, these words were a real pleasure, a feeling he would not be able to experience twice. Although the god of war was not pleased with such battles, chaos will not resolve itself.
Behind this chaos is someone who does nothing, hoping that his subordinates will solve the problem, while he simply watches from above. This man is the righteous man of the Great Fist, Hwangbo Gunak. The god of war will not rest until he has punished this proud man. Pointing his hand directly at the rock where Gun stood, the god of war used the power of the Heavenly Artillery General, the Heavenly Attack.
The attack flew straight at Gun.
Gong, who thought the god of war was an arrogant fellow, now had to return the favor himself. Everyone watching the scene from above could not believe what was happening. "Has the god of war gone mad?" they said, finding it hard to believe that he had directly attacked the head of the Five Dragon League. Even Gong himself could not believe that Sayu dared to threaten him. Has the reputation of the Five Dragon League fallen that low? He thought. Gong tensed his fist, filling it with chi energy. He was convinced that this guy knew no fear. And with these thoughts, he punched his fist directly towards the attack of the god of war. The energy of the blow was so powerful that everything around him began to collapse. Even the stones could not withstand the force of the explosive wave. The wave was getting bigger and stronger, but Gun was still holding it. It seemed that his fist could repel anything in the world. The blue ball that was formed by the god of war's attack reached an incredible size, more than 20 houses. Later it became as big as a small island, and the ray of chi energy from Gun's fist was longer than the island itself. After repelling this attack, smoke came out of Gun's fist. It seemed that he was now taking the god of war seriously, because he no longer had a smile on his face. "Welcome," he said towards Sayu. Gong promised to give the god of war a warmer welcome. Sayu was not going to respond to these words with many words. In response, the god of war said only, "I can't wait, righteous man of the Great Fist." After a while, Gong went to the gazebo. On the way, sitting down, he could not get rid of thoughts of the god of war. This word did not leave his mind. He looked at the flowers in front of him and thought about Sayu. A man approached him and said that he had something important to report. "All preparations regarding Cholm's security have been postponed. We will attack the iron-hearted Cloud Swordsman immediately upon your order." But the man was a high-level fighter. Gong understood that, as he was on the advisory council of the Five Dragon League. "Is this even possible?" he asked. "He is highly respected among the youth, which would make it quite difficult. However, many complain about his overconfidence and honesty, which causes a lot of conflict among the elders. This may hinder the Five Dragon League in the future. In addition, Dongmu is not from the Five Great Families, which will make it easy to put the blame on him." Gong said that it was a waste to get rid of him. "We can't give our enemies time to prepare, so the plan must be executed tonight." One problem is solved, he thought. Maybe we can solve the other one. As he sat at his desk, he continued to think. He looked again at the flowers, which bothered him greatly. "It is not worth killing them all if only one dies," he said, looking at the bouquet. And using his energy, he cut off one flower that was dying among the others. The pot remained standing without the flower that had caused the world to shake, and the other four didn't even feel a thing. A smile appeared on Gun's face as he thought, "Cut flowers look more beautiful." When he was done with his attachment, his desire became even stronger, and with such a strong desire, there was no reason to delay. The line between life and death became clear. The Steel Martial Association and the Great Heavenly Trade Group remained surprisingly quiet, even though Marshal Phantom, one of the Forerunners, had just died. Despite his teacher's reputation, the significance of the Phantom's existence in Gango could not be underestimated. Hansu also understood that the Phantom was the bodyguard of the son of the head of the Five Dragon League. If the League had followed their own rules, they would have had to try his killer according to their laws, but the wise man said they were being as cautious as rats, especially after seeing the god of war strike the head of the Five Dragon League himself. They realized that it would be difficult to resist him. Hwangbo Wuncheng only caused a stir, but backed down after talking to the Martial Phantom, testing public opinion. He then went down and told the war god that killing members of the Martial Association for no reason was forbidden, and he would simply be imprisoned. Regardless of his strength, the Five Dragon League promised that all the best fighters would come out against him, and he would not be able to get away with killing a member of the Steel Martial Association. At that moment, the Martial Phantom asked him to shut up. He told him to leave the pathetic Steel Martial Association out of this important battle. It was a battle that put the lives of many on the line. Martial Phantom started this battle and proved that the Five Dragon League did not interfere in any way, did everything he could. And this is the result. The audience loudly supported this, saying that outsiders cannot interfere in a fair fight between two fighters. All the local fighters supported the integrity of this battle.
Every one of them demanded that Hwangbo Unchen disappear.
He realized that the situation was critical, but he was not going to surrender in front of the crowd. The god of war did not say goodbye to the Battle Phantom because he considered him a true fighter. Before he died, the Battle Ghost asked the god of war to be careful and mentioned the name of his teacher. He will try to take revenge on you when he finds out that I died in your arms. My teacher, he's proud of me, were the last words of the battle ghost.
No, he added. He is incredibly strong. I wish I could see this fight with my own eyes.
Although everything had been resolved, it was strange that the Five Dragon League was not responding, and it was worrying that Gong had retreated so easily. Hansu and the sage hadn't realized that Sa Yu and the young lady were worried and talking at length, but it was logical because they met after 10 years. She became successful even in a place where she knew no one. When her master said she would become a great trader, he was right. They had a great conversation when the girl asked, "Where is your master?" Sa Yu replied that he had died 10 years ago. Of course, she said she was sorry, but Sa Yu asked her not to apologize. He was sure that his master was now resting. His life had been hard. That's for sure, Sa Yu agreed. Although the Union is still learning, the master was able to find a disciple to whom he could pass on the power of the heavenly artillery general, and he was able to take revenge on the 3 hermits he hated so much he must be in heaven right now. Sa Yu then asked Seoho if she knew about the Han family. Of course, she replied. Even though they are a small group now, they used to be the largest group in the whole of Anhui province. In addition, the Han family's daughter is one of the 3 flowers. The Ice Blossom, she is a key member of the Lion League. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a girl who dropped by with news. She said that the person behind the imprisonment of all the members of the Cholm Security Bureau had been found, and the 5 Dragon League fighters were on their way. She also added that Dong Mu of the 5 Dragon League Advisory Council was guilty and was being tried. Sa Yu immediately asked where Dong Mu was, and the girl pointed in his direction with her finger. He immediately jumped over there, and on the way he asked Song Yan to protect the young lady. This can't be, Sa Yu thought as he flew, not even suspecting that a group leader of the level of the 5 Dragon League would use such a childish trick. As he approached the cliff, he heard sounds. He found it, but he had to determine where the sounds were coming from. He managed to find evidence of Don Mu's secret ties to the northern Yuanhe had been bribed before he joined the League. He then planned to destroy the League from within. Evidence found showed that the Cholma Security Bureau had arrested him for stealing a Moyong family relic, but Don Mu continued to make excuses despite the amount of evidence against him. After hearing this, Dong Mu said that he was a fighter from the capital and could not sell the Steel Fighting Organization's top secret to the Yuan remnants. Hearing these sounds, Sa Yu realized exactly where this scene was taking place. Dong Mu had been accused of everything, and the sword had already been raised over him. It seemed that the court had decided to execute him without proper discussion or explanation. I, Dong Mu, the iron-hearted cloud swordsman, cannot betray my country and the Steel Martial Association, was all he managed to say. Sa Yu was already standing on the roof and saw the sword approaching the ground. He managed to see the worst of it just in time. He saw Dong Mu falling to the ground, barely able to say that he had been framed and that it was so unfair. I think this is it, Huangbo Gunak, he thought as he watched his comrade fall. The Steel Martial Association is part of a large heavenly trade group that has powerful influence at all levels of Muramu. There were 4 people sitting in the room. After a long pause, the sage lowered his head and quietly began to speak, breaking the long silence. He hinted that the League of 5 Dragons was acting in an extremely secretive manner. They had killed the martial ghost guardian Huangbo Uncheng at the hands of the god of war and blamed Elder Dong Mu, also killing him that same day. It is hard to believe that this happened because of their joy in death. However, the young man was proud not only of his actions, but he often argued even with Gunak, because he heard that he had nothing to do with the League of 5 Dragons. The sage continued, adding that they not only manipulated security, but also secretly communicated with Yuan. No one, not even the young lady, could understand how this was possible. Sa Yu asked the young lady to tell him more about what was going on. She replied that this battle was not about the process, but about the result. When you run a large organization like the 5 Dragons League, you will face situations where you have to endure any kind of humiliation. Even if it doesn't bring positive results, people don't want to suspect an organization as trustworthy as the 5 Dragon League in their eyes. Perhaps tomorrow Dong Mu will be recognized as an eternal sinner, and people will pay attention. At this time Hanzu was training, improving his sword skills. Perhaps in a few days, no one will remember that the 5 Dragon League was responsible for the incident with the Cholma Security Bureau, and Dong Mu will remain an eternal sinner who will only be noticed temporarily. This seemed too simple to the sage, even when it was obvious to everyone that Master Mak was the victim and the witness was still alive. He was ready to tell the people of Gango everything that the League of 5 Dragons had done to him and his family, and he was ready to do anything to save them. The mistress understood how he felt, but warned him that interfering would only make things worse. She also explained that his testimony could be distorted. saying that his battle with the Namgun family was not about saving Master Mac, but was simply revenge, as the Five Dragon League could easily manipulate such statements. This meant that there was only the testimony of Master Mac himself, but no evidence to back it up. The Five Dragon League had rigged all the evidence to point to Dongmu, making people think that the Master's words were lies. Mac asked the mistress if her words meant that they should just stand back and do nothing. She firmly objected. "No, this is not the time to retreat. Please be patient. The Steel Fighting Association has support at all levels, and even if they make a mistake, they will always have a second chance. But one fatal mistake will be fatal, and there will be no way to correct it." Sayu agreed, adding that in order to take advantage of this chance, it would be necessary to learn everything about the enemy. Within the Steel Martial Association, there are different opinions about the leaders of the 10 centers and the Five Dragon League. The 9 centers are under the authority of a head named the Rain Sword, Righteous One, OOPEP, Ja. People say his spirit is like a blade, though his face remains soft. When he uses his sword, everything around him burns instantly. According to the stories, his level of sword skills has surpassed even the skill of controlling a sword through the air. For a sage who looked like a mere beggar, it was difficult to comprehend that OOPEP Ja not only mastered the sword of the air, but also exceeded that level. The Lion League is led by Chol Musong, an unstoppable tyrant of the sword. He is self-taught and has built a family with just one sword. His sword contains great power, and according to most Nganjis, no one will survive a clash with this extremely powerful weapon. By his nature, Chol Musong is not prone to reflection, but acts instinctively, and that is why many followers have gathered around him. He uses the opinions of his generals for his own benefit, guided by instincts rather than logic. While the righteous man of the Rainbow Sword is known for his pride as the strongest warrior in the world, the tyrant of the sword is famous for his changeable emotions, which depend on circumstances, making his character unpredictable. In addition to these two, the girl warned to fear the head of the League of Five Dragons, Gong Ak, known as the Righteous One of the Great Fist, not only because of his fighting skills, but also because of his strong instincts and political influence. "I am an entity that influences others by my very existence. I am the god of war." Gong realized that any interference would not lead to anything good, given the negative reputation that had developed around them therefore. He ordered no interference, but only to observe the development of events. He had been warned that there were certain changes among the young fighters of the Steel Martial Association after the battle between the Martial Ghost and the God of War. The young fighters turned away from the association because they were disappointed after Yuan's expulsion. The association stopped fulfilling its obligations to restore the land and began to fight for power. Many fighters agreed that the key positions were occupied by the elders and that younger fighters were not allowed to take these positions, which many did not like. Gong also had similar thoughts when he was young. Isn't the world going to be divided into black and white until there is proper participation from both sides? This is not only true of the Five Dragon League, but also of the Lion League and the 9 centers. Until they intervene, they have no reason to act. However, Scarred Fighter suggested, what would happen if the God of War agreed with the 9 centers and the Lion League and allied with them? Gong, smiling, replied that this would not happen. He was sure that there was no reason to worry. Gong told his assistant that he only needed to wait for the League of Five Dragons and the 9 centers to clash in conflict. He asked if he was so worried about the fact that they would not dare to kill the God of War, or if it was due to his peacefulness. The minion replied that he was a little worried that the God of War might become an unpredictable variable, as happened with the Chalm Security Bureau. Gong suggested a solution. If the God of War worries him so much, why not use Namgunseo? This girl has lost a lot, and she's at the peak of her hatred. Right now, it would be a good idea to pretend that they are helping her, and make her lead the front to end it. It would be nice if everything went smoothly. But even if something goes wrong, he won't lose anything. He'll just shift the entire responsibility for the war to her, just like they did with Dongmu. He added that even if Namgunseo dies in the battle with the God of War, it will only be to their advantage. If that happens, then everyone will recognize that the Namgun family was destroyed by the God of War. This will play into the hands of the 9 centers and the Lion League, who have been watching Gong all along. Gong was counting on this plan to allow him to plot in peace. The 9 centers, the Lion League, and the Five Dragon League are completely incompatible, but as long as they have a common goal for which they work together, no one would dare to disobey to Gong AKU. The same seemed to be true of the Righteous Rain Sword and the Tyrant Sword. That's why their influence in the Steel Martial Association is so strong, and the Five Dragon League knows it. They don't pay attention to how badly they are treated. It would be impossible to find out the truth after Dongmu became a traitor and died because every word Gunak said was a lie. Because of this, Matt could only guess what happened to his younger brothers and family. He was overwhelmed with worry, but Seoho asked him not to worry and assured him that they were still alive. Initially, the war god was not part of their plans at all, and as long as the god of war is on their side, everything is going well, because they won't dare to recklessly kill the members of the Cholma Security Bureau. The members of the Cholma Security Bureau will be the last line of defense in case something goes wrong. Seoho saw this and said that everyone understood this, but she didn't know if the real battle had already begun. Soon the 9 centers and the Lion League would offer him a meeting, the young lady realized. The god of war and the head of the 5 Dragon League were fighting one-on-one. Perhaps they would want to use the war god as the vanguard to control the 5 Dragon League. Sayu asked her what he should do. Should he cooperate with them or not? She understood their intentions, but she wasn't sure if it would help them. So she decided that she should neither befriend nor enemy with them for the time being. The only thing that was clear was that their actions would definitely not be to their own detriment. It was hard to understand completely, but Sayu understood what she was talking about. He had been here for a few days, but he hadn't been anywhere yet. The weather was nice now, so he asked her if she would like to go with him to the Steel Fighting Association. She thought about it. Her thoughts were only focused on the Orabio, but she agreed to go with him, just the 2 of them. She said that she had to get ready first and asked him to wait a bit while she changed. He agreed and said he would wait for her at the gate. At that moment, they saw Hanzu and asked him if he was practicing. Hanzu replied that he was, because he couldn't find peace. Sayu suggested that it would be better to take a walk, and suggested that the young lady and Hansu visit the Steel Martial Association together, asking Hansu if he wanted to join. Of course, Hansu agreed to go anywhere with his mentor. This spoiled the mood for the young lady, who considered them both, like her half-brothers, tactless. Sayu wondered why the young lady did not go to change her clothes. She replied that there was no point, because it was not far. After a while, they approached the Steel Martial Association, the Namgun family. As she walked down the corridor, she thought about how she should look decent in the eyes of the 5 Dragon League. At the same time, she realized that she shouldn't take part in a war for no reason. The master is not a simple man, and if she makes 2 mistakes, the consequences will affect not only her but the whole family. The reason he allowed her to live after her numerous mistakes was because he wanted to repay her family's debt. Or so she thought. When she opened the door, she saw 3 corpses in the room, and looking at it, she thought that she had to make the master her debtor again. It was the only way for her and her family to survive. This place is called the Secret Practice Group, and it was here that the man came in bowing. His name was Bayok Moon, and she was waiting for information about the god of war from him. On her orders, he had processed the bodies of people killed by the god of war, and conducted an analysis that provided important information about his martial arts. Approaching one of the corpses, he asked her to look at it. Pulling the sheet off the corpse, he explained that it was a man from the Shining Steel Group who had been killed by the god of war in Shalin. Shalin was the name of the forest where the Shining Steel Group attacked the war god. He had heard that the forest was originally called the Nameless Forest, but after the battle with the war god, only the corpses of the killers remained there, and it was renamed Shalin, or the Forest of Death. Namgun Seo was surprised by the cold energy, and she asked if it was caused by the 10,000-year-old cold jade. He explained that thanks to the bed of 10,000 years of cold jade she provided, they were able to transport the corpses and complete the autopsy without any problems. After analysis, they found one common feature among all the bodies left behind by the god of war. Without exception, all of the bodies had exploded veins, indicating that the god of war was attacking with energy penetration. She already knew that this was a type of technique where energy penetrates the body and causes damage from within. Because of this, they realized that the god of war destroys everything he touches. This meant that in battles with him, they could not even contact him directly. Immediately afterwards, they went to the chapter to give him this information. The head was amazed to learn about an incredible fighting technique that uses a living organism as an energy transmitter and destroys it from the inside like an infectious disease. None of them had ever heard of this technique before, but it was the Secret Practice Group who confirmed it. She then went on to explain all the rules to be followed during the battle, but then admitted that she wasn't sure if it was even possible. He was annoyed that this kid was causing so many problems, and he decided to find a long-range fighter. This fighter must be of a high level. Yoon asked if he had anyone in mind. The head had someone in mind, but he wasn't sure if he would agree to work with him. In any case, the head asked them to leave the matter to him. He instructed them to carefully analyze the bodies and find a way to deal with the god of war. The worst enemy is the unknown. The Moyong family, the Black Merchant, the Shining Steel Group, the Blue Assassins group, and even the Namgong family knew almost nothing about him. This was what he thought was the reason for such a humiliating defeat. He expected this to be the last battle with the god of war. The loser would lose everything, and he said they had to kill the war god at any cost. At that moment, a girl entered the 9 centers at the request of the head. The leader asked her if she knew the young lady from the Great Heavenly Trading Group, and if she had met the god of war in Taiwan. She replied that she had a sisterly relationship with the young lady from the Great Heavenly Trading Group, and that the god of war had saved her servant before. But she wondered why he was asking about it. He asked to make contact with the god of war because he wanted to meet him, but she said that it was better to do so later, not now, when he had all the attention of the Steel Martial Association focused on him. He understood that, but there was one but. He said he didn't have much time. At that moment, Seo Ho, the war god, and Hansu were walking together. The girl looked a bit unwell, and the war god asked if she was sick. She was actually just happy to be walking with the 2 guys, and so her face was shining with a happy smile. She then turned to Hansu and said that she knew he had never been to the 9 centers, and that he belonged to the Zhongnan sect, which supports the 9 centers, and that an elder was probably already waiting for him. However, something was wrong, and he was going to explain it to them. Suddenly, a man appeared and approached them, saying that he was also interested in hearing the explanation. The man asked Hansu why he did not meet with the elder and the Zhongnan sect when he arrived at the Steel Martial Association, and hinted that he seemed to have reasons for talking to women instead of performing his duties. Because of Hansu's behavior, the man decided that he could be taught the rules. Hansu did not expect to meet the elder so unexpectedly. He bowed to the elder and greeted him as a teacher of his older brothers. The elder reminded him that he had been waiting for Hansu right after he had completed the task for which he had been sent, and that he should have returned immediately. Instead, Hansu was now talking to a girl. The god of war noticed the strange behavior of these people and realized why Hansu did not want to go to the 9 centers, probably because of situations like this. At this point, the young lady standing behind Sayu explained that he had been managing the sect's foreign policy in the Steel Martial Association, while their leader, the Great One of Zhongnan, Kwok Chong-shin, was in hermitage in the Zhongnan Mountains. After that, Hansu saw his older brother. His name was Ok, and at first glance he seemed like an idiot. The older brother jokingly remarked that Hansu's teacher was a fool, and the teacher himself explained that this was true. Hansu tried hard to regain his sword skills, but he was not determined enough. Because of this, he was killed by his own students, and now he follows a woman to the Steel Martial Association. Hansu added that he still has 36 great sword techniques of the Zhongnan sect's martial art and does not understand why the head is so outraged about this if his teacher was just trying to restore these techniques. Sayu only realized that the students who had so easily disrespected Ham and Hansa, even though there were many outsiders, were definitely jealous, and the elder was only encouraging their behavior instead of stopping them. When the god of war spoke of envy, the bald man asked, "What did you say?" He instantly became big and angry like an irritated animal. At first, he didn't even notice Sayu and didn't realize how long he had been standing there. Even though Sayu was not hiding, the bald man could not recognize his presence at first, which looked strange. However, now he realized that Sayu was no ordinary person. The bald man approached Sayu and told him to shut up, not to be seen again, and not to interfere with things by making noise. He then asked Sayu's name, but he replied that a person of his level did not deserve to know his name and asked him to get out of his way. The bald man immediately drew his sword and angrily asked, "How dare you underestimate a disciple of the Zhongnan sect?" A sect elder intervened and asked him to stop. The bald man looked at the elder in surprise, not understanding why he asked him to stop. The elder explained that the bald man had no chance against this guy. Then the elder approached the god of war and asked him his name, hoping that he would not refuse to answer. At that moment, Sayu said his name. "I am Dan Sayu of Goryeo." Sayu explained that he had detained Hansa and asked him not to blame him for being late. The elder then asked if he and Hansu were brothers. After that, he realized who Sayu had recently fought with, and also how strong an opponent he had defeated. Now the elder realized who was really standing in front of him. It was the same one who had defeated the Martial Phantom and stood against the head of the 5 Dragon League.
The elder immediately shouted to the entire street, "This is the god of war!"
Everyone in the vicinity began to think that the war god was going to attack the 9 centers. However, Hansu's older brother asked the god of war how a young man like Hansu could be standing next to him. The elder, while thinking, remembered that he had received orders not to interact with the god of war. This meant that the master was watching him. The elder could not believe that this man had become a fellow Goma Hansu. It was simply unbelievable. After that, the elder agreed with the god of war and said that he would not scold Hansu for being late, but warned that he would have things to do tonight and would not be able to interfere.
However, he emphasized that this was very important. The god of war assured him that everything would be done and not to worry. Lowering his head, the elder expressed his hope that the god of war understood his situation. Sayu, smiling as if nothing had happened, replied that he was grateful for this understanding. The elder also asked Hansu not to be too proud and to behave properly. Hansu's bald brother still couldn't believe that he had become a fellow warrior of the god of war. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. The elder said that he had things to do and said goodbye to everyone, saying that he was leaving. The god of war threw something after him. He said that although the bald man underestimated Hansu, considering him his student, Hansu would soon show his skills, and then he would regret his current attitude. Baldy turned and asked the god of war what he meant. Baldy gradually began to understand what the god of war meant by saying that Hansu would soon become stronger than all of them. And that was exactly what the god of war had told him directly. The elder just walked away, unable to say anything, overwhelmed with fear. Sweat dripped down his face, and he only quietly called the god of war a bastard. Holding his sword with one hand, Hansu watched them leave. He immediately asked his mentor why he had said that the war god did not understand what was bothering him and asked Hansu about it. After that, the god of war came closer to Hansu and said that he had never met anyone who was so skillful with a sword since he arrived on the mainland. He asked Hansu to believe in himself, because he was no weaker than anyone else. Even after these words, Hansu could not calm his inner emotions. After that, Hansu told the war god that he had to go. Hansu walked forward, and it was evident that this young master Jeom was quite humble. The god of war remarked to the young lady that Hansu probably lacked confidence. Right now he is anxious, so he is not showing his true potential. But once he starts believing in himself, only a few will be able to defeat him. After he said that, the girl replied, "I see." Sayu turned to her, noticing her thoughtfulness, and asked her what she was thinking about. She replied that as a woman of commerce, she always thinks about profit, and young Master Jeom is a new star that few people know about. This prompted the god of war to ask her if she was planning to invest in Hansa. She immediately replied that she considered it a risk-free investment. She doesn't care who thinks she values relationships and money, but she can't pass up the opportunity to support such a talented man. Sayu just smiled as he looked at her and thought it wouldn't hurt Hans. Feeling that they had walked enough, he suggested that she go back. Her hand suddenly fell on his arm and she asked an unexpected question. "How can we just go back?" The day was so bright, and she clearly didn't want to miss it by asking him not to. She winked at him and added that there were many more interesting things to see in the other associations. He felt somewhat uncomfortable in this situation and asked her to stop. But she was not going to wait, and grabbing his hand, pulled him forward, running. It seemed that this day was going to be very interesting for both of them. However, like everything in this life, the day was coming to an end, because nothing lasts forever. The League of Five Dragons announced that the Elder had made decisions about the Cholm Security Bureau without the League's approval. As expected, everyone is divided into two camps. Those who support the Elder, and those who suspect the Five Dragon League. The Steel Martial Association has not provided an official response. It seems they are still considering whether this will affect their reputation. Suddenly, the carriage in which they were talking stopped right behind Sayu and the young lady. Sayu put out his hand to protect the young lady in case something happened. She hid behind him. Her shoe stepped softly on the ground, and she was wearing a flowing peach dress. A woman got out of the cart and greeted him. It was Namgunseo, she said. "It's been a long time, young lady Ha." To put it mildly, young lady Ha was not pleased to see her. Sayu immediately realized that Namgunseo hadn't just come out to say hello. She had started a conversation about the business that connected them, including the money they had discussed earlier. Namgunseo said that she would have to postpone the matter, and then, looking at Saya, she asked, "Are you the god of war?" She went on to say that she had wanted to meet him for a long time, and when she came here, she saw him from a distance. However, she was curious to see the face of the man who had turned her family into a pool of blood. In response, Sayu just smiled pleasantly and said that he wanted to see her face himself. He wondered how brave the person was who had secretly dared to take Master Mac away from the League of Five Dragons. Namgunseo merely asked him to watch his behavior and said that the Five Dragon League was unstoppable. At this point, she threatened Sai, saying that she could slit his throat and no one would know, and warned him to be careful. She added that she would not want to see such a beautiful neck covered in blood. Namgunseo asked me to remember her words. She mentioned that the god of war can destroy everything he touches. This meant that in battle, you could not make body contact with him. At this point, Sayu asked her not to do anything rash. He urged her not to hurt Seoho like before and not to do anything bad to Master Mac, because up until that point, he had only been defending himself, but now he was not going to stay on the defensive. If she does decide to act on his words, the whole world will know about her death. After finishing his speech, the god of war turned to Seoho, who was standing behind him, and said that it was time for them to leave.
He didn't even pay attention to whether Namgunseo had anything to say and just walked away. This angered the girl even more, and she was filled with a desire to send him to hell at any cost. In the Steel Fighting Association, the Lion League, the invincible Sword Ram approached Mu Rin and said that he wanted to meet the God of War, asking what he should do. He had one idea and asked him to trust him with everything. All this conversation made the God of War realize that relations between the Great Heavenly Trading Group and the Namgong family had become strained, and it seemed that the black traders were the cause of it. In any case, they shouldn't have paid attention to it since the black merchants are their rivals. Moreover, the God of War must be aware of his value, because he is the core of the storm that has engulfed the entire world. Everyone believes that he is equal in power to 2 righteous men and 3 tyrants, even though he does not belong to any of the groups. They think that the group that can attract him to its ranks will become a political leader. The God of War also realized that he would have to leave the planning to Seo Ho, because he simply would not be able to think through a strategy even if he died and was reborn 100 times. But when it comes to a life-and-death battle, he is absolutely sure of his victory. He then asked the girl if she wanted anything, and it turned out that she meant Namgunseo. She realized that it was her problem, but she immediately thanked him for his good intentions. Her request made him assume that it was about money, but she replied that money would not solve the problem, especially on such busy days, and said that their group definitely had a surplus of money. This meant that the matter was serious, and the God of War asked her if 1 cartload of gold would be enough, estimating the amount at about 10,000 naira. Hearing this, she immediately shone with joy. She asked him how he had so much gold. Was he really richer than her? But he only asked if it would be enough or not. Almost immediately after he left Goryeo, a conflict arose between the Moyong and Daryak families over gold, and the God of War found the hidden gold. After that, he hid it in a town on Mount Mai, far away from Benzi, and told the girl that she could take as much as she needed. He even suggested that she ask the former rector in Taiwan for help. She thanked him for that, because it would really help their cause, and promised to return the money. But it didn't matter to him, he was just glad he could help her. At that moment, her smile reminded him of the smile of a little girl named Seo Ho. Although he probably called her a little girl in vain, time was passing too quickly, and it was time for them to return. At that moment, Sung Young appeared and said he was looking for her. Master Dan Seoho was told by Dan that the talents from the Lion League, known as the North Wind Gentlemen, were inviting him to a meeting. Could it be young Master Kiol Marin? A short time later, Sayu was standing in front of him. He greeted him and started the conversation by saying that he should call Sayu by his first name instead of Master, as he had been gathering news all along, and had learned that Sayu had had an incredible journey. However, Sai was more interested in what brought him here so late at night. He replied that Elder Hong and Master Dan had rescued him in Shenyang, and they were now in the Steel Martial Association. He asked how he could visit them. Sayu thought that the Lion League was waiting for their next move, but they were moving faster than he had expected. Sayu thanked the man for visiting and for not forgetting them, and then asked how the master was doing. The man replied that the head of Dayrek wanted to meet the God of War and would always be grateful to him for his help in the conflict with the Moyong family. The wise man immediately realized that this was a hint of an offer to join the Jade Flower Group. The Jade Flower Group is a group of geniuses from small groups operating under the banner of the Lion League. This is the organization where they train and improve themselves. The fighters who are part of this group have strength beyond the capabilities of people their age, the man explained. It turns out that these young men from small groups are under the protection of the Lions League. The wise man then noted that everything falls into place if the head of Dayrek decided to turn to the God of War, because it was thanks to his help that they managed to avoid complete destruction. The sage was pleased that the 10 most important people of the Lion League were grateful to Sai. Wasn't it a relief because he had been worried that the Lion League might do something to them because of the Battle Ghost's involvement? He thought that the situation could turn into a swamp trap in which even the smallest fish would drown. The wise man said that he understood why this happened. If someone as important as the head of Dayrek was involved in the events 10 years ago during the war for Liaoning province, he still remembers it. He has become even more unusual now. But even then he was considered one of the top 100 fighters on the mainland. The sage still remembers how his knees trembled when he saw his incredible sword. He was approaching a dragon statue with a man standing in front of it, but his knees were shaking until he met the War God Master. The man went on to explain that they had agreed to be loyal to the young lady, but their relationship with the League of Five Dragons was not very good. Because of this, they concluded that unforeseen circumstances could occur. Sayu then asked, since he realized that the Jade Flower Group was made up of people from small groups of the Lion League, if the Han family also belonged to it. Xiao Ho listened carefully and analyzed the conversation. Without waiting for an answer, Sayu immediately asked the next question. So, is the frost blossom from the Han family there as well? This question put Song in an awkward position. He thought it was strange that the god of war was interested, as he had never been interested in such matters before. However, this was to Song's advantage, as he thought it would make it easier to win him over to his side. He went on to answer the question. Yes, the young lady Han of the Han family is also a member of the Jade Flower Group, and she is very important to them. There is a meeting of the entire Jade Flower Group planned in a few days, and Song said that if the war god comes, he will personally organize the meeting. Sayu immediately agreed and said, "See you that day." At this time, another girl approached the young lady. She leaned over and whispered in her ear that someone was on his way. The young lady asked to be taken to a separate room and said she would be back in a few minutes. Song, overhearing the conversation, realized that perhaps the Manhwa sect had also come, and decided that it was better that they did not see each other. So he began to politely apologize, saying that he was uncomfortable staying here for a long time. Sei could only say goodbye and say, "See you later." After he left, he thought about what they had been talking about, and wondered if he could take advantage of their interest to confuse them about his intentions. This meant that he knew for sure that the entire Steel Martial Association, especially the Five Dragon League, was watching the Great Heavenly Trade Group and the God of War. But did Sai really not care that Hwangbo Gun AKU was on his trail? At this point, they had already met another man. The man was talking about how their influence had become stronger after they started working together. And now he was looking forward to what would happen next. He seemed to have a cunning plan for the trip. From the look on Seoho's face, he could tell that something was wrong. Sayu noticed that she looked like she had a lot to tell him, and asked her to just say what she was thinking. She couldn't understand why he had rejected Danmok's offer, but accepted young Master Jail's without hesitation. She also didn't understand why he refused to meet with the righteous swordmaster of the 9 centers. Sayu had no problem explaining that he did not accept the offer because it was the Lion League, and he did not refuse because it was the 9 centers. Regarding the Lion League, the war god agreed to meet with the young fighters from the Jade Flower Group rather than the head of the league. On the other hand, young Lady Dunmok invited him to a personal meeting with the head of the 9 centers, so he declined. He realized that he would have to meet the Rain Sword Righteous and the Peerless Sword Tyrant sooner or later, but it was not yet time. However, the young lady pointed out that if he met only one of them, new problems would arise, and if he agreed to meet with both of them, it would be the same as a rejection. Sayu explained that he only wanted the Jade Flower Group and asked if she knew how to solve this situation. She replied, "Of course I do. Have you forgotten that they call me the Little Fox?" Although few people remember it, the Steel Fighting Association began in a dungeon. This place was built during the Yuan War. In this dungeon, you could meet anyone and no one would know. This place was known as the Secret Passage to the Steel Martial Association. There was an ancient map of the Steel Martial Association on the table in front of them. People always create backdoors for themselves, and dynasty rulers have done so from generation to generation. The rulers of Muramu did the same. The Steel Fighting Association was no exception. This map shows the secret passages in the association that have remained since ancient times. The lines indicate underground passages, and the circles indicate secret rooms. The Steel Martial Association created this passage to prepare in case the Yuan could conquer it. But after the victory over the Yuan, everyone forgot about these passages, and it was confirmed that the last guards were removed from their posts. In any case, there is a place created by nature where there are no observers and no one knows about it. There you can meet the Righteous Sword, and no one will know about it. However, there was another problem that the girl mentioned. A huge stone blocked the way to this place. Perhaps this was done on purpose when the guards were removed from their posts. Looking ahead, Sayu could not find even a small gap. Even the slightest mistake in destroying the stone could cause the entire path to collapse. Sayu realized that this would be a problem for him, but he put his hand to it and decided to try. He began to use the power of the Heavenly Artillery General. He did not expect to feel something strange when he touched the stone. A strong tension was felt in his body, and he did not understand what was happening. But suddenly he remembered something very interesting. He felt the same tension when he and the Master entered the cave of the 3 hermits. However, it was not like an ordinary echo. It was an echo of the power of the Righteous Sword. In other words, the presence of a person with extraordinary power was purifying the most. It seemed to him that this person was testing him, as if he was asking, "Am I worthy of meeting the Righteous of the Sword?" But this only fueled his interest to go inside. Sayu believed that he was the one who should be asking this question. "Righteous of the Sword, am I worthy to meet the General of Heavenly Artillery?" was what he wanted to ask. Sayu couldn't believe how spacious it was underground. When he went in, everything became quiet, and the flow of energy seemed to stop. He felt like he was drowning in a silent lake. Suddenly, sakura petals appeared around him and began to dance in the air. Above his head, he noticed a sword descending toward him. He knew it was the Sword of the Heart. Its beauty and color were mesmerizing, but most importantly, this sword did the will of its wielder alone. Nothing could withstand the blow of this sword. And as expected, it was the elder of the MANHUA sect, the strongest fighter among the 9 sects, the righteous rain sword. Nowadays, he no longer carries a sword because there is no one else to compete with. People in Gango call him the righteous sword, as a sign of respect. The Sword of the Heart was broken into pieces, sprouted, and became a tree. This tree grew into a large plum tree that was striking in its beauty. Sayu did not know what to do if he was attacked, or if the petals containing a huge amount of chai came at him. But in the end, he realized what the Elder Hong meant when he said that he could not imagine a force that could withstand a mighty sword controlled by such powerful chi. Sayu then said aloud, "It seems that the rumors that you have reached an absolute level that no one has been able to reach for hundreds of years are true." Suddenly, the Rain Sword Righteous appeared, rejoicing at hearing the praise from the god of war, who had gained a high reputation in Gango. The Righteous One of the Rain Sword then asked Sai, "Do you want to try it?" To try a punch containing the energy of his entire life. A storm of leaves began to swirl, filled with incredible power. He asked the god of war to make a counterattack, just like the one he had used against the head of the 5 Dragon League. Now the god of war understood why the Righteous One was so eager to meet them. He was ready to answer the Righteous One of the Rain Sword. Listening to the noise of the leaves, he prepared to give his answer. Sayu asked, "Why are you counterattacking when you said you wanted me to try your attack? How can I try an attack that doesn't contain anything deadly?" In fact, Sayu was just happy to be able to admire the flowers at this time of year. Amitabha, the righteous man, could not believe that this frightening young man he had seen in Sayu was going to take an unarmed attack from the head of the 9 centers, the Rain Sword Righteous One, Upja. The Righteous One said, "I'm glad to meet you," and Sayu introduced himself to him. After that, the Righteous One acknowledged his impoliteness and confessed that he had invited him to meet him, but at the same time pointed his sword at him. He explained that he wanted to know what technique the one who had defeated the head of the League of 5 Dragons would use. He then put his hand on his knee and said that they needed to talk. He began by saying, "When someone sees the Heart Sword, they should at least show concern," but the god of war did not react at all. After that, the Righteous One immediately realized how powerful Sayu was. But he wondered what the god of war would do if the sword was not removed by the end of the meeting. The Righteous One was sure that, regardless of the power of the god of war, one could not fight against such a sword unarmed, and he did not believe that Sayu would give up his life for nothing. He also asked him not to say that the god of war could have launched a counterattack in such a short period of time. Sayu began to talk about his blue eye, which is called the Phantom Eye. Thanks to it, he can see the flow of chi in his opponent. With the help of his eyes, he noticed that the attacks of the Righteous One were not a real threat, and he himself realized that he could not fight against this sword without weapons. But he thought that the Righteous Sword, who had invited him to talk, would not kill him, especially in a secret place that was not being monitored by the 5 Dragon League. Sai's confession about the phantom eyes interested the Righteous One. He was curious about the state of the god of war and what he would say next. Sayu said that he could see that the Righteous One was not only strong, but that he did not want war. Although his desire for peace is powerful, it resembles a great river with a rough and violent flow of chai hidden in it. Most of all, it resembles a storm raging in his heart. Sai Baba was also disturbed by what he was feeling, and the faint and unusual flow of chi in the pulse of the Righteous One. Although he realized that he could be mistaken, Sayu asked the Righteous One if he was addicted to anything. He bowed his head and exhaled deeply as if in agreement with something. Meanwhile, all was quiet at the trade union, as Elder Hong had gone about his business, and young Master Jiom Hansu had gone to the 9 centers and never returned. They did not know how the meeting between Master Dan and the Righteous Sword Master went. They also wondered why the Righteous One wanted to meet. Because Master Dan, like the god of war, agreed to talk under very strange circumstances. The young mistress also wondered why Saya wanted to meet with the young lady from the Han family, and why he only agreed to meet with the Jade Flower group from the Lion League because of her. They suggested that perhaps Master Dan was just interested in her. The Han family is so small that it is known for not having strong fighters. But Frosty Blossom, the young Han lady, is not only known for her knowledge of martial arts, but also for her possession of rare skills. Isn't he just curious about her abilities? She is known for her aloofness and cold attitude towards others. However, she could not solve the mystery of why Sayu went to Hefei. She assumed it was because of the Frost Blossom and asked Song Yang to contact their people in Anhui province to find out what Sayu was doing in Hefei and to look into all the details. She was sure that everything had already been told about Master Dan, and decided that perhaps she should ask him herself. Suddenly, she was overwhelmed by a wave of emotion, and she said indignantly, "What if he really said he wanted to see Lady Han?" At that moment, Song Yang noticed that this was strange. She was angry and said that Sai shouldn't think that she really cared. However, in any case, she ordered to find any trace of Sa Yu in Shenyang, Yuan, and Hefei anywhere. At that point, Sa Yu continued to talk to the righteous man and told him that he could feel a faint and unusual flow of qi in his pulse, and wanted to know if the righteous man was addicted to something. The righteous one asked Sa Yu if he had heard of the poisonous parasite Ice Soul. Sa Yu had no idea about it, but wanted to know more. The righteous man explained that he had not known about this parasite until he read about it in ancient documents. The poisonous parasite of the Ice Soul is as small as a seed and sleeps at low temperatures. Then it enters the body of the organism as a parasite. Usually, poisonous parasites live only in warm places, such as Yunnan and southern Manchuria, but the poisonous Ice Soul parasite lives only in the cold North Sea. This parasite has not been seen for a very long time, so many thought it was extinct. However, the parasite was inside the righteous one's body and was eating his internal energy. At this point, 30% of his energy had already disappeared. Sa Yu asked if he had been poisoned when he heard the story of the righteous one. "Is that even possible for a righteous man of the sword?" he asked. The righteous man was also surprised and did not know where he had been poisoned or who had done it. At first, he thought it was the effects of aging, but the symptoms became more serious, and his inner energy decreased significantly. Only then did he realize that he had been poisoned. In any case, he moved the parasite to one part of his body and blocked it. But now he can only wait for his energy to be depleted, and he cannot prevent it. Also, if he loses all his energy, he will turn into a ball of ice. He cannot burn the parasite with his qi, because the parasite eats his energy. Even though the righteous one has the crimson energy technique, he cannot completely destroy the parasite, only slows its effect. The war god now understood why the 9 centers were so quiet compared to the 5 Dragon League and the Lion League, and he realized that what the righteous one had just said was most likely the 9 centers' greatest secret. He wondered why the righteous one had revealed this information to him. The righteous one asked, "What do you think of the Steel Fighting Association as an outsider?" Sa Yu answered briefly, "I think it's chaos right now." The righteous man explained that there is a whole world on a small island in Dongding Lake, so it would be strange if everything was calm there. In addition, there had recently been a serious conflict, which someone seemed to have provoked. In the midst of this chaos, 10 fighters disappeared who were promising and could have been the future of the Steel Fighting Association. There is a possibility that whoever poisoned Righteous with the parasite was close to him, and therefore everyone in the 9 centers should be suspected. The Righteous One admitted that he could not trust anyone, so he decided to trust the god of war as an outsider who would not benefit from this incident. He asked if Sai would help him investigate what was going on in the Steel Martial Association. In fact, he was asking for help because he wants to save Murim culture, even though it is not always obvious Murim is going through a serious crisis, and fighters as young and strong as the war god must intervene. His skills are superior to others in his age group. "Isn't it an honor for a man to dedicate himself to saving the Murim culture?" asked the Righteous One. Sa Yu, although he thanked the righteous man for his trust, said he refused. This was unexpected to the righteous man, so he asked why Sa Yu was refusing. Sa Yu explained that, firstly, he did not have that much time to devote to the wishes of his ancestors. Secondly, he does not believe that he can solve the problem on his own, because the 9 centers were created as a result of the agreement of 9 large groups. Therefore, it seems to him that their ties are so strong that they have turned into attachment. He also did not believe that the 9 centers would not be able to solve a problem that was caused by only a few people. It seemed that the Righteous One was asking for his help to minimize the chaos, but an outsider's intervention would only create more problems. That is why Sa Yu has no plans to interfere in the conflict that is brewing not only in the 9 centers, but in the entire Steel Fighting Association. However, the Righteous One said that he would have been better off if he had enlisted Sa Yu's support. This would be more important to him than 1,000 soldiers or 10,000 horses. He offered a compromise. Sai would not have to be on the front lines, but if the conflict in the Steel Martial Association began to escalate, he would help the 9 centers. The Righteous One asked hopefully if Sa Yu would be able to do this. Sa Yu replied that if it was necessary and would promote justice, he would have no problem agreeing. But he emphasized once again that he had no plans to interfere in any conflicts. This was enough for the Righteous One, but he also said that Sa Yu should be careful. He then explained these words by adding that his opponent was the head of the 5 Dragon League.
The righteous one of the Great Fist, Hwangbo Gunak, is not to be underestimated, and no one has seen his true power yet. Even the Rain Sword, Righteous One, had never faced his full power. Therefore, he asked the god of war if he knew that the young lady from the Great Heavenly Trading Group had extraordinary skills. It was thanks to her that the Rain Sword Righteous One had found this place. And it was thanks to her that this meeting had taken place jumping up high, pushing off the plum petals. He asked the god of war to convey his gratitude to her.
How could I not be happy to have met the hidden dragon Gango? He added.
Sai was especially curious about the fact that the righteous sword was poisoned. Kill or be killed seems to be a rule that applies even here, and this place is no different. Saya was also impressed by the technique with which the righteous one pushed off the petals. This technique belongs to the Manhwa sect, and he decided to try to repeat it, but nothing worked. He realized that he needed to practice. Meanwhile, the 4th-level students from Dongku's class were asking why they were sent to this place. They couldn't believe it was Elder Hong's order. They only knew about him from legends where he suddenly appeared and disappeared, and had never seen him in person. On the leaf was a portrait of a man, and Elder Hong ordered them to find a man named Hano Sa. The picture was of a Yuan envoy who had been to Goryeo 10 years ago. At that time, Hano Sa was a low-ranking servant who was also the Yuan envoy. If you show this sketch, he would have to tell you where he is. They approached people to show the portrait and ask. The first person pointed to the house where he lived. She also said she wasn't sure if he was home now, but she could go and check. The giant sat under the hood and tried to understand why the 4th-level students from Gyeobang were looking for Hano Sa. He wondered if Gyebin was investigating an incident from 10 years ago. The town was filled with the shouts of one of the soldiers coming from the village. He was loudly saying that he was in great pain. The Habana organization brought one of the villains, Ahim, to their leader by force. They threw him in the alley in front of the leader. It was a really good decision on the part of the Donka leader, and Ahim was thrown at the feet of the leader. Jang-o, the head of the Donka branch, confirmed that it sounded good, and that they were treating him as the leader because he was the only leader in Donka. The old man said that he didn't have time to listen to these excuses and that they should get going. He explained that it might start to rain soon, so they had to hurry. What were they looking for? Maybe it was Hanosa. If they knew anything about him, they had heard that he was once the face of the Yuan. The old man who came here 8 years ago now lives in a house on the hill and runs the academy. He calls it an academy, but it's actually a small room with a few students, and they are lucky it exists at all. When the old man approached them, they asked him why he was here, and if he was part of the Namjan family. The boy remembered the old man's story about how he had fought on the mountain. These people from Haban want to hear it too. So the old man brought them here to talk about the events that happened 10 years ago. 10 years ago, a mysterious event happened on Mount Hannibal, but why is it happening now? The boy asked. The old man did not beat around the bush. I want to know the whereabouts of the woman my messengers were looking for 10 years ago. Hearing these words, the old man began to get nervous. Recalling the events of 10 years ago, the conversation turned to what they had been hiding for so many years. The old man admitted that he had personally met with the person who was looking for her, and told them everything he knew. He asked everyone to wait because he was going to raise money for the trip. But looking at his behavior, it was clear that he was just trying to escape. Someone even mentioned that he was a traitor who had once worked for the UN. But the old man was no ordinary man. His nickname was the Dog. But he was actually not a bad person. The boy, knowing the story, realized that the old man was trying to support the people of Haban. But the conversation was interrupted by a strange man who looked quite unusual. He said to the boy, "No matter how beautifully you describe his actions, he is still a traitor." "He has already betrayed once, and a traitor twice is even easier," the man added. The people of Haban turned to him and asked, "Who are you?" The man had a strange aura about him. He explained that 10 years ago, the old man had betrayed the Han dynasty, and now, 10 years later, he had decided to betray the UN. The man with the scar on his face had come here for a reason. He intended to end the old man's life right now. When the head of Haban saw the scars on his face, he immediately realized who it was. This was the man who had been hunted for a long time, and a large reward had been placed on his head. He was extremely dangerous and had to be treated with great care. The old man picked up his stick and began to twirl it, taking a fighting stance, ordering his men to surround this rascal, for they needed him alive. But this man had not come for nothing. He was one of those who were difficult to defeat. When the soldiers began to surround him, the man remained calm. An incredible purple aura enveloped everything around him, creating a magical circle around him. He clenched his fists, and huge veins could be seen on his arms, demonstrating his incredible strength. Turning back to the old man, who had retreated to the building to think about the situation, he realized that the day had come when the past had returned.
and someone had remembered him, along with the secret of that girl.
And perhaps now the relatives of that girl had come forward, although the old man was never ashamed of what he had done. Despite the opinions of other people, he could not forget that night, which everyone called the Scarlet Moonlight Night. Their flag was flying in the wind that blew it around the rocky terrain. Their caravan was traveling on cold roads, and this incident occurred in the last year of his service to the Yuan. The mountains still seemed like a heavy burden on their shoulders tomorrow.
That girl cried for a long time, and the Yuan representatives presented her as a gift.
She was locked in a cart, and no one paid attention to her, and they tried to break her.
That night, her tears flowed even after they crossed the border. The old man could not forget it even after 10 years. When he went outside, he asked people if they were waiting for him. His eyes opened wide when he saw that it was likely to rain soon. He asked if they were still walking and saw a terrible picture. One of the boys from Haban flew past him after being hit by a man. That man was throwing all the soldiers who tried to surround him around, demonstrating his incredible strength. His huge scar on his face had witnessed many bloody battles. Looking at the old man, he emphasized, "Are you really going to deal with the Haban again after you betrayed them?" Gaben's soldiers were scattered all over the circle, and they were unable to do him any harm. The giant slowly walked toward the old man, saying that he wanted him to continue his life, but in the end he made the wrong choice. The old man did not understand how this scoundrel, being a wanted man, could be here in this place. The scarred face looked down on the old man, recalling the rule of black blood, the supreme law that cannot be violated. "As the man representing the black blood, I must kill you, old man," he said with a grim expression.
As the giant's fist flew straight into the old man's face, his entire life flashed before him.
Meanwhile, the Steel Fighting Association reported to the leader of the Habana that Ohanosa had been killed. The fourth-level disciples had died with him, but no one knew who was really behind their deaths. There were 5 UN envoys there, and if it was the old man who killed them, they would never know what really happened. It was a really difficult situation, which meant that there was someone who did not want to leave any traces behind, someone who could not be found for 10 years. The sage realized that whoever killed Ohanos after their contact had been following him for the past 10 years. He decided that this incident needed to be discussed with the god of war. We returned to the Namgun family. The location is the leader's room, where he was discussing the current situation. The leader asked where the boy was now. The woman who was looking for a representative received a report that this guy was living in an empty room of the Great Heavenly Trading Group as a special guest. This woman had been following the god of war for a reason. He had humiliated the 5 Dragon League in the eyes of the people, and he had also received the best service, which made her envious and angry. Her servant also shared this opinion, but she couldn't understand why he was being treated this way. She didn't know what Hanbong was thinking, so she decided to act on her own. The woman hiding behind the mask lifted it slightly, relieved that her colleague wanted to intervene. Although she had prepared a new cover and home for herself, a better place from where she could watch his every move, she knew full well that if she left a trace anywhere, the god of war would not hesitate to kill her. Moreover, she would die immediately after the mission was completed anyway. She was given a warning, but she was not going to save her life, because she had long ago decided to devote it to someone else. She was determined to complete this mission, and no one should worry, no matter what happened. She was determined that this mission would be successful, and that it would destroy the god of war forever. Hearing these words, her colleague breathed a sigh of relief. This was not just a girl. This woman was full of hatred and malice. An old man from the Namgun family came out and, listening to the conversation, emphasized, "If she is full of anger, that is great, but it is not enough. If she wants to fight the god of war, she will have to do her best," he added. He thought she would be afraid of a direct confrontation with the god of war and run away, but she was convinced otherwise. The hardest part is now over. The woman assured the old man that he should not worry, as this mission would be accomplished, and the woman would be able to handle it. For the Namgun family, this girl was unique. She was not afraid of the god of war, but rather eager to meet him. The hardest part now was to execute the plan. The girl assured everyone that they should not worry, the woman would cope with the mission. And now it was her uncle's turn. It was not easy for the uncle to involve the man in this showdown, as everything had to be carefully planned. He only had to say that his disciple had been killed by the god of war, and this would have influenced further events. The reaction was unexpected, but very calm. He simply said that the god of war was a stupid bastard, and that was all he said. This proved that he was angry, because this man is the kind of person who acts first and speaks later. If what Sangwon was preparing was complete, then all their preparations were coming to an end, and everyone was wondering how much longer it would take for Orion to be ready. Uncle Namgun thought that it would be over soon, but still, there was no need to rush. As he had said earlier, this plan would decide the fate of the Namgun family,
If they succeed, the family will stay in Ganges, but if not, they will be despised. The woman promises that this time they will succeed. On Dragon Island, the news about the Namgong family became known. They had a serious problem that could have become even bigger. If they didn't deal with the situation, things would only get worse. The leader believed that Namgun's girlfriend Sor Yan was too immersed in her personal grudge against the god of war to see the real picture. He thought that she had lost her last chance that the master had given her, so the question arose as to what to do with her, and the leader said that she had to be stopped. The servant did not understand why, but the leader had long been planning to turn everything upside down. He wondered if the brave girl might have been the catalyst for all the events, and why he shouldn't be grateful to her. But regardless of her intentions, it was more important to break the seal. They went to the temple to fulfill their plan. The temple was in the middle of a mountain, surrounded by impregnable walls. The dragon leader approached the temple gate and began to open it. As soon as he opened it a little, a powerful wind rushed in, filling the temple space. A pillar of wind broke out and filled the temple with a terrifying force that inspired fear. The servant, feeling this incredible power, was stunned and could not believe his eyes. The servant was even forced to step aside when the door was thrown open. The dragon leader stepped inside and realized that he had finally felt what he had been searching for so long. The energy of death was literally filling the place to the brim, giving everything an ominous tint. If there was a real hell on Earth, it would look exactly like this place. It was a forbidden place of the Dragon League, a land where not even the head of the 5 Dragon League had set foot. This place was called the Hell of 18 Shields of Fire, where the paths were constantly changing, and one wrong step could lead to a miserable death. When the leader entered, everything looked as he expected. The head of the 5 Dragons League visited this place almost every day, even if he felt the terror of death every time. The apprentice wondered how the master could overcome this terror over and over again. The dragon leader looked at his disciple, who was in a state of absolute shock. When the leader asked what was wrong, the apprentice replied, "Nothing is wrong, master." He took off his bandage and wrapped it around his head to continue on his way. When they entered the Hell of 18 Shields of Fire, it was an ancient military settlement that had been built by one of the ancient dynasties long ago. The defensive distance in this place was exactly 18 steps. The most interesting thing was that, regardless of whether a person was running, walking, or flying, he still had to take 18 steps to overcome the defense. After each step, he faced a hellish test, where the main temptation was death. Everyone who went through these steps experienced their own trial, usually related to their main fears and regrets. The servant, going inside, felt a strong tension. He blindfolded himself so that he could not see what was happening, and asked the master if he had anything he was afraid of or regretted, particularly related to death. The master walked in places unknown to him, feeling the corpses as if they were reaching for his clothes. He realized that to become who he is now, he had to see an ocean of blood, and naturally, regret has always haunted him. But the question of whether he was actually afraid of something remained open in his life. And suddenly he saw his reflection in the glare of his face. It was a terrifying sight. A dead man who had once died was now standing in front of him. He realized that he hated death and was terrified of it. When the hand of this ghostly creature reached out to him, he made a fist to dispel the illusion and move forward. He saw no obstacle or thing to fear. Even if this embodiment of fear was an illusion, it simply did not exist for him. He had no reason to be afraid of something that had never existed, and he moved on confidently. The road opened up after this test, and he saw a temple in front of him. He led his disciple inside with him so that he could enter. When they entered, they saw a temple filled with strange people standing in a circle, and a master meditating in the middle on an object. These monks did not resemble any known religion. They were standing and saying something. Their master stood in the middle, radiating a strong negative energy. His gaze was frightening, and his intentions were unclear. But as soon as he noticed the strangers in his temple, he immediately drew attention to them. In the center of the circle they were praying for and protecting was a box wrapped in chains. When the dragon leader saw it, he smiled. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. In the middle of the temple were monks of the Scarlet Sect, one of the branches of the Golden Sect. Although they were Buddhists, the Golden Sect favored Buddhism, while the Scarlet Sect favored Tantrism. They could have been asked why they were here, but the Golden Sect pushed them into the shadows. Because of this, they had to hide underground. They needed a safe place, and the dragon leader needed their skills. That was the whole reason for their cooperation. The leader did not understand why his student was so worried. It was true that the people of the Scarlet Sect did not take half measures. They believed that only destruction could lead to nirvana. But does it matter if their thoughts don't matter? The main thing is that they had the same goal. And when the head monk turned his gaze to the center of their cult, suddenly there was an incredibly strong explosion. A strong blow in the middle of the temple scattered all the monks with its shrapnel. And from the very center of the temple, an incredible rod began to grow. It looked like a sharp crystal,
radiated incredible energy, and ended in a cold, graceful limb. It was the first time the dragon leader had ever seen such a seal being removed with his own eyes. It was an energy crystal, an incredible frost yin. It was currently in an unstable state, and when it came out, it began to radiate such incredible power that a cloud of nitrogen cold spread to all the monks. They instantly froze, as if on a chessboard, scattered by the power of this energy. The head monk shouted that they needed to get on their feet and regain control, but their wards were lying on the ground, unable to do anything, because they were struck by the extraordinary power. He tried to control the situation, but he could not. The dragon leader looked at this chaos and realized that he could not stand aside. He pushed off the ground and dove right into the middle of the action. The disciple tried to stop his master, but the dragon leader did not care. The monk looked up and could not believe his eyes. The master jumped over the crystal and flew straight at him, not caring about anything. The monk shouted that the crystal's yin energy was incredible and deadly. Although the leader could not control the crystal, he did not stop, despite the danger of the evil spirit that was hiding in it. When he reached out to the crystal, an incredible energy began to destroy it from within. It was not just impressive, but terrifying, as the cold energy made even his heart and soul freeze. It filled his hand, making it tremble with an uncontrollable force. The leader tried to suppress this energy, putting all his strength into taming the crystal. He squeezed the crystal in his hand, and the nitrogen cold began to spread through his body. His hand became covered in ice, and the cold spread throughout his body, burning his skin from the inside out. The crystal burned the leader's hand along with the flesh, but when he opened his palm, there was a perfectly formed stone inside. It was the crystal of incredible frost yin, the fifth in his collection. After this incident, the master's wound had to be treated immediately, but he repeatedly said that it was not worth making a fuss about it. His followers, however, insisted on treatment because the wound caused by the crystal's energy was different from ordinary ones. If left untreated, it could become more complicated. The monk apologized to the leader, admitting his guilt for not being able to control the process of opening the seal. He was ready to accept any punishment. However, the monk noticed that the ruler was in a hurry and reminded him of an important fact. The lake in the northern caves was created by an energy crystal that had gone out of control. 500 years ago, even the great ruler of the northern range, who defeated 7 of the 10 greatest fighters of the time, was unable to destroy the small box that contained the energy. The energy of the frost yin became uncontrollable, and the entire cave turned into an ice lake. The monk noticed that the master, wanting to fulfill his dream, could not restrain himself. The master's dream was to conquer the whole of Murim, not just half of it, like the Steel Martial Association. The monk recognized that the master had been in a hurry. Now the master would be more careful and go to the person he was currently interested in. This place resembled a cold dungeon with only one jailer. The Moyeng family sent 7 chests. 4 of them were opened, and the 5th went to Sireo thanks to carefully thought-out plans. Monk didn't understand what the Overlord was talking about, as they had done their best, and their association would never forget the kindness of the Overlord who had given them shelter after the fall of the great government of the Northern Range 500 years ago. There was an unusual prisoner under guard, a cold-blooded warrior who looked neither alive nor dead, with a scar on his face. The Lord was amazed to see that he was still alive, but the guy just laughed when he heard the master's words. He asked if his life really mattered to anyone else, because he looked rather dead. This warrior only wanted to avenge his father. He was ready to do whatever they asked of him, but he asked what they did for him in return. They kept him imprisoned, and he no longer trusted the Lord. His hands were shackled and chained, and he immediately asked to be released from this curse, promising to cut off the head of the god of war with his own hands. The Lord explained to him that the chains he could not break were made of extremely strong steel. The problem was that the god of war, whom he hated so much, was able to break those chains. These chains are made of eternal steel, and although they seem invincible, when the energy crystal of the incredible frost yin fully merges with his body, he will become as indestructible as a resurrected corpse, and will not die even in water. He only said that one day he would come for the god of war Dansai to take his revenge. When they came out of the prison, everyone was amazed to see the prisoner. They were worried that the guy was in an unstable condition, and it was scary to imagine what might happen to him. Although the guy was unstable, he would soon get better. They will keep a close eye on him, because the training must be at the highest level. As the master was leaving, the monk stopped him to say something else. The monk asked for a few days of rest before breaking the next seal. His disciples were exhausted and needed a break. The main thing was to ensure that the procedure for breaking the seal was carried out safely, so the master gave them permission to rest. The monk thanked him for his kindness, but he had one more request. He asked for permission to go to the surface for a few days, as he needed to complete several important tasks. The Lord asked the reason for this request. The monk explained that he wants to find someone to be the last invincible resurrected corpse, and for that he needs to find the perfect body. There are many people in the Steel Martial Association who fit this description, and the Lord could immediately find a suitable person if he wanted to, as he himself is well aware. Even if the monk wants to intervene directly, the master realizes that he has a plan. However, for the master, one person is not a great threat, so he allows the monk to carry out his plan, believing that nothing terrible will happen. The monk reacts joyfully to his master's kindness and begins to prepare to go to the surface. When they were leaving the altar, the disciple was uneasy. He did not believe that the monk using the energy of the crystal had good intentions. It was obvious to him that these people only wanted to destroy the Golden Sect and elevate the Scarlet Sect, and they were reviving these corpses generation after generation to achieve their goal. The Lord assured him that he would allow them to do the latter for the Scarlet Sect. After they created the 7 indestructible resurrected corpses of Adu, the question arose whether everything would be successful, because the consequences of their activities had already changed much of the world. However, according to the Lord, there is no point in thinking about what might not work. The indestructible resurrected are created from dead bodies. However, the process of creating indestructible resurrected corpses involves the resurrection of living people, which requires a great deal of knowledge and magic spells, and risks destroying their souls. So this ritual was tabooed. 500 years ago, the Scarlet Sect created an energy crystal of incredible yin frost to circumvent this restriction and bypass the taboo. As mentioned, the energy core of incredible yin frost energy crystals is an ordinary ice crystal. It has the characteristics of a crystal that is safe to stimulate and control. Energy crystals are incredible because they allow you to lock the soul using knowledge and strengthen the body, making people indestructible resurrected corpses that retain not only memory, but also ordinary human life. Their bodies become so strong that their strength is no longer comparable to human strength. They can easily lift mountains, and their strong bodies and incredible strength make them virtually invincible. Although these creatures have self-awareness, they have completely lost their humanity, and because of this, they can kill even their own family without hesitation. Their rage, evil, and dark spirit are incredible, and terrible things happen in this cave. The boy who once sought revenge for his father has now become a huge monster. He has turned into an indestructible resurrected corpse of Adu, and his only goal is to kill the god of war. Currently, the Moyang family is in Shenyang, where the Scarlet Sect was located 500 years ago. They gathered the power of the incredible Yin Frost energy crystals there to take revenge on the Golden Sect, which expelled them and tried to destroy them. However, the great ruler of the Northern Highlands found out about their plan and used all his military might to crush the Scarlet Sect, and he succeeded. After the victory, he took away all the chests containing the energy crystals of the incredible Yin Frost to prevent them from using their power again. The great northern reign of the Northern Highlands sensed something wrong with these crystals, and tried to destroy the chest on the spot, but the chest was protected by armor and a seal. They could not be destroyed by ordinary force. Instead, the crystals began to charge with excessive chi energy and released cold energy outward. Everyone who touched the box died because of the power that was accumulating there. However, something incredible happened. When one of the representatives decided to go outside and tried to open the box, the indescribable happened. An incredible force came out, causing the crystals to explode. The explosion of frosty energy filled everything around. It turned the Northern Highlands cave into an icy lake that would never thaw. Barely surviving the explosion of cold energy, the ruler of the Northern Highlands realized that even his strength was not enough to scratch that chest. He realized that the world would plunge into chaos if these evil spirits were released. Because of this, he lived in a hut in a cave in the Northern Highlands and guarded the chests containing the crystals next to him. He tried his best to make sure that no one knew about the existence of indestructible reborn corpses of hell. And 500 years later, 10 years ago, something extraordinary happened. Moeng Donchun found a cave in the Northern Highlands. He realized that the person in front of him was the great ruler of the Northern Highlands. The ruler had been sitting in the lotus position for 500 years, and no one could disturb him. He was the guardian of these hidden crystals and did not allow anyone to come near him. The chests outside contained the crystals and martial arts of the great ruler. There were also methods for creating a ring of destruction that could destroy the entire world at that time. However, Moeng Dongchun made several fatal mistakes. First, he was not only interested in the chests, which he could not even open, but also in the martial art of the Northern Highlands, great ruler, and the methods for creating the ring of destruction. Moeng Dongchun knew that he was interested in the great ruler, so he sent an envoy to him, telling him to give up the chests and ask the Dragon Lord to join the Moeng family and the 5 Dragon League in exchange for 10,000 yang. He could not believe that someone would ask so much for one corpse and a few chests. People might have thought that he was happy to accept such an incredible offer. But the true value of these chests was much more important. In fact, he knew the true value of these chests because he was protecting the last member of the Scarlet Sect, which had been destroyed 500 years ago. He could not allow his family and the world to be dragged into a deal with Muang Dongchen. So he looked for a reliable security service and found Cholm. Although Cholm's group was small, Mako Ao was reliable and could deliver the cargo safely. This made him ideal for making deals. He sent 10,000 niang through Maguo Io and Cholm's security service, and Moen Dongchen sent him the corpse of the ruler and chests of crystals. Maguo Io did not yet know that he had already fallen into a trap, even though he was simply transporting these energy crystals. They were planning to seal the corpses before all the indestructible reborn corpses of hell were ready. Creating these corpses was incredibly important because even one corpse could harm 3 tyrants. And don't even think about what will happen when there are 7 of them. Un Yupaja and Cheol Musong already knew this. The Steel Fighting Association, though not a perfect alliance, would not be able to hold out against such a threat for long. It was raining like crazy, but our hero didn't stop, continuing to walk toward the unknown. In the distance, he could see a lake with a recreation area, which stood right in the center of the path where the hero had to get to. The wise man turned to the god of war, asking why he was creating such bad weather. Dan Sayu asked the old man why he had come here, but received no answer, only a counter-question, what he could see through the downpour. The young man watched Master Max sitting in a wheelchair in the middle of the lake in the recreation area. His face was serious. Master Maka looked confident, but also depressed. He had no idea whether his family was alive or dead. His body was in such a state that he could not even move. This meant that they were overwhelmed because they could not provide him with immediate help. The young master's eyes watched the sage Hansu closely, asking if he knew how Master Maka was feeling, since the hero had not seen him for several days. Hansu sat down on one of the nearest seats and said that Master Maka had said that he had gone to the Zhongnan sect, and everything seemed to be fine. However, after returning from the sect, Master Maka locked himself in his room and did not come out for a long time. The sage was confused and could not even imagine what was happening in this world. They all knew nothing for sure and couldn't even predict what the hell would happen to the Steel Martial Association tomorrow. Dan Sayu noticed that the old man didn't look like himself and started talking about politics, which may have been an indication of his anxiety and desire to discuss something important. This caused an ambiguous reaction from the young master because he did not expect such a turn of events. The case concerned 4 people whom the master asked to be found. One of them was sent from Yuan 10 years ago. When asked if they had been found, the master replied that yes, they had found a man named Ha no Sa Ha, and it was rumored that he had accompanied the envoy from Yuan 10 years ago. The young master wondered where he was now and if he could meet him in person. However, it became known that the man had been killed, but his body was never found. It would be more accurate to say that he was missing. The 4th-level disciples who were supposed to bring him here were also killed, which made it highly likely that he had died as well. The master wanted to surprise the god of war by bringing him, but now it was impossible. The wide blue eyes of the god of war widened in surprise when he heard that the man probably lived in a town called Dongku in Huang Province. He was no further than 800 li away, so the master thought it would be easy to find him and bring him here. However, just in case, he sent his 4th-level disciples to search for him. The god of war put his hands on the table and exhaled loudly. The very fact that this person was so close did not give him peace of mind. He kept thinking that this distance separated him from his goal, and if he decided to go there, he would be there in 4 days. And if he made more effort, he could even get there in 2 days, and then he would be able to meet the very same Mu Yanun. He couldn't believe it, because he had seen her in his dreams so beautiful and unsurpassed. The wise man did not expect that everything would turn out like this. They allowed him to live for 10 years. But as soon as someone came looking for his sister, especially Dan Sai, they would kill him immediately. The wise man did not understand how this happened and was afraid that the god of war would be angry because he had not told him anything. Despite his disappointment, the god of war let the information pass him by and told the elder that it was not his fault. The wise man looked at the young warrior and noticed that something had changed in his eyes. After many years, he felt a lump in his throat when he saw him. The wise man thought he knew everything about the god of war, but for the first time in his life, he saw a cold and hurt look on his face. Dan Sayu admitted his guilt, explaining that he had been distracted by other things and had forgotten his most important goal. The sage apologized once again to the god of war, explaining that the incident had also greatly affected Ganban. He was glad that the young master realized this. But there was another important detail that interested him greatly. Why did they suddenly decide to kill Hanos, They had been tracking him for 10 years, and it was so difficult that perhaps they wanted to find out who he was in contact with, so that they could track down everyone who followed in his footsteps. The sage thought about these words. This must be an extremely scrupulous organization, but they still wouldn't have been able to hide all the traces. They probably decided to leave a trail to find out who was really looking for them. As expected, Yuan was directly linked to the incident. After the humiliation and destruction, Yuan changed his name. A sudden chill ran down the old man's back, so sharp that he did not immediately realize what it was. An unexpected vision appeared in his mind, a vision of Humphrey de Gook. This vision had nothing to do with the conversation, and the old man could not understand why it appeared in his mind. Should he tell the god of war about it? But it was only a guess. The old man stops the young man, who is about to go straight into the lion's den, but decides not to talk about his guess because he has no proof. The young master goes there alone anyway, intending to meet with the members of the Jade Flower Group and the elders. The old man was worried about him, and tried to convey the idea that he should take care of himself. If the assumptions were correct, and the man was indeed connected to the incident, they could be in big trouble. So the old man decided that they needed to gather spies and check it all out. The god of war set out not knowing what was ahead and took an umbrella with him. Before he left, he said that if Ganban had any new information about the strongest of the Yuan, he should let him know unconditionally. He understands that the skills of the person who kidnapped Mu Yanun are very similar to those of a martial ghost. If his skills have improved over the past 10 years, then even the slightest mistake could be fatal. Ganban, watching the young master walk away, is well aware of this. His heart clenches every time the young master's expression changes, and it drives him crazy. The old man realizes that he is really to blame for not saying anything. However, he continues to reproach himself, thinking that this is no excuse in any case. He still has time, and it's better not to tell him about Gu Young De Hoke until all the information is confirmed. Perhaps one day it will become clear that it was true, but first we need to be sure. The god of war was walking in the heavy rain, holding an umbrella. Soon he met a man he had once suspected. This person stood tall, wrapped in his robe, with his warriors lined up behind him. She addressed Dan Sai, because there are many legends about him, that he calls himself the god of war. This man called himself Quan de San and said that he was part of the Amaranth Army, one of the 10 armies of the Steel Fighting Association. He's the Fist of God and protects the Dao Rek. Dan Sayu asked Quan de San why he decided to meet with him. Quan de San had been watching the god of war for a long time, had seen him fight a martial ghost and how easily he defeated it, and realized that Dan Sayu was so strong that he could fight him even at full strength. As the Fist of God and protector of Daerek, Kwang de San, being a warrior, officially challenged the boy to a duel. If he considers himself a real fighter, he must accept the challenge and fight to the death. The boy was not going to waste his time on nonsense, passing by without paying attention to this challenge. He didn't see any point in this fight, because his status as a fighter didn't need to be confirmed. Quan de San reminded him that Dan Sayu himself had said that a fighter should prove his strength not with words, but with his abilities. So if the young master did not come to him, he would show his skills, even if it cost him everything. Quan de San decided to act and prove his strength by attacking the young master from behind. He used his invincible fist technique in an attempt to destroy the young master. His arms and legs rushed towards him at a frantic speed. In another part of the location, the rain was getting even thicker, limiting visibility. The man waited for a long time for Master Dan, who was probably running late due to the bad weather. Soon, Dan Sayu appeared on the horizon, whom the man had been waiting for so impatiently. He walked with an invincibly calm stride, ignoring the bad weather. When he approached the man, he apologized for being late, explaining that he had been waiting for a long time as a master. The owner, seeing his guest, noticed that the young master's umbrella was damaged, but Dan Sayu explained that he had encountered some difficulties on the way. Despite this, everything was fine, and the master was invited inside. An elder from the Jade Flower Group was already waiting for him. When they went inside, the atmosphere was tense, and the warriors were lined up in a row. The god of war entered and immediately noticed a very familiar person whom he had long wanted to meet. There was a girl standing in front of him, and he took one look at her. The blonde girl, dressed in a white outfit with a red thread, instantly caught his attention. She fixed her gaze firmly on the eyes of the god of war, and did not look away. The boy immediately realized who she was when they made their first eye contact. The building they came to was simply impressive, though not too big. It was guarded very carefully, despite the fact that there was only one resident. The elder explained that he was one of the 10 most important people in the Lions League, and that he was a youth coach, which is why he had separated from the league and moved into this residence. Soon, Dan Sai was introduced to the members of the Jade Flower Group, who he had already been told about. They welcomed Master Keel.
The warriors began to talk among themselves, discussing that this was a genius from a small group within the Lion League. These warriors can be called the most talented people of their age without exaggeration. The warriors who stood in the ranks had mastered not only the skills of their main Lions League schools, but had also read all the military books, even those that were forbidden. The Lion League had invested all its hopes for the future in them. The Jade Flower Group was not perfect, but this guy who brought our hero was their leader. The young master's gaze was fixed on the girl who was the master's daughter for a long time. Her real name was Frosty Blossom. It was her nickname finally. The god of war met her. Her name sounded like Hansanga, and she was exactly the girl the young master had been looking for so long. The hero mentally turned to the master, asking if he could see his daughter, whom he had been worrying about so much until his last breath. She was standing in front of him, alive and unharmed. The master, dying, told the boy who was next to him, if he ever finds his daughter, let him leave her alone if she is fine. But if her fate was in danger and things got bad enough, the master asked him to help her. This was the master's last wish for our young master. And now, knowing that his daughter is a respected craftsman and that she is fine, he can rest in peace. And the young master, when all the issues are resolved, has to go on searching. The god of war was watching her, and as expected, she looked unusual. Master Dan was interested in Frost Blossom. Soon he was allowed to meet her, certain that Master Dan had heard much about her accomplishments. After all, Frosty Blossom has an excellent reputation in Gango and is the vice-chairman of the Jade Blossom League. She is the only daughter in the Han family and one of the 3 most beautiful people in Gango, known as Young Lady Han. The girl looked at the god of war and introduced herself as Han Sana. Her name is Frost Blossom, and despite her humble skills, she is honored to meet the great warrior, a man of outstanding reputation. The god of war was amazed to be spoken of with such respect, given his past deeds. Nevertheless, he was glad to meet this girl. Soon someone loudly interrupted their conversation, pacing the floor, and asked who this person was who was considered the strongest, despite her young age. The god of war turned around to see who had dared to interfere with their conversation. Before him stood a huge man, pot-bellied and massive, with eyes that shone with joy. He rejoiced that the god of war had arrived in the Jade Flower Group. He had a completely different energy, as if his bones were made of stone. This gigantic man approached Dan Sai and asked him if he was really the legendary god of war. He was a little embarrassed and asked what it meant to be legendary. The man introduced himself as Manchuk Sang, the senior leader of the group. He asked the boy not to be so modest, because in Marima, strength speaks for a person more than anything else. The fact that Dan Sayu has tremendous strength already deserves the title of legendary warrior, and he has built a great personal reputation around him. Manchuk Sang once again asked him not to hide his achievements, because such victories are something to be proud of. In addition, he wanted to express his personal respect. The man lifted Dan Sai into his arms, squeezing him tightly as if he were his own son. The boy's legs were hanging in the air in the arms of this big man. The master watching the elder was a little surprised by his behavior. Dan Sayu did not understand why the elder was so grateful to him, but apparently it was enough. Head Derek was incredibly happy to see him, and wanted to meet him as soon as possible. Even couldn't sleep at night because of his excitement. There were rumors that Dan Sayu had saved their group from a terrible defeat, and he was extremely grateful to him for that. However, the young man himself thought it was just a coincidence, and asked to be released because he felt embarrassed. However, Head Derek insisted that he had never felt so grateful to a special guest in his life as to the god of war. If not for Dan Sayu, they would have been destroyed long ago. The warriors watched their elder in amazement, for they had never seen him act like this before. He almost never went out to meetings, except for the main business of the Lion League. The elder took the young master to his room as they had many things to discuss, not paying attention to what the boy was saying about the Jade Flower Group. He said that the warriors could have fun among themselves and leave whenever they wanted. The chief did not answer all of Dan Sai's questions and objections, but noticing his expression, he decided to intervene. He asked if the boy was okay, or if something was bothering him. Dan Sayu quickly replied that everything was fine. Then the head paused and thought, were the rumors told by Keel true? And does the boy really like Frostflower? If it was true, and the great war god's heart was captivated by Frost Blossom, this could be great news. Not only was it not something bad, on the contrary, it would be legendary. The leader decided to make a personal request to Hansana. He asked her to wait for him for a while after today's meeting. Head Derek smiled slyly as he looked her in the eye and said that he had a personal errand to run. The girl's orange eyes immediately reacted to the order, and she understood everything. Soon, the boy found himself in the main building of this big man, and the head of Derek told him that he was very angry when he heard what happened during that incident. If he had been there in person, he would have strangled Moen Dao-chan. But because he was not present during the incident, everything had to be resolved by Dan-san's intervention. He said he was there for a reason, and he did not come as a representative of the elders of the Lion League. He wanted to express his sincere gratitude because Dan-sai had saved him, and he had no intentions other than sincere appreciation. The head had heard about everything that had happened to Dan-sai before he came here. He had always felt that there was something special about him that awakened the spirit of a fighter. But the young master did not fully understand what the head was referring to. However, after the head heard about the boy's heroism, his blood, which he thought had long since cooled, began to boil again. He was sure that this was happening not only to him, but also to other soldiers when they saw the god of war. With the appearance of Dan-san, not only were a couple of Burs tamed, but 2 righteous men, a tyrant, and a 3rd enemy were also defeated. These names were well known more than 20 years ago, and even now the whole of Han still obeys their every word. It was more than deserved. If they are so old, maybe it's time for them to go, but they don't want to. The head said that they need to step aside and let the young fighters develop, because the next generation is needed. But all these elders are still alive, and this is real stagnation. If someone says that the Steel Fighting Association is in a state of stagnation, no one can deny it. Despite the achievements that the association has made thanks to 2 ancestors, 3 tyrants, and 4 heroes, it is important to recognize that the current state of the association is also their responsibility. The Steel Martial Association is an organization that could have been disbanded after the Yuan were defeated and retreated north. But the young master was not sure he wanted the association to be destroyed. The old head wondered if he was part of the Steel Martial Association, and what outcome the god of war expected. He simply relied on it. He said that those who had become a storm, and were able to resist the Steel Martial Association, should return to reality. If the young master agrees, he will help make it happen. If it wasn't for fulfilling the Scarlet Sect's wish for 100 years, he wouldn't have been able to go through all of this. The immortals and reborn corpses of hell turned people into living dead that absorbed energy. The incredible cold yin crystal made all the nerves in the body react. Each person had to have an exceptional talent so that the body could obey the will of this power. The incredible creature was floating in the air above the building. It was obvious that this guy was not just a genius born to be immortal. He was looking at a girl who had an innate talent. Despite her art, her incredible strength could be put to use. He only needed one to destroy the Golden Sect. It was Han Sang's Frost Blossom, which everyone was eager to obtain with all their might, to fulfill the Scarlet Sect's wish that had lasted for 100 years. Baramil Ham Sarah. This man, with a hideous appearance, decided to take the most beautiful creature in the world into his hands that night. The head and his young master decided to have a drink in the evening. The best chef in the entire Steel Fighting Association universe prepared dinner for them. The alicorn that poured a glass of Young's liqueur was specially prepared for this event. Its name means magic dragon, but this liquor is not made from dragon enzymes. The liquor is made from a rare mushroom called dragon stone mushroom that grows high in the mountains. It is aged for at least 20 years to become a liqueur. It was an exceptional liqueur that the young owner had to taste as soon as possible. He immediately felt the delicate flavor of the drink. Some even say that the taste of this liqueur reaches the level of heaven. During the feast, the head decided to ask the god of war what he thought of the deputy, alluding to Hansana. Perhaps he liked her. The young master replied that he did not like her, and it was the first time he had seen her today. He doesn't know her well enough to fall in love at first sight. The owner realized that the boy was bluffing, because his eyes were telling him otherwise. To be honest, he hadn't even realized she was so extraordinary. She had excellent fighting skills and an attractive appearance, albeit a bit stern. Her only drawback was her harsh temper. But it depends on the person. If God does not want war, then the head can easily bring them together. The guy, having drunk the liquor, smiled, realizing that the high-ranking man was going too far in his hints. The head laughed back and said that he had always dreamed of seeing beautiful men and women together, and that's why he was trying. He was curious because they really fit together, and the atmosphere between them was getting more and more tense. The head felt a little awkward and offered to have another drink. In one of the rooms, the girl Haekyung refused to carry out his tasks, or rather, his orders, at the request of her commander. She abruptly left and said goodbye, and the young commander looked at the panoramic window, thinking that the meeting between the elder and Master Dan had been going on for a very long time. He even began to clench his fist in anger, feeling that perhaps something important was being hidden from him. Soon, a very beautiful girl named Golden Blossom came to the deputy. She came to him because she had an important matter. He received a message from the head of the league, who was looking for him. It was a message from his father, and he regretted that he couldn't meet Master Dan in person while he was discussing matters with the elder.
But it looks like they'll have to talk first, so they go with him, and he takes Deputy Han with him. They walk through the rainy streets and corridors of the neighborhood. When they arrive at the elder's house, everyone is amazed at his appearance. The elder had drunk too much and fell asleep on the spot. Usually the elder doesn't get drunk, so this was an unusual sight for everyone. It seemed that he liked Master Dan since he drank so much. Dan-san realized that the elder could easily sober up with his energy if he wanted to. He said that he only needed to drink liquor to get drunk. Seeing the heir, Master Dan-san invited him to drink with him. Of course he would like to do so, but he would have to wait and save the fun for later. He needs to move immediately and leave the Lion League department, so he can't stay. The head woke up when he heard these words and asked how his son could behave like this in front of a guest. Where are his manners towards Master Dan? They can still talk about various things as they say goodbye, and the head trusts Deputy Han to see the man off and talk to him on the way. Han-san understands the high-ranking official's order. Turning to Master Dan, she rudely told him to follow her. The young master did not understand her harsh tone at first. The elder, as they walked together, suggested that they were very well suited to each other. But if someone wants to arrange their marriage out of calculation, it is better not to do so, as it is dangerous. Since Deputy Han is a member of the Muram Lion League, she can only marry out of calculation, especially since her family belongs to a small group like the Han family. If Master Dan even slightly likes Deputy Han, it would be a good choice for them to unite. If they can arrange this marriage, not only Deputy Han, but also the Jade Flower Group will gain an important position in the territory. Even if they refused, the elder didn't think anything terrible would happen. As he said, Han-san is a woman with incredible skills. She is called the Queen of the Sword, and she deserves to lead the Jade Flower Group. Judging by her current achievements, the guy wouldn't be surprised if she surpassed him soon. Although she only holds the position of deputy because she belongs to a small group of the Han family, none of the members of the Jade Blossom Group are as low as her. But if she marries the God of War, then her situation will change, because the God of War is one of those personalities who can be compared to advisors. Although his reputation does not compare to this girl. The God of War was only in Gango for 2 months, maybe even 3, but he chose a bloody path that no one else had ever been able to follow. Starting with the Moang family in Shenyang, he continued his journey, confronting the strongest. The Black Trader and Yuan, who had not been touched all this time, were not left out either. He did not forget about the Namgong family, which rules Angui province. Even the Shining Steel family and their hired killers could not resist him. He destroyed everyone in his path, and no one could resist him. Not even Nox's group that ruled the Yangtze River and his disciple, the Heavenly Heavens mentor, the Battle Ghost. All of them were great and strong warriors with unbreakable reputations in the Ganges, but all lost to the God of War. So what would it take to defeat someone like the God of War if this chapter were in a similar situation? But he can only guess he needs to follow the path of his father, although perhaps he would have chosen a different path. His father has very big ambitions, and although he hasn't done anything yet, he won't be inactive forever. His father is looking for opportunities, and he is not the only one. Now the League is doing the same. The League of 5 Dragons is moving toward the center, and the League of the Lion holds the 9 centers along with the League of 5 Dragons. All these organizations are opposed to each other like poison dividing them. Their goal is to win the favor of the God of War, and whoever succeeds will gain a great reputation. Other organizations will unite and oppose the one that supports the God of War last night. And today, friends are moving in this direction in Gango, and my father thinks so too. That's why no one is trying to keep the God of War, because that guy is not easy to lure and even harder to leave. What to do with the God of War remains a mystery. He seems to be a man who has fallen on them straight from heaven, and this question of how to deal with him has not yet been answered. The God of War and the girl Han-san walked through the rainy streets of the city, where other people also passed by, living their lives in this world. Han-san, the frosty blossom, was cold, almost like a piece of ice, but she had a warm heart and soul. One side of her reminded the young master of the master, so he asked her if young Lady Han was like her father. The girl was a little confused by this question. How did the young man know her father? He replied that he had once met her father in the province, and that was when he first heard about her editor's note. The guy is talking about her adoptive father. The girl thought that something didn't add up, but how was her father doing? Perhaps he's very strong and will not be surprised to learn that she has joined the Lions League. The young master replied that her father was fine, but he was very worried about her. The girl noticed Dan-san's expression, and judging by his look, he did not fully know the answer to his own question. She replied that she didn't look like her father because he was her adopted father. Even so, he gave her more love than her biological father Dan-san, hearing this, noted that he had heard something similar about his father, and wanted to ask another question about it. Although she didn't know what her father had said to the boy,
She didn't think she had a reason to continue answering these questions. In the meantime, the rain had gotten heavier and they needed to find shelter. The guy was wary after this answer, realizing that the girl liked meaningless conversations. She was a real stubborn person. Her gait was very similar to her biological father's. It was striking. She was like two peas in a pod. Now her parents are in Junyu, and she has always been surrounded by love in the family. The young man wondered whether he should tell her the master's story, especially considering how much she had already achieved and was living in prosperity. The young master was interested in this question, and he even considered leaving her to live the same life she was living now. Perhaps that would have been the right choice. But suddenly his pupils dilated. He saw balls of blue color radiating red energy. It was hard for him to understand what it was, because the whole space around him was enveloped in this strange feeling. He felt as if time had stopped, and he saw an incredible beauty in a girl's face. It seemed as if it was enveloped in an icy radiance, and all the people around were fascinated by its beauty, unable to take their eyes off it. The ghost was above them, but he was sure that no one could see her true talent. She was hiding it behind her beauty. However, this ghost saw it. This girl's talent aroused greed in him, as if she were a valuable material that could be used to create something great, not just the destruction and revival of the corpses of hell. To destroy the Golden Sect, he would have to make sacrifices. The ghost held the key to the Golden Sect in his hands. If he could destroy the Golden Sect, he would finally put to rest the resentment of the Scarlet Sect that had existed for hundreds of years. The incredible Yin-Frost energy crystals that were lost 500 years ago traveled the world and finally returned to him. Now he can destroy the Golden Sect. The heavens sent him this girl as a sign. The bloody ghost surrounded them like smoke, shouting the Ambarahamsara spell, and flew straight for her. As if stopping time, his hand almost touched her head, ready to imprison her soul in his body. For him, the frost blossom was a gift. At this moment, Dan Sayu turned to the ghost, who stopped in shock. The ghost couldn't understand who could even resist his technique and see him now. Our hero tried to remain unnoticed and calmly asked, "Who are you? And why are you doing this? What are you trying to do to this girl?" The ghost even got upset because it was impossible. He didn't use his technique, so why could this guy move? But the hatred in the eyes of the young god of war filled everything around him. He asked again what the phantom was going to do with this girl. If the ghost did not answer, he would face very serious consequences. The energy balls that surrounded the space around them began to burst under the pressure of the god of war's power. He wasn't going to be pampered with this rascal for long and considered him his enemy. With the hand of the god of war, he struck the ghost with a powerful blow. However, the disgusting mass managed to dodge the god of war's attack. It realized that this guy, although unknown to it, was extremely dangerous. The ghost decided to attack first, because if he did not kill him now, the boy would become very dangerous in the future. The god of war realized that it was necessary to confront this rascal, but the ghost's speed was simply incredible. Suddenly, the ghost tore through space with his hand and almost reached the young master. But something went wrong under the influence of the energy of the god of war. The ghost began to dissolve, as if it had been neutralized. It died in agony from the boy's power, calling the god of war a bastard in agony. The boy destroyed his equipment and tore the spatial continuum with his hand. He also tore a piece of paper that resembled gold, dealing a crushing blow to the bastard. Blood began to drain from his face, materializing, and he began to slowly retreat upwards. Holding the umbrella in the air, the young master could see the ghost high above and didn't understand why he tried to use his technique on the girl. If he saw him again, or if he tried to do it again, he would not just let him go, he would kill that ghost. The demonic creature hovering in space couldn't figure out who the hell this guy was. It was able to sense his invisibility and even block it. The ghost's eye tensed. Could this guy be a natural enemy of the Scarlet Sect? Ghost didn't know what to say. He did not understand who this guy was, but he was convinced that he would never leave this woman alone. The ghost had no choice but to vanish into thin air to save his life. It was as if time started moving again, and the umbrella of this monster fell to the ground. The girl didn't feel anything at all, and just asked Han what happened. She enveloped the young man with a warm gaze, not noticing any particular reaction on his face. Our hero, firmly assuring her that everything was fine and that she shouldn't pay attention, said that he had just stumbled a little. He did not tell her the truth. Everything that happened seemed rather strange. The young man's umbrella had somehow burned to ashes. The girl had a feeling that he was hiding something. The guy looked at her and realized that Han-san hadn't felt anything during the events. However, he knew that if he hadn't seen this battle between the master and the three main leaders, the magic of that shaman could have struck him as well. It was a technique called divinity killing, the power of a heavenly artillery general. According to the master, all the martial techniques that existed on the mountaintop were based on ancestral techniques. The power of a heavenly artillery general also belonged to the same.
The general could instinctively sense the occult arts and magic of Taoism, and perhaps even use them. This magic allowed the ancestors of humans to kill the ancestors of the occult arts of Taoism, and these clashes reached their peak during the era of the predecessor charge. At the moment when the incredible explosion spread around, a new discovery occurred. Thus, the martial arts had been passed down from generation to generation for thousands of years, through endless battles between the ancestors who had created the divinity killing technique. If young Lady Han had mastered her mother's technique, the Moon Soul Sword art, she could have discovered more. But it seems that her senses have not yet fully developed. The Moon Soul Sword also originated in Korea. If the master's words are true that all martial arts are based on ancestral techniques, then if she were to reach the absolute level of mastery with this sword, she would not only sense the unusual chi energy, but also the magic hidden in the surrounding space. Despite the real reason why the shaman had attacked Lady Han, the boy no longer felt his presence, but he still remembered the gaze he had felt on him a few days ago. This person had attacked them when he saw an opportunity, but judging by the fact that he hadn't acted before, he may have been watching them all along. The guy turned around and said that everything was fine. He stood there, soaking wet from the rain, and asked the girl to go on. But still, she felt that something had happened. The guy was trying to pretend that everything was fine, and nothing had happened. When he abruptly came up to her and walked under an umbrella, he explained that it was raining and his umbrella was broken. Han Sang looked at the boy with curiosity, although her face did not express any emotion. He was in high spirits and did not expect that she would soon go to buy him an umbrella. She approached one of the vendors and said hello. However, our hero took her by the hand and stopped her, saying that the distance to the heavenly big shopping group was quite short. So he suggested they just walk together and promised to carry the umbrella himself. He took the umbrella from the girl and looked at her the way her father used to look at her when she was a baby. The girl's eyes shone with an incredible light, and on a subconscious level she felt something familiar. Dan San did not understand what had happened to her. Had he done something wrong? She turned away, saying that everything was fine, but his smile reminded her of someone from her past. Although she did not know this person personally, she didn't even know his face, but he sometimes appeared in her dreams. That man was very scary in her mind, but sometimes he smiled at her warmly and kindly. In general, she cannot remember anything that happened to her before she was 8 years old. She remembers only her name, Han San, and the moment when she cried a lot. It happened when she was kidnapped by black traders who looked at her as a commodity. She was very scared. Those people were incredibly cruel and abused her all the time. The place they took her to seemed like hell. But that's all she remembers. She can't remember anything else. Perhaps because she was injured as a child, she damaged her brain and forgot everything else. She does not know why she is telling all this to the god of war, because she has never shared these memories with anyone before. It even makes her feel embarrassed, looking at the young master who is now present in her life. Perhaps it's because of his bright blue eyes that remind her of that man. They came to the trade union together and started to go inside. Under the same umbrella was a very mysterious person who was watching the god of war, and could not believe that he had left his weakness open. She watched the god of war all day long, trying not to draw attention after their shining steel family had been defeated at his hands. She realized how desperate and risky this reconnaissance was, so she acted with great caution. She only scouted in crowded places like this, and through the noise she realized that the god of war was almost perfect. He had no weaknesses. She couldn't even understand why a person of his caliber wouldn't have a single vulnerability. But now she saw one. It was the first weakness she had discovered since she began her surveillance. And it wasn't just a visible weakness. His umbrella was torn to shreds, as if he had just fought with someone and been hit by a sneak attack while she was watching him. There was something strange about the young warrior, as if he was protecting her from someone. She thought that this girl Han-san, though from the small Han family, had mastered a rare sword technique to the point where she was called the next generation sword queen. No one knows the reason, but the god of war is showing his weakness, and this could be a great opportunity for her clan. A woman in a pink outfit approached M-Guy from the Shining Steel family. She was not easy to find, as she usually hides in crowded cities like this one. She liked the attention of men, but she didn't think her task was so simple that she could be distracted by it. Ever since her family was killed by the god of war, she had stopped seeing herself as a woman, and no longer paid attention to how others looked at her. She turned to Namgun Soryong to finally fulfill her task, as there was a lot of money and influence at stake. But how could she afford to relax? Her resentment of the war god was too strong for her, and she carefully prepared a plan, a place, and people, all for one purpose: to kill the war god. All that remained was to lure him into this trap, but could she do it? To be honest, as she watched him and hid in such a large crowd, she realized that it would not be easy. She began to think that she needed to be more aggressive to draw him into their plan. But with those skills, she would be dead before she could get close to him. The woman, filled with hatred, decided not to worry about it. She came up with the perfect plan to lure this scoundrel to her side. Everything was aimed at one goal, and her eyes reflected that she had thought everything through to the smallest detail. They can take risks. It was incredible. Let's move on to the Steel Association, the Big Sky trading group.
A beautiful girl was sitting at the table, shining with her beauty.
Our hero did not understand what Soho wanted to tell him this time. He was only interested in one thing: why she was looking at him so closely. But the girl was not just looking at him. She addressed Dan-san with a claim, asking him if he wanted to tell her something. Or maybe he didn't want to say anything at all, for example, about last night.
Dan-san had no idea what she wanted to hear, but for some reason the girl was angry.
She stared at him intently, sure that he had something to tell her.
He couldn't figure out what she wanted to hear. If she found out that he had been to the Jade Blossom group under the Lion League yesterday and met Supreme Leader Direkbo and Elder Manchuxin, then it was nothing. He had just had a glass of liquor with them. But Soho was sure that this was not the whole story. She was told that the boy was hiding something.
The young owner didn't understand what she was talking about, but the girl clenched her hands and started to get nervous when she said, "For example, it rained last night." She continued, "You were walking with Han Seng, Frosty Blossom, and you were even under her umbrella." Now it became clear what was bothering her so much. Dan-san sipped his tea and didn't think they would discuss such things. He wondered what she really wanted to know. He turned to Soho, asking if she remembered his master.
How could she forget? Her grandfather was a legendary figure, and the mention of him always inspired respect. Meeting not only Orabion, but also her grandfather left a deep mark on her memory. For her, it was just a memory. But what did it have to do with the topic she was trying to discuss with Dan-san? Dan-san explained that Han-san Frosty Blossom is the daughter of the same master, and he visits her for a reason, and he is not trying to court her. Soho was shocked to hear that Han-san was the daughter of their master. It just seemed impossible. How could this happen? According to Han-san, the story is really very complicated, and it will take a lot of time to explain everything. The girl opened one important tincture in her glass and looked at it, thinking about what she had heard. Soho squinted her eyes and said that the guy didn't have anything important to do anyway, and she wanted to hear the whole truth to the end. Eventually, she would find out about it anyway, so Dan-san decided to tell her. He started with the events that happened 10 years ago and the tragedy that followed. When Soho heard this story, she was very shocked. She couldn't say anything for a long time, because she was trying to think about everything. She could not believe that a woman who was not even 30 yet had to go through such an ordeal. Moreover, she had lost her upbringing and memories because of the kidnapping that happened when she was 8 years old. This meant that it was very difficult for her to find her true self, and her life turned out to be very difficult. The old man had been eavesdropping on their conversation behind a tree all this time, when Soho asked the protagonist what he planned to do and whether he would tell her about the past at all. The young master was unsure. He wanted to tell her everything right away, as soon as he saw that her life was going well. But he thought that maybe it was better not to know the truth for now. He asked Soho what she thought about it. She was sure that it was better to tell him everything. Although her life seemed pretty good now, leaving things as they were and not telling her about the past would not make her happier. Soho was sure that the problem could not be solved by hiding the whole truth. Only Hansen has to decide if she wants to know about her past and continue living as she is. No one can replace her, and only Hansen, as her grandfather's only student, has the right to tell her about it. Now that the 5 Dragon League is about to begin, stalling is not the best strategy. Dan-san did not immediately understand what was being said. He was curious about what was happening in the 5 Dragon League. Soho suspected that the 5 Dragon League was secretly planning something. She had heard that the amount of supplies in the league had increased significantly recently, including rare dishes, amazing items, and other supplies. It was because of this that they were trying to figure out what the 5 Dragon League was going to do. She was sure that Dan-san already knew that the number of people coming and going in this month had also increased. Over the past few days, their every move had been closely monitored. Righteous Sword has already begun to act as the head of the Lion League, although he is not acting directly, judging by the situation. Their common enemy has disappeared, and the Northern Yuan has disintegrated, which proves that they have now begun to perceive each other as enemies. If this continues, the Steel Fighting Association will be divided. And when the opportunity arises, this great force will be fragmented into pieces. Dan-san had no interest in their politics, and was not going to interfere in their problems. But he still felt pressure. After all, if the Steel Martial Association was destroyed, the Jade Blossom Group would have to defend their interests. In order to protect the Lion League, they would pick up their swords and fight to the death. The longer the problem remains unresolved, the less time he has to search for Muya Nuna. He found Lady Han as planned, but now his mind is filled with other thoughts.
No matter how much he thought about it, the sounds of training on the other side of the lake caught his attention. It was a young master practicing on the other side of the lake. He had been practicing with a sword all morning, trying to achieve mastery of the weapon. Sweat was pouring down his face, and he looked tired from his exhausting training. When the young master saw him, his face became warmer. He felt some softness in his heart. We returned to a beautiful city by the sea, where someone was shouting loudly. It was our old friend Kata-san, who was speaking in favor of his existence with his skills. As expected, the skills of the god of war were as impressive as they were rumored to be. The god of war provoked many battles that were crucial to their future fate. Most likely, he was the one who used his best skills. Because of this, Kata-san counterattacked him with his best skills, which are hard to compare to any others. Regardless of whether he could destroy him, he considered himself a true warrior. Kata-san took the strongest blow of the god of war with his whole body, which caused his arm to be broken. He told us about it in a bar, sitting with his arm bandaged. However, he had a greedy smile on his face, because he assumed this would happen and did not consider this battle to be the end. He would only become stronger after this battle. Now that everyone knew the techniques of the god of war, he believed that he could defeat him in the next battle and restore the honor of their 10 banners. He shouted, "Long live the 10 flags!" He also addressed the soldiers in the bar, saying that everyone would drink at his expense tonight. In the darkness, a representative of the blue flag, MANHUA, sat off to the side. He knew Kata-san's skills well and was surprised that he had survived the battle with the god of war and remained alive. This proved that the god of war's skills were not as invincible as rumored. No one dared to challenge the god of war to a duel because they were all scared of the rumors. Blue Flag appreciated Kata-san's courage and intervened in his shouting. The Blue Flag approached Kata-san with complaints, not believing that a fighter belonging to the world's strongest 10th flag had attacked the god of war and survived. He was filled with anger that he could not contain. He said that if they combined the power of all 10 flags, they could finally defeat the god of war. It was already evening outside, but one of the soldiers could not get enough of the training. He stood in the same place where the previous leader had once been and continued to practice with his sword. All this time he was not just training. He was fighting with himself despite the fatigue and all the challenges, remembering the words when he was called a student of the same master who always wanted to avoid mistakes. He asked himself how many more times he would use these sword techniques, realizing that all these thoughts in his head were just nonsense. The 36 Heavenly Years sword technique that the master had taught him was not a pathetic imitation, but a true sword art. All sorts of stupid thoughts entered his head as the old man shouted, "Look what has happened to you! You're trying to revive this miserable technique like your master. Will you continue to waste your life in vain efforts?" And the boy cut these memories with his sword. He knew that the 36 stars of the Heavenly River sword technique was the best sword technique of his life, and he would prove it. His master had spent decades reviving this technique because it had been lost. But the master had revived it again. He will not allow his master's efforts to be wasted. And finally, this technique will be respected when he applies it. No matter how many people try to convince him otherwise, it doesn't matter. The guy will stick to his guns and prove his superiority. He was even able to catch the pedal with his sword. He went so deep into his art that he created the perfect technique of the 36 stars of the Heavenly River. Even if it took him his whole life, he would definitely achieve the result. He focused his vision and directed his aura to the right point. His skillful movement was able to accomplish what seemed impossible point destruction. After that, he exhaled, feeling heavy in his soul. Finally, holding his sword, he turned to his master, realizing that he had managed to complete the first half and middle part of the technique. The second half was only in theory, and he had to complete it. But for him, this sword is the best in the world, and he perfectly understands the heart of the young warrior holding it. Completing the sword technique is his goal. After a few days of being forbidden to leave the room, he did not stop practicing with the sword. He noticed that his sword had become even sharper than before. The young master, coming from the other side, said that something had really changed in this boy. The god of war approached his disciple, who for a moment doubted whether he was doing the right thing. Dan-san stopped the boy's doubts with his gaze, showing that everything was fine. But after he saw the student's technique, or rather the dance of his sword, he wanted to move himself. He moved the sword from one side to the other in his hand to feel it in his hands. He began to maneuver and spin, repeating the movements that the student had done before.
The god of war decided to try it by striking a pose and said that he would now play with it. The disciple, seeing his master in action, was amazed at his mastery of the sword. However, the god of war jokingly remarked that at least he knew how to wield a kitchen knife. When they stood opposite each other, there was some tension in the air. The apprentice looked at the master carefully and was ready to demonstrate all his abilities. He wanted to show the master that he had not been practicing in vain and had acquired the skills he now had. As the leaf fell smoothly on the student, a special atmosphere was created around him. The master was watching his student, and for him it was an interesting game full of learning moments. Suddenly everything began to electrify, and the energy began to flow in different directions. The guy didn't even realize when it happened. At one moment, the master was still in front of him, and the next he was on the other side, flying with a sharp sword in his hand. He was in full control of the situation and knew exactly how to act to avoid hitting his student. Nevertheless, the master could have hit him in the head, and the student felt the tension, tensed up, preparing for a possible blow. He jumped sharply to the side and almost fell from this tension. It was hard for him to fight the master, even if he was just playing. The master's strength was incredible. Looking at the master, sweat began to drip off the student's face, because he felt all the power and strength of his mentor. The two energies merged into one. The blue aura came from the god of war, and the red aura from the boy. When their swords clashed, the student felt no resistance, as if he were cutting through air. But the force he felt through the sword was incredible, as if he were fighting a stone. If this stroke had been inaccurate even once, he could have lost his sword. The guy's mentor was amazing. He was trying to teach him how to fight, while at the same time protecting his all-star from damage. In this situation, the student decided to take a chance and change his fighting style. He decided to use the 36 Heavenly Years technique, and it was a breathtaking sight to behold. Dan-san, seeing this technique, was pleasantly surprised and happy for his student. His technique struck the master like a lightning strike, although he managed to deflect the attack. The ground beneath them shook with the force of this blow. The student maneuvered in the air, spinning like a spinning top. After they fell to the ground, the powerful aura of the two warriors could be felt around them. The student could not believe that he had finally done it. He had masterfully used the technique and impressed with his ball lightning of the 36-year sword technique. He even felt a little sad, but at the same time he realized that he had reached a new level. He was glad that all this training had finally paid off and he had achieved something important. Although he felt broken and unable to move forward, thanks to his mentor, he had finally found his way. However, Dan-san also wanted to get some fresh air after the fight. Thanks to his student, he saw a great sword technique that he hadn't seen in a long time. They decided to continue training, and all the while the old sage watched them. Looking at this technique, the sage realized that Han-Su would soon see that his efforts were in vain, and the god of war would be able to appease his anger. But suddenly the old man heard shouts. "Wait! I'm not ready to continue!" It was Kwak-de-san, who was being forced to fight the god of war. He made the excuse that the god of war had not yet recovered from yesterday's battle, and thought it would be impossible to fight so quickly. The old man even wondered who the scum were, but it was a whole army of scoundrels who were looking for the god of war to challenge him to a duel. Because all 10 flags had come to fight him, Kwak-de-san suddenly began to shout that his arm was sore, and he could not fight today, offering to postpone the fight until tomorrow. However, they still held him. The leader of this gang was Blue Flag, who decided that today they would end the legend of the god of war. When the old man saw these 10 flag scoundrels, he could not even believe that these 10 scoundrels had decided to do such a thing. Screams enveloped the entire neighborhood, filling the space with loud sounds. Kwak-de-san shouted that he was not ready and asked them to listen to him, saying that the god of war had not yet rested, and it was not fair to provoke him now. As our hero stood next to his student, they heard these shouts. When they saw many soldiers on their way, they became a little uneasy. These tall soldiers with sharp weapons came and saw the god of war. He looked very ordinary, not like they had imagined. As they thought, their fear had been exaggerated. The rumors about the god of war were overrated. Since they had already come here, the god of war stood before them calm and serious. They were shouting for him to come out because the 10 flags had come to fight him, and their determination was incredible. They were coming to kill the god of war. They wanted to end his legend once and for all. The flags flew high, creating an impressive atmosphere that emphasized their determination. They did not come with claims against the god of war for nothing. They wanted to fight him, claiming that he had wreaked havoc on the Ganges, and now he had to pay for it. The old man was there. He approached the young master and told him that these people were representatives of the 10 flags, the exemplary military group of the Steel Fighting Association. The 10 flags are made up of 10 groups, each associated with a specific color, such as gold, silver, copper, black, and so on. They are known for their steadfastness and strength, but also for their stubbornness. They don't care what other people think. Simply put, they are a bunch of scoundrels who cannot be led by any elder of the Steel Association. The disciple of the God of War asked them not to make a mess, saying that representatives of the Steel Association should not be so arrogant. But they could not restrain themselves. One of their fighters, Master Kwanda-san, with his entire Amaranth army, was defeated in a battle with the God of War yesterday. Although it was not a bloody battle, but rather a failure of Kwanda-san, the Ganji soldiers could not bear to see their comrade injured by the God of War. If he provoked the 10 flags, they would have to fight him. When the God of War heard the description of yesterday's bloody battle, he felt uneasy because the situation had gone too far, even though Gwandiosen tried to talk them out of it. Kwanda-san gritted his teeth trying to stop the fight, as he hadn't originally intended for things to escalate like this. His minor injury was not even a fracture. He suggested that his comrades disperse and not cause any problems. The God of War remembered what happened during that battle when it was raining and Gwandiosen attacked him. The rain was extremely heavy and fell so hard that it was hard to see anything around. The God of War remembered that Gwandiosen was the guy who broke his umbrella, and he became afraid because of that small moment. One of the group's leaders said that it doesn't matter if the God of War is a real master, or if he is just an appearance. The most important thing is that the person who brought chaos to the world might turn out to be a liar, and that could turn the whole world upside down. If one ever hears rumors about the God of War, they will say that he was as frightened as the 5 Dragons family. He had heard that these prestigious groups had been destroyed by the hands of the God of War, and that could be a reason for him to be afraid for them. It was not a justified reason to be afraid. Gangban and the Great Heavenly Trade Group all knew about this, but they couldn't say it out loud. When he heard the story of Master Quack coming back alive from the battle, he began to doubt the power of the God of War. Why would Gangban and the Great Heavenly Trading Group have such information? Perhaps they were simply exaggerating the power of the God of War. The battle with the ghost had impressed him, but could he leave his skills intact after such a thing? To the leader of this group, this was complete nonsense. They decided to destroy the God of War for his lies and fake strength. If his power is at the level of a ghost, then let him fight them. If he defeats their organization, it will be proof they have one privilege: no old man has the right to punish them until they return to their group. They were given this privilege, and they have a great responsibility. The 10 Banners have a duty to help the Steel Fighting Association return to the righteous path when it has strayed from it. They pointed their swords at the God of War like dragons and decided that his death would raise morale, stop future conflicts, and bring peace. They needed to set the rumors straight and stop the chaos. The God of War listened to all these rumors with a smile, which sounded quite funny to him. He snapped his fingers and asked the leader if he was willing to sacrifice his life. However, he had a philosophical thought. They would all die sooner or later, so there was no point in being afraid of death. It was time to start fighting. The leader replied that if the God of War was willing to put his life on the line, that was fine, because they would gladly fight him. The God of War activated his power, and energy began to radiate from his legs and arms. He used the power of the general heavenly artillery called Thunderstorm, and struck the rascal in his path. The moment the young master swept past him, the rascal's sword shattered into small pieces. The God of War was already standing next to this warrior, realizing that he was not moving. At first, this guy was afraid of him, thinking he was strong, but when he began to doubt, he decided to fight. He was a real coward looking for an excuse to fight. If the young master was right, he was glad that there were such stupid people who cared about the future of the Steel Association. The left flank, hearing that he was called a coward and told that he was not strong enough, flew into a rage. How could this scoundrel, the God of War, call him a coward? How dare he insult him? For this he must be destroyed. The leader used his absolute technique against the God of War, striking 8 big blows in succession. But all these blows disappeared without a trace as the young master destroyed them without even touching them. Suddenly his arm began to break. The soldiers on the side of the 10 flags did not understand what was happening. The young master had not touched the enemy, but their master's arm was broken, and he was already screaming in pain. The young master approached the representatives of the 10 flags. Despite the fact that they belonged to the Steel Association, he did not consider them traitors. He saw them as activists who refused to obey out of pride. That's why he decided not to kill them. But he warned them that if they decided to join forces and attack the God of War together, he would be forced to fight them. Hearing this, the soldiers began to shout that this was nonsense, because he was offering them all to fight together against one. They considered it shameful to attack each other, so they refused. But one of them, the representative of the Black Flag, known for his worst temper among the 10, rushed at the young master. However, as he approached him, The young hero released a plasma bolt of lightning and destroyed his opponent. His next opponent was a representative of the middle flag, who fought under the golden flag. This opponent was very strong and famous for his sword skills, and it was not easy to defeat him. But within 2 seconds of the fight, the opponent was lying on the ground like a helpless horse. The next was the silver flag representative, who also felt the pain of the blow. The white flag tried to attack, but the strength of the young master tore him apart. All of these rascals suffered from the blows because they had come to destroy the god of war, but they failed. Kwan-de-san, who stood aside, could not look at this without pain. He said that they should not have joined the battle so early, because it was all completely abnormal. Soon one of the leaders was told the news that the 10 flags were fighting the god of war. The servant apologized, explaining that usually fighters join large groups such as the 5 Dragon League or the Lion League to be able to conduct business safely and join the Steel Association. Because of this, they hold back even if they don't like the situation because they don't want to lose political support. The flags have always been responsible for the security of a large organization like the Steel Fighting Association. Because of the threat posed by the god of war, it doesn't matter what he wants, but he puts the influence of the Steel Fighting Association in danger. They have to keep the balance because this is a common form of behavior among fighters. The more people agree to the war god's terms, the stronger he becomes, which could mean the beginning of the end of the Steel Association's power. Leaders must consider this risk. Their approach to the god of war has been too soft. But now, the god of war has risen high enough, and it's time to push this dangerous adversary off the cliff. The battle between the god of war and the 10 flags was a real detonator, causing a heavy atmosphere in the Steel Martial Association. After that, the fighters began to challenge the god of war to fights en masse. His fight with 10 flags was fair, and he announced that the next battles would be the same. This only made the situation in the Steel Fighting Association worse, and it became even more difficult for the fighters in charge of enforcing the law, especially those who wanted to arrest the god of war. All of these events spread quickly, and interest in the god of war grew. Even though he was recognized as the head of the 5 Dragon League and other organizations, the people believed that even those fighters with high positions were not superior to his fighting abilities. People did not accept their skills as well as those of the god of war. It was different with the god of war. Anyone could challenge him, and he would accept any challenge. This was their chance to achieve enlightenment, but the influence of the god of war was only growing, which the 5 Dragon League understood and could not ignore. Perhaps not even the head of the 5 Dragon League had expected the god of war to rise so quickly. He should have been out of the Steel Martial Association long ago. But the situation had become so chaotic that no one could have predicted how one person could shake such a large organization. Meanwhile, we return to the location of the Great Heavenly Trading Group. The god of war was already tired of the endless fools trying to destroy him. But for the young master, this was just a training session, as the strength of these people was not enough to even touch him. One of the warriors attacked him sharply, and the boy, without even using his hands, destroyed him with a movement of his foot. The god of war looked at his opponent and realized that he was brave, but too slow to even touch his hair. All of these warriors scattered on the battlefield at the sight of one master. The warriors watching the fight were in awe of the incredible power that was unfolding right before their eyes. The martial brotherhood had just lost its strongest men, who had literally scattered in all directions. Kwan-de-san, who had started this conflict, looked at the god of war and could not understand how he had dared to challenge him at all. The young master spoke softly. "Attack next." He said that with their skills, they would not be able to stand up to him. He tried to convey this to them, but the men of the 10 flags did not want to listen. He had already warned them 10 times that they should not continue, but they did not listen to him. Now the master himself did not understand how he had come to the conclusion that the god of war's skills were on the level of a martial ghost. The 10-banner organization thought they could defeat him by joining forces, which was so reckless that even the god of war was irritated by the thought. They believed that by joining forces they could become stronger. But never before had the 10 flags joined forces for someone else. The blue flag started shouting at Kwan-de-san that he had lied when he said that he had fought the god of war in a bloody battle and survived. And now he was standing there muttering under his breath. Kwan-de-san was humiliated by these words, but his rage did not change anything. He realized that it was too late. Those who didn't know what was happening might have thought it was just a simple fighting competition, but in a few days a bunch of people gathered there, not only from their groups, but from other groups as well. Word quickly spread that anyone could fight the god of war whenever they wanted. This quickly spread throughout the association, and now everyone was waiting for their turn. They believed that if they could defeat him, their names would instantly become known around the world. If they lost, they would only have the upside, because they would be able to learn from watching the fight. And if this swordsman is standing next to the god of war, it may mean that they are close, and the swordsman can only be envied. One of the warriors heard that he is a member of the Junin sect, and perhaps he has a half-brother. They are the same age, but the god of war is older. If this is true, then the difference in strength between the older and younger brother could hurt his honor. No one knows for sure how old the god of war is, but one of them heard that he is about 25 or 26. So the guy is older, and he should be respectful to him. And if he is the god of war's half-brother, he must be an important person. During the conversation, the warriors were informally discussing this, and one of the girls was listening. The soldiers could not understand how a guy with such a body and abilities could be stronger than them. They turned their attention to the girl standing behind them. Why did she even start talking to them if she was judging them by their appearance alone? It seemed impolite. But she didn't want to say it, she was just surprised, and so she apologized. The soldiers quickly forgave her, but asked her not to repeat this mistake because judging a person by their face can easily hurt them. The girl, however, had another question. Why are the people of the 10 Flags trying to fight the god of war? The boys, eating delicious pastries, did not understand what she was getting at. She repeated the question again. They attack and attack, knowing that with their skills they can't even touch his clothes. Even after the first leg break, they keep fighting and break the leg again. They have no chance of winning, so why do they even decide to fight? The guys did not know why they were doing it. Perhaps all these people in their group had bad characters and could not stand order. It was their thirst to defeat the god of war that pushed them to do this. Everyone who is here has fought and been destroyed. They all lost to the god of war at the same time, and this even brought them closer together. The woman, hearing this, was shocked by the word brought them closer, because going against such a monster is complete madness. She directly told the 2 soldiers that they were real madmen. At first she thought they were special, but it turned out they were only doing it because they were lonely. Suddenly she left, making the warriors think that maybe they were really doing it because of loneliness. When she left, the soldiers felt very uncomfortable because maybe she was right. They felt ashamed, and they even turned away from each other and sat back. We returned to the battlefield, where the opponents were replacing each other. One of the fighters jumped high up, holding a large stick and swinging at the god of war, promising to cut his throat. This time, Master Dan realized that his opponent's steps were fast, but he was good with the spear. However, the opponent's blows were weak and easy to avoid. The warrior appealed to the god of war, asking him not to be defeated just because he had avoided one attack. He warned that if the god of war repeated the same technique, it would be easier for the opponent to predict his movements and strike. At this point, a look of regret appeared on the warrior's face, and he asked the god of war to stop. But instead, the master struck a powerful blow with incredible electric force directly on the enemy's face. This meant that his opponent was defeated, and the god of war said, "Next, come up." The opponent hit the ground and fell into the water, and the people around him watched the spectacle, amazed to the core. The wise man watched the battle and realized that the god of war was trying to teach those who fought him. But several days had already passed since the beginning of the battle. All this time, the god of war had been giving advice to everyone who stood against him, and rumors were spreading. Other soldiers began to challenge him, and one by one they continued to attack, even though they knew they could not tire him. The wise man could not believe that the association contained so many scoundrels. He only thought that, in Sohu's opinion, the god of war might have been thinking about something else during the battle. But the god of war didn't seem to be thinking about anything. He said he wanted to catch a fox. Sohu did not understand what this meant and asked the old man to explain. At that moment, the old man recalled how they had met at one of the crystal fights many years ago at the association. After fighting the battle ghost, the master had also fought the 10 Flags and other fighters. Then he asked him why he was taking so long. Master Dan San said that he wanted to catch the fox. They need time to think, and he cannot let her escape. He plans to kill it with one blow. When the old man asked what kind of fox it was, Dan San explained that instead of fighting directly, it would be better to trap the fox so that it could not escape. He would make sure that even the thought of escaping would not appear in its head. He learned this from his father. These people, in his opinion, would be good traps for the fox. The old man realized that by catching the fox, Dan San was referring to the capture of the head of the 5 Dragon League, Huang Bongkun. Dan San compared the head of the league to a fox, but the old man could not find any similarities between them and did not understand what was going on in the young master's mind. The old man thought he knew Dan San well enough, but it turned out that much of his thoughts remained a mystery to him.
Sohu realized that if Dan San had compared the most powerful fighter in the entire Steel Martial Association to a fox, it was pure madness. She couldn't understand what he was thinking. Soon a young boy ran up to the young lady holding an envelope. She looked at him carefully and asked him what was wrong. The boy said that it was for a young lady who asked him to deliver a letter. The young lady was wearing a snow-white dress with white hair. Sohu realized who the young lady was, but she could not understand why she had sent the letter. It was not a simple letter, it was meant for a young master. And when the fighting subsided a little, the letter from the young lady Han was brought directly into his hands. But Sohu said that the sender had not signed, although she was sure that it was from her. The soldiers who observed the situation assumed that she was a woman from a large trading group. They said she was as beautiful as rumors about her. They found it hard to believe that she was born with a silver spoon in her mouth. Sohu recognized the sender from the description of her appearance that the boy had provided, a lady who resembled a flower blooming in the middle of a snowy field. But why did she decide to send him this letter at this particular time? The student asked his mentor what had happened, and the mentor explained that the letter referred to a meeting on the island of Buwon. Sohu reacted very unexpectedly to this statement because Buwon Island was about 20 li away, and it was unclear why she wanted to meet there. The young master did not know either, but assumed that she had a good reason, which he would find out during the meeting. Without further ado, the master pushed off the ground and quickly, like lightning, disappeared from view. It was the first time the student had ever seen his master in such a hurry, literally running like lightning toward his goal. The student thought that perhaps his master was planning to leave Sohu and Namgun and start a relationship with another woman. However, Sohu realized that this was not the case, and the student was wrong. After all, she was only his master's daughter, and he had no choice. Despite this, Sohu had a very bad feeling. The old man also felt that this could be a trap and wanted to stop him, but the time had come he had to act. Since the master himself had already said that he wanted to make a trap for the fox, he now did not understand who the fox really was, because the letter raised some doubts. The warriors watched as the god of war hurried off somewhere, distracted from all the fights. One of them shouted, "God of war, you miserable coward, don't run away from us!" But no matter what they said, Orbanio had important things to do, so he had to leave the place immediately. Sohu finished the sparring, realizing that everyone was expecting a fight and would be disappointed. But she didn't think it was important, so she decided that the trading group would just feed everyone, and they would calm down. The soldiers raised their hands, shouting that Lady Sohu was the best, and she invited everyone to join her. The two scoundrels also decided that they should eat, because if the young lady offered, why not? After a while, the young master finally made it to the island. When he arrived there, the full moon was already shining in the sky. He quickly ran to the water and stopped right next to its reflection. With the help of a lightning-fast electromagnetic step, he literally pushed off the water. He ran on the water as if on the ground and rushed to meet his mistress. As he looked around the island, he realized that he was already there. The young lady asked him to come to Buwon Island, a place that seemed abandoned and mysterious. The boy quickly moved around the island and jumped up on one of the tallest trees. The island seemed divided into two parts, as if a huge axe had split it in half. The name Buwon was a perfect fit for this place. The young master could not understand why the young lady wanted to meet here. What could have made her invite him here? Master Dan began to realize that if he was attacked here, he could anticipate it because the cabin below was uninhabited. But why did the young lady want to meet in this place? He thought about it and felt that perhaps it was not a young lady, but someone else who wanted to meet him. They could be waiting for him in this suspicious place, of all places to meet. Master Dan realized that this might be a trap, but if it was, the situation was not so bad. He quickly moves down from the tree after analyzing the situation. Once he was near the abandoned house on the water, he realized that the place was deep, and it was very difficult to get out of it, especially if you can't fly. As he approached the table where the young lady was sitting, he soon realized whether it was a trap or not. He was amazed that Lady Han was already here first. She stood up and asked him, surprised, how Master Dan had gotten here and what had happened. Analyzing the situation, the guy did not understand how to interpret it. Judging by her reaction, she hadn't expected him to show up, but he had only come because she had sent him a letter and asked him to come. Something was wrong here. However, the girl said that she had not sent any letters. She is here on behalf of the Jade Flower Group. She was ordered to be in this very place and wait for further instructions. Looking at the young Lady Han, the young master realized that it was not her, because her gait and facial expressions were completely different. A young lady walks just like her master, and although she has lost her childhood memories, such habits are not forgotten. This woman was a fake. The young master decided to play up the situation, and asked who had sent her here, and disguised her as Lady Han if she had not sent that letter. He assumed that there was a high probability that this person was deceiving. Her sword remained on the table, and she seemed calm.
but the situation was dangerous. It seems that this sword was not her main weapon, but the question remains who is behind this. The girl said she searched the entire island and found nothing suspicious. She assumed that maybe someone had lured her here, but she didn't understand what was really going on. The guy came closer to the so-called Lady Han and calmly asked her who she really was. And why did she disguise herself as Lady Han? The girl looked surprised and did not understand. She asked what Master Dan was talking about, claiming that she did not suspect anything. It was an ambush of unprecedented proportions. Young Lady Han arrived first, and ghosts began to gather around her, enveloping the area in dark energy. She couldn't understand how Master Dan had gotten here in the first place and what had really happened. The guy repeated that he had received a letter from her asking him to come here, not even realizing that it was a brutal ambush. Meanwhile, while they were inside the small building, a huge army of strong warriors was waiting for them outside. The elder looked at this building and realized that finally the cat was in the cage. It was an incredible operation that they had been planning for a long time to kill the god of war. And although whatever was said inside, it no longer mattered, the trap was ready. Their leader, who led this army, wore a red kimono. His eyes shone with a demonic light, and his face was covered with scars. A hypocritical laugh escaped the girl's lips at the question of the young master, who wanted to know who this person was who had lured him to this place. It was obvious that she was pretending, and our hero felt that her behavior was increasingly suspicious. Dan-san pointed his hand in her direction, and an incredible bolt of lightning burst from it, giving the girl one last chance to stop pretending that she knew nothing. The girl's expression of surprise knew no bounds as Dan-san's strike hit her with stunning force. A strong lightning strike pierced her body, and the cap that had been hiding her face was blown off her head. The girl grabbed her face, which was burning with pain, and the mask began to fall off. The mask fell to the ground, and under it was something completely different, something ugly. The entity underneath the mask called the god of war a freak and said that it no longer intended to hide. It took off its ugly mask completely, realizing that the god of war immediately recognized the real Lady Han from this stranger. The god of war looked intently at the creature's face and wanted to understand who she really was. In his way stood Mguyu, the last living member of the Shining Steel family, whom the god of war had once brutally destroyed. In turn, the young master himself did not remember anything about this family. She stepped forward, asking with a sly smile why he did not remember them. She told him that her entire family, the Shining Steel family, had been carved in the Shillian forest, which became the place where they died because of him. The young man tried to remember the Shillian forest and the Shining Steel family, but he had no specific memories. Suddenly, however, the silhouettes of those warriors appeared in his memory. He remembered how he had saved Master Mac from the Namgong family, and then those rascals appeared on his path. They were traveling through the woods with carts and people, but things didn't go according to plan. The boy killed the entire Shining Steel family, along with all their assassins and warriors who tried to stop him. Looking at my guy, he realized that she had betrayed herself by pretending to be Lady Han and lured him here to avenge her family's death. The god of war realized that he had correctly guessed her plan. After he had wiped out her family, my guy could think of nothing else to do but try to imitate Lady Han. She carefully studied her appearance, manners, and behavior to perfectly recreate her. All this time she had been preparing, and although she was amazed that he recognized her deception, she failed. In a small way, imitating Lady Han's gait was not convincing enough. Perhaps she was unable to destroy Han-san because she was not strong enough. The god of war told her to go away. He did not plan to kill her. However, the girl ominously replied that the only way to make a perfect mask was to use the victim's real skin. If you use artificial materials, they are easily recognized by their texture. She claimed that she had taken a piece of Lady Han's skin, and that was why the mask fit so well. Her words stopped the young gentleman who was walking away. The girl proudly said that this mask was not just made of random material, but was created from a piece of Lady Han's body. She noticed how the god of war tensed up, feeling his anger. Hatred began to boil in him. His aura began to strain the space around him. He could not believe that she had harmed Hansen. The woman, sensing his anger, only laughed, reminding him that he had killed her family without any emotion and now he was angry about Hansen. She explained that she was only returning what he had done to her family. These words caused incredible anger in the young master's soul. The only way to solve this problem now was her death. The girl provoked him on purpose, but she did not expect such a reaction. She threw her daggers at him and promised to tear him to pieces, throwing his body into the lake to feed the fish. Suddenly, a massive iron chain appears in her path, encompassing her equipment. The chain moves at an incredible speed, and in the silence the words are heard. Has the woman forgotten her promise? The young master and herself All her daggers were caught by the chain and stopped on the fly, not allowing them to touch the god of war. The swords flew in all directions, although there were more than 100 of them. A man with an iron hand came out of the darkness and said that he understood Mai Gai's desire to take revenge on the one who destroyed her family. But this does not mean that she can break her promise. If she remembers, she agreed to the condition that she would entrust the battle with the god of war to him. He reminded her that he was the one who wanted to fight the god of war one-on-one. That was the first condition of their agreement. The second condition was that no one should interfere while he was fighting. The young lord looked at this man who had appeared out of the darkness and looked him straight in the eye. The man said that he did not intend to attack suddenly. He realized that such an intelligent opponent could not be defeated by trickery. Even if he tried, he would lose more than he would win. As agreed, he wants a fair fight where his life is at stake. The god of war gave his opponent a cold look. He didn't even want to know who he was, and stated that he only had business with Guy, asking the man to just step aside. The man proudly announced that his name was Wang Mu Wei. The god of war, hearing this name, remembered what he had heard about him and assumed that he wanted to avenge the death of his student. Even if he is indeed a master of martial ghosts, it doesn't change anything. If he interferes in Guy's affairs, he will have to fight the god of war, so he should prepare himself. Wang Mu Wei had been waiting for this fight for a long time, but now that it had come, he was neither triumphant nor happy. He couldn't believe that he had to talk to such a young man who was half his age. Mu Wei opened his terrifying devilish gaze and asked how the god of war dared to turn his back on him, ignoring him so defiantly. Incredible energy exploded in the small building, tearing it apart and plunging the remains into the water. Mu Wei could not stand such disrespect. He was the representative of 2 ancestors, 3 tyrants, and 4 honors, and was among the 10 strongest people in the entire Ganges. He was the preceptor of heaven, and believed that everything should happen according to his rules, not those dictated by a 20-year-old boy. The explosion was so powerful that the debris flew in all directions, as if the world had shattered into thousands of pieces. It seemed that no one could emerge victorious after such a crushing blow, and even the hope of success was fading. But the god of war stopped the blow with his own hands. His strength was really impressive, and the guy recognized that people do not consider him one of the 10 strongest warriors in the world for nothing. Before the fight, the young man decided to ask a few questions. What made such a powerful man become a debtor to the head of the League of 5 Dragons? Did it have something to do with his mysterious eyes? If this man is really God, then he might know the answers. But he didn't want to talk about it, because the memories brought only pain and reluctance to reveal his secrets. In such a situation, the god of war decided to ask one more question. Was what was happening in the hall of the 5 Dragon League connected to their guild? The Heavenly Heavens Master confirmed. Han Guiyu was impatient and cruel, but what could he do? No matter what kind of person Guiyu was, he was still his student, and the reason for the mentor's intervention was to avenge the death of his student. The god of war took these words as a challenge. If a mentor seeks revenge, he is always ready to meet him in battle. Standing in the battle stance of the Heavenly Artillery General, the young man demonstrated his incredible strength and power. Seeing this power, the Heavenly Heavens mentor realized that no one but this boy could use it. Now the tutor had to decide whether to fight Guiyu or arrange another solution. When the young man took a step, his thunderstorm of energy grew to an incredible scale, almost filling the entire space. He was also eager to find out how incredible the strength of this man, who was called the strongest in the world, was, and he was ready to prove it with his own body. When the fight began, the young master's energy filled the entire room, began to rise even from the ground and spread throughout his body. The young man felt his internal organs begin to collapse from this incredible power. He had never experienced anything like this and had never even heard of such an attack. It was something extraordinary, indescribably destructive. Now the mentor finally understood why the Moyandin were defeated by such an enormous power of the god of war, and he also realized that if Nam Gun had not warned him, he too would have fallen victim to this fierce attack, despite his incredible strength. The mentor deflected the young man's scattered blows with his dark energy, stopping the onslaught of destructive power. This was a true Heavenly Artillery General's technique. If this was all the young master could do, then he was finished. The god of war looked at his opponent and realized that he was able to withstand. His technique was not destroyed, and his strength remained intact. The Heavenly Master turned to the young man, emphasizing that he did not believe he could win with such weak blows. With lightning speed, the Heavenly Master strikes the boy with a powerful fist full of incredible strength that cuts through the air like lightning. The boy manages to dodge, but the mentor mocks him, saying that he will not allow him to escape, and not a single movement will be ignored. Like a predator, he grabs the boy's leg and squeezes it tightly, giving him no chance to escape. However, at the moment his fingers were squeezing the leg, the boy turned around and hit his mentor with a bolt of energy. The god of war was puzzled. The blow, which was supposed to hit the body and tear it apart from the inside, did not work. He realized that his opponent had no weaknesses, and now he had to look for another approach. But the heir didn't pay attention to the guy's analysis of each punch, acting like a relentless machine. At the same time, he is not surprised because he knows that the battle has just begun, and his goal is to destroy the young master at any cost. The fatal blow throws the boy to the side, and he feels his body betray him under the onslaught of pain. The god of war, pushed back by the force of the blow, flies backwards, hitting everything in its path. However, he does not have enough strength, and trying to stand up, he uses the remaining chi energy to support his body. The space around him is filled with heat from his technique, and the ground under his feet heats up from the powerful chi energy that is spreading around him. Pushing off the concrete beam, he rapidly moves forward, ready to meet any threat in his path. His movements are so fast that it seems as if the ground is breaking under his feet. The mentor holds his breath, unable to believe that his attack had no effect. The surprised mentor wonders if the boy is so overconfident that he thinks he is invulnerable. He recalls how the guy once tried to master the silver scale dance technique and did not survive, even though it could have saved him. The young master closed his eyes and concentrated his energy. If a master utters such words, it means that even the power of a heavenly artillery general cannot defeat him, because silver scales are something incredible. The mentor bitterly recalls that Guiyu had an outstanding talent, but, unfortunately, he was never able to fully master the silver scale technique. He invented this movement with chains and honed it for 10 years, turning it into a perfect art. This technique became perfect in battle. He could do incredible things that amazed everyone around him. His hands, equipped with chains, began to act in synchronization, creating a perfect rhythm of attack directed from different directions. The right and left arms, chained, were getting stronger by the second, ready to deliver a crushing blow. The master's leg was also wrapped in iron chains. It was a silver scale technique, a real dance that the master had honed to absolute perfection. When he uses this power, it seems that it is enough to conquer the whole world and keep it under his control. The young master's technique, even if it were the art of mass artillery, would not be able to compete with the master's, because it looks insignificant in front of it. But these words only made the young master laugh. He was laughing because the master, though strong, did not understand the capabilities of the general of artillery's equipment. Just because they hadn't met before doesn't mean that the master has the right to say that. But how unexpectedly his opinion will change when the boy demonstrates a real, pure strike of his energy technique that leaves no room for doubt. The god of war assumed that Wang Mo-wei was an extremely strong person, but even he could not imagine that his strength would reach such a high level. Who would have thought that Wang Mo-wei could fight the god of war himself on equal terms? It would be ridiculous to assume otherwise. It's not for nothing that he is considered one of the strongest 9 in the entire Ganges, and is admired as much as the 4 honors. They knew through analysis that the method used by the god of war was destroying all life faster than one might think. It seemed like a simple task, but only a few could accomplish it, and only those who belonged to the 4 honors could do it. It was impressive that the god of war could fight the legend of the Ganges on a level playing field, which surprised the high-ranking officials watching the battle. They were both not just fighters, but real killing machines, the result of a fusion of self-training and instincts. Their bodies radiated an aura of death and brutality. As soon as this guy appeared in the Ganges, he shed a lot of blood, and his fame shone at an unprecedented level. And the god of war became one of the 10 strongest men in the world. Wang Mo-wei, who had also been among the 10 strongest for 10 years, became a living legend in the Ganges, and his name was on everyone's lips. These 2 people were real incredible monsters, and their confrontation became legendary for everyone who learned about it. The elder said that those who had not heard of the assassins who surrounded Frost Blossom could be in serious trouble when they learned that it had become a bait for the god of war. If it bothers the elder that much, perhaps one of the counselors should just kill Frost Blossom to avoid more trouble. The elder had no personal grudge against Frost Blossom. He just didn't want to blow the issue out of proportion. He was trying to prevent the Jade Blossom group from getting involved, because then it would become obvious to everyone that the Lion League organization was also involved. It is one of the 9 centers that will not sit back and watch either. The 5 Dragon League is in a difficult situation because of the conflict that threatens to decide the fate of the Namgong family. If they win, they will maintain their agreement with the League for another millennium, and if they lose, they will disappear from history forever. Meanwhile, important events are taking place in the Steel Association, located on a large 3-mountain island. Jade Flower's group held an extremely important meeting, at which the girl announced that she had long been a member of the Legion. She said that if it wasn't for the League and the Jade Flower group, she would have had no reason to join the Lions League at all. For her, the Jade Color Group has always been interesting. She believed that if the group continued to develop, it would soon conquer the world, and she was sure that the Lions League knew about it. Because of this, the League openly supported her, entrusting the position of the head of the Jade Flower Group to the only heir to the Lions League. This was proof that the Lions League is now focused on strengthening its influence through this group. Strengthening its influence through the Jade Flower concerns everyone except her, who has her own separate goal. Her main task is to fully master the technique of the Big Moon spiritual dance. That is why she joined the group and was promoted to the position of deputy head. This art is similar to dancing under the moonlight. The technique of the Big Moon spiritual dance is a secret art that is different from all others. The unknown way of mastering it makes it unique in the world, and the girl strives to comprehend it completely. Despite the fact that she has no clear training, the technique of the spiritual dance of the Big Moon can be mastered by any swordsman if he understands its principles. In other words, it doesn't matter what kind of technique a swordsman or a person has if they understand its essence well. They can use the spiritual dance of the Great Moon. She lost all memories of her childhood, but for some reason she remembered this technique. She understood it only superficially, and she might have to spend the rest of her life to fully master it. She wondered what sword technique this art belonged to, since it was so powerful, and what exactly made it stay in her memory when all other memories had disappeared. The young girl still doesn't understand who she is, because she doesn't remember anything about herself from her childhood, and didn't know for sure that she was not her father's biological daughter. Because she does not look like him at all, neither in appearance nor in character. Every time she asked about her biological parents, he evaded the answer. Her father always said that it was hard for him to remember, but if it was really important to her, he would try to remember however. It was never as important as she thought it was. Hansen caught herself wondering why she was so upset, and what was making her think about it again and again. Most likely, her upset had something to do with the boy, her age, who was called the God of War, and who had taken over her thoughts. Something about his figure and strength evoked emotions she could not explain, but they were undoubtedly important to her future path. Her first encounter with the God of War took her by surprise. Although she doesn't fully remember his face, she feels that he is very similar to the person who keeps appearing in her dreams. Who is this God of War? Why did his presence stir up all her memories? The girl was convinced that something was wrong and that this guy was a mystery. When she's in a bad mood, her thoughts are chaotic and she can't focus. At such moments, she remembers his look, and it only irritates her even more. Turning back, she asked, "Why have you been following me since I accompanied Master Dan? What do you want?" The ninja who had been following her felt the girl's incredible strength and was seriously frightened. Realizing that she had noticed his presence, she shouted after him, "How long does this rascal plan to follow me?" However, the ninja was so far away from her that he couldn't understand how she had even noticed him. Frost Blossom was far away from her position, and he didn't understand how the girl could have noticed his observation from such a distance. This became very dangerous for him, and the ninja decided to run away immediately without risking being caught. He had to disappear quickly before she physically caught him, because then he would have no escape. He catches himself thinking that he is to blame for this situation, but he will not let the girl catch him so easily. He has much better skills than many others in the Steel Fighting Association, and he has no intention of giving up so quickly. However, Moon's incredibly powerful and lightning-fast technique hit his legs and instantly cut them off, leaving him helpless. He was shocked by the incredible pain that pierced his entire body, not believing it had happened so quickly. The girl approached him, looking like Tun-san, and said sarcastically, "If you are so good, why do you stomp so loudly?" The ninja lay on the ground, realizing that his legs were cut off, and the girl explained that she had found him because he was too loud during his pursuit. For this guy, it was just unbelievable. He could not believe that she was able to attack him from such a long distance with such a quick reaction. He had heard that she was strong and confident, like a candidate for Sword Queen. But his eye, filled with rage, opens no matter what. He will destroy her, no matter what the circumstances. He needed to urgently inform his master that this girl had rendered him immovable and taken him out of the battle. The powerful strike of the Frost Blossom technique pierced his body from different directions, and the pain of losing his legs was replaced by unbearable pain in his arms. His arms flew to the side as he tried to signal his master with a smoke bomb, but he didn't have time. The lightning attack left him without arms before he could do anything. The girl sarcastically joked about his failure. "Well, without arms and legs, you probably won't be able to act faster. How could you move so slowly?" Now that he was completely still, she leaned over to him and, with a slight smile, asked, "Maybe you'll finally tell me why you're following me. What is your plan, if you have been following me so persistently?" The disciple of the god of war went to help his master, not realizing what he was up to. Perhaps he was even mistaken, but he decided to act on his own. However, when he saw the speed with which his mentor set off, and after he read the letter from Frosty Blossom, he began to wonder if this girl had captured his heart. Of course, he had no right to comment on other people's relationships or personal lives after all. He had Seoho Nunim, and he doubted that his mentor was having an affair. Although the student did not believe that his mentor could have such a relationship, he decided to check it out just in case. If the master said that he was going to Bon Island, then the disciple was going to check this direction personally. The old man was taking him to the island on a homemade boat, and the boy asked, "Don't you think the boat is going too slowly? Maybe we should spread the sails, because we have to hurry." The old man agreed, but added that if he raised the sails now, the boat would stop in place because of the unusual wind. The wind was blowing steadily toward him, and the old man assured him not to worry because they were almost there, as the island was already visible ahead. The island was much larger than the disciple had expected. This was correct, except for Gunson Island, home to the Steel Martial Association, which is one of the largest islands in the lake. The young student turned his head and felt something approaching them. Looking at the sails, he saw the same girl who had appeared in his thoughts. She looked like a flower blooming among the snowdrifts. But what was she doing here, in such a remote place? Her gaze was directed to the island of Buon, the very island where she had set out for, and her presence here was not accidental. She was on her way to see Master Dan, who was supposed to be on this island right now. Her mission was important and urgent. The disciple looked at the frost blossom and could not believe his eyes. It was really her. She easily pushed off the ship, creating a wave in the air, and instantly rushed forward. Her movements were so graceful that they were breathtaking. The old man who was nearby was amazed at her beauty. He could never have imagined that he would meet her here, in such a remote place. He thought he was incredibly lucky today. The student was right. It was indeed the woman known as Frost Blossom. If so, something had clearly gone wrong with Master Dan's plan, and the situation looked alarming. The old man noticed snowflakes slowly falling from the sky every time Frost Blossom passed by. If you looked back, you could see these icy patterns swirling around her. This was no longer a joke. The disciple felt that something had gone wrong. For if the Frost Blossom was here, then who had come to meet his master? He realized that his mentor was in incredible danger. He realized that time was not on his side. The elder from Knox's group had once shown him a technique for moving quickly on water, but now the student could not use it on his own. He had no choice but to wait for the old man's boat to reach the island. He again asked the old man to move faster, but the situation was only getting worse, and the boat could not go faster. The old man only calmly advised the boy to wait, saying that things could get even worse. On that moonlit night, all the dark forces gathered in one place, and the tension in the air was palpable at every turn. Suddenly, a high-pitched sound broke the silence and attracted the attention of everyone in the area. A master dressed in black cloth appeared. His clothes were so dark that he became almost invisible at night. He came to the chairman, who had been awake all this time. His eye, covered with a scar, seemed to be shocked by what he saw. The elder advised him to go to sleep, but he stubbornly remained in his seat, regardless of the night. The black-haired elder kept thinking about Wanmue and Namgun Soren, thinking that their actions might have unexpected consequences. It is said that these people are capable of making a mountain out of a molehill. If information about them gets out, serious problems could arise. The ninja put his sword in front of the master, reporting that the god of war and Wang Muiwei were fighting on the island of Buon. The master caught his servant in the act, asking him, "Are you asking if I know? It would be more correct to ask if I felt it." "If you do not feel it, then the vibrations of the air are coming from there," the warrior said. "The vibrations are so powerful that they can only occur during fights between two absolute masters. The battle on the island of Buon created such strong waves that even at this far distance, it prevented him from sleeping." The elder asked his servant, "Who do you think will win among these great masters?" The warrior did not know what to say. He had no right to judge who was stronger. The heavenly landmaster had once been a wild beast in his youth, traveling north in search of hidden, unique techniques. He always enjoyed battles in which he put his life on the line. The battle ghost was also like that, but his disciple, Wanmue, was even more feared. He was like a hermit who was considered the strongest of all the fighters, and who could disappear at any time he had no home, and he said he fought to die in battle. He liked unexpected fights, because in them he knew his strength and the strength of his opponent. As soon as he outclassed his opponent, he felt a real joy in fighting. The result was always maximum satisfaction from the victory. This fight was incredible because both men had achieved exceptional skill. The young master skillfully and accurately dodged every blow, which made his opponent even more dangerous. Wang Mowei was ominously hunting Master Dan the whole time, leaving him no chance of escape. Over time, their battle changed as Wang Mowei's energy and personality grew significantly, making him even more dangerous. Initially, he assessed his opponent and only engaged in fights where he was sure of victory. Now it seemed that he had transformed. He likes to achieve victory more than the process of fighting, as it was before. No matter how strong the God of War is, he will always be a serious opponent for Wang Mowei. Wang Mowei is truly terrifying because his fighting skills are on a completely different level that is difficult to understand. He is able to create new opportunities for attack by analyzing his opponent's weaknesses and using them to his advantage. His main feature is that he never misses an opportunity to strike. The moment Master Mowei's chain began to wrap around the young God of War's neck, the situation escalated. Mowei pulled on the chain, trying to tighten it around the young master's neck, planning to deliver a fatal blow. However, at that moment, he fell into a trap himself, unable to free the chain no matter how hard he tried, and eventually found himself in the shackles of his own making. Master Wang Mowei held the chain tightly, all the while trying to catch his victim like a mouse, and now he finally held the young master on the brink of death. He was strangling him, not allowing him to breathe, trying to seize the initiative and break his opponent completely. If we compare Master Wang at the beginning of his career, and now, it was obvious that he had completely changed and become much stronger. Meanwhile, the master, speaking to his servant, expressed his belief that the God of War would definitely lose to Wang Mowei, and he was absolutely convinced of this. He believed that this was possible because the battle was not unfolding as expected, and the victory was on the side of Mowei. The battlefield where the duel took place resembled the arena of a deadly battle, where incredible blows from both sides merged. And these blows were so powerful that everything around seemed to tremble under their force. But the greatest fear of the master was caused by the moment when they saw that this was not the real movement of the God of War. It was not his full power. This battle was becoming a real ambitious battle between two legendary masters whose abilities went beyond the ordinary. Only time could decide who would emerge victorious and whose will would prevail. The master of the celestial region could either absorb the God of War or fall victim to him. This competition was so exciting that, regardless of the outcome, the master felt an unquenchable thirst for victory and longed to see the end of this battle. At this moment, Mrs. Frostblossom rushes to Bon Island, feeling that she is approaching the site of a great battle. She easily overcomes all the obstacles in her path, feeling the incredible gust of wind that comes from the powerful blows on the battlefield. Two true masters were definitely fighting in this duel, and there was no doubt that one of them was Master Dan. But who was his opponent? She felt that this opponent was strong enough to fight on the same level as Master Dan. As she got closer, she noticed people watching this impressive spectacle. Taking a closer look, she recognized one of the people present. It was Namgong Chi, and she couldn't be mistaken. Standing next to him was Namgong Elder and owner of the fierce lightning sword, Namgong Jin, the biological brother of Namgong Rei and Namgong Sanwan. Her hunch was confirmed. The Namgong family was behind all of this, and perhaps even the Five Dragon League was involved. But when she saw one of the figures, she was shocked. This person gave her an overwhelming feeling of fear. She couldn't understand why there was a person there, who emanated a harsh, cold energy that permeated everything around him. The appearance of this person was as if a demon himself had escaped from hell and appeared in their world, causing terror in everyone who looked at him. His red eyes watched the battle, and the girl recognized that look. She had seen creatures like this before. When his eyes turned in her direction, Hansen realized that he was one of the 5 warriors known as the Demon Abyss Blade. He noticed her presence extremely quickly, which only increased her fear. As his demonic gaze swept over everything around her, she realized that the only way out was to run. She quickly disappeared from this place, so that no one could even try to catch her. However, Demon Blade saw the snowflakes flying after her disappearance and realized who she really was. He liked the idea that they couldn't stop the Frost Blossom even in such bad weather. It sounded quite good to a demon. Hansen hid behind the gorge, feeling his energy. The Demon Blade was overflowing with such harsh power that its level was much higher than Convi's. She realized that this person definitely did not belong to the Namgong family fighters, and she had only one question left. Was he a new 5 Dragon League warrior? If that was true, then the League was connected to whoever was behind all this chaos, and their involvement could make the conflict much more serious. The girl was frightened when she suddenly heard Master Dan's voice coming through the noise of the battle. She saw the ruins of the buildings on the water all around her, clouded with steam rising from the incredible clash between the two powerful forces. Finally, the master caught the arrogant God of War in his chains, trapping him. Lifting him above the ground, he strangled the boy with all his might, trying to finally destroy the enemy. The guy felt incredible tension from this maneuver, but a question arose in his mind. Does this scoundrel really think that this will stop him? The god of war did not believe that such miserable chains could hold him, and he was sure that he could break them. He activated his divine power, and in a seemingly impossible way began to melt the metal of the chains that held him down. The heavenly master looked at this young man's incredible maneuver, amazed at his determination. But he did not allow him to complete his plan. Quickly pulling the chains around the boy's neck, he stopped him from trying to melt them. The master recognized that the god of war's skills were outstanding, but he realized that he had chosen too strong an opponent. Although he could have freed himself in battle with others, these chains filled with Mu Wei's chi energy were insurmountable for the god of war. Wang Mo-wei had always prided himself on his invincibility over amateurs and weak opponents, but now he realized that he had underestimated this opponent. He would always remember this powerful punch, and perhaps even regret his outstanding abilities in heaven. The guy was broken and pinned to the ground, his face smashed against the stones, and blood began to flow from his wounds. For a moment he realized that he was in real danger. His eyes gradually closed, his consciousness weakened, and his body and strength lost their power. His brain was empty, and he had only one question. Is this really the end? The thought that he was dying and that this was how it would end filled the young master with a bright rage that ignited inside him. Wang Mo-wei did not understand why his opponent had suddenly revived the guy should have fainted. But where did this new power come from? The god of war shouted that he had had enough and threw Master Wang off his back with incredible strength. His divine power was so powerful that the energy literally melted the metal of the chains that bound him. When the god of war activated the divine chi thunderstorm, Master Wang was thrown aside with tremendous force. The master's body felt a brutal blow, and he realized that he had encountered the incredible power of his opponent. Instantly, like a bolt of lightning, the god of war nailed Master Wang to a rock, leaving him completely helpless. The young man activates his hand, which begins to form a powerful chi energy that is ready to break free. He forcefully drives his hand right into the enemy's body, and as the icing on the cake, his hand is filled with the power of the heavenly artillery general. A thunderstorm of chi makes his punch extremely powerful, and with just a glance at his opponent, he feels his power completely engulf the enemy. A second later, the tide of battle changed dramatically, and Master Wang Mo-wei felt the full force of this blow. He was thrown to the side, and chaos enveloped everything around him as the ground literally melted under the force of their battle. His legs, so heavy that they could barely move, began to slow his flight, trying to keep him on the battlefield. His arms, wrapped in chains, were able to perfectly take the young master's punch and block it, and his legs stopped his body, preventing him from flying away from the battlefield. Mo-wei was sure that his opponent, the god of war, should have already died in this situation. He never thought it was possible, but the true king of war actually impressed him. Master Mo-wei did not think this was the end of the battle, and he did not even want it to be the end as it is now. But when he saw the true demon master's energy above the god of war, which was 10 times the size of the mountains and was amazing in its immense power, it surprised him to the core. He had felt this energy once before, and it had inspired fear. This power was even more powerful than the divine energy of the artillery general. Its presence meant only one thing: death. It was similar to the terrifying energy the boy had already felt from the other man. The boy's eyes shone with such fierce energy that it seemed that one look could bring down mountains. Incredible power, like a flame, fell upon Master Wang, setting the air around him on fire and filling it with unbearable tension. Pure energy struck the body of the invincible master who had put his life on the line in this fight. 3 absolute explosions hit him simultaneously. The only question was whether he would survive this fatal blow. Master Mo-wei could smell this power that literally permeated everything around him. Long ago, he had already encountered a similar energy that brought death with it, and this power belonged to only one person. He had seen this person once in his youth, when he was traveling in the north, facing the most dangerous enemies. He was an incredible gray-haired master who walked toward the sunset, with no obstacles in his path. Seeing him, one was afraid to even breathe because this man possessed incredible strength that radiated enormous power. He looked like a simple man dressed in ordinary clothes, but something was wrong. His strength was felt in every movement. That man possessed an unrivaled technique that Mo-wei had never seen before. Even the whole world may have never seen such a technique, and that man almost took his life. He experienced absolute death, and when he was dead, he was surrounded by complete silence and darkness. Mo-wei had no choice but to accept this darkness, because that master had taken everything he had. When light began to appear on Master Muwan's face, his eyes opened, and life filled him with new colors. Now he knew for sure that he would never let life be taken from him again. He still had what he had fought so hard for, and that was a huge wave of divine power that began to form in his hand. It covered the master, filling the space around him.
and exploded in a sphere of pure energy like rays of fury.
It was the power of a heavenly artillery general, and the guy looked at his victim like a madman, ready to strike again.
The three absolute explosions were incredibly powerful techniques filled with furious energy. When this mega explosion occurred, the water burst its banks and the mountain began to collapse from the powerful pressure. The place where this incredible explosion occurred turned into a deep crater that stretched down into the ground. The three absolute explosions, like blows that came down from heaven in unbridled fury, were like a huge lightning striking the ground. This was the power that the god of war released to destroy the enemy's attack with a single blow and end it instantly.
This power was so powerful that it could tear a soul apart, bringing out the doubts, anger, and confusion that he had been accumulating for decades.
Master Muon thought he would never experience such feelings again, but now they have returned with renewed vigor.
After the explosions had passed, Muon was still standing. The young master recognized his strength because he had just used 3 absolute explosions and was sure that this would be the end of it. The steel shield of the boy's body was news to him. He didn't know that Muon could do that, and he didn't realize that such an attack could be blocked at all.
Muon used his steel body shield to escape the attack. If not for this shield, he would have died for sure, and the god of war would have even been able to create his own true power, thanks to Muon's onslaught. The battle between the two masters did not stop. They continued to clash with incredible force. Master Muon attacked the boy with a chaotic stream of wind, realizing that his steel shield and defense were becoming a barrier. Having created a tornado, he took his time and tried to break through the young master's defense, waiting for the right moment. One movement and the chains began to tie around the hero, trapping him. Muon's chains clung not only to his arms and legs, but also flew in different directions, restricting his freedom from all sides. Muon tried to tie his victim in chains, as if he knew exactly where the young master would turn. The steel shield surrounding him, filled with chi energy, moved as if it were alive. Master Wang understood that this was the perfect technique among all martial arts, which only the best could master. The rumors were true in a battle with the god of war. One should keep a safe distance from this dangerous opponent. One wrong step could turn him into a corpse, so he tried to get as far away from the scoundrel as possible. Muon saw that his opponent was constantly dodging and trying to escape. He thought that the god of war was hoping to avoid the attack of the silver scale technique. But Muon wasn't going to let him just keep his distance. That was impossible. He would definitely catch him, despite all the obstacles. The chains kept catching the god of war, trying to surround him from all sides, but he kept beating them off, avoiding capture. Even though the chains were charged with chi energy, they did not stop their attack, constantly striving to catch the enemy. Each time an attack was launched, the god of war successfully repelled it, marking his superiority. Every time the chains returned to the battlefield, they were also repelled, but the battle was not coming to an end. Master Muon's red aura was simply incredible, radiating a power that seemed capable of destroying everything around it. On the horizon, devastation was taking place. The mountain that had once stood majestic was crumbling with every blow of these mighty fighters. The god of war saw an opportunity and realized that it was time to act. He stretched out his palm toward the mountain and began to accumulate his power, directing it toward that place. After a while, a huge sphere of energy appeared that could be used as a weapon. It was a huge piece of pure energy, like a hammer, ready to strike. The boy picked up this glassy piece of earth and pointed it directly at Master Muon. He left only a hole in the air from his blow so that he could enter through it. But as soon as Muon decided to evade this maneuver, the god of war realized that it was time for decisive action. At the moment Muon got out of the hole, a specially prepared object was already flying at him. As soon as this object appeared on the horizon, the guy, reinforcing the attack with his foot, sent a piece of stone at an incredible speed straight towards Muon. It was a real challenge for Muon. He tried to stop the boulder with his own hands, but it was not enough, so he tied it with iron chains and started crushing it. The huge boulder was cut into 2 parts by the master, and it seemed that it was the end. But it was only a trap planned by the god of war to make the rascal feel real pain. Master Muon screamed in pain as he realized that he was turning his chains against himself. When a huge chunk of stone started falling on him, he tried to throw it away, but that was the icing on the cake, because the guy had prepared a super incredible move to finish it off. The power of the heavenly artillery general focused on the 2 rocks that had been smashed by Master Muon, splitting them into 2 parts. The guy sent his thunderstorm chi there, amplifying the attack. Muon shouted, "What is this, the beginning of a battle?" As he held up his cold chains, ready to continue the battle, he was determined to show the boy why the silver scale technique was so powerful. But the young master was not interested in his words. He was ready for any maneuver Muon might make. The boy distracted him with a kick, deflecting Muon's attack, and hit him right in the face.
He then blocked the master's next punch with his fists and sent a thunderstorm of chai directly into his body. The next blow came again to Muon's face, and he received a shocking blow that stunned him. The young master directed his power into the same organ, injuring the old master's internal organs. After that, the kick hit all the weak points, and Muon flew to the side like a piece of trash, completely defenseless. In Muon's opinion, this was too arrogant of the boy. He believed that he was overwhelmed by his strength and powerful punches. Muon did not expect that chains would suddenly appear on the horizon and wrap around the young master's arm, hindering his movements. He began to think about what strategy he should choose in this situation. As he fell, Muon grabbed onto him, shouting, "I will tear you to pieces, God of War!" He declared that the God of War would never have the opportunity to fight him again, because he would not survive the fight. For the boy, all these words were just an empty sound. He did not pay attention to them, because his rage only increased. The fight resembled a gambling dance that would end tragically for someone. The guy was not going to give up in front of this scoundrel, fighting no matter what. His punches became faster and stronger, and a thunderstorm of chi hit his opponent with incredible force. When their fists collided in a fierce clash, it seemed as if the world itself had stopped for a moment. They looked into each other's eyes, feeling all the tension of the moment, as if the fate of the entire world was being decided. The fight reached an incredible scale, and the strength of Muon's fist was so great that it could only be compared to the blows of the most powerful warriors. But the young master was able to push Muon away and disrupt his attack, disrupting the enemy's entire plan. Moreover, in the encounter, the boy not only resisted but defeated Muon, which came as a surprise to the old master. Muon fell to the side, trying to catch onto the chains, but he failed. As he flew, he asked himself the question, how did this fight seem equal a few moments ago? And now everything has changed. Both opponents were of equal strength, and now, Muon's heart was beating insanely fast, 3 or even 5 times faster than usual. This could only mean that the situation had changed dramatically, not in his favor. How long has it been since he last fought so hard? What happened? Was he seriously injured just because the guy pushed him away once? A few moments ago, he had easily deflected the young master's blows, but now he began to pierce his defense so deeply that it seemed unbelievable the guy was sure of his victory. The God of War. No one could deny his absolute power. He always believed that the young man could never win, because he had much more experience. He fought thousands of warriors. But the further they advanced in the battle, the more experienced this guy became. And now, when he showed his true strength, his opponent was felt to be on the level of an inner monster, not just a rival. Muwei realized that he needed to end this battle quickly, because at this rate, he could lose. He had no choice. It was time to use his secret weapon, the ace in the hole he had been hiding, to finish off the God of War. The last time he used this ace, it was during a battle with the strongest man in the world. He had created this secret weapon precisely to defeat him in case he had to face such an opponent again. And now, before the God of War became even stronger, he had to kill him. A huge ball of fire rose up over the mountains. The temperature became incredible, and Mo Wei burned in this flame like a demon. The God of War looked at this sight in amazement, not believing that Mu Wei had covered his body with chains soaked in fire qi. At first it looked like Mu Wei was going to burn himself, but when he did, the God of War was stunned. Mo Wei gained tremendous power, and the chains around him burned with incredible force, radiating unbridled energy. Mu Wei remembered that once upon a time, during that battle on that terrible night, his technique was weak, focusing only on attacking without any defense. Because of this, he created a secret technique that either killed his opponent or doomed him to certain death. It was a combination of a silver scale swing and a majestic guiding thread. The absolute technique of the greatest fighter. He existed because of the powerful chi of his ancestors that flowed through his veins, and because of this he was invincible. Mo Wei was going to bring down the majestic guiding thread on his opponent to destroy him once and for all. He showed the young master the power he possessed that night when he became much stronger. Like a laser, Mo Wei directed this destructive force directly at the boy, preparing the final blow. The fiery explosion was simply incredible. Everything around him shook, as if collapsing under the pressure of the flames, which had become an impenetrable wall. The Heavenly Landmaster had long been ready to use all his techniques in battle. The God of War wondered who would have thought that the one who fought his mentor would turn out to be the Heavenly Landmaster, one of the 4 strongest warriors in all of Marima. The boy was sure that the next attack would be something even more devastating, despite all the power of the previous attacks. The Great Guiding Thread was a famous technique, so powerful that any fighter could pierce or destroy everything in his path by pointing his finger at the target. This was the power of the ancients. No matter how strong a mentor is, he will not be able to survive the attack of a Heavenly Landmaster. The disciple understood this,
and to help his master, he was willing to do anything. He drew his sword, intending to help his master at all costs. But suddenly Hansen appeared and put her hand on his sword, asking him not to do anything rash. Hansen was sure that Master Dan did not want his student to interfere. When he saw the frost blossom, he could not believe his eyes. Instead of helping his master, he could only hinder him. Therefore, he should not interfere. But the apprentice could not understand why things were so bad. He didn't want to just watch his mentor get hurt badly. Hansen turned to him, telling him that if he intervened, he would only get in the way. She also thought about how quickly this guy had developed a friendship with Master Dan, and how much he appreciated him. It was very interesting, and from a bird's eye view, the Namgong elders watched the fight, studying every move. Elder Namgun became even more interested in the battle as he watched the situation deteriorate. He felt that he needed to intervene. Chairman Namgun asked his uncle to stop, but the elder replied that the last attack would soon be coming, and they had to be ready. His uncle is not just a fighter, he is known as the Blade of Fierce Lightning, Namgun Jai Jin. All this time, he has been defending his family's honor with his martial arts skills, sacrificing everything for his family, even joining the Steel Martial Association for him. Family is the most important thing in the world. He has always passed this lesson on to his great-grandson, emphasizing that what they do today will be harshly criticized around the world. But they must be prepared to accept this humiliation for the sake of their family. He ordered them not to forget that everything that will be done today is for the sake of Namgun. This seemed ridiculous to the demonic representative, who thought that if they had brought archers with them, it would have been easier for them. In his opinion, it would have been easier to just join down on my way. Then they wouldn't have to watch this extremely boring battle. Seung Namgun noticed that the demon knew very little about the situation and was standing aside. If they cooperated with him, they could definitely kill the god of war, but the Four Honors had other plans. They only wanted to fight the god of war, honoring his wishes, while a guy named Huangbo Muenju only watched. He ordered Muan to stop meddling and just report everything he saw. The guy started laughing, expressing his opinion that the fight was dragging on, and asked him not to annoy him. The opponent was the god of war, but even Namgun Jajin wasn't sure they could defeat him. After all, he only needed to buy some time. He could intervene if the battle became too boring, but he was sure that the only person capable of defeating the god of war was himself, and he knew it well. A sphere of fireball suddenly appeared out of nowhere, filling the entire space where Master Muwei was standing. The young master couldn't understand what it was, and he couldn't believe that Muwei could just cover himself like that. He even wondered if Muwei was going to set himself on fire. But Muwei shouted to the god of war that if he could feel the enormous energy concentrated in his finger, he would realize that this was his last moment. Muwei developed this technique specifically to defeat the strongest fighter in the world. He channeled all his strength and power into that finger, creating a sky-exploding finger. The chains on his hands shattered like toys without any effort as his strength reached its peak. All the protective barriers began to burn under the influence of this technique, and it seemed that God himself had paved the way for this moment. The guy's hand was literally on fire. Rising high above the god of war, he was preparing for an attack that would destroy everything around him, rotating the chains around him as if he were a heavenly weapon for the final blow. Everything around him began to collapse as if from a hurricane the mountains rose into the air. It seemed that the earth itself was on the verge of destruction. They hovered over the young master and crumbled into stones. The boy realized that this attack could destroy everything in its path, which is why it is called so dangerous. Muwei surrounded the god of war, giving him no chance to escape or dodge. The god of war, despite the situation, thought this battle against Jun Wang was not as exciting as the others, and even wanted to thank Muwei and the Namgong family for their plan. He was impressed by their tactics. If Muwei was going to use his best technique against Duncan, he had to be on his opponent's level. The guy was ready for any turn of events and began to concentrate his strength, preparing for the decisive moment. The moment Muwei's finger was pointed upward, a red power was released from it, shining with a bright flash. Muwei was about to use his best attack ever known to mankind, a majestic guiding thread that flew like a blaster toward the young master. The god of war was amazed by the magical effect of this combination. The swing of the silver scales and the majestic guiding thread created something incredible. The finger exploding the sky was simply spectacular. Muwei charged this attack with explosive energy, adding the power of the majestic guiding thread to it, making it even more devastating. If this attack is blocked and the hands and feet are in the wrong position, the majestic guiding thread can be destroyed. And if someone is focused only on it, the chains can tear the body to pieces, leaving no chance. The guy was preparing a trap for his opponent by applying the secret power technique of the General of Heavenly Artillery, which his master used in the battle against the three hermits. In response to this technique,
The god of war demonstrated a super powerful dragon-like punch that wrapped around his arm from all sides and was filled with lightning energy. When the opponent saw what this guy was doing, fear appeared on his face. He could not believe his eyes. The light was approaching him. The light was moving right towards him, and he did not understand why he was seeing it, like the last breath of his life. He felt as if this light was the last thing he would see before he died. The god of war demonstrated himself in an incredible way, unleashing his power on the enemy with such force that nothing seemed to be able to stop it. After this blow, everything around him became silent, and Moe even lost consciousness for a while. Lying on the ground, he slowly opened his eyes and saw the moon above him, realizing that he was still alive, although he was barely holding on. Moe was glad that after his encounter with this incredible technique, he could see again. He looked at the moon and felt happy that he was able to see it again before he died. How strange did it all look, and what was going on? The god of war came up to him and said simply, "I won and you lost." Moe lay broken, motionless. He could not believe that one of the 4 strongest honors had been swallowed up. It meant that he had failed to escape his fate. Perhaps it was because he lived the way he wanted to, and had no regrets. But what had he just seen? After the majestic guiding thread was broken, he saw 9 dragons approaching him. This was the 9-dragon artillery technique, the most powerful version of the Chi thunderstorm technique, which struck 4 times at the arms and legs protected by steel energy. The last strike was designed to pierce the majestic guiding thread and strike him directly in the heart before he died. The god of war asked him, "How could a strong man like you be in debt to the head of the 5-Dragon League?" Moe decided to answer. He said that when he was young, he traveled around the world in search of battles and met a man who had absolute technique. It almost killed him. The one who saved him was Hanbagwak, and because of that, Moe promised that he would help him whenever he needed to. He never asked how he was saved. Perhaps Hanbagwak simply walked away, leaving him alive. But it didn't matter anymore. After he survived, Moe promised himself to become stronger. He traveled north to fight that man again. Although it was hard at the time, it brought him great satisfaction, because that warrior had taken his light. But he had spared his life, and now the god of war, who had just fought him, had given him back his light and taken his life. Well, what does this have to do with 9 dragons? He thought, isn't that too much? How can you win after that? The woman who organized this performance watched everything with a cold heart. She could not believe that her mentor had died such a miserable death at the hands of such a scoundrel. She believed to the last that the legend who had been the strongest in Gango for the past 10 years could not have died so uselessly. If Wang Mo-wei could not kill him, then she would do it herself. Picking up her dagger, she rushed at him, determined to take revenge. She would not let the god of war take the life of her mentor. This was her last chance to kill the god of war. She was ready to sacrifice herself as soon as she stood up to his family. Everyone around her looked at the god of war, and one of the men present promised that this place would be his grave. They would definitely destroy him today. And it was at that moment that something terrible happened. The archers drew all their bows and loaded their arrows. They were ready for this outcome, and it was their trump card. They planned to shoot an infinite number of arrows at the god of war, which he would not be able to dodge. After he had expended a lot of energy, this was to be his fatal blow. We returned to the woman who was rushing at the young master with a sword, swearing that she would kill him with her own hands. She jumped up, standing in the moonlight above the young master, ready to strike. But it looked pathetic in the eyes of the young master, who saw her failed attempt. Her hatred was overwhelming her, but suddenly something happened to her body. She froze. An arrow pierced her head, blinding her in one eye. The archers began to shoot formidable arrows, which incredibly surrounded the entire perimeter of the battle. From all sides, thousands of arrows were aimed at the young master, but the god of war simply stood still, not making a single movement. The woman's body was destroyed by the arrows fired by the archers, and she died in their stream. All her ambitions and goals were destroyed in one moment. Interestingly, the arrows that were supposed to be aimed at the god of war did not reach him, but pierced only the woman. The god of war came up to her and asked, "Did you really plan all this by yourself? Are you really ready to die so miserably? Or do you really not value your life that much?" the god of war asked, looking at the woman. She could only die the way she had lived as a hired killer who had submitted to her fate. The god of war continued, "If you are ready to accept your death, tell me just one thing. Did you really mean no harm to young Lady Han?" The woman in her last breath only laughed. She did not care if the god of war wanted to know the answer. She would not tell him anything. She added, "You should be worried about your life, not Hansen's, because the thunderbolt was made specifically to pierce your heart."
The tip of this thunderbolt was made of a special explosive made with an incredible hellfire explosion technique developed by the blue murderous group he had once destroyed. According to this woman, it was the best revenge she could have conceived and carried out. The explosion that followed the arrow's impact was so strong that it lifted everything around it. She promised that they would definitely meet in hell.
The explosion was of such incredible power that it lifted the whole mountain upside down.
At that moment, when the arrow struck the god of war, Muwei's body lay aside as if lifeless. Muwei simply bowed his head, resigned to what had happened. He didn't care anymore. But the god of war had taken the blow, and when everything went up in flames, he kept his resolve. The boy felt the presence of another master approaching him with incredible speed. It was Uncle Namgong, who was using his famous fierce lightning blade, slicing through space with incredible skill. He had come here specifically to make the god of war pay for the deaths of his family and hundreds of his family's disciples. The god of war was astonished by the appearance of the Namgong family. They gathered around him like mice, seeking revenge for every loss. They turned out to be quite vindictive, and this uncle certainly came for revenge. But not only he was the blade of the great Namgun family. He could not accept his family's defeat by a freak like the god of war. There was only one question left. Would the god of war be able to survive and withstand the sword of the Namgong family's most skilled swordsman? A man who had reached the absolute level of sword mastery? When the old man pointed his sword at him, the boy tried to catch the blade with his palm, ready for another clash. The god of war tried to dodge the bright energy emitted by the laser-like blade. 9 spheres of yellow energy sliced through space, leaving a scorching trail. My uncle jumped away from the god of war and asked, "How do you like it? This is the level of supreme skill my blade is one with me. It's a whole new level of swordplay, the fierce lightning sword. If I can control the sword like this, even God will not be able to defeat me," he continued confidently. Dan San looked at his bleeding hand and asked the old man, "Is this the best you can do?" The god of war gave him a stern look and added, "If you are confident in your skills, then this is your last attempt. You've used your family, the Shining Steel, Master Wang, and even your Ghost Marshal's sons." The old man behaved like a child seeking attention. My uncle replied, "There is nothing childish here. You just don't understand why I'm doing this. If you don't know the basic rules of Gangos, you won't understand how things work here." He explained that to achieve his goal, he would not only use the 4 honors, but also involve the 5 Dragons Major League. The god of war again emphasized that his uncle was acting childishly by following his foolish thoughts. The god of war hit the old man with a plasma punch that spread its power across the entire mountainous area, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The old man used his bright energy to cut through all the blows that flew in his direction, easily defending himself. Like a well-oiled clockwork, he smashed into pieces every stone that came at him, acting with incredible precision. Having deflected the blow of the god of war, the old man recognized him as a real monster. He thought that the guy should be at least a little exhausted after fighting the 4 honors and Muwei, but surprisingly he still had strength left. It seemed radical and incredible. This guy was truly an incredibly strong man. But the old man realized that soon the god of war would become even stronger, even surpassing the righteous, and no human strength would be able to withstand his lightning bolts any longer. The old man decided to sacrifice himself, ready to use all his power. He concentrated his lightning strike, directing it from heaven to execute his justice. Looking directly into the eyes of the god of war, he vowed that he would finish him off quickly, even if it meant his own death. But suddenly the old man was interrupted by an unexpected blow from one of the demons, forcing him to change his focus. The old man found himself pinned to the ground. The demonic creature simply wiped him out, and for a second everything froze. Then there was an incredible tectonic explosion. The earth began to collapse right below them, and the old man was finally crushed in deep cracks. After everything was quiet, the god of war asked, "What did you want to show, you rascal? And who are you, anyway? To barge in the middle of a battle?" The old man was left with only a pool of blood, and the god of war caught him in the act, adding disdainfully, "You call this a battle? It's not even a battle, it's a disgrace." He pulled his fist out of the old man's lifeless body. The demon boy, watching this battle, began to get bored. Nothing else seemed interesting in this fight. He wondered why the god of war didn't want to fight a warrior of his level. "I'll do something more interesting and fun," he thought, longing for bloodshed. His face looked dead, as if the devil himself had descended from hell to do battle with the god of war, preparing a new level of fear for anyone who dared to confront him. Now let's go back a few minutes, before the demonic rascal decided to destroy the old man. At that time, the archers loaded their arrows, preparing to attack. The demon guy turned to Namgun and asked him if he was impressed that his uncle, Namgun Jaijin, the family's majestic swordsman who has the most influence among people his age, had decided to fight to the end. He's willing to fight even if it costs him his life. Do you understand what that means? The demon continued. He wants to accept all the humiliation. And when the time comes, you must join in and kill the god of war. Your task is to shoot a thunderbolt straight at the god of war. And it doesn't matter if your uncle survives or not. It's a pity that the only goal of the fierce lightning blade Namgong is to die with his enemy. The demonic rascal reminded him that all this was only to ensure that the god of war would die for sure.
In any case, if you're going to fire the thunderbolt, do it now while he's vulnerable, he prodded.
He repeated again. Shoot right now. We need to end this battle brightly. Shoot immediately to kill the god of war for sure. Namgun Sa just stood there in silence, watching the battle. He couldn't do anything and didn't want to say anything.
The demonic rascal said in irritation, "Are you really that stupid? Are you going to shoot or not?"
The archers, who were ready to attack, watched their master suffer, but had not yet received the order to act. The demon reminded him, "Why are you hesitating? If you miss this opportunity now, you will never be able to kill the god of war again in your life." Namgun-san shouted at the rascal. "I already know this very well. Shut up! My uncle is fighting the god of war right now, and I'm looking for a way to keep him alive." He tried to stick to the plan, but the demon thought that the boy was always procrastinating, and that was why his family always suffered. The demon could not believe that the boy would not use the chance to corner the god of war and defeat him.
"And because of this, the Namgun family will be wiped out completely, and you, Namgun-san, will be the last one left," he added with a threat.
The boy replied, "Just shut your mouth. Everything is going according to plan, and I will decide when to act."
But the demonic rascal was enraged, and he attacked the boy, screaming, "You know nothing! You don't even realize that in a second you are going to die!" And the demon's hand fell on the body of the young master.
The warriors who stood by the side and supported the Namgun family held their breath as they watched their leader killed before their eyes. The demon turned to them. "You have a choice. What will you choose? Will you be like Namgun-san, who missed a perfect opportunity?" The demon continued. "You can try to save your uncle and die with this guy, or you can help me kill the god of war. The choice is yours. If you choose the former, you will die. But if you choose the latter, you will become the greatest men of the 5 Dragon League with me," he added, leaving the warriors with a choice. The warriors began to whisper, remembering how their master had always been kind to them. One of them exploded in anger, saying, "I was born a member of the Namgong family. My life and death will always belong to this family." The 5 Dragon Demon appreciated this honest choice and said ominously, "Well then, you will die with honor." He didn't even touch them, but the explosive wave of red dragon energy spread throughout the battlefield. The archers, even those who were quite strong, were torn to pieces, scattering their bodies around. The demon laughed at their futile devotion. "Foolish idiots! In the end, Namgun will only help them meet the god of war. Today's incident will leave no witnesses, and no witnesses will survive," he went downstairs, confident of his victory. He could not believe that Uncle Namgong, who had just appeared, was still unable to kill the god of war. "Then the dragon cult member will have to do it himself," the demon said, deciding to take matters into his own hands. He thrust his huge fist, preparing to get rid of any ballast. At that moment, his fist comes down on Uncle Namgun, dealing him a fatal blow. There is an incredible explosion that shakes the ground. The demon pulls out his fist, sprinkled with blood, and laughs, wondering if he should have been distracted in the middle of the battle. The old man was trying to win everyone's attention, but in the demon's opinion, this battle was boring. Now it was time for the boy to fight him. The god of war looked at his new opponent. He could not understand why he would kill a man so cruelly, especially an old man. If he was already helpless, he asked the demon, "Who are you?" The terrible demon began to laugh, asking why the god of war did not remember him. "How could you forget the one who turned me into a creature that is neither alive nor dead?" He stretched out his demonic hand, from which an incredible chakra burst forth. The god of war watched in amazement as the power enveloped everything around them, feeling the demon's energy fill the space around them. It was completely unlike any force the god of war had ever encountered before. After this powerful blow, everything around them collapsed. Space cracked under the incredible force, and the battle began with renewed energy. Our hero felt the taste of blood on his lips after being hit. He wiped it away and realized that this was not an obstacle, it was a new opportunity. Smiling like a true warrior, he didn't care about anything anymore. The demonic creature stood before him, interrogating him. "Do you remember me, god of war?" In response, our hero exploded with incredible energy, and the red mask flew off the demon's head, revealing his face. The demon started laughing as he watched the guy still have a lot of strength left, even after fighting with the 4 honors and the blade of fierce lightning. But the boy was completely indifferent to who was standing in front of him. If it was the enemy, he would not hold back, for it was the will of the heavenly artillery general. Looking at the sunset, the dragon leader felt that something had gone wrong as he had planned. The sounds changed, and the atmosphere at the battlefield became different, as if nature itself was experiencing a change.
The servant asked his master, "What do you feel, master?"
The master replied that he could no longer hear the sound of the fierce lightning blade, and what struck him most was that his warrior must have been defeated. The leader knew it was going to happen, but he did not expect it to happen so quickly. The servant could not believe that the blade of fierce lightning had lost. How the god of war had defeated him so quickly was a mystery. The master was tense, not having foreseen this development. But one way or another, the Lion League still had to move forward, and there was no other way out. The two elders must remember this moment. The servant asked what the master was planning, and the master replied that everyone was already aware of the situation, and Righteous Sword had received all the reports about what had happened to the Bloodplum clan. The Lord noted that it was not difficult for a fighter of Righteous Sword's caliber to predict the entire course of events. But there is another way to solve what has already begun, and this way is connected with the Lion League. The head of the Lions League is already assessing the situation. They have no specific reports on the events, but something strange happened even before the Lions League heard about the Frost Blossom Jade Blossom's vice-chairman had already sprung into action. They realized who Hansang was and what their goals were. They were still convinced that Hansang had gone to Buon Island and it was about the god of war. This meant that she was not acting on orders but on her own initiative, and now Song is thinking about this a lot. For one of the leaders, it was an opportunity, the perfect time to end the discord between the forces that had been vexing them for the past 10 years. The leader wanted to convey to everyone that he, Hwang Bohungak, was bringing together a large gathering of powerful groups for one common goal. Gunak convenes a large gathering of powerful groups. They will come together to decide what to do with the remaining battle associations. For the first time in the continent's history, such a gathering known as the Grand Gathering of the Mighty Clans would take place, as the God of War battle had become a great occasion for it. Now it remains only to wait for the result to find out who will survive this confrontation. God of War or My Gunso. Gong Ak's servant decided that it was time to call in reinforcements, because no matter what, this warrior was at the limit of his strength right now, especially after fighting 4 opponents. His master pondered the proposition for a few minutes. In the end, he decided to mobilize all of the family's fighting power in order to protect Namgonsorian. He is sure that she is now the most vulnerable, living in fear and waiting to see who will win and who will die. Isn't that ironic? She was the initiator and never thought about the possible consequences. In this situation, she will learn that the Lord helped her, and she will definitely not stop her attempts to act on her own. And one question arises. Will the God of War not survive after such a difficult battle? But they can only observe because no one knows anything for sure. This case was extremely brutal, as he was opposed by a reborn corpse of hell, and even the God of War might not be able to handle him. The fact is that Mo Gunson was not fully formed. He was an entity described in ancient manuscripts. These records warned of unforeseen side effects that could not be avoided, and at this rate God of War could soon destroy Mo Donson. But thanks to Moang's death, the next reborn corpse will be closer to the ideal, and his death will be justified. At first, for them, he was only a label that needed to be eliminated. No one thought he would help them so much in their plan. The owner looked at the moon with foreboding, because soon he will have a new business. He had a brilliant plan. At this point we return to the battlefield, and our hero learns that before him is Mo Gunsong of the Mo family. He remembers meeting him before, but no emotion appears on his face. He just closes his eyes and says, "Okay, I got it." Moang looks at him and cannot understand why he is smiling. After all, there is nothing funny about this. He mercilessly destroyed his family, and this seems funny to him. Or perhaps the death of his father, who died in an ambush, seems funny to him. Does he despise his father, Dan Saya? He understands his anger, but let him not use it as an excuse for his anger. In fact, he couldn't recognize him when they met, because his appearance was so different from what he had been before. In addition, our hero saw him only once on Faithful Talent. It was their only meeting. But this man saw him in the cave of the North Ridge when he only saw his back when he ran away. But when the God of War heard his name, he immediately remembered and didn't even notice how he smiled. Moang noticed his reaction because he said that he was the second. And the whole reason is that it all happened because of him, because of the God of War. He starts the fight with a powerful blow towards Dan Sai. The impact seals him against the wall, shattering the entire rock with his body. In his head, the scenes that happened because of this scoundrel. The death of his father, death of his brother Kwan Solon. The reason he turned into this is because of him.
He is the cause of all his troubles, this cursed god of war. An incredible force fell on him like thunder in the clear sky. It is no different from the master's power. She was simply mad, unlike anything else, and this beast did not stop. The fire in his heart was doing its work. Dan Sai didn't understand how he was able to gain so much power in such a short period of time. But if he succeeded, then why did he hide from him then, my gunson? And then the god of war swings his fist. They collide fists with each other. Sparks fly in different directions. Their hands clashed, and it became clear who was dominating this fight. After all, the young master used the power of the general of the heavenly artillery. And Qi's thunder is directed towards this half-dead Hmong. His hand twisted and, at first glance, it should have refused. But for a corpse of hell, it's only funny if it's his maximum. This scoundrel's flesh began to grow, and he began to feel the hand again. After losing his soul, he gained something unusual. It is an invulnerable body that is not subject to any forces. The blow lands on the god of war, who flies and hits everything he can. He just falls like a toy from the blows of the scoundrel. He seems to have extraordinary fighting skills, and even the god of war skills won't help against his body. After the death of his father and family, he accepted Guok's offer to increase his power by transforming into an invulnerable body. It doesn't matter how big his wound is. After a few breaths, she will heal again, and he doesn't feel any pain, so it's impossible to defeat him. The young master begins to recover from hard blows. He's bleeding, and now he knows who he's dealing with. A big explosion sounded over the slopes of the area, shattering the silence of the night and causing a resonance in the mountains. The mountain began to collapse and crumble down, testifying to the incredible scale of the battle that was unfolding. The war god's disciple and Frostbloom watched the sight with alarm. They understood that the battle had reached an unprecedented scale and that Dan Seiyu was in mortal danger. Suddenly, two stars burst out of the chaos. One the energy of the young master, the other the corpse of hell. The god of war breaks through and tries to move further away from the battlefield to regain his strength. But the walking corpse of hell wasn't going to let him go so easily. The young master analyzed this incredibly indestructible opponent. He has incredible regeneration and an extremely strong body. He resembled Anli, just like Wan Gulak from the League of Five Dragons. And the question arises, what is this scoundrel from the League of Five Dragons up to? At that moment, the walking corpse of hell swoops in to deliver a blow of incredible force to our hero. He confronts him right in the air without taking a single step back. Incredible flashes spread in all directions. They move from place to place. The indestructible corpse did not realize that although it was still alive and breathing, its essence was already superior to that of a human. After all, he is an invulnerable reborn. And even when our hero struck him with a powerful blow to the leg, she suddenly breaks away from the body and flies to the side. But this is not a problem for him. The leg quickly turns and grows with the body. This reborn member of the Moin clan shouted, "God of war, I surpass your strength. I will destroy you. I exist because of this power." It was necessary to invent some strategy to confront this enemy. Dan Seiyu scanned the area, looking for any detail that could be used. He decided to strike with all his might to test his theory. This threw the enemy aside and ignited his wound with artillery fire. Standing on level ground, he looked intently at his opponent. He, even when something in him was destroyed, instantly began to regenerate. Looking at the chaos they have created, it is clear. It is extremely difficult to deal with. The young master cannot interrupt the flow of his internal energy, which is perfectly combined with the external, surrounding his body. This is a real state of awakening, in which all nerve endings of a person are activated. Rosatsi uses the opponent's veins. As long as the opponent does not understand how rosacea works, it is very difficult for even an experienced fighter to stop him. But thanks to his almost invulnerable body, this scoundrel absorbs the energy of our hero. In such a situation, a normal chi thunderstorm will not be enough, because it will only cause him minor damage and will not be able to stop him. Swinging another blow, the palm of the young master lit up with a bright light. They collided with their forces. Sparks fly in different directions. Between them, thanks to their auras, an incredible scale of chaos is created. The god of war could not even imagine that he could not stop him because the opponent has an indestructible body. In his thoughts, the reanimated corpse was surprised that he was being rejected again and again by some force. He understands that under no circumstances will he accept defeat, directs all his strength to counterattack, trying to counter the god of war. A powerful explosion occurs between them, equal in strength to a huge bomb. The god of war looks into his eyes and sees an invulnerable essence. An important life lesson pops into his head. One moonlit night, he had a heart-to-heart with the master. Then the boy asked, "There are rumors that the power of the Heavenly Artillery General is capable of killing even an immortal?" He was sure that the long-lifers were the same invulnerables he thought of. Could the power of the Heavenly Artillery General overcome such entities? The Master, recalling the old legends, confirmed that for ordinary people these chances really seem invulnerable. Long ago, even the king of the continent wished for eternal youth. Among the sages are 3 hermits who, after years of training and growth, were able to live to be 100 years old. They truly deserve the title of invulnerable, especially Master Dae Junyu, the last and heir to the throne of Boha Kingdom. No one knows exactly how much time has passed, but this old man has lived for a very long time. However, the disciple considered them to be truly invulnerable entities, although the master did not think so. Entities close to invulnerability can be classified differently, but this only postpones their inevitable fate. Every life ends at some point. And for the general of the Heavenly Artillery, there are no invulnerable entities. Having understood the words of the master, the boy was sure that the assertion of this corpse of hell about his invulnerability was complete nonsense. A bright flash of heavenly power ignites in his eyes. He is convinced that invulnerability does not exist. His hand is filled with incredible energy that burns everything in its path. He uses the power of the Thunder Sky Artillery General, a strike of 1,000 lightnings that fills this opponent's body. The enemy's body is torn apart in every part of its existence, and the Hell Corpse screams from the incredible changes in its organism. There is nothing truly indestructible in this world, especially in front of the force of the General of the Heavenly Artillery. The thunderbolt of the General of the Heavenly Artillery pierced through this wretched creature. The walking corpse of hell flies to the side, struck by this lightning. He tries to somehow stop the blow, resting his feet on the ground. The blow itself severely tore his central part of the body, and he even began to lose consciousness. When the young master approached this scoundrel, he said, "How can you scream like that from an ordinary attack? If you call yourself invulnerable, then you are not so invincible." But he knows that his body died only once, and he who has died once cannot die a second time. Does his adversary not see that, despite his wounds, he is still whole and unharmed? These attacks should have killed him, but he is in great shape. The god of war emphasized, he is sure that he has already said this before to the general of the Heavenly Artillery. There is no such thing as invulnerability, and let him not think that he is still alive in this world. The resurrected Moang replied, "This god of war is a high-minded scoundrel. His pride is over the top. It is incredible that he chose to speak in such a tone to the invincible. Rage fills his eyes. He will make the god of war take back his words and regret it." But looking down, he sees that the Heavenly Artillery General's lightning is still glowing. And after a short moment, there is an explosion in his stomach. Now, he begins to feel pain. His eyes were bloodshot, and blood began to flow from his mouth. He should understand that this is perhaps only a small wound. If he is invulnerable, then he should not pay attention to it. But the wound does not heal quickly, and a scream begins to escape from his chest. The young master looks at the opponent and says, "You will never recover from a thunderbolt. Now you will feel it on your own body, and soon you will understand." The resurrected Hell Corpse had always thought he would never feel pain again, but an incredible pain came over him. He had never felt anything like this even when he was human. It's dangerous, and he decides to end this fight and kill the god of war with a swing of his hand. But, like a mirror, the young master intercepts his palm, activating the protective hand. He directs an incredibly powerful blow back in his direction. Looking into his eyes, he explains, "The protective hand is a technique that collects thunderous chi in the palm of the hand, creating a stronger body defense. But the invulnerable animated corpse felt it all over its body. This was due to the concentration of chi in a small point, so the force of the impact increased. A huge burst of energy occurs at this point, and the shockwave flies towards the person who sent it. Our hero stays put, and this scoundrel flies off to the side. He doesn't know what to do. He has already tried everything. How can you deal with such a scoundrel? How can such an incredible power and martial art, the power of the general of the Heavenly Artillery, exist? He catches himself thinking that he needs to calm down, heal himself first, and then continue the fight after recovery. But he realizes that he cannot heal. Something has happened. And at the moment when he was distracted, a bolt of energy strikes him in the back. An incredible pain pierces his heart. The body of this invulnerable looks quite vulnerable, he asks. What has this rascal done to my body? The god of war explains. Thunderstrike is an enhanced form of thunder chi. The normal form would not help penetrate the internal organs and explode, and Thunderstrike is a method of multiple concentration that penetrated your body. I concentrated the power of the strike and it increased, but it drains my stamina quickly, so I rarely use it. Now the young master finds himself thinking that he started unconsciously talking to him about this in an informal way because he is annoyed. He has fought with many people, but no one has ever annoyed him like this. I don't know why, but Huang Bohua turned you into an invulnerable, reanimated corpse of hell. But I promise you that whatever it took for you to get in touch with me, especially using the young lady Han, I'll make you regret it. Fear is reflected in the ghost's eyes. He doesn't understand how this boy, with blue eyes, has reached such a level that he will never be able to defeat him, and the body of the invulnerable turns into a pile of garbage. His incredible power, which he wanted to take advantage of, and the ability to regenerate, disappears. The young master, looking at his opponent, says, "Now don't say that you can escape from the general." At this moment his enemy begins to flee. The hand of our hero is directed towards this scoundrel. Even if the invulnerable hell corpse returns to power, his body will no longer exist. Terrified, this invulnerable man begins to run away, realizing what consequences await him. He draws attention to the mountain where the corpses of those he killed were lying. Those archers had Namgung Thunder arrows. He directs his red energy at them, wanting this bastard to die like he did on Buwal Island. An incredible explosion shakes the space. The mountain collapses and begins to fall on the god of war. He looks at it and realizes, just like on Xinyan Northridge Island, every time he meets the Mo Young family, something starts to explode. Chaos begins to engulf the island, turning it into a huge explosive mass. The earth and the mountain split apart from an incredibly powerful explosion that shook everything around. Frostblossom could not understand how such a huge explosion could happen, and retreated before the sight. She searched for Master Dansaya in this chaos because she was very worried about him. In silhouette, she only saw him standing motionless as a huge piece of debris fell on him. His disciple tried to somehow save his master, but he did not even move or look back. He could not believe that his mentor could die like this. A powerful explosion rang out several more times, covering the entire Chaos Island. On this moonlit night, the island experienced incredible destruction, the likes of which had never been seen before. Frostblossom searched for the master but could not find him. They were shouting, trying to somehow reach Dansai, but it seemed that he was no longer there. They did not believe that he could die so easily, but they could not say that he was alive either. Suddenly, one rock begins to rise thanks to the hand of the young master. He thought he had stopped all the rocks, but this one flashed past his gaze. And even though he missed that rock, his training is still not good enough. He was upset because that scoundrel ran away. After the lightning strike, he won't be able to go far, but unfortunately they lost Mo Gunsong, who might show up later and be a problem. It is important for him to find him now, because he must die at this very moment. And then he heard that he was being sought, the voice of his disciple calling him. The young master realized that Hansu is now on the island. But how did he end up here? He appeared before their eyes, and they rejoiced that he had survived. No matter how, he always survives. Frostblossom looked at Dansaya and was there too. But why are they all present right here? And this is no longer an illusion. The young master approaches Miss Dansai, and he begins to hug her, realizing that he is glad that everything is fine with her. She asks what Dansayu's master is doing, but he's just glad that she's okay and safe. After all, if she had not survived, he would not have been able to keep the promise he made to his master. He is grateful and very glad that she is safe. But she does not understand what he is talking about. Hansu thought that this incident should be kept a secret from Miss Suhu, and she should not know about it. Then the young master promised Frostblossom that she would never let danger touch her again. He asked Lady Khan to return with his apprentice to accompany her. They need to go to the Jade Flower first. When asked what he meant by why they had to get back together and leave the master, he replied that he needed to complete something, and what happened today is enough to cause a lot of outrage among the locals. He still can't get rid of the main culprit. The woman is still alive. This incident started against the will of the young master, so he will finish it according to his will. And hundreds of people have already died. Killing one more person won't change anything. We return to the Iron Combat Association. Namgoon's family is in turmoil right now. The girl does not understand what to do now. Even if the Four Glories and one Bu Wei lose, her uncle is the best in the Namgun family. Moreover, 100 archers with thunder arrows and the head of this association cannot be defeated in any way. She has nothing to worry about. She wondered if they had received any news from Bull Island, but was assured that they would soon, and there was no need to worry too much. After all, even if the god of war wins, he will not be able to enter here immediately. If he attacks the Namgun family, he will become an enemy not only to the Five Dragon League, but also to the entire Steel Association. Even if he has lost his mind, there are 100 elite family soldiers here, so let him just relax. And shortly after these words, screams began on the street. An uninvited guest had invaded their rooms. The girl understood that most likely it was the god of war, and he came. One of the guards drew his sword. It's unbelievable that this scoundrel came to kill everyone. He's a real psycho. The man asked the young lady to stay away as he would deal with him. But before he had time to open the door, the power of the general of the heavenly artillery pierced through it. She cut the door in half. Thunderbolt Chi destroyed this scoundrel, who planned to somehow put an end to the god of war. At this moment, there was only one member of the Namgun family left in the main hall. She looked at this man and did not understand how he had passed through 100 elite soldiers. All the pride of the family simply disappeared before her eyes. He approached her and asked, "Did you think you could stop me with 100 men? You need at least 1,000 to stop the Sky Artillery General." He once warned her not to do anything. The girl laughed. "What are you even talking about? Who promised it?" But suddenly the memories came flooding back. She remembered how the god of war had told her to just do nothing. After all, he's just defending himself from everything they've done since yesterday. But from now on, he will do it no more. She tries to do something even after he warns her. "I will see to it that the whole world, even the birds and mice, know the news of your death," he said. And she realizes in horror. Is he really that strong? She was sure that he wouldn't be able to kill her. Because how would he touch her? How he touched the Five Dragon League? Does he want to become their enemy? But he doesn't care, even if the entire Iron League and the Steel Association have already become his enemies, and today, she will die. Suddenly, someone appears on the horizon in front of the god of war, whose words sound like an arrow. He says that the god of war has lived many lives, and should he stop, because if he causes this conflict, then he will be punished according to the laws of the P-League Dragons. The god of war can't believe he's been caught. Now he looks down on him, realizing that he belongs to the Wine family or is an emissary of Huang Bonak. The man in black continues, "It's a shame it has come to this, but the Namgun family is a full member of the Five Dragon League. If she is really guilty, then you should formally file a statement and complaint with the League. If proven guilty, she will be officially punished." The woman, seeing the deadly Soul Reaper, rejoiced. She was waiting for him, knowing that the League of Five Dragons would not leave her to her own devices. But he didn't come for nothing. He brought words from the League of Five Dragons. This is the League's general manager, Soul Collector Yombek B, who stated that the Namgun family has been through a lot because of the god of war. If any misfortune happens to any of them, the League will not sit idly by. He held his sword and warned our hero, asking him not to escalate the conflict any more and better to give way. After all, hundreds of martial arts masters are present here, who ensure law and order in the League of Five Dragons. They are extremely strong, and the god of war had better stop. Our hero mentions a law enforcement bureau where everyone was involved in covering up the kidnapping of Kyo Lim's Security Bureau employees. With forged evidence, they convicted the Master Mu Huyun as a criminal. "Is this the law enforcement bureau?" asked the god of war. The Soul Reaper even got nervous because they found evidence of this deed. "This is absurd. If you continue to behave like this, the League will not tolerate it anymore." The girl rejoiced, thinking that the god of war would not win, because he was on the losing side. "You should know that you can't kill me now. Even if you threaten, you won't make it even if you try." However, she was ecstatic, praising him for having the courage to come after killing 100 of her family's martial artists and try to kill someone who held an official position in the Vaughn League of a completely different level. She warned him that he should be afraid of her and better back off. The god of war had not expected her to be so talkative. He activates Chi's lightning power and directs it at her. The Soul Reaper watches all this and warns the lady that she had better avoid him. A lightning force flies in her direction. She bursts in, exploding near her chair and back. He asks, "Have you calmed down, young lady?" Then the Soul Reaper warns him that he's crossing the line and there will be consequences. Better listen to common sense. But the god of war always mentioned common sense.
If he asked about it then, he will ask the question now. Imprisonment of Ko Liam's Security Bureau staff. Do you think it is common sense? And making fake medicine to kill the host is also common sense. If all this is considered normal, then what can we believe? How can we trust you? I will do as I see fit too, and keep that in mind. The Soul Reaper notes that the God of War is indeed fighting against the entire Iron Battle Association. He doesn't know what to do now. Should he stop him? He remembers the words of his leader. Could God of War survive? I don't know, but I can say with certainty that if he survives and sets out to destroy the family, you, as his servant, must come and deliver my words, stop him at all costs. But the War King doesn't look like someone who can be easily stopped with mere words. We'll have to kill him. When the God of War looked into his eyes, he felt his heart burn with the piercing gaze and knew that he could only be injured by his eyes. But he remembered the leader's words. Even if we can kill the God of War, the Namgoon family does not deserve to die in vain. If he doesn't back down after these words, it's best not to touch him until the great gathering of the power groups takes place. When Namgoon Ryeon dies, she will make a good sacrifice. And right now it can happen, and it really happened. The ghost was even injured by this energy, but understood that good was coming. They will notify the Law Enforcement Bureau, and they will not get involved in this case. But because of this stupidity, he crossed the border of the Five Dragon League with no chance of returning. He should keep in mind that all the disasters that happened today are his responsibility. But the God of War knows perfectly well that they will not take responsibility as they did before. Let them do what they want. The Wraith then orders all the soldiers to retreat. Lady watches as the deadly Soul Reaper abandons her. He abandons her, the very person who should have been in the highest honor. Is this what Gunnak wanted? Then the God of War approaches her and asks, "Did you think that these scoundrels will really protect you to the end? They used your steel and your family to kill the God of War. They also made a plan with the Four Glory and Master One. Isn't that a problem? But I cannot forgive the fact that you involved my mistress in this matter, young Lady Han. You will have to pay for all this with your death." He ignores her words to wait and requests to save his life. In the territory of the Namgoon family, only a scream can be heard. The young master never forgives anyone, no matter who or what. If she deserved it, she got what she deserved. This news reaches the dragon leader. He was amazed that the God of War had killed everyone. Even he, possessing the power of the League of Five Dragons, lived and hid his desires. The God of War chose a completely different path. Does he think he can handle everyone? He really shook the entire Iron Battle Association, even more than expected, and it was just beautiful. He was grateful to him. Gongak was surprised that there was such a place under the Iron Martial Association at all. Is this really a secret meeting? He doesn't understand. Then he hears a voice. "I'm glad you liked it." Standing before him was a high-ranking official who had learned of this place from a trusted friend. Gunnak did not know this person, but he must thank him. Thanks to him, they will get to know each other better in an unusual place. He sees this man walking through the air, a person who can breathe and move his body freely, having reached the highest level of Qi. Stopping the blood flow in the soles of his feet, he channeled the Qi energy to support the body. This is the best in his field, the one who founded the 9 greatest groups. As expected from his old enemy, Holy Sword. It had been a long time since they had seen Master Uno. And indeed, it's been a long time since we've seen Master Huangbo. It's been years since they spoke in person. He really surprised him. He could barely feel his presence. This level was unbelievable. His power was simply amazing. Gunnak did not come empty-handed. He brought liquor, and there were 2 glasses. It was clear that 2 would be enough. They wanted to sit down and drink, but suddenly some energy knocked over the glass and took their liquor. The Holy Sword and Gunnak paid attention. Who had come to visit them? This person drew the liquor to himself. Taking it in her hand, she declared that they upset her. "Even though I'm late, this happens. And you're going to drink liquor together?" And drinks this drink. That was quite a bold and decisive act. Is this person as rude as before? How can anyone like him? But this person stated, "If you are embarrassed that you forgot a glass for me, don't worry. It's normal that people at Gunnak's age forget everything, and their age limitations only show when they die. You haven't changed after all these years, and enough of us saying hello. We need to get to the reason the Master brought us all together." Gunnak turned his attention to everyone present. One of them was sure that it was because they didn't know what was going on. Was he really going to disband the Iron Battle Association? Gunnak addressed them. "If you know of the gathering where the heroes fought against the huge factions,
These 72 people across the continent formed an association called the Iron Battle Association. All the organizations and the grand gathering of influence groups to disband this association would be right. One of them remarked, "If you're talking about what happened in the last 10 years, maybe you mean that we've gone our separate ways. That is, this union, which can last more than 10 years? But it might sound like a remark, and Gunak won't object to the idea. Everything will be decided at the grand gathering of influential groups next month." The real reason he gathered them for a secret meeting was because the association was caught in a storm. Dan Sayu was used to the fact that the Namgun family, which had ruled for 100 years, suffered losses close to destruction. Everyone knows that it is the most prestigious and has contributed greatly to the mainland. We cannot sit idly by when this prestigious family was destroyed by a foreign master. A huge number of masters were killed, and the god of war has a truly terrible and cruel nature. His crimes have reached such a level that it cannot be ignored. As the leader of the 5 Dragon League, I cannot allow the god of war to escape punishment. The young master was already chained up. It was funny to him that Gunak only wanted this, and he was also locked in a dungeon. We head back north to Daunton Lake, where the majestic Tianjin Mountain can be seen on the horizon. One of the top men couldn't believe he had been made to come all this way against all the odds. He did not understand who planned all this and for what purpose. He intended to kill their disciple, and couldn't see how they could let it happen. The person who did this must be extremely cruel, and it was obvious that all these fights took place just to mourn this neediness. An old man appears on the horizon, swinging his spear and yelling at Yvain that he should watch his tongue, as these may be his last words. However, Yvain came to punish the scoundrel who was harassing his student. But is he sure that it makes sense to punish a person for touching an insignificant woman? After all, the student he killed was valuable and was at the last stage of his studies. Regardless of the reason, he had become their disciple's enemy, and they would not let it go unanswered. It turns out that chasing other people is a trivial matter for this man. However, his enemy would not listen to Juwain. He was ready to cut his throat. Using the Fiery Storm Spear technique, he rushed at the opponent. Legends mention 2 heavenly monsters known for their bad character. Power radiates from his hands, but people do not recognize those who possess unparalleled fighting skills, and these scoundrels indulge in unseemly speech. Yvain was convinced that men pursuing women was a rare occurrence, but this was what caused his student's head to break. He not only pursued a woman, but violated the very foundation of humanity. That's why he ended up like that. It sounded like nonsense to his enemies, and they weren't here to listen to excuses. This is not simply a matter of the relationship between a man and a woman. He was their disciple, the man they idolized. He harmed others to satisfy his own worthless ambitions, and that's why he died. However, the opponents tried to silence Yvain. It doesn't matter to them what reasons their disciple is dead, and his words are just denials. Even though he is one of the 3 tyrants that people call the invisible dragon god, they called him an absolute strongman, but today would be his last day. Yvain realized that the talk was no longer meaningful. "If you want it, let's end it once and for all," he said. They charged, heedless of the cost of his life. It didn't matter to them. Ivan's hands filled with energy, and the enemies sought to test the Iron Tyrant. "Let him be a master of martial arts who passed the path of blood and iron." That's how his nickname sounded. He activated the embodying confidence technique. He needs no weapon to fight them, for his weapon is his own body. Watching him, his enemies thought he was a mad scoundrel, but decided to ease the pain of losing a student by taking his life. They concentrated all their power in one powerful blow. Now they will see if he can stop it with his incredible body. Their spear unfolded in all its glory. The roar of an ocean storm echoes through the gorge. 2 warriors surrounded Ivan as he prepared to fight them unarmed. He saw in them soulless, worthless men like their disciple. Such usually die ingloriously. Yvain casts Iron Bloodclaw and his enemies are sent flying in different directions. After that, he finds himself on a high hill. Both opponents began to fall under the weight of his blows. His power penetrates one of them so much that it splits in half. Being invincible and proud of it, he overcame them instantly, the same 2 who were famous for their invulnerability. Their bodies fall into the abyss, where they will remain forever. He could not believe that these scoundrels were also inhabitants of the continent like himself. How annoying they are. He called another one to come out because he was tired of his surreptitious observations. The young man stepped out of the shadows and greeted the master, the Iron Tyrant. He had come to deliver a message from the Lion League. His name is Chael Musong. Yvain addressed the gifted good of the North Wind. "Are you the son of Monsoon?" "That's right," replied Cheol Musung. He was shocked to learn of the destruction of the Namgun family and heard the whole story. Moreover, he heard that even one of the 4 honorable masters, Heavenly Mentor, was shocked. Considering his close ties to the League Leo, does he want to take on another case? Then Yvain uttered one phrase that meant the refusal of this young man's request. Cheol Musong did not understand his words at first, but the old man continued. "Until now, we respected each other and did not ask for help. You are asking me for help, and I might accept, but I know you are not one to praise others unconditionally. So I believe you have not conveyed the full meaning of your message to me." Cheol Musung replied that, in any case, the question didn't matter because he didn't have time for empty talk. "You already got the blood jade, so what else do you need?" Yvain asked. Cheol Musung replied, "So you found the jade? If old Muvin wishes to help them, he will become the owner of the blood jade." Muvin was interested and asked if this is not a lie. Monsoon assured him that he had heard it directly from the master. Muen would indeed be able to become the owner of the blood jade. After hearing these conditions, Muen agreed to act according to their will. After learning about the god of war, he was surprised by his intelligence. He was ordered to catch Monson and make a deal with him. And even Gun Ak-O, is the god of war really that powerful? He was looking forward to meeting him because she would be the legendary Iron Tyrant Yvain. Yun Do was preparing for the big event. We returned to Dongtung Hu Lake, where the leaders have already begun to converge on the Steel Association, and they did not expect to see it on such a scale. One of them didn't even imagine that they would gather through one person of the god of war, and that the Steel Association would cause such fear as if everyone feared God himself. We returned to the Steel Battle Association, where there are almost no people in the city. Drama turned into reality. Master Ivan, the Iron Tyrant, soon receives a greeting from one of the young masters who thanks him for his arrival. However, the head of the Lion League ordered one of his soul hunters, Gal Jung-hyuk, to follow him respectfully and first of all lead him to the city. He needs some rest to recover from fatigue, and in the afternoon everyone will have dinner and this man should come to him as an escort. Uvan resented being given a room and offered dinner. In fact, his purpose here is work. This old man needs neither room nor dinner. The main goal is work, and he will do it. He even asked not to be accompanied, saying that he would deal with everything himself, and it would not be useful for him to be accompanied. Discussions are going on in the Great Celestial Trade Group about what everyone knows. The Steel Battle Association has entry and exit restrictions for personal reasons. In addition, hundreds of eyes are glued to the hall and the guest area, and everyone will be watching the sales group. This means that the Iron Association is suppressing the Grand Celestial Trade Group, or rather, Master Dan Sai, and it is reasonable to tell them to prepare for the worst, even though War's role has risen to the top 10 in Gangle's ranking. Now, after the death of the Heavenly Mentor, he entered the top 9, and as expected, the center is not friendly either. The death of the Namgun family, which has always shown hostility to the god of war, and the death of Wanbu Wei is generally a shock caused by the death of one of the honorable masters. It seems that rumors of him being stronger than the 3 righteous ones are spreading throughout Wang. And besides, after Namgun Soren's death, it is widely believed in society that the god of war is capable of killing even a weak woman. He is no longer respected, but feared. Because of this, they came to the conclusion that it was necessary to punish the god of war. After all, there is a high probability that other forces will do something against him, and it will not be surprising if one day all the forces that are part of the Steel Association will turn into enemies in their eyes, and the god of war is just a stranger. The young hostess listened to her Uncle Khan's story and forbade him to chatter without stopping, immediately getting down to business. They were faced with a choice. They must choose one of 2 sides, or they cut ties with the god of war. One of them was indignant, not seeing the sense in this, if it means severing the old ties they've built for so long. But Khan argued that they were businessmen and had to think about profit first, and no one would be happy if they chose both sides. Suddenly, tapping a finger on the table, someone reminded them that if they were businessmen, they should not forget how Dan saved the great commercial group. They have been helping the god of war all this time, and if their agreement with the association is broken, who will be responsible for the damages, and will they be compensated? And, according to Uncle Khan, as businessmen they should not refuse. Sioho hoped they would understand her position. Uncle's opinion is also worth considering. They should be profit-oriented, And if this is the result of disloyalty, then they are no different from a number of sellers. Therefore, as of today, her order as the young lady in charge of all this cannot be denied. They stay with the god of war, as she trusts that he will soon deal with everything. Everyone was divided into two camps. Some trusted her, and some disagreed. But she made the decision not because of a personal relationship, but as a business calculation, having considered all options. Perhaps in the future, she assures everyone that the decision is considered and asks them to trust her. Soon the young lady is approached in the sales group. Song Yang needed to find out something, and she had some information. She whispered to the young hostess about the overheard conversations. Seho didn't understand why the head of the league was doing this. She quickly ran to the main courtyard and couldn't believe it had happened. More than anything, that scoundrel had already made a deal with her, and now he defected to the other side, easily breaking his message and promise. After all, he promised not to interfere in all matters related to the god of war. His promises were just words, and the Five Dragon League is up to something and has some plan. Seho realized that she was missing something, and someone forced a change in the league's position. The sage stood on the eaves and thought about everything that was happening. Suddenly, he met a young girl whom he could not even imagine here. Because now, it is still early. She told him to go inside and do it quickly. After all, they had guests. The head of the Lion League, Chi Musong, has already arrived at this structure. The steel tyrant in front of them, Yuvain Hendo, was the same level as the god of war. What a miracle! She never expected that they would face each other. And the fact that the steel hermit was the leader, no one knows where that came from or what they are planning. Dan Sayu turned to Mistress Ho. This is Master Yuan. He greeted the hostess, the leader of the great heavenly trade group, calling her the best. He'd heard many people speak highly of her as an extremely independent woman, and to be honest, he wanted to meet her if they had the chance. But suddenly, he boiled with anger and shouted at her that she was an ill-mannered girl. How can you be like that? You don't know that there are guests here, and you call my name impolitely. The girl looked at him, realizing that, as expected, the third rank had the same energy as Chi Monsoon. Then the god of war forbade Master Yuvain to be rude to her, because she is the center of the great heavenly trade group. If you insult her, I will not forgive it. Divine power was felt in his hands. Yuvain, looking at her, realized that it is better not to contact her. The air was heated by electromagnetic waves of tension. When the young lady asked if she was okay, she took a deep breath. She tried to control her breathing, apologizing for interrupting the discussion and asking for forgiveness. And, turning to the god of war, she decided to settle the situation and asked Master Muwain to forgive her. He looked at this god of war, and now he understood what kind of man he was. Dan Sayu realizes that they really had a discussion against him, but if they don't think deeper, they'll be in trouble for invading without warning. Muwain thought, it looks like he's going to read me out, but he does not dare to do this, because he is simply amazed at what purpose he came here so early. After all, maybe he has come a very long way and wants to argue with the young lady. Or is it related to an incident related to him? Maybe he came here on behalf of the Battle Association. What does he want? Muwan then gets up from his chair and sees that the god of war likes long talks. He came here to settle something. But is it possible? The god of war thinks to himself. He knows it won't be easy, but he doesn't think it's impossible because he has a plan. Since Yuvain is a great iron tyrant and always confident. But he feels nervous in front of this man. This could mean that he really is the god of war. He thought that the information that the god of war had risen to a new level among the 9 strongest men after the battle with the mentor was an exaggeration. But even if this person looked calm, he felt that he possessed an energy that could suddenly turn into a storm. With his eyes filled with calmness, he is sure that it is not for nothing. He has achieved this through many hardships, and it is very difficult to develop such martial arts. Can someone at this age reach this level? If he and the god of war fought at full strength, then the victory would be decided in a second, he is sure. Yuvain will be honest. Until the moment he met him, he was just interested in learning about the god of war, and he had no intention of fighting him. But when he saw him, he saw nothing more desirable in this life than fighting him. The young master looked at this old man. If you want to fight, and he, in turn, needs his fingers. He wants to, but unfortunately, he doesn't have time. If you turn yourself in, I'll be grateful. But it seems you won't, and now Yuvain needs to think. Of course, this is a difficult request for the god of war.
Hasayu decided to say a few words. She apologizes for her behavior once again, regardless of the circumstances, but she knows who holds the seniority in the entire Grand Gang. Moreover, she knows that Yuvane refuses to concern himself with external affairs, which makes it very difficult to accept the fact that he has decided to intervene in this murky fight. Yuvane replied that there are many unexplainable things in this world, and his participation this time would be an exception. Hasayu knows that this fight is the result of the 5 Dragon League's foolish actions, but he continues to interfere anyway. She is sure that it is all because of his grandson. After all, his grandson suffers from a very rare disease, from which it is very difficult to cure. The name of the disease of the 8 soulful great veins? It is a disease in which the 8 main veins are not supplied with internal energy. To make such a person move, a valuable thing is needed. Maybe these people are promising him blood jade if he can handle the god of war, because that's the only thing that can help with this disease. In fact, it most likely is. As he said before, he could be wrong. Yuvane was waiting for what the girl would actually tell him. Hasayu sees that he is acting under pressure from the Mito clan. He is being used by the 5 Dragon League, but they, as the great heavenly trade group, will do anything to cure his grandson of his illness. So she suggests that he reconsider her offer and the offer he was asked. But Tyrant saw no way to accept what the girl was offering when his goal was right in front of him, and the blood jade was in his sights. And as long as he is willing to save him, he will go to any lengths. Understanding his position, the god of war decided to make a deal so that there would be no casualties on either side. But Yuvane was convinced that there was no such way. Then the young master suggested that if he lost to Yuvane, he would be sent to an underground dungeon. This place is not being used at all, and he will be imprisoned in an underground prison, holding the great meeting. It all sounds like he's already surrendered to the god of war and has untied his hands, so let him tame him. Hearing these words, the sage intervened in the dialogue, trying to understand the god of war. Does he even understand what he is talking about? There's no way those bastards from the League of 5 Dragons are going to treat him fairly. He can calm down only after hearing this, because what he wants, he will not deny. Killing is killing even if he had reasons for it. That means he has to accept their judgment. Apparently, he doesn't trust the 5 Dragon League either, but he trusts Master Yuvane, and then he asks this old man to trust him as he trusts Master Yuvane. Yuvane, in turn, saw that the thinking was over and began to accumulate strength in his hand. Still, everything he said was good, but things are not as simple as he thinks. His forbidden Asura fingers that he has used and will use to tame him are a mix of 2 techniques designed to control opponents. No one can take them down but him. If he tries to do it without knowing the basics, he will get seriously injured. If he is found innocent at the assembly of powerful groups, he will take them down himself, so don't try to take them down by force. But the god of war only has one request for the master. Please let him stay here at the Great Heavenly Trade Group while he is in prison, as he will need a place to stay until the assembly takes place. And he can stay in this guest hall. Did Yuvane get it wrong? It's like this. The moment I enter the prison, my people will be attacked by the remnants of the Namgun family and the assassins of the 5 Dragon League. I ask you to stay and protect them. Yuvane then promises that he will do anything for a fair trial. And if it has come this far, he starts now. He uses Asura's forbidden fingers and attacks the god of war. Soon, strange sounds of chains are heard in the underground prison of the Steel Battle Association. Chains knock against each other, creating otherworldly sounds. This prison is at a level below the floor. Given that the Steel Battle Association is located on the island, they are currently below its surface. In the 10 years since the establishment of the Steel Association, the number of prisoners left here can be counted on the fingers. Technically, this place is already closed, so the god of war thought that no one would be imprisoned here. And the one who deserves this prison has finally come here. Now that they think about it, they only see him from afar. This is the first time that Guok has spoken to him in person like this. He is usually described as a person with blue eyes and with a wild look in his eyes. But maybe due to being tamed by the Steel Tyrant, he now looks like a human with normal eyes. Either way, maybe their first meeting with him will be very memorable. So he has high expectations of him without even knowing it. Ak Chong did not know that in such a pitiable state, the god of war could conjure up something. Then the god of war addresses this scoundrel, Gu Ak. What are you going to do? How will you act? He asks. Ak Young doesn't understand what he means.
Aren't you the one using the steel tyrant to imprison me in this place? But the god of war looks at this scoundrel and explains to him that all that is happening right now is that Akjung wants to see how he feels. He doesn't know what misunderstandings he has about him. But in general, he notices that he doesn't take his word for it, which is absolutely not the situation he wanted, explains Akjung. What he wants is to see his head smashed in front of the great gathering of powerful groups. Well, and at Master Chiel's suggestion, he can't do that, which made his life last another month. So he'd better thank the Master. Anyway, sure, there's no way to get out of this place on his own. Even if one can imagine how to get out of here. Even if he destroys this whole prison. He'll drown right there, so him better not to do stupid things. And soon, the great gathering of the power groups will take place in a month. But he will come to it before then. The prison was really incredible and was remote from the ground, hanging on chains. He understood that there was practically no security in this place. But the owner of this prison stands at the only exit from it. He heard that he did not like to leave the prison door open. Akjung tells that the owner of this prison is a very bad person. He has a bad character. And since the god of war was conquered by Asura's forbidden fingers, he better not bother him and manage everything. With these words, he leaves the god of war to rot in the dungeon. The young master is kneeling in chains. There is a month left until the great gathering of powerful groups. But, in principle, this will be enough for him. He has some interesting plan. The great heavenly trade group began to discuss what had happened in the morning. The god of war did the unthinkable. He volunteered to be taken to prison and was delivered by the fourth tyrant. The sage cannot even imagine the reason for such an act, but he understands that he could not decide to do it just like that, and, without a doubt, he was up to something. One of them, a bandaged member of the Namgun clan, admits that this is all because of his family, and it would be better for everyone if they back off and surrender. The disciple asks him not to blame himself, as the god of war would have faced the League of Five Dragons anyway. Because they had come too far, it was inevitable. And now they had to move forward without looking back. But will they be able to make the right decision at the meeting? Most likely, they will find many excuses to kill him. The sage also realizes that the god of war could at least tell them his plans before acting. It annoys him that he doesn't understand his intentions. In addition, he simply surrendered to arrest. It seems nonsense. He did not even inform the hostess about it. She wasn't aware either. Maybe something would go according to his plan today. But ever since he entered the Battle Association, everything had been a preparation for this day. She realized this when Dan Sayu said he wanted to be arrested. What is she talking about? She doesn't know, but she doesn't worry because she heard that Asura's forbidden fingers are one of the most powerful techniques in the world, and only the owner can get rid of them. She hopes that the blow she received was also part of the plan, and the god of war is in control. A sage finds no place for himself. He wants to get to the bottom of everything. In his mind, it wasn't all that simple. Regardless of the strength, he could never have guessed that the steel tyrant would use this technique to subdue him. He can only wait and believe in the god of war. The master has really gone beyond all limits and solves these issues in a complex way. But the fact remains, for his sake, the meeting of the powerful groups will be held. And this means that everything is serious. And he will be at the center of events. Mistress understood. She thought Master Chiol of the Lion League had broken his promise. In a month, the Steel Combat Association will be disbanded. Disbanding an association is like dividing the world into 3 parts. And when the world is divided, everyone will do whatever they want because they won't have to keep an eye on each other. Some people will release the forces that have been holding them back. If they continue to pursue their own goals, everyone will forget about the god of war. In this way, Guak distracts everyone, and no one will threaten him in his attempts to get rid of the god of war. He decided to do this after the scandalous destruction of the Namgun family. When the Steel Battle Association is disbanded, things will quiet down. Mosun's offer to detain the god of war has broken Huangbo's plan. Perhaps it is due to peaceful speculation. The girl had a request to the elder. She wanted him to help her and whispered in his ear. The sage, hearing her words, thought she was joking. But it seems that she is serious and trusts him, asking to keep everything a secret. She asks no one to report what she said. She wants him to arrange a meeting and fulfill her request. Their friends noticed that they were hiding something, and the god of war disciple noted that he wasn't the only one who couldn't keep up with the pace of the conversation. Moving on to the Lion League, some people can't get enough of god of war getting himself arrested. It just makes things more boring. When asked why he is disappointed, He admits that he did not reveal his potential, did not use his powers, and simply gives this diamond away. He was nevertheless praised for his efforts and given the promised blood jade. The tyrant looked at him and realized that he was real, but the main reason he can take it is to live the month before the great gathering of the power groups. Then this crystal will go to him, and he will send it to his grandson. The fourth tyrant closes the crystal and does not answer. The old man's offer to stay with the great heavenly trade group was rejected, much to his dismay. But he still made a promise to the god of war to take care of his people. This means that they have entered into a contract. The fourth tyrant made a promise and must keep it. He can't believe that the grand gathering of powerful groups will actually take place. It surprised him. He is interested in Master Chaol's opinion on the matter. It looks like they want to disband the Steel Battle Association. But one of the three powers in the world thinks otherwise and is working on it by deciding to call a meeting. The fourth tyrant asks if they have already decided to betray the god of war. But what does it mean to betray? They were once on the same side, and even the master can't decide what to do with the god of war. So he decides to offer a compromise. In a meeting with Master Huangbo a few days ago, he proposed to kill the god of war before the great gathering of powerful groups. They did not know whether to regret this incident or to let it pass by. In any case, it is necessary to act fairly because they are considered an important benchmark. But Akjung emphasized that Namgun's family was brutally destroyed, and she played an important role. The god of war must be punished for this, because he harmed the Steel Association. He questions their alliance and allies, and Akjung also has to hear about justice from the Holy Sword. It's humiliating. The Sword Saint admitted that if he said derogatory, it was rude. But he was just saying it. He offered to calm down and not look for reasons. They need to make a fair decision. All, of course, well done, but they definitely do not know the truth. Defeating the god of war won't be so easy, so they will hire someone who can defeat him and imprison him. This will be the reason for the necessary grand gathering, and until then, everyone will decide what to do. The fourth tyrant understands why he was used. He realizes that he is accused of betraying the god of war, but he made a promise on the level of domestic cattle. If such promise is not considered valid, the god of war and head of the trade group are aliens who were able to attack a prestigious family to seize power over the mainland. He cannot simply watch as aliens from other lands seize power over their territories. Designs in which the mainland is the center of the gods of war world are considered a violation. Judging from this gathering, Tyrant understood that they had eliminated their opponent in order to preserve prestige. They don't want to get their hands dirty, so they used it. After all, the young lady from the Heavenly Trading Group was only playing with him. The tyrant's existence became a joke to them. He cannot accept it. Even though he did it to get the blood jade, he still has a nasty residue. Anyway, there are Golden Dragon columns in the Lion League building, and he doesn't understand if Che Musang is planning to become an emperor. Although everything seems to be going according to plan, he can only hope that in the future the fourth tyrant will make him pay for today's humiliation. His next target will be Che Monsoon. In the association of the Jade Flower Group, Frost Blossom meditated in her favorite spot. She could only think of one person she had seen recently. She did not understand that the god of war, Dan Sayu, was not giving her peace and left many questions. She did not understand who he was and why she was constantly thinking about him. But when she looked at him, she remembered the master she once saw in her life. These thoughts did not allow her to sleep peacefully at night. She was tired of thinking so much. She had a headache. Something was wrong. Every time she thinks of Master Dan Sai, an image of an old man appears before her. And after that she has a headache. Maybe Master Dan Sayu is somehow mysteriously connected with this. Then she hears rumors on the street that the god of war has been arrested. The warriors had heard that he was being held in an underground prison under the control of the Five Dragon League. And that sounded like complete nonsense. But the fact is that this prison has been out of action for a long time. And anyway, who could defeat the god of war without the help of two righteous? Then they remembered that he had been defeated by Muayin, and the mistress was very worried about him. The warriors could not understand how they fought at all, because they are on the same level. Be that as it may, the god of war was imprisoned, and all these rumors were dispelled by one of the masters. He ordered the soldiers to better channel their energy into training. Frostbloom then approached Master Khan. She asked to give her a moment of time. Master couldn't believe that Frostbloom was interested in why the god of war had been arrested. In general, he is not very surprised, but he never thought that Concubine Han would worry about him. He looked at her intently. Maybe she had a reason, but she didn't answer anything, and since she is the deputy head of the Jade Flower Group, she should understand the situation. A few days ago, in a secret room that no one knows about, her father, Master Un of the 9 Centers, and Master Huangbo of the 5 Dragon League met. At this meeting, they decided to hold a great gathering of the powerful groups and discussed what to do with the god of war. Her father's decision surprised him and her, as he had always stayed away from matters related to the god of war. But now, he decided to change his stance. Her son doesn't understand what happened, but it doesn't matter. Thus, the Lion League, and we with it, turned away from the god of war. This was what their master had decided, and they had no choice but to obey. In addition, perhaps the Iron Tyrant will also become their enemy. He walked through the streets of the city, looking around, although this man acted for the sake of his son. But the girl looked at him. Her gaze was deeper than other girls her age. Ivan had heard about her and couldn't believe that the new generation was able to reach the level of a Blade Queen. This girl, one of the 3 lights, Frostbloom, was noticed by the tyrant. Judging by the way she radiates her energy, she can sense him, and it looks like she'll be able to break through the barrier soon. The tyrant had heard that it would soon be the case. There are many talented people in the Steel Battle Association, and he is counting on them, but only this girl was able to live up to his expectations. Then the veteran approached the gate of one of the cities and heard the shouts of people who were shouting, "Filthy people of Gordia! Never appear in the Battle Association!" The soldiers forced people to leave immediately. The 4th tyrant noticed that it was noisy as usual, and judging by the clothes these bastards were wearing, they were from the League of 5 Dragons. They came to the Great Heavenly Trade Group and demanded that they leave immediately. They wanted them to pay for believing in the god of war. They decided that if they were not opened, they would break down the gate. They want revenge for Namgoon's big family. After all, this is a great opportunity to turn the Heavenly Trade Group into a bloodbath and let them come out and beat everyone. The 4th tyrant watched this circus from the side. They are really strong in words. The hideous beasts are gone. Now they bark outside his yard. Stinking maggots. He can't stand the howling of these bastards and shuts them up. The scoundrels fly in different directions from one of his blows. They start looking around and don't understand what happened. After all, the blow that went through the earth melted even the earth. The tyrant understood that the god of war surrendered because he trusted the 4th tyrant, and because of that they had no right to hold him. This is about the Great Heavenly Trade Group, and the old man means that the offense of the trade group is the same as the offense of himself. Then the warriors asked, "Why is the old man trying to protect the pitiful god of war? If you really defend him, then you are wrong, because he is the enemy." Then everything is filled with his energy, and he addresses the warriors. His name is Muayin. "If any of you cross the line I have drawn, I will deal with you personally." The warriors realize that this is the same Yvain, the Iron Tyrant, and it seems incredible that one of the 3 tyrants is protecting the god of war. After all, the Iron Tyrant personally arrested the god of war. No one understands what is happening here. The warriors asked how the Iron Tyrant could protect the god of war in the Trade Association. In their opinion, this is treason. The old man replied that their concept of treason was narrow-minded. There is no point in answering him. Let them just get away. The old man walks into the trade group and clearly states his position. He is soon greeted by Haso, who is happy to see the man. But the old man does not believe that they will be happy with the man who arrested the god of war. But the hostess was waiting for him to ask something. She had heard that he had a deep relationship with the 3 leaders of the Steel Battle Association. He answered that it happened of its own accord, as he had been a long time on the Ganges. It's not called a deep relationship, but why would she know that? Then the girl asked about Master Huangbo. Does he know him? If you mean Huangbo Gun Ak, there is probably no one who doesn't know him. No one in the world keeps as many secrets as this man. The 4th tyrant remarked that he had no particular knowledge of him. Still, why is the young lady interested in this matter? Enough walking around, get to the point. What exactly do you want to know about him? Then the hostess fell silent and dared to ask. She wants to know about Master Huangbo's youth. It sounded confusing to the 4th tyrant, but he decided to answer her question. In the dungeon of the 5 Dragon League, where the Crimson Sect is located, a new era engulfed in chaos has already begun. No one will be able to stop her flow. Soon, everyone will see why she chose him. After the end of the gathering of the mighty groups, the storm started by the god of war will become no more than a storm in a teacup. After his death, He will personally reward that person, and this person will disappear unnoticed, and eventually everyone will forget about him. Although there will be a heavy price to pay for all his efforts and for destroying the Namgun family, their league will become stronger from now on. Also, don't let Mo be upset, because his family will take the vacated place. Gong Sung Mo can't accept that the promise made by the leader to give him invincible power is not being fulfilled. He asks, "What about my body? Did I get the treatment I needed?" But Gun Song insists that he was promised strength. He was told that they would make him invincible. Akyung told him to remember that he survived the battle with the God of War, and that says a lot. The fact that the battle with the God of War ended this way means that he can still be defeated. But Gun Sung can't accept that he was promised the power to conquer the world, and now evades answers. Akyung understands why he is unhappy, but in the future he will be grateful to him. Regardless of what others say, the main thing is that he will get a powerful body and become invincible. If he joins forces with those like him, then killing the God of War will not be a difficult task. Once the leader uses the God of War as a sacrifice at the Grand Gathering and the Grand Climax begins, everything will go according to plan. Gun Sung needs to calm down. Soon his power will be greatly needed, but is it true that they are leaving the God of War until the gathering itself? Akyung then tells him that he will take him to one place now, and of course he'll keep it alive with the outstanding Don't Worry finale. The God of War will lose all his powers before the Great Gathering begins, and there is nothing they can do to stop it. We move to the underground prison. The God of War was visited by the warden of this dungeon, who heard that this man had made a lot of noise. In the outside world, many know him, but in this place his reputation is worthless. This man says to him, "Welcome to hell." His name is Jung Wei. And now the life of the God of War is in his hands. While he is here, he owns an underground prison. The God of War asks him, "What is hell? If you want to see what hell is like, you'd better come outside and I'll show you." Young Wei looks at him and sees this brat taunting him. One of the guards wanted to rip off all his limbs. Another guard wanted to tear out his tongue. It all boils down to one thing, though. Jong Wei wants it too, but the master has other orders. He has no choice. No matter what happens to him inside, the main thing is that everything is in order on the outside. But let this God of War not worry, because he knows how to disfigure a person from the inside, even if he's beautiful on the outside. Jung Wei looked over his face, which was said to be beautiful, so he would start with the most prominent. He takes him by the skin of the face and says, "What a beauty." Hits it in the face, emphasizing that you shouldn't believe the rumors. It turns out that it is not his face that is beautiful, but his noticeable hands, tender little hands as they are. He looked at his own and doesn't understand how he does it. No matter how much he trains, his hands never stop being rough. He is directly jealous of him. He throws the needle right into his hand, which pierces his skin. It seemed like a small thing, but suddenly the hand explodes. Some poison seeps into her. The whole body is in pain, and it swells with blue pus. The young master feels that the veins show even on his face. Jong Wei is sure that he is in hellish pain right now, and can't even use his skills. But in spite of all this, he did not even cry out. It holds up well. But that's just the beginning. He's going to close all his veins, so the blood stops flowing, and make him feel so much pain. He scatters needles over the body of the young master. I wonder how long he will last. Jung Wei is going to destroy every cell in his body, and in less than a month his soul will completely submit to him. We return to the dungeon of the League of Five Dragons. Akyung brought him to a place to show that he would be reborn as an unkilled corpse. There are 5 such corpses in this place. Together with him, they will become powerful beings useful to the whole world. Gong Song had heard that one corpse was a serious threat even to the 3 tyrants. This meant that he would have enough power to overturn the entire martial association. The question that remained was whether the leader was worried that all these corpses might stage a coup and betray him. Akyung focused on the fact that he was thinking about it now too. But why should he not think about it? He doesn't even know. Akyung explains that he has nothing to worry about. It is impossible to betray him. After all, these corpses are the work of his hands. Their souls are separate in a convenient place. Their consciousness is one with his. Therefore, they obey his every command. He has no desire to rule all the corpses harshly, and he offers conditions that are beneficial to all. Regardless of what they do, the main thing is that they do not interfere. A monk appears on the horizon. "Greetings, Master Akchon does not see the leader. Where is he?" But Monk Youngjae has completed all the important work. Now he is checking the condition of the last material for the ritual.
They need to make sure that the mystery and the monks are the best at what they do, so they can't interfere with their plans. In general, ActionToon doesn't care. The main thing is that nothing harms the plan. And the question remains, who does this monk catch for so long and work so hard on this body? And she was keeping an eye on Frostbloom. It seems she has a headache and doesn't know how to cure it. And it hurts him so much to see her suffering. He wants to approach her and heal, but in the unstable state of a monk, he cannot just approach her, he apologizes to her. The only one who can feel his presence is the god of war, and even the thought of him frightens the monk. If he hadn't interfered, she would have been the most beautiful creature in the world, and when the god of war was near, he did not dare to take her and thought that he would surrender. But now the situation is different. The god of war is gone, and he has never been so grateful to the heavens. He cannot believe that heaven sent him a person with a perfect body and soul. He'll give her a better body, so let her give him her perfect time in the perfect place. Finally make her perfect. 15 days later, at the great gathering of powerful sects, the god of war became the first person to endure torture for more than 15 days. It was just amazing. This testified to his unshakable willpower. The only question left was how much longer he could hold out. If the god of war holds on a little longer, nothing will change. After all, in the remaining days, they would force him into submission. One of the guards commented that he even liked that he lasted so long. The more pain he endures, the more interesting. And if he gives up so easily, it will be hard to find someone as entertaining in this prison. The god of war's body was mutilated. Blood flowed from his nose and mouth. It dripped onto the ground, causing him to suffer even more. His whole body was stitched with needles. It was swollen and swollen. The god of war, looking at this scoundrel, remembered his name. Chong Wei. He will never forget him. Young Wei, for his part, had never once heard his moans or voice, and now he finally spoke to him. Could the god of war take it no more? But as he said before, he is not allowed to talk to him. He is only allowed to scream. He throws a needle at him. The needle hits him in the head and sinks into it. At this moment, his forehead begins to swell. Unbelievable pain spreads throughout the body. As if the eyes begin to close and the pupils dim, he falls with his head down, and the guards call him a dog bastard. At this moment, they see the god of war unconscious. What to do now? Take him back? But Yungwei finally waited for at least some kind of reaction. You can't miss a chance like this. You need to bring him to his senses and finish everything today. After some time, the master arrived. It seems that the master has come to check on this scoundrel, but they are not ready for that. The guard thinks this person needs to be taken care of if they torture him more than necessary. The master won't like it. Let them finish today and continue after the meeting with the master. Zhong Wei orders the jackal to be taken back to the cell and to wipe the blood from his face, as the master will not like this. They are going to force him to his knees at any cost. The dungeon was truly terrifying. Akyung sees the god of war and realizes that he is in a complete mess, even though he asked to be gentle with him. He knows for sure that these guys obey his orders. He asks the god of war to open his eyes. At this moment, the young master opens his eyes and asks, "Whose voice is this?" Akyung was even indignant. Does he still not recognize who he is? That's right, it's him. They haven't seen each other for a long time. Then the god of war turns to him. Maybe Akyung has been somewhere and now wants to personally check how beat up he is. Even failed to subdue me after such a long time of torture? It is simply impressive. The leader recognizes his power. But the reason he personally came is because he is a little unsure. Even if Master Yuvain's strength is incredible, he is sure that this is not enough. That is why he is here. He came to put an end to it in person. If I combine Master Yuvain's Finger of Asura and my subjugation technique, Akyung delivers a fatal blow to break the god of war's power forever. The leader of the 5 Dragon League didn't know why he had supposedly voluntarily submitted to Master Yuvain, but if he added his technique, his hopes would be shattered. So wait obediently for death in this place. You will become a fee for me to ascend to heaven. 2 of his fingers touch the forehead of the god of war. A crescent moon later, at the great gathering of the strongest sects, the young master will take Akyung's place and bear the wrath of all the strongest sects. This incredible blow pierced the entire dungeon. The energy from the camera was so powerful that everything around trembled and began to crumble. Chaos engulfed the place, and there was little hope that the god of war would survive. Akyung then ordered the overseer not to touch that scoundrel for 15 days. The fact is that he needs to rest for half a month. There is no need to feed him, and no one should approach him. If, of course, on the last day he does not submit even after blocking all the acupuncture points, then simply cut out his tongue. And before that, he forbids torture even if he asks for submission. Young knew that they used the forbidden finger technique and didn't just block the internal energy. Maybe they destroyed his 8 special meridians, and in such a situation, he can't even channel the internal energy. So all their torture will just kill the god of war, and then they will have problems. But Zhong Wei laughed, saying, "Don't worry about it. He knows a lot of torture that won't let him die. His reputation will fall if he doesn't conquer the god of war." Young, hearing the word reputation, flew into a rage. He resented that he was trying to spoil his plans just to maintain his reputation. He yelled at Yonghui, "Who did you think you were? Just because you own this prison, you think you're special in my eyes?" Unbelievable energy hung over Yonghui. He fell to his knees and began to beg for forgiveness. He wouldn't dare to say that again. He said it rashly, and it would be the last time. From that moment on, Jung forbids him from entering the cell and not bothering him about little things. Yonghui remembers it and swears that it won't happen again. Yonghui realizes in his mind that it was very dangerous to stutter, and he almost lost his life. In a cold dungeon resides the god of war. He understands that he is badly injured. He didn't expect Gunnak to use his skills, did not foresee this at all. Most of his meridians were damaged, as were his internal organs. It will be very difficult for the god of war to avoid death, but he can't just sit back and wait for it. As expected, like a lantern without oil, he doesn't feel any energy in his body at all. It's not clear, because the master's technique has impressed him, but he can't give up. At least a drop is needed. If he can feel his chi energy a bit. At this moment, the spark in his eyes flares up. And these scoundrels who said no one would come here for 15 days, that was a great gift. That's what the god of war needs. And that scoundrel Jung will really regret not killing him today. After some introspection, the god of war still found a spark of chi energy in his meridians and smiled. 13 days ago, the great gathering of strong sects took place. Soon everyone would finally gather, and one of the members looked at the Steel Association. He understood that the grand gathering of powerful sects was quite an interesting event. A man came up to him and remarked that he looked worried, that he didn't look like him. What's bothering him? But this is rather not anxiety. He cannot understand with common sense, because that person is very intelligent, and he sees things that others do not notice. Regardless, he turns to Gunnak. He's made a deliberate decision to believe, even though he can't believe that the scoundrel plans to disband the Steel Battle Association. The only question that remains is whether he can do it, and they will find out in 2 weeks. As they approached the island, they saw the Steel Battle Association, and their ship was preparing to dock. They arrived at the port as expected. Many people came here. This shows how important this issue is. Officially, there must be a lot of guests. Most of them have probably already arrived. One of the porters asks his friend why these people have arrived so early. This is the 7th strongest person with whom the agreement was made. Even though they have no real power from the association, even 2 forefathers and 2 tyrants can't ignore their opinion. His colleague wonders how important it is for such authoritative people to arrive early, or if they just showed up in their superior manner. One of the escorts asked the old man his name. He said his name was Hengmu Geng. The person responsible for the escort will refer him to the 10 centers. Someone from the audience heard the name Hengmu Geng and realized that they had heard him somewhere. In his memory, he tried to remember where he had heard this name. He then stated that they would recognize him if he showed his immortal sword. He even began to worry. It might be the same Zhongan Flying Dragon sect. He apologizes for his rudeness and asks them to wait a few minutes. They will immediately contact the sect and ask them to escort the guests. But the old man asks not to force busy people to overcome such a path. He feels good and can get there on his own. They were missed. The warriors even became nervous, meeting such people, and broke into a cold sweat. If the master finds out about this, he will go crazy. But the warriors have nothing to worry about because no one but crazy people will dare to impersonate Muneki. After all, the flying dragon of Zhongnan, Seo Munich, joined the sect at the age of 5, and at 6 he was already recognized as a genius. After that, he was considered the best student candidate. At the age of 12, he surpassed the skills of the best and became Hengmu Gen's best disciple. He is a living legend without exaggeration, a reputation so high that it surpasses the 3 prominent and the 3 flowers. Even if he wasn't that strong, he was still no match for the immortal sword Hengmu Jin. He was the senior mentor of the sect's best disciple, one of the most powerful people in it. No one has seen Heng wield his sword, but no one doubts his greatness. He is the best swordsman in the sect, and one of the 72 heroes who have the right to participate in the grand gathering of the strongest sects. Rumor has it that his skills surpass even the holy sword. Heng was walking with his disciple, and noticed that these scoundrels felt as confident as if they were standing next to the holy sword. They talked about the need to work hard so that the future of the Zhonggan sect would only flourish. Suddenly, Heyun notices a very important detail at the gathering. He sees a person he has never met before. That girl attracted all his attention. When she turned around, Frostbloom didn't realize who was approaching her. However, she decided to go further. Her eyes were flawless, and she radiated incredible energy. The old man had heard that all the heroes were gathering at the Steel Battle Association, and he met one of them immediately after arriving. She has a really outstanding talent. Even after achieving great results, the old man saw great potential in her. Mu Wen then realizes that he has seen her before. She is one of the 3 flowers. If he is not mistaken, she is the young Mistress San who now belongs to the Lion League. The old man remembers her and says that she has been like this since childhood. Suddenly he feels the incredible energy of the monk from the Scarlet Sect who tried to take the Frost Blossom. The old man feels this energy and does not understand what kind of dark power it is. He turns his head and does not understand why he feels such energy from this girl. He remembers that he once felt something similar, just like then. How could he feel the same energy as the person he once met? It seemed impossible, and he finds himself thinking that that monk from the Scarlet Sect is already dead. He hopes it's just his imagination. No one can deceive his eyes or ears. Soon they went on, and the old man told his disciple that he was getting tired. Returning to the Steel Martial Association located in the 9 centers in the Junan sect, no one can decipher the old records. These records are written in the old language of the Ming dynasty, and no one understands anything. Of course they can handle it, and maybe one day they will decipher them, especially the flies, because the master is sure that he can be trusted. The foreman asks the master how much more he has to pay. He has been kneeling for about half an hour. It was Jujukek. Sect Elder Siok Moon asks him to shut up, as he's now in front of a very important person. How can he complain? In front of him is the best swordsman of the sect, one of the 72 heroes. But the elder asks not to kill his head. He hardly knows him, and let him not slander him. Although it is not easy to work with the Steel Battle Association, he does a good job. But the old man does not see their people. Where did they share? Answer: they went to the 9 centers to prepare for the great gathering of the strongest sects. Hansu also went there. They say that this is the best student. He sent him a letter. If they are talking about disciple Yuk, then he is the elder's only disciple. Then the old man feels sorry for him. Too bad they lost Jack. It would be difficult to find someone this stubborn and persistent in all of Junan if he is still alive. The swordsman was confident that he would best restore the 36 swordsmanship skills. If Ham Hansu is his student, then he is definitely an unusual child, and he wants to meet him. Where is he now? Then one of them rises and realizes that this child is valuable. He will go to the guest hall and bring him. The apprentice swordsman did not understand. What kind of guest hall? This is the residence of the sect. Why is the disciple of the sect in the guest hall? But there was a reason. Because he wanted to. They don't know why he wants to stay here after the god of war is imprisoned, but he is still in the great heavenly trade group. His supremacy caused this chaos. What does supremacy mean? Did you just say supremacy? The fact is that Hansu inherited Master Sa's personality. He was a kind and gentle man, and he says that someone like Hans is superior. Actually, they are hiding something. What did they do with him? The answers do not match. It was obvious that this man was very worried and under a lot of pressure because Seo Moon Ek was always strong. His aura was incredible. No matter how outstanding that guy is as a Junan sect elder, the old man can't give in. He asks his student what he is doing now. How could he even suspect a sect elder? He does not want to witness these suspicions. The answer was just a smile. He would never suspect the elder, and judging by his words, Hans is the one with the problem. Then the student promises the master that he will meet him personally, and gets permission. Representatives of the Steel Association are nervous. After all, they will have problems. If the elder meets Hansu, he will know for sure that they treated him badly, and the punishment doesn't matter. If Hansu really wants to live in the sect, let the disciple give him whatever he wants. The student accepts his words.
He appeals to those who stayed there. Let them escort him to the city where Hansu stayed. These warriors break into a cold sweat and do not respond. After all, they have nothing to say. They fear the consequences. The master's apprentice is going to solve this problem. He was accompanied by a person who would take him to the right place. We returned to the Great Heavenly Trading Group. A letter came from Uncle Jan. He informed that all preparations are completed, and he will send the results of the investigation very soon. He has great insight, and the girl still needs to do a few important things for him to help her this time. It seems that some who sent an official invitation to participate in the Great Sect gathering have already arrived at the Steel Association, and there is still a long time before it begins. Even from the Junan sect, sword masters had arrived. If they encountered them in the future, they should not violate etiquette. Looking at Master Hem, one can see that he is tired. He trains daily with the men of the 10 Banners. He seems to get along well with them because they grew up in different environments. Their fights are simply amazing, and they raise each other's level. They were surprised that this child's skills had grown, and the Blue Flags continued to fight for training, and all this leads to a certain result. One of them was watching him intently from the window. He noticed that this child was afraid to take up his sword, because he was always intimidated by others. Because of his kind-heartedness, the environment has a strong influence on him. After his master's death, he couldn't make up his mind, so he went to the Steel Martial Association. Before that happened, he mastered the great martial art of 36 swordsmanship skills, and after that, he revealed his potential. His sword became an extension of his arm. The warrior looked at the boy Hem Hansa and did not understand where he got such skills. But the master's student sincerely congratulated him on such achievements. After all, Hansu was reborn, one might say, in a new image of a warrior. He achieved such results. He was even able to use the heavenly arrow technique. He used it once during training, and pushed his opponent several meters away. It was a really good fight, and he shook hands with his opponent after it. His opponent had always thought that he was just an idiot from Junan, but now he found out that he can behave with dignity. And yet he will not be a laughingstock if they become friends. He simply takes him by the hand and throws him into the water. Hansu flops around in the water like a fish. It was a joke from one of the flags when asked what he was doing. He replied that in such moments they usually laugh together. Ha ha. But Hansu did not understand what he was talking about, and for the first time in his life he heard the word friends, and it sounds fun. Looking at him from the side, these people managed to open his heart. But why was the Junan sect unable to do so? What a shame for them. No matter what situation and place he finds himself in, this person remains a disciple of the Junan sect and hopes that he will never forget it. They return to the residence. He orders all the people he sent to the 9 centers back, and they don't understand why so suddenly. But once everyone returns, this boy will check their growth and achievements, see if they can bully the younger ones. He wants to see it with his own eyes. At this moment, the escort understands that it is over. It's 11 days until the great gathering of the strongest sects. The warden can't find a place because they can't touch that bastard god of war. They come up with different schemes. Maybe kill him and say that he committed suicide, or somehow come up with a way. But the master gave an order. The slightest mistake will lead to big consequences. This man is just mad at the god of war, and they are told to just stand and wait, which tears him apart in anger. But one of them starts to comfort him, saying that, at worst, they will lose their lives. He couldn't accept that the god of war had almost given up. They didn't understand why the master kept that bastard alive. But what difference did it make when he died? They will not understand the intentions of the Grand Master. Suddenly they were attracted by the sound of slabs falling off somewhere in the prison. They saw the god of war calmly levitating in the air. How he did it, they don't understand. What about his eyes? Had his fighting skills recovered? This does not give them peace. However, the boy uses the power of the Heavenly Artillery General and silences them. Lightning strikes one of the prison guards. He dies instantly, knocked back by the blow. Together with his partner, they become under the control of the god of war. He took away from them what they were so afraid of. The young master understood that this was all a puppet show, an ancient technique that consists in capturing the enemy's blood vessels and controlling them like puppets. His Kui energy becomes a thread that runs through the bloodstream and captures the brain. From that moment, they belong to the god of war. The god of war wonders where the jailer Zhonghui is. He is informed that he is in his room, as the master has forbidden him to leave until the great gathering of the strongest sects begins. He asks where his room is, and the guard quickly replies that it's up the road. In the same room,
The god of war breaks out of prison and wants to show that he was imprisoned in a place where his fighting skills were destroyed. He could only wait for death. Everything was going according to Huangbo Gun Ok's plan. He was practically dead, so they had no reason or need to keep an eye on him. All they had to do was wait here quietly for the grand gathering of the strongest sex to begin. Then, when he snapped his fingers, these two guards come out of the trance of the electromagnetic effect on their brains. It was as if they had woken up from a deep sleep. They did not understand how this rascal god of war had done it. They were in that condition. When they looked back, they saw that the cage was open, but they were under an illusion and did not notice it. They did not believe that he could escape from this prison, because they did not see it and did not want to make an unnecessary noise, because the one they saw was already a corpse in their eyes. The god of war breaks down the prison master's door. He bursts in and sees that the master is not there. At first, he'd like to kill him, but it's more important to find the members of Chom's security. He knows roughly where they are, but a pointless search isn't a good idea. In this room, he finds a map of the prison. Its location is marked on it. 3 underground floors and tunnels leading down. This building is more like a maze with some additions here and there. The map was created recently and will help the young master to understand the structure of this place. Although he used the puppet show technique on these two, if Jung Wei or anyone else checks on them, they could reveal it at any moment. Therefore, it is better for him to watch his actions. He undermines the ground under him. Activating the artillery general's thunder power, he punches down several floors. The god of war then descends into this dungeon. Looking around, he notices that there is a person here. She's surprised that someone came to her after all, because, wrapped in chains, he has not seen people for a long time. When asked by the god of war, he replies that few people can get here, especially those who come through the ceiling like him. This is the first time this person sees someone like the god of war. If he breaks through the floor in this room, something bad can happen, because these floors are man-made, and from this level on, everything rests on the outer walls of the rock. The slightest mistake and the whole place will collapse. At that moment, the god of war understood his words and now knew who he was. This person asks to hear his story. He has special crafting skills and can enter a secret workshop where only a direct descendant of the Dan family can enter. No one can match his skills. The god of war examines him and sees that he wrote it in blood. If it's about the writing on the walls, then it's like this. No one enters this prison, but he's sure that one day someone just like him will come here. The god of war understands that the Dan family is a group in the 5 Dragon League, if it is true. The writings on the walls are his ancestral legacy, left to whoever finds them in the future. And that person is him. It was obvious that this man had bitten off his fingers to write this. His anger is probably so great that he went to such extremes. In front of him is Dan Chongyi, who wonders if the god of war has guessed his name. But this unknown man says that his name is not Dan Chongyi. He was once called as a Dan family member, but now he refuses him. A butterfly flies by the young owner. This man claims to be Zhong Han Jia, the creator of the thing that will destroy the heavenly flower rain technique that the Dan family is so proud of. He is the owner of a pair of butterflies. The young master heard his name somewhere, but cannot remember where exactly. While in the Dan family's workshop, he had managed to create many varieties of secret weapons. Although his fighting skills were weak, he was unable to use these artifacts on his own. However, his understanding of the Dan clan's specialization was deeper than anyone else's. Thanks to his knowledge and skills, he quickly took a rather high position in the workshop. Thus, Dan became an important person in his family. At a time when he could get everything he wanted, a girl appeared on his path. This girl adored butterflies. She was sweet and kind, with an innocent soul that charmed everyone around her. They fell in love with each other and promised to get married, and everything seemed to be going great. But all these dreams crumbled the day she died. His eyes witnessed her last decision, when she decided to commit suicide. That day he was left without a bride, with a broken heart and an empty soul. Dan's family considered her death to be a simple suicide, not giving it much importance. But he refused to believe it, so he called for a second investigation. However, his request was ignored, and the head of the clan ordered to punish him for his disobedience. However, then he managed to find out the truth behind her death. And it happened because of him. His name was Dan Guan-il, the disgraced son of the Dan family. He had been looking for an opportunity for a long time. In the end, he shook her life, causing the girl to go into shock, after which she decided to commit suicide. Unlike ordinary artisans, the clan attached great importance to Dan Guan-il, a direct descendant of the Dan family.
After the craftsman was expelled from the Dan family without giving him a chance to defend himself, he was ambushed on the way to his hometown. It seemed so unfair. He lost his bride, and the whole world seemed to turn against him. Guan, the real culprit, was sentenced to only a few days of punishment, while the craftsman had to die in this brutal ambush. Helpless, unable to do anything, he asked himself, "Do I have to die like this?" Lying in the pit, beaten and powerless, he firmly decided, this will not happen. He will not allow himself to die just like that. Clenching the ground in his fists, he swore revenge. His determination was unbreakable. He didn't care that Dan Guan would become the heir of the family, nor that the Dan clan tried to cover up the whole matter. It didn't bother him that revenge seemed impossible. He was absolutely ready to tear Dan Guan to pieces, no matter what it cost him. He managed to survive, hide deep in the mountains, and finally free himself from the supervision of the Dan family. Although he had lost almost everything due to the punishment, his thirst for revenge remained unwavering. Using his artisan skills and all the knowledge he had, he began to create a secret weapon that could stand up to the techniques of the Dan family. A year passed, then 2, and then 10 years passed, and so it happened. He created an invisible weapon capable of overcoming all the secret techniques of the Dan family. They reminded him of that girl, fragile but at the same time incredibly strong in her desire to live. An invisible weapon capable of countering all the secret techniques of the Dan family was embodied in a pair of fragile but deadly butterflies. However, his joy at creating this weapon was short-lived. Everything changed when the Dan family discovered that he had been watched for a long time. It turned out that they had been watching him for decades, and even though they were no match for him, he couldn't use these butterflies to their full potential. His inner strength proved to be too weak to activate the secret pair butterfly technique in a real battle. Meanwhile, the pursuers were getting closer and closer. One of them threw a throwing knife, which hit him directly in the leg. This blow stopped his escape, and the suitcase fell from his hands, and the butterflies flew in different directions. In a desperate attempt to escape, he lost one of his butterflies, the death moth. But he could not afford to lose the butterfly of life, although the butterfly of death was lost. He managed to hide the butterfly of life in his own body. However, the pursuers caught him and threw him into a dark prison. Despite being captured, he was not going to give up his revenge, because he was sure that Guan would personally come to see his suffering. He heard that he was locked in this dungeon, and he was sure that he would be able to use the butterfly of life when he met this scoundrel. That's when his revenge would be complete. Even in captivity, he was gathering his strength so that one day, when he met Dan Guanil, he would activate the butterfly of life. He did not know how much time had passed, but he was sure that the preparations for revenge were complete. But no one ever came. Only Seiyu listened to his whole story. He added that the blows he received from those scoundrels made it increasingly difficult for him to even breathe. Foreseeing his end, he left the writings on the walls until it was too late. He failed to take revenge, and he was only getting closer to his death. He wasn't afraid of it, but he was filled with bitterness because he couldn't take revenge for that girl. At that moment, he said that his end had come. After listening to the story, the God of War realized that the Dan family was part of the 5 Dragon League, and if it was possible, he would carry out his revenge. The Dan family will be completely destroyed as soon as the butterflies of life and death flap their wings and fly away. The craftsman said that if God had a score with the Dan family, he would trust him with his death, even after losing the death butterfly. However, having only one butterfly of life still gave him the ability to control the world. His last words were "thank you" as he dissolved into thin air. His body disintegrated into small particles like dust in the wind. Only on the torn clothes that remained from him on the ground, something shone. The God of War did not pick up this thing. It was exactly that butterfly. Seeing it, he remembered something. He remembered an item he had bought at an antique shop in Jian. It was Jonhan Ja's dead blooming butterfly. This weapon would render all of the secret techniques of the Dan family useless. 9 days before the great gathering of the strongest sects, the Steel Battle Association was preparing for decisive events. This impressive battlefield was watched by Gunak, talking to Dan Guanil, whom they had not seen for many years. A whole 20 years had passed, and Gunak asked him about his training. Il replied that there was no reason to worry. There should not be even the slightest mistake, Gunak emphasized. Since he had given orders to avoid any mistakes, Il decided to ask the question, "What if we got rid of him before the grand gathering of the strongest sects?" Il asked. This question was quite clear to Huangbo. However, he said that he has his own plans, and so there is no reason to worry. Suddenly, Huangbo's gaze rested on Il's back. He asked, "What is this?"
Rosary beads hung behind Ilya's back. "Have you decided to become a Buddhist?" Huangbo asked him sarcastically. Il replied that even if he found a way to atone for his wars, nothing would change, and his anger would not subside. Besides, how can a dead man help with forgiveness? He was not interested in weak men who could not protect their women. Such views were shared by the invincible Dan Guan Il, known as the Bloody Hand. Meanwhile, in the underground prison of the League of Five Dragons, there were voices heard by the God of War. It seemed to him that these voices were somewhere nearby. But after searching the entire floor, he did not find any traces of people. From Huangbo's point of view, keeping people in an underground prison was a waste of resources. Since their fighting skills were very low, there was almost no chance of escaping, especially with the unknown location of the prison. The God of War decided to hurry and find them. However, at that moment, he noticed something ahead of him that caught his interest. He looked down and saw people standing at the giant gate. One man stood directly in front of the guards and seemed to be preparing to open the gate. The God of War heard a fragment of their conversation. They said that it was time for dinner. They also mentioned that this man was going to die soon anyway. This aroused the curiosity of the God of War. Who is this prisoner that he is so guarded and fed? He could not contain his curiosity and decided to check for himself. Without developing any plan, he just went straight at them. The guards heard a noise from above and raised their heads, but it was too late. The God of War's leg had already hit the neck of one of the guards, pushing him back with such force that he flew back. The blow was so powerful that the food he was holding flew into the air. The food was about to fall, but the God of War caught it in midair. Food is too precious to throw away, he thought, and picked it up on the fly. "Who are you?" asked the guards, because his appearance was so magical. Ignoring their questions, he decided to try this food since he hadn't eaten in a long time. It tasted terrible, and he did not even guess that the food for the prisoner was not prepared by the chef, but it was generally tasteless and almost inedible. The guards immediately decided to capture him, because they considered him a criminal. One of them, brandishing a spear, shouted, "Who are you, scoundrel?" "I need nothing," the God of War replied, easily dodging the blow. "I only care about who is imprisoned in this place." At that moment, one of the guards knocked the food out of the God of War's hands with his spear. Although it tasted terrible, it was his first meal in a long time and he felt irritated by it. The expression on his face clearly showed that he was not going to forgive them for this insolence. The guards were especially annoyed by his calm and relaxed attitude towards them. But he wasn't as relaxed as he seemed. With one perfectly honed movement, he pushed away from the guard's spear and flew high above his head. Extending his leg with all his strength, he delivered a blow directly to the opponent's head. He was not relaxed. This situation was simply too simple for him. The other guards realized that this man was no ordinary enemy. They immediately decided to attack all together to give him no chance. Since they were all attacking, he decided not to just defend himself, but began to gather his energy on his arm, preparing a strike. A battle was inevitable. But his fighting skills had recently recovered, so he knew that it would be difficult for him to control his power. Because of this, he warned the guards, "Be careful, because dying can be too painful." The guards had heard that Master Huangbo had personally used the subjugation technique against the God of War. But something went wrong. The God of War was most interested in who was behind this door. He asked one of the guards who was kneeling in front of him, but he only replied that he did not know anything. "The door to the forbidden cave can only be opened with a key and the strength of 4 people, the guard added. In addition, it is made of black iron, which cannot be broken. But God of War didn't need 4 people. He also didn't need a key if this great power black iron would be enough, and this power was already present in his hands. He concentrated his power, and there was a crunch of metal. The power of the heavenly artillery general began to act. Then thunder filled the space, and his body was trapped in a vacuum that seemed impossible to escape from. Just as the God of War thought, this door was too big to break down with a single blow. He decided to apply more force, grabbing the door on both sides and squeezing it even harder. The huge door turned into a crumpled sheet of metal. The guard couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. It was black iron. In addition, the God of War crumpled this door, created according to a special structure like a sheet of paper. At this moment, the guard was in complete shock. His hands were shaking from what he saw. He could not realize that such a person was capable of such a thing. However, one of the guards, looking at the God of War from behind, believed that he was in an advantageous position to attack. One of the guards thought that approaching the God of War from behind would make him defenseless. But as expected, the God of War did not go unnoticed. he heard a rustling behind him. "It's a failure," the god of war spoke, and at the same moment a light flashed around. The glare was his response, a lesson to anyone who dared attack from behind, showing that such actions were not condoned. The guard was trapped by the crumpled door, turned into a metal layer. Instead of running away, the guard tried to use all his strength to kill the god of war, but was ultimately unable to dodge his attack. However, now the god of war was much more interested in finding out what was behind this door. He took the first step outside the giant gate, wondering if he should test how strong the person imprisoned in a place called the Forbidden Demon Cave was. Step by step, he crossed the border of the gate. A chillingly cold energy filled the entire passageway like bone-chilling ice. He would not have managed to take a single step if he had not gathered his inner energy. Beyond that cold energy, he felt a huge legacy, similar to what he had once felt when meeting Saint Swordno. Even more, he is stronger than 2 saints or 3 tyrants, the god of war thought, not understanding how such a high-ranking martial artist ended up imprisoned in this place. It is not for nothing that this place is called the Forbidden Cave of Demons. You need to keep your mouth shut here. When he got closer, he saw a person who would be better called a monster. She was hanging on chains. Her aura radiated incredible power. His face looked terrible. The red color of his skin radiated rage and hatred. In a cold, raspy voice he asked, "Mok, is that you?" "You finally came," he said, with a note of perverse pleasure in his voice. Suddenly, a strong wind began to rise, almost sweeping the god of war off his feet. It was difficult to stay in place and find some support under my feet. The immense power emanating from the prisoner was pulling him forward, and it was becoming incredibly difficult to stay here. It grew stronger with each passing moment, and the god of war's body seemed to be trapped in the vacuum of this corridor. He warned that he was not going to stand still and allow himself to be attacked. Releasing his energy, he used the electrical force to pull himself to the ground, cementing his position. A 1,000-ton hammer, the god of war spoke, and his appearance completely changed. Now he was ready for a battle where no one could stop him. Only with such power could the god of war turn to the prisoner and ask, "Who are you, and how dare you attack me?" But he only answered, "Do you think you can deceive me by changing your voice?" The god of war asked him to look into his face and understand that he was not the person he thought he was. The prisoner replied that he had lost everything when he believed him, and addressed the god of war, calling him Muak. He added sarcastically that he could look at him with his pierced eyes. The god of war repeated once more, "I am not Muak." "Aren't you Muak?" asked the prisoner in surprise, suspecting that this was another attempt at deception. He said that this time he wouldn't believe it, and he wouldn't let him do what happened before, and started screaming loudly. His scream was so powerful that the shockwave knocked everything around. The god of war recognized this technique as the lion's roar, an ancient sonic attack technique. He needed to defend himself immediately as the force of that scream nearly knocked him off his feet again. But after some time, making every effort to protect, the main character could not stand it, and flew with his back into a concrete wall. The lion's roar was so powerful that the force of the blow caused blood to flow from the mouth of the god of war. Then he began to fall down to the ground. However, he managed to react and landed on his feet, keeping his balance. This attack was so powerful that it was hard to believe that it was performed by someone whose body was weakened. The god of war told him that this was not a situation to be taken lightly. The prisoner had not only gouged eyes, but the skin on his face was also peeled off. In addition, an important acupuncture point on the back of the head was also blocked. The same acupuncture points were blocked on his legs as well. Even the point on his elbow was pierced and his arms were chopped off. These chains pierced all the important acupuncture points on his body, preventing him from functioning normally. The god of war was sure that this was all done on purpose, but he didn't understand how this person could stay alive in such a state until now. The fact that the prisoner was able to display such strength while on the brink of death showed that he had surpassed human limits. However, the prisoner continued to shout that he had been waiting for him all this time, thinking that it was Gunok. He insisted that he had not yet lost his power, and it was enough to drag him into hell. The prisoner mistook the god of war for another man, because he could not see him with his pierced eyes. Although perhaps, even if he had killed the god of war with his own eyes, he would have gone mad by now, and there would be no way to quell his rage. The god of war did not understand what would happen if he could not subdue this person, then only death would follow. At this moment, he firmly realized that, unlike the other rooms, this place was surrounded by solid iron plates. This may have been done to prevent the prisoner from escaping,
but there should be another plate reflecting his hidden techniques. In order to strengthen his technique and multiply his attack power, he used every possible resource. His body was chained and he couldn't move, so this technique, created in a moment of desperation, was his last hope. This was astounding to the god of war, considering the prisoner was completely shackled, but still displayed an incredible state of strength. It was hard to imagine how strong he really was. But even the god of war was not going to stand idly by and accept his attacks. He decided to gather all his strength to defeat this enemy. "Heavenly artillery!" shouted the god of war, focusing General Thunder's energy. To a deafening crack of thunder and lightning, the god of war struck, and the prisoner only shouted, "Is this all you can do?" But the god of war sensed that his enemy's energy flow had changed. The energy flew straight to the points where the chains were attached. She walked the chains, penetrating directly into his acupuncture points, threatening even greater consequences. The prisoner thought that all the efforts of the god of war were futile and began to scream even louder, releasing his rage. At that moment, the chains began to tremble from the tension. With that one cry, he managed to withstand the power of thunder. If he was in his normal state, you can be sure that no one would be able to overcome him. The god of war decided to block his technique. Focusing all his energy on one target, he sent a beam of lightning straight into the sky. And then he lowered this beam directly into the body of the giant, wrapped in chains. The beam was incredibly powerful. He pierced everything in his path, penetrating even through the body of the prisoner. An even louder roar came from his mouth, but this time it was no longer directed at the god of war. His body began to tear apart under the force of the lightning. Everything around was illuminated by a bright blue light, and in this contrasting glow, only a small point in the center was visible. After that, there was a loud sound of chains falling to the ground. The prisoner was incredibly angry because he knew he would die like this without taking revenge on Muak. The god of war approached him and reiterated that he was not Muak, and asked who this man was that he was using such incredible techniques. The dying man's last words were only one thing: "Muak is a dog." He didn't have time to say his name. It was at this moment that the prisoner died, not even having time to say his name. To look at him, he really looked like Muak. The god of war couldn't understand why this man ended his journey in this way. It was not what he expected. But if this is true, then the Steel Battle Association, and even all of Gango, will find themselves in great confusion. Steel Combat Association, Old Central District. At this moment, there was a conversation going on here about the shadow step technique, which was extremely difficult to master. Like swordsmanship, this technique required great physical training, Hyunmu explained to his student. Continuing their conversation, they reached Shenjian's residence. This place was used for Unep-ja's training, and among those who dreamed of becoming famous, only he and his sword would shine, said the old man. The student added that Unep-ja is rumored to be the equal of 400 men, so it's no wonder he has such a reputation. However, the old man expressed doubt and asked the disciple if he would like such a reputation. "If so, I'll be very disappointed," Seo Moon replied, assuming the old man didn't know him very well. "No," said the old man, thinking. Then he laughed and added, "That's right." After that, he explained that he would have to be very busy preparing for the great gathering of the strongest sex. No matter how busy he is, Unep-ja has been his only real adversary for decades, and he can't sit idly by. The swordsman, standing right in front of them, said, "I can't believe you value my techniques so highly. It is my greatest honor." The old man noticed that the swordsman had a well-hung tongue, and noted that he had been practicing his techniques for the past 10 years. The swordsman replied that it was a great relief for him to see the old man as healthy as he was 10 years ago. Mutually, Hyunmu replied, and wanted to ask how he found out, but then said that they would talk about it separately. The disciple behind the holy sword asked to introduce himself, and he called himself Suo Moon, a great disciple of the Chejunan sect. He added that it was a great honor for him to meet the holy sword, Saint Sword, a person who defeated a shaman and once became a great swordsman. Although he is not like the 4 great warriors, his aura resembles them. This person lives in the mountains to hone his swordsmanship skills. He was ranked 2nd in the senior schools and was said to be reaching the pinnacle of swordsmanship, becoming one with his blade. Seo Moon admitted that he couldn't even imagine which of them was better in terms of skill. At this moment, the Sword Saint wondered if Seo Moon was the same genius that was rumored, as he was believed to be very skilled. The old man brought up the cult, noting that Shenjiang had a place where many skilled warriors practiced, and asked the Sword Saint about the gentleman next to him. "This is my disciple. Hushan Wen is one of the top 3 warriors and practices the Iron Sword Steps technique," the Sword Saint replied. It was completely in line with his reputation, and he introduced himself as Volcanic Cloud, a master of the Iron Sword Steps technique. Iron Sword Steps is a technique in which the wielder kills an enemy while holding an iron sword before the enemy takes 3 steps. Undoubtedly, his skills live up to his reputation. However, his arrogance and self-confidence, developed among strong people since childhood, became widely known. This boy was no exception. Perhaps that was why the Holy Sword was keeping a close eye on him, thought Hyun, and asked the students to talk among themselves, while he and the Holy Sword left to talk. They withdrew to speak in private. Volcanic Cloud turned to Seo Moon, noting that he had heard of his teacher a long time ago. He had also heard of Seo Moon himself as the one who inherited everything from Kim Sung. Volcanic Cloud admitted that he had long wanted to meet him in person. Meanwhile, their teachers arrived at the site and started a dialogue about the possible dissolution of the Steel Battle Association, noting that it would be a big problem. Hyun opined that if Baek-won finds a way to gather all the warriors and target the enemies, he will be unstoppable. He added that this is only his personal opinion. Then he turned to the Holy Sword, asking what he thought about it, because he was the one to ask if there was an idea. "Yes, there is," replied the Holy Sword, adding that he had some hidden plans. Since Hyun knew his pulse well, he could tell that the Holy Sword was feeling lonely inside. It's the loneliness of a person in a difficult situation, and that guy is probably Hwangbo Gunok. He was often called the little monkey, and no one could have imagined that he would go this far. He was a child looked down upon, but now everything has changed. He has become a dangerous warrior capable of destruction and murder. The Holy Sword explained that it happened after the day Hwangbo Gunok killed Head Tang Moon. After that he disappeared, and they no longer knew who he had become. This may be the reason for the grand gathering, but as Hyun added, there is something else they don't know. The Holy Sword expressed the hope that this would not lead to the destruction of the Protection Clause. That was the end of their conversation, and both teachers were interested in what their students were talking about. Volcanic Cloud turned to So and said that his sect always stays in the mountains, so what brought them here this time? Seo answered with a counter-question, trying to understand Volcanic Cloud's motives. Volcanic Cloud replied that his reason was the same as So's, because this meeting would change the entire world of Muram, as the one who would lead the strongest sects in the future would be chosen. After these words, Seo smiled and added, "It would be wrong of me to tell you anything." To which Volcanic Cloud only replied, "Let's see who will have the last laugh. If memory serves me correctly, you are the disciple who mixed up your sect by associating with a former king known for killing innocent people," Volcanic Cloud said. He added that Seo should know his place before opening his mouth and listen carefully to what he is told. But So did not care at all about the opinion of others. He believed only in what he saw with his own eyes. He accused Volcanic Cloud that all his words were just rumors, and he didn't know how bad the former king had been and if he really had blood on his hands. Therefore, despite everything Volcanic Cloud said, So didn't believe a word until he saw the truth for himself. In short, So was convinced that Volcanic Cloud didn't know what he was talking about, and even he doubted it himself. Volcanic Cloud, finding no more arguments, said that everything would be decided at the meeting in Daeguan. Meanwhile, there were many people on another street. An old man walked, followed by a giant, dragging behind him an iron box wrapped in chains. The old man was blindfolded, and he was on his way to the Steel Battle Association. "It looks like there will be a lot of people at the meeting," he said to the giant. But he added that there is no need to worry, because they came here only to meet certain people. "I have been waiting for this moment for a very long time. Finally, the time has come," the old man added impatiently. Steel Combat Association, Outer Yard. They had already gone straight to the gate, where the guard was explaining to the man that entry was prohibited today. The man said he needed to deliver something to Doksu, but the guard kept saying, "No entry." It was explained to him that now no one can pass through the gates of the Steel Battle Association. This began to annoy them, and the guards told the man in a rude tone that entry was prohibited. Enraged, they explained that they would only let him through after the great gathering of the strongest sects was over, and then he could return. The man didn't give up. He asked again and again, and when he didn't seem to understand, the giant behind him was already trying to get his sword. Then the man responded by calling the guards idiots. He ordered them to get a hold of themselves and let in only those who have an invitation. At that moment, the man heard the sound of chains. After that, a giant foot stomped next to him.
If you look at the giant's back, you can see numerous wounds. They were getting closer and closer to the entrance, and the giant was dragging a huge iron box behind him. What is wrong with him? Flashed through the guard's mind when he saw this person in front of him. He had always prided himself on the fact that no one in Gangho could overpower him with his bulk. But this giant boy looked completely different, and fear began to show on the guard's face. The guard asked, "Who are you?" But then he lowered his head when he was told to look at the one standing in front of him. He saw a grandfather he hadn't noticed before because of the giant size of the man standing behind him. Grandfather, who turned out to be a monk, called the giant behind Mani Padme Hum. The grandfather also introduced himself as Tapda Lama from Sizan, explaining that he happened to be on the mainland and found out that a close friend of his was here. He decided to take the opportunity to meet him and explain this to the guard, asking if they could come in. The guard asked, "If your friend is from the Steel Battle Association, then do you have an invitation?" The monk explained that he didn't even think he needed an invitation to meet a close friend, and unfortunately he didn't have one. The guard began to explain that the Five Dragon League was currently holding the great gathering of the strongest sects, and therefore the entrance for visitors was very limited, and he could not let them in without an invitation. The monk then asked if he could convey the message to his close friend, asking him to meet. The guard clarified, "Which close friend are you talking about?" The monk replied that his close friend was the supreme elder of the Zhongnan sect. The guard immediately realized that he was dealing with a person who called the immortal sword a close friend. At the same time, he apologized and promised to immediately inform the sect of their arrival. The guard apologized once again, explaining that because of the Grand Assembly they were checking everyone, and that didn't mean the monk was suspicious. The monk replied that he didn't need an apology and asked the guard to just do his job well, thanking him. At that moment, the monk glanced at the giant standing next to him with undisguised interest. The monk thought, "Isn't this an incredible physique?" He couldn't see the giant's face as it was covered in cloth, but looking at his muscles and giant body, it was hard to imagine how strong he was. The guard thought involuntarily that he would never want to fight him. The monk noticed the look of the guard at the giant and asked, "Is he bothering you?" He explained that he had simply never seen anyone with such a large body in his life. The guard asked the monk, "Is he your disciple?" "No, he is not my disciple," replied the monk. "Fate brought us together and made us companions. However, we remain strangers to each other. Our relationship is no more and no less than that of people who just met on the road." The guard, confused by this phrase, asked again, "Fate brought you together but you are strangers? What do you mean?" A thought flashed through the monk's mind about how this small but significant event had begun in the East 10 years before. However, he only mentioned his name again, and added that it is difficult to explain. In the Steel Combat Association, the 9th Center, the Sword Saint stood with his disciple and asked what he thought of the conversation and the flying dragon of the Zhongnan sect. The disciple explained that he was impressed by his unusualness and expressed his desire to learn from him. The Sword Saint said that he was one of those who could lead Gangho in the future, and asked the disciple to communicate with him carefully and learn a lot. Volcanic Cloud replied, "I'll keep that in mind. Seo Munich is a man with a firm stance, which makes him difficult to control, although at first glance there is not much difference between the disciples of the Hua Mountains and the Zhongnan sect. In reality, they are completely different." Volcanic Cloud mused that although their thoughts and personalities might be close, he didn't necessarily have to become Seo Moon Ik's friend. He didn't understand how he could trust him, and he knew that once the great gathering of the strongest sects started, he wanted to make him regret his words. At this time, Hyun was next to Sumun. Seo mused about the 6 of the 3 iron swords, and that Noon Gok-eun was a man of great ambition who should be closely watched. The old man noticed that So looked distracted and asked if something had happened between him and the Saint Sword disciple. "Nothing special," Moon explained, adding that unlike him the old man's expression looked much worse. Hyun asked the student to remember what is happening in the world is like 2 sides of the palm. At first glance they look the same, but if you turn it over, you will understand that everything is completely different. This applies not only to the great gathering of the strongest sects, but also to other questions. Moon remembered that Noon Gok-eun had also talked about principles and rules, and realized that the Steel Martial Association's actions towards the god of war would also be based on principles and rules. During their conversation, a young man ran up to them exclaiming, "Teacher, I found you! Hyung just asked to look at you. You're panting so much from a short run. These guys have bad records." Then asked what happened.
He was in such a hurry. The young man said he received an urgent message from the head of the outer city, Mr. Gall. His close friend is waiting for him at the gate. What is his name? Hyun asked. The disciple replied that it was Tabdalama, and the disciple said that Hyun knew exactly who he was. At this time, the giant and the monk waited patiently for those who were to come. The giant seemed so menacing to the guards that they felt as if he could transport them to another world. They even began to discuss among themselves that it would be better to work in the central palace, where it was calmer, but the head of the guard kept reminding them to stop gossiping and go about their business. He raised his voice at them and shouted even louder to make them concentrate. The monk sat waiting and sighed heavily as he assumed they had put the guards in an awkward position. Because of this, he apologized to the guards for the inconvenience. Suddenly a sound was heard behind the monk. Of course, the monk immediately drew attention to this. The sound was like splashes flying in different directions. Hyun appeared above this place. The monk began to rise and said to himself, why was there such a hurry? It would be possible to approach more calmly. He thanked the guards for their protection and said he had to go. The giant, wheezing, also began to rise. The monk repeated to the guards that his friend was waiting above, so it was time to leave. The guards raised their heads and saw Hyun hovering in the air right above the place. He floated in the air, and for many it remained a mystery how he does it, and how he got into the sky. Ordinary guards did not understand anything. A whole 10 years passed, and their eyes met again. Hyung said, a friend who hadn't been heard from for 10 years visited me again. Descending, he asked the monk for what purpose he had appeared. The monk came closer. He began to explain that all these 10 years he had been thinking about a place where winds blow and clouds gather. The monk added that he missed him and came after hearing about the conference, thinking that he should visit it at least once before he died. However, it seemed to Hyun that the monk was not going to die at all and would live for tens of years. The monk said that the future is unknown, and no one can predict what will happen. In his heart, Hyun felt that although the monk looked healthy, he came to him after 10 years, as if he had a premonition of his death. And besides, you brought this walking corpse with you, Hyun added, addressing the giant. Did you come to die? He asked, the only friend who could understand him. This question became a mystery to the monk, and he asked, what do you mean? Hyun understood everything. The one behind the monk, neither alive nor dead. It was an infernal, immortal corpse. Hyun then asked the monk if he remembered why he had decided never to pick up a sword again, and what he had told him. If he broke his promise, it would only be for his own sake. The security guard was watching everything, and could not understand why the atmosphere had become so tense and did not catch the essence of their conversation. Hyun realized that there was only one explanation as to why the monk had brought the hellish immortal corpse to him. He assumed that the monk wanted to die at his hands, and offered his spouse to kill him painlessly. At that moment, the giant began to move, roaring in a loud voice. He slammed his giant foot into the ground, creating a loud thud. The giant found his footing and began to swing the giant coffin tied with chains. The guards wondered, what happened to this thug? Wasn't he an acquaintance of the monk? The guard realized that regardless of the reason, they could not turn a blind eye to the fact that a fight was taking place on his territory. He decided not to pay attention to the status of these adults, because it was his responsibility. He threw his hand up and began to shout, asking what they were doing, loudly exclaiming that the unknown was going to make a mess. He added that he would not spare anyone causing chaos in the central courtyard, and ordered them to be stopped immediately. The other guards ran out of their posts, weapons at the ready. They began to aim their bows and shoot towards the giant and the monk. A hail of arrows flew in their direction, but the question remained, would it help? The monk just watched what was happening, thinking that the guard had not understood the situation correctly, by succumbing to anger. And this small squad, although they wanted to attack, did so in vain. Well, you can't do anything, said the monk under his breath, watching the surrounding warriors. The giant continued to drag the coffin, and everything around began to take on a pink hue, as if someone's energy was being released. The old monk did not understand what was happening. The giant came closer and closer. His every step was heavier and louder. The monk also started to take steps forward and asked Hyun, do you really think that I don't understand your suffering and sadness? He added that he felt the burden of guilt for getting him involved in this, and said that he did not want the situation to escalate further due to a misunderstanding. The monk suggested that we talk calmly, in silence. Hyung looked around and couldn't figure out what kind of place it was. Everything froze and there was absolute silence. A question was heard from the monk. How could someone like you do this? The monk slowed everyone down, although it looked like he stopped them. They were still moving a bit. It could be said that the monk stretched time. This could be considered a small trick of the old man who felt hopeless about the disappearing time. It was called the arch technique. If you fall under its influence, time and space freeze. Hyun couldn't believe what had happened to the monk in the last 10 years. After all, he was known for his resistance against the arches. He even liked this technique. However, the monk explained it differently, saying that he did not delve into the study of this technique. These were techniques that included arcs. They were originally used for stealth assassinations but were created for practice combat. A place for training? Hyun asked. The monk replied that everything is possible in this place. Stretching time, changing space at will, and even creating something that no longer exists, like his eyes and hands, which took on a completely different look and began to glow. This technique was forbidden to use, but now the monk could be seen using it in front of Hyun. However, Hyun noticed that the monk was neither dead nor alive. He also explained to the monk that it was a mistake to think that he could be stopped by this technique. It was easy for him to get out of such a space. But a monk who has not fully mastered this technique will never be able to leave this place, even if his strength is the level of a royal guard. However, Hyun is a different story. He is called good because he follows not only great power, but also the right path. That is why the monk does not affect him even when he is here, and he can talk to him calmly. Besides, Hyun is close to the truth. In fact, if Hyun wanted to kill the monk right away, this conversation wouldn't have happened. He would have already been cut in half by his second greatsword. After all, Hyun's power is incredible. However, even Hyun, having reached here, almost lost his head in his attempts. He managed to understand that next to the monk was not a hellish, immortal corpse. The monk's explanation piqued Hyun's curiosity, and he asked to explain why the monk was talking about him like that. The monk began to explain. I met him about 10 years ago when I left you and went east. He told how, approaching the end of his journey, he found him among deep rubble, on the verge of death. The monk did not know who attacked him, but his body was covered with wounds, his spine was broken, and his consciousness was almost completely paralyzed. The fact that he survived was a real miracle. At first, the monk thought that the best thing he could do for him was to pray. He was about to leave and said he couldn't help him, but suddenly a stranger's hand grabbed his clothes. The monk stopped, paying attention to his gaze. That look in itself said that he wanted to live. You could read even more in his eyes. They talked about the fact that he must survive, and the monk could not ignore it. After hearing that, Hyun realized that the monk saved him, despite looking like a hellish immortal corpse. The monk repeated once again that this is not true. He is not a hellish immortal corpse. He is undergoing a syllogism operation. The giant suddenly slammed his hand on the ground, creating a loud roar. He began to scream very loudly, not restraining his strength. The monk turned to him, and the old man asked, "You said that one who did not understand the full meaning cannot move in this space." The monk explained that this was his natural ability, an innate talent for stealth, but at the same time, said the monk, he was very unhappy, and stroking his face, he calmed the giant. The monk told him that there was no danger for him in this place, and the giant began to calm down. His eyes no longer radiated such anger as before. He calmed down with one movement from the monk, and it became clear that the monk was using the technique to stop Hyun, not the giant. The monk explained that the giant is reacting to the malice that Hyun emits, but he himself is not harming anyone. Therefore, the monk asked Hyun to keep himself in his hands. Hyun then asked about the syllogism operation that the monk mentioned earlier. The monk explained that when a virtuous monk died, this technique was used to preserve his body. Eventually, they became better at studying the structure of the human body and learned how to save lives. However, even with all this, the giant lived only because of his wish. This unwillingness to die gave him the thin thread by which he is still in this world. But perhaps this is a side effect of his mind falling into chaos, which makes him not even understand himself. The monk noticed that Hyun also seemed to have calmed down, and asked him, "Is it okay to close this space already? After all, it is not easy for me to support him for a long time." The old man answered, "Do as you wish." The monk thanked and snapped his fingers. The pink glow around them began to gradually fade. Everything came to life again. The archers, standing in their positions, continued to move. The head guard began shouting again that he would not leave anyone alone who would cause trouble in the central courtyard. The monk addressed him, saying that there was no need, and asked him to lower his weapon and stop the others. Hyun also added his voice, asking everyone to stop the conflict.
He explained that they were just playing with each other, since they had not seen each other for 10 years. Meanwhile, Soho was walking down the street. The man walking beside her felt a momentary tension, like a vibration, and two powerful killing auras. One of them looked familiar to him, and he was sure it was the old Heian immortal sword. However, the second aura was incomprehensible. It seemed to come from a being that was not alive, but not dead either. In any case, he had vowed never to pick up a sword again. But who could be such an adversary as to force him to draw a sword? He also understood that he couldn't interfere in the battle with a young lady who knew nothing about martial arts by his side. He couldn't guarantee her safety, so he decided to immediately return her to the residence. He told her that she shouldn't roam the streets, knowing that there are many people around who are targeting the Great Heavenly Trade Group. She replied that the Great Heavenly Merchant Group was facing uncertainty, and as a young lady she had to take care of her group, check the safety of the merchants, and make sure that there would be no trouble. Moreover, she reminded him that he had promised to protect her, and told him not to say that one of the big four like him would break his promise. She asked him to just think of it as a walk with his granddaughter and stay with her a little longer. Only now, being an old man, he realized how important it is to be careful with his promises. She guessed he might be tired of watching her. To cheer him up, she decided to pour him some tea. When tea is brewed, the tea leaves first rise and then fall. That's why people call it Sanga Dusk. The man couldn't understand how someone like him, the Iron Tyrant, could have a crush on a young girl like her. The man she relied on was in prison, which made him think she was weak. But instead of weakening, she calmed down the Great Heavenly Group's inner turmoil. She accepted the challenge and calmed their anxiety by completing difficult tasks with ease. It could be said that she's the type of person who never gives up until she achieves what she wants. He also thought that it was about Gun-ak, and until she got her way, she wouldn't return to the residence. So he decided to tell her everything he knew and return immediately. Meanwhile, behind their backs, they were talking about what such a young and beautiful lady was doing next to such an old man. The Iron Tyrant started to get angry hearing this. The young lady noticed that he did not like the taste of the tea. She asked him about Hwangbo Gun-ak and what else could be learned after the arranged meeting. As you said, we got a lot of information, but most of it is public knowledge. I want to know what is hidden from the public, what only you know, she explained. The Iron Tyrant thought about it and said that he knew one thing. Gun-ak used to be a good man. She couldn't believe that he was talking about the same Gun-ak, the head of the Five Dragon League. It was hard to imagine considering how she saw the current Gun-ak. However, she understood that a person's character could change over time. But Gun changed suddenly. He became a leader because of his extraordinary talents and abilities. He was so gifted that he was called a genius, even among the members of the Hwangbo family, which had many prominent people. He eradicated evil with his justice. He united the people under his knightly protection and reached the highest position in Gangho. He was called a sage, even a personification of Buddha because of his personality. Not only the 9 centers, but also the Lion League, and the 72 most powerful warriors were ready to make Hwangbo Gun-ak their leader. No one hesitated or resisted. But why did he change? She continued. Iron Tyrant said he didn't remember exactly when it happened, but there was a period when Gun-ak didn't appear in Gangho for a while. He disappeared without serving as the head of the Steel Battle Association or the Five Dragon League, and then rumors spread that he had died. Iron Tyrant later heard that Gun-ak had visited the northern region during his disappearance, though no one knew why. He was believed to have gone there alone when the northern region confronted Yuan. His absence caused chaos in the Five Dragon League, forcing all the patriarchs of the Jigol, Peng, Hebei, and Namgun families to gather together without the Hwangbo family for an emergency meeting. They had held this meeting under the pretext of discussing matters related to the Muyong and Dan families of Sichuan. At that time, they were still the Dan family. In reality, this meeting was initiated by the patriarch of the Namgong family, Mu Jin, with the intention of expelling the Hwangbo family from the Five Dragon League. At the council, it was discussed that the Dan and Muyon families should join the Five Dragon League. They had enough facts and reasons to accept both families, Dan and Muyon, into the league. At the same time, they came to the conclusion that Hwangbo Gun-ek and his Hwangbo family should be expelled from the Five Dragon League, and Namgun, who has incredible power, should be appointed as the new patriarch of the family. The Dan family actively supported the Five Dragon League, and the Muyon family did not object to joining. Because of this, they came up with the idea
They were deciding who would become the new leader when the doors suddenly began to open. At this point, one of them said that he would become the leader. But it was Hwangbo Gunok who entered the room to the sound of everyone saying that they had no objection to the new leader. He said, "How unfortunate that you are discussing such important decisions without me." Their surprise knew no bounds when they saw him and realized that he had learned about this meeting. What to do, they asked each other, not knowing how to react to his appearance. The old man explained to Hwangbo that during his absence, the Five Dragon League had fallen into utter despair and asked how a man who had caused so much trouble could suddenly and shamelessly appear. They were suggesting that he give up his position as leader after he had so needlessly abandoned them. Hwangbo listened calmly to each of them, letting them speak. He stood in silence, taking in the whole mountain of accusations that were being told to him. He was accused of forgiving those who tried to kill him and said that now no one would be afraid of him. He was asked if he had killed even one insect. Long story short, he was told to his face that the new Five Dragon League didn't need a coward like him and asked to leave. They taunted him, suggesting he practice on bugs if he thought he was strong. Hwangbo's patience snapped and he killed one of them right in front of everyone else, proving that he is not at all a weakling who is not capable of killing even an insect. He then asked the others what to call them if they couldn't give him a single scratch when they thought he was weak. Only a red glow illuminated the place after the destruction that had occurred. Hwangbo didn't understand how petty people like them could worry about the future of the Five Dragon League. He considered them only scoundrels, no better than insects. She couldn't believe that he had killed the head of the Tang family with one blow. More importantly, such an event could have a huge impact on the entire Ganho. But she didn't understand how it was that the death of the head of an influential family remained unknown to everyone. Even his son was silent about his father's death. However, she stubbornly insisted that it was simply impossible. He calmly explained to her that people don't always behave the way she thinks is right. They prefer to remain silent for their own benefit, even if it means betraying your family. The head of one of the affected families could not understand how it happened. A single blow killed the head of the Tang family. Gong then asked if he was worried about the future of the Five Dragon League. He added that even insects are better than them. In response, the head called Gun a monster while shouting loudly. It looked pitiful, and Gong turned to him with a cold look. He said it was delusional and asked if being part of the Five Dragon League wasn't enough. He then explained that their plan had caused a family member to die, and now they were responsible for it. Finally, he decided to imprison the Namgun family in their home province of Engkan. But family head Namgun clenched his fist, because as the leader of a large family, he believed that Gun had no right to talk about his family's imprisonment. At the same time, Gong made an irrefutable argument that they should pay with their heads for their crimes. However, the head of the family continued to clench his fist, saying that now was not the time, because he would not be able to win. He thought he was wrong to think of Gun as a human, and then he firmly decided that in order to defeat the monster, he must become a monster himself because the fate of the Namgun family was at stake. Suddenly, another head of the family appeared from under the rubble and declared that he would not leave it at that, and would report everything to the 9 centers and the Lion League. But Gong was indifferent to this and said that they would play an important role in the new Ganho that he himself would create. This came as shocking news to the other chapters. Gong decided to become the new head of the Five Dragon League. It had been his longtime dream to join the league, although his main goal was revenge for his father. After becoming the head of the Tang family, he will not only join the Five Dragon League, but also become part of the Steel Martial Association. He even dreamed of becoming the ruler of the entire Ganho. However, he began to wonder if he had made a mistake. At the same moment, he told himself that even if he took revenge, it would not change anything. He laughed an ominous laugh, not understanding what was so important about family universities. Gong encouraged him, saying that in order to become a member of the Five Dragon League, one must be able to make decisions. At that moment, they decided that they would have to go the same way. But an old man was watching this scene. He followed Hwangbo Gunok with his sharp gaze, and he firmly decided that he wouldn't forget today's humiliation. After that, the girl began to understand why the head of the Namgun family, the strongest of the 5 great families, did not have a residence in the Steel Martial Association. But there was something more important. The place where Hwangbo's head went is in the north. Brother told the Iron Tyrant that after the battle with Ilji Kwanchon, Hwangbo Gun Alke was granted the grace of living in the north. This meant that there, Ilji met the true master and master of the north, and lost to him. Hwangbo Gunok's journey, Ilji Kwangchon's defeat, and the connection between them, these 3 events happening at the same time and in the same place, could not be a mere coincidence.
Also, considering the rumors about the Huangbo family that Elder Hong had gathered, the suspicions were only confirmed. It was such an unbelievable story that people would find it hard to believe, even if they were told. Iron Tyrant added that if it could not be proven, all that they have done before will prove useless. Yunaledi realized that all her relatives at the top could be destroyed. So she needed to be more careful. She needs to find irrefutable evidence as soon as possible, which the head of the League of Five Dragons will not be able to refuse. The Iron Tyrant noticed that the girl was starting to glow and asked what happened. She replied that things had come up and it was necessary to go to the top. He sighed and agreed with her, and so they began to turn back. Looking at her dress, he noticed one detail. The butterfly decoration on her dress caught his attention. At first glance, it seemed ordinary. But not every craftsman would be able to create something like this. A lot of effort had gone into making this thing suitable for self-defense, the Iron Tyrant realized. He then asked her if she knew what the butterfly ornament on her belt was for. Laughing, she explained that her brother had given it to her. But, turning her head, her expression changed dramatically. She saw a giant man standing behind her. She just said in surprise, "Wow, he is so big!" Hyun appeared next to her, noticing her surprise but seeing that she didn't look scared. The monk said that they should not go back to that little path, because they had met a wonderful man on the main road, and added that the girl did not even realize why she was so surprised. The Iron Tyrant noted that there was a foul Taoist smell coming from somewhere and asked if it was old San from Cheonam. Hyun replied that it must be none other than Master Uman. The girl listened attentively to how the conversation unfolded between them. Hyun asked the Iron Tyrant if he had joined the Steel Battle Association. Smiling, the Iron Tyrant replied that he was happy to meet him as well, and noted that Hyun was as agile as ever, so he should probably live for a long time. The Iron Army, balancing on the edge of good and evil, does not pay attention to the opinions of friends, and does not hesitate in its actions. He has surpassed humans, and a swordmaster who follows the Taoist path never forgets his duty. Two people with such different personalities met, although they were once friends. The Iron Tyrant asked the Immortal Sword why he was so angry this morning, and if it was because of him. Alive but not alive, dead but not dead, stuck on the edge of life and death. Isn't this the primordial chaos that fills his body with dead breath? The tyrant explained that the monk had broken the precepts, and that is why this had happened. He was surprised to see the old Taoist from Cheongnam and Tenjong from Potala walking side by side. It was just incredible. The monk said that he was honored to meet a man from the Central Plains. She was impressed by the people she met today. She had heard that the Potala Palace was the headquarters of a Gelug group that followed a different path than ordinary Buddhism. But their leader's great power was no less than Shaolin. The Central Plains were once threatened by the Yuan dynasty, and since then mention of the Potala Palace has become taboo. The Iron Tyrant addressed the monk, saying that prayers were pouring in from within the Potala Palace, and that the man had brought the walking dead to a meeting at the Steel Battle Association during a gathering of great warlords. However, the Iron Tyrant did not promise that he would watch over him and the walking dead. The Immortal Sword then told Tyrant with a smile that he was very funny and reminded him that the monk had been working in the palace for over 10 years, so there was no need to worry, he was just visiting an old friend. The Immortal Sword then added that there were rumors that the Iron Army was guarding the child, and that they were the ones performing this task among the 3 armies. He asked why. And as soon as the Iron Tyrant began to explain, a girl intervened in the conversation. She introduced herself, gave her name, and said that it was a great honor for her to meet 2 such famous elders. The Immortal Sword immediately noticed a glint in her eyes that indicated a sign of great luck. He answered her that he was glad to meet her and gave his name. It was rare to find a swordsman as an escort. She thanked him for these words. Then she explained that she still had things to do and that she had to go. Immortal Sword was impressed by her and left with a good impression. She made them think that she was an unusual person. The Iron Tyrant then told the Immortal Sword that by looking at her, one can conclude that you don't have to be a martial artist to be talented. After that, the Iron Tyrant mentioned the God of War, whom Hyun knew, and said that he was currently in the prison of the Five Dragon League. They then began to discuss the butterfly ornament on her belt, assuming it was a gift from the God of War, and began to speculate as to what it was for. Immortal Sword asked the Iron Tyrant why he was helping her. He pointed out that if the Sichuan Tang family was behind her, there would be no reason to accompany her. The Iron Tyrant remembered the conversation with the God of War. God asked him to bring his grandson to him and ask for help. At the time, the Iron Tyrant had no idea what the God of War was up to. He had reached the level where he could read thoughts by looking into a person's eyes, but he had never been able to read the thoughts of the god of war. However, God's words gave him hope. After these thoughts, the Iron Tyrant explained to the Immortal Sword that there was no need to know all the details. After saying goodbye, he told the Immortal Sword that if he was different from the other idiots in Cheongnam, he should take care of his grandson. However, they were left with the question, who is this? Which grandson? Meanwhile, the young lady was looking at the moon, which illuminated the night sky. All she could think about was her brother, who had given her the jewelry she now held in her hands. She seemed to relive the moment when he handed her this talisman. Brother warned that if she ends up in the prison of the Five Dragon League, she and Taehyung will be threatened. He also said that this talisman would protect her wherever she was. With eyes full of concern for her brother, she looked straight into his eyes. And now, looking at the moon, she was overcome with anxiety. How is he there? Although she tried to convince herself that she was not worried, she missed him very much. Meanwhile, things were not so romantic in prison. The boy was sitting under the wall and talking to the old man. The old man couldn't understand why they were here, but after all the brutal torture, their comrades had run away and there was no news of them. Mok Junhoo, a representative of the Iron Cognac Bureau, said he believed everyone in his family was alive. However, the old man explained that the problem wasn't that, but that he was hoping too much, although maybe that wasn't such a bad thing. They had only been transporting goods before, and Mac couldn't understand why the League of Five Dragons had misunderstood them. He hoped that this misunderstanding would be resolved and they would be released, but he realized that it had been a long time since his older brother had been taken away. Suddenly there was a crack of lightning and Mac looked up at his handcuffs. Behind him, the wall crumbled into rubble, and the silhouette of the god of war appeared in the opening. "Are you the one who accompanied me to Moses?" said Mac. "Are you a Tangsai master?" He continued his question, looking at the figure in front of him. League of Five Dragons prison 5 days ago. The guards were walking down the hall talking to each other about whether they were bored or if they should kill someone for fun. Suddenly, a man appeared in front of them who overheard their conversation. The guards kept talking about how the meeting was 5 days away and they would have to be patient and not kill anyone until then. But Hyun-nim appeared on their way. They were sure that the entrance was under control, but Hyun proved otherwise. And he also had alcohol in his hand. The guards noticed he was drunk, and the dude mumbled something about the leader who made him this way. Passing by, he told them to have fun among themselves, and he himself promised to get to the god of war soon. As he continued down the corridor, he shouted loudly that the god of war was a bastard, and called him to him. He said that he would soon die of boredom, and wanted to have some fun. Finally, reaching the bunker where the god of war was imprisoned, he noticed that the door was open. He immediately asked the guards where the god of war had gone. They asked him to leave this place and come back because if the leader found out, they would not be able to help him. "Return? After I was fired? How can you tolerate it?" Hyun was indignant. But the guards explained to him that he had crossed the line and warned that if he continued in the same spirit, they would have to use force. Hyun accused them of being out of their minds to let the god of war get away, and now they're trying to blame him. He called them drunkards and offered to try to deal with this situation. Grabbing one of the guards by the throat, Hyun began to strangle him, and he begged to be let go. The guard coughed and couldn't breathe, but Hyun just kept asking where the god of war had gone. The guard was confused because he believed that the god of war was imprisoned in a cell and could not imagine where he had disappeared to. Hyun, in rage, swung the flask and hit the guard with it. The bottle flew over the guard's head, and Hyun again called them drunkards. Another guard ran up to the first and asked Hyun why he was with them. But Hyun only wondered how such a place could be left under the supervision of such jerks. Raising his head, the guard asked in surprise what the problem was, for the god of war was locked in and could not escape. However, turning around, he thought he was hallucinating. He saw that the prison cell was open and began to wonder where the god of war had gone. The guards were sure that they had only recently checked the cell, and the god of war was definitely there. Hyun then ordered everything to be locked down immediately, and the search to begin. The guards tried to explain that they did not understand how this could happen, and insisted that the leader should be reported first. Hyun explained that if the leader finds out about this, he will kill them first. He added that there is only one way out of this prison, and there will be many obstacles on the way, so the god of war will not be able to just leave. Hyun was sure the god of war was still here, and wanted to make sure to tear him to shreds. Meanwhile, the god of war was carrying Mac on his shoulders, and the old man was following them, explaining that it wasn't that difficult to get here, so getting out of here is quite possible. Mac was glad his brother was safe and hoped the others were alive too.
However, the god of war did not sense anyone alive nearby. He promised Mac that as soon as they got out, he would immediately begin the search. The old man followed them, declaring that he was not going to die here, and when they got out, then he could die in peace. Considering their conversation, the old man told the god of war that he would be able to help him with what lay ahead. The god of war understood him and was ready to move on. They went out into a spacious place and began to look around. They were immediately hit by a strange, pungent smell. The god of war understood that it was the smell of burning bodies. To their left, they noticed a fire, but could not see the details because their vision was damaged from the torture. Maybe, but that doesn't mean all the members of the Iron Horse Bureau are dead, the god of war thought as he looked at this nightmare. At that moment, the alarm was sounded and the order was given to find the god of war. He heard the sound of a bell ringing in his ears. In addition, there were shouts that there was no one on the second floor, everyone was on the third, and they entered the Gemadon. The guards shouted that the guardians of the Gemadon were dead because of the god of war. The prisoners in Hamadan were under special surveillance by order of the leader, and even he was dead when the guards ran into his cell. The god of war was nowhere to be seen, but they assumed he had gone to the lower level where the men from the Iron Horse Bureau were. Everyone was immediately ordered to head there. The god of war realized that his escape had been discovered, and that many soldiers were approaching him. This prison was closed from all sides, and it was difficult to know where to escape. The god of war hoped that his deception would last for a few more days, but it happened sooner than he expected. He had hoped to escape quietly, but, given the pursuit, he knew that would not work. Everyone was ordered to the lower level, and when they got there, there were shouts that they had found the god of war. The god of war held Mac in his arms, and the old man met the guards first. There were many of them, about 100 armed guards, and Yeon stood in front of them. The god of war looked down on all these people and understood that he should have fled immediately after the exit. But even if that happened, Hyun stated that the god of war would still die by his hand. Even so, the god of war didn't lose his smile as he planned to meet up with Hyun before he left anyway. The situation was tense, and the guards were worried about Hyun, wondering if the god of war had been able to recover his martial arts. But Hyun didn't believe it, because he believed that it was impossible to return what was sealed by 2 of the 9 strongest warriors of Gangho. However, one of the overseers noticed the confidence in the war god's eyes. However, Hyun found an explanation for this. Believing that it is not worth giving in to his bravado, he warned the guards to remember that whoever the god of war appeared to be on the outside, he was actually just a beast they had caged. "Should you be afraid of the beast you raised yourself?" he asked. But the supervisors did not talk about fear and believed that they were ready for any action. They were determined to do everything to ensure that no prisoner left this place, and god of war would be no exception. Hyun only wanted these guards to be bait for the god of war. While the god of war was fighting them, Hyun planned to approach him from his blind spot and use his Shining Sky Rupture technique to thicken his blood. The guards were getting closer and closer to the god of war. Using his 2 swords technique, Hyun took out a weapon from his back. One of the swords turned into a spirit, and the 2 swords became one. They moved closer and closer to the god of war, warning him to hide. After all, it was their strongest technique: 2 swords, 1 strike. At that moment, Hyun decided that he had found a blind spot behind the god of war. He began to approach directly behind him. After getting into the right position, Hyun used his powerful technique, Terrifying Sky Rift. "Do they really think they can catch me like this?" flashed through the mind of the god of war. He already knew at that moment that Hyun would be killed by his own people. Hyun held his breath as his gaze met the war god's eyes. In those eyes, he saw that the god of war understood his plan. But Hyun's thoughts that the enemy was still defenseless took over. Relying on his speed, Hyun flew forward, hiding behind his guards. They attacked with shouts, calling on the god of war to die. But the unexpected happened. They were no longer flying at the god of war, but directly at Hyun, who was standing in their way. This attack could no longer be stopped. The guards cut their boss in 2. That blow went through Hyuna like a bolt of lightning. Realizing how fatal this situation had become, Hyun knew that his death was inevitable. He tried to outwit the god of war, but the shadow of death overtook him. The guards still continued their hunt for the god of war despite Hyun's defeat. Hyun sat under the wall, wondering, hearing some sounds. "Am I still alive?" he thought. The god of war was standing nearby, who saved him. Because he had one important question, the god of war stitched his wound up with his techniques. A thought also swirled in Hyun's head. "Why did my people attack me? They are idiots!" The god of war explained that they were under the influence of the puppet technique. In their eyes, everyone but themselves becomes the enemy, and they attack their comrades until the last survivor kills himself. Hyun had heard rumors of the god of war's cruelty, but even they fell short of the truth. It was impressive, but the god of war didn't think it was much compared to what he had done with the Iron Horse Bureau. He then asked Hyun where the other members of the Iron Horse Bureau were, and promised that if he answered, he would let him go without pain. However, Hyun was convinced that he would die in any case, because you can only get out of this prison after passing 7 mechanisms and 5 levels of protection. He added that only he and the leader know about these 2 ways. The god of war knew that it would be difficult to get out of here unscathed, especially with Mac injured. But he hoped that Hyun could show him the right way. Hearing this from the god of war, Hyun thought it was absolute madness. He wasn't going to say anything, but the god of war decided to force him. He used the puppet technique on Hyun. This technique could make one feel any pain or emotion the god of war desired. Outskirts of the Steel Combat Association. These events took place 5 days before the Great Council. According to the original plan, it would be best to do the work under the conditions set by Hwangbo Gunak. But there was a high possibility that he would intervene in the process of changing it. The man, going downstairs, pondered that he needed to find the indestructible reborn corpse of Ada in order to destroy the Golden Sect and revive the Allah Sect. Frostflower, her soul, was already half suppressed by the potion he had created. But he could not calm down because the most important part of the work remained. If he succeeds in immersing her soul in the infinite yin energy, then the next process will not be difficult. There were only 5 days until the Great Council meeting, and time was running out. Tonight, he intended to make her the perfect indestructible corpse of hell. Soon he was standing right in front of her tomb. This was the moment he had been waiting for so long. 5 days later, the indestructible corpse born of Ada will be reborn. After examining her, he saw that she was in perfect anabiosis. It was beautiful, and he decided to get to work. There was no reason to worry. He had perfect data from the creation process of the 6 indestructible hellborn corpses, and he fervently wanted Frostflower to become the best of them all. Creating the perfect indestructible corpse of Ada was exactly his goal. He brought his hand to her head and used energy to lift her body. He needed to perform the immersion procedure of the immortal frost yin crystal through the energy channel in the brain, not through the point on the chest like others do. However, unfortunately, her brain was not perfect. Because of this, he couldn't guarantee that the procedure would be without consequences. But even if it did, it's possible that when Frostflower lost her memory as a child, that's when she suffered a head injury, causing her to first go back to when she lost her memories. He was going to use the immortal frost yin energy crystal immersion procedure on the damaged areas of her brain to completely erase her soul and the source of her memories. And then she would only be loyal to him. He longed to see the memory she tried so hard to forget. He begged her to reveal it to him. Suddenly, she began to immerse herself in memories, and among the many fragments, she needed to find only one. He needed to find the memories of the day when the blood supply to Frostflower's brain was interrupted. In the flashback, they moved to a place called Mount Onjuo in Tuan, the residence of the Black Merchant. He still didn't understand what Frostflower had to do with this place, but she was standing with a sword among the dead bodies. Is this baby Frostflower, he thought. Her sword was covered in blood. Blood was dripping from it. Did she single-handedly deal with all these people? She seemed innocent enough on the surface, and it didn't seem like she could do this. But her cold look said something else entirely. It only turned him on even more as he dug into her memories, realizing that she could kill so many black warriors at such a young age. Looking into her eyes, he only made sure that he was not mistaken about her, and was sure that she would become the best indestructible corpse born in hell. Suddenly there were shouts. "What are you doing? Catch the girl immediately!" She was the most valuable gift the League of Five Dragons could offer. She had to be captured alive and unharmed. Confidence did not leave her face. She quickly flew to the side, trying to avoid her pursuers. He couldn't believe his eyes. It was completely unexpected. He had no idea that Frostflower Hansa-A was one of the assassins cultivated by Black Merchant Yom Sa-ik. At first, he was shown that she lost her memories after this incident. But now it is clear that the cause of the trauma lies in an earlier period. He realized that even in her current state, he could turn her into an indestructible reborn corpse. But he wanted to create the perfect hellish immortal, without a single flaw. If he continued to wander into her memories, it might hurt not only her but himself. But he knew he couldn't give up now. He plunged back into her memories,
continuing to search for the right moment. Suddenly there was loud laughter as he saw the many memories she had forgotten, and he was sure he would find what he was looking for. At some point, he felt that he was approaching a key event. He was very close. He stood on the threshold of the very memory that had caused her trauma, and so he found himself in the place where she was standing by the tree, still very small. It was incredibly beautiful. He was especially struck by the image of a sad little girl. It was her pure and innocent state that he was looking for. But something was wrong. Her hair was black instead of white. The difference in age from the previous memory wasn't that big, but what happened between those moments? It remained a mystery to him, but he decided that it didn't matter now. He believed that if he stimulated the frost flower's brain channels, he would get what he was looking for. That's when he'll create the perfect indestructible corpse of Ada that he's been dreaming of all this time. Creating a charge on his hand, he began to bring it closer to her head, and suddenly a voice sounded in his head. You were here. Something went wrong with the presence he sensed. This feeling was majestic, almost divine. He saw the figure of a man addressing her, calling her name. The man asked her to return home, saying that her mother was worried. This presence made him nervous. This person only existed in Frost Flower's memories. One look at him froze the blood in the veins. He understood that if this continued, he could die. He decided that it was already dangerous to proceed, and he could not believe that such a thing was possible. How could he feel the presence of death from someone who exists only in her memory? He realized that this was a real curse. Taking his hand away from her, he tried to get out of her memories. Something like this happened for the first time. He had already cleared 6 indestructible reborn hell corpses, but this was the first time he had encountered such a reaction. She was still in anabiosis, and in that state she couldn't push him away. So what kind of energy pushed him out of her mind? It was just a memory, but it seemed that this person who had such a significant presence in her memory was someone she trusted completely. He had only encountered him in her memories, but he was already damaged internally. He tried to calm himself down, telling himself not to panic. Her soul was almost crushed now. This beautiful frost flower would belong to him. He was convinced that her soul would become his property. Right now, through the energy channel in her brain, he was about to seal her soul in an icy yin energy crystal. He yelled at her to forget everything and follow him, placing his hand on her head. But suddenly, something unexpected happened that he could not have foreseen. He couldn't penetrate her memories, and besides, her soul wasn't sealed in the icy yin energy crystal. Instead, her warmth engulfed him. At that moment, she woke up in her own mind, not knowing where she was. The creepy old man in front of her said, "Forget everything! From now on, your soul belongs to me." She could not understand how it was possible to forget something because she had already lost her memories. What surprised her even more, she didn't even know who she needed to forget. But suddenly her eyes opened wider and a bright glow illuminated her, revealing something in front of her. She saw the man with her mother. She recognized this person as a figure from her own dreams. Her hand reached out to him, understanding why he was looking at her with such warm eyes. She could feel why his gaze was so gentle and warm at the same time. But at the same moment, sadness was also visible in his eyes. At that moment, she felt close to her father and mother. Her baby's cry echoed in the memories, and tears flowed from her eyes, accompanied by words of how much she missed her. She realized that she was not alone, and at that moment, in reality, tears also flowed from her eyes. Creepy realized that her mind was protected by a force. Her ability to release such powerful self-defense energy meant that she had mastered a righteous martial art. He guessed that it was a righteous art that protected the wearer from evil energy. Now he could no longer control it. The energy of his 12 chokers, unmatched by anyone in Zhongyuan, was repelled by this girl. Her energy was soft like a feather, sticky like glue, cold like an iceberg, and hot like fire. The nature of this incredible opposing energy was difficult to understand. However, she reminded him of the only one who was not affected by his God of War technique. It was then that he realized that there was a certain connection between the God of War and the frost flower. His hand began to disappear at the same moment. The girl's energy completely burned his hand. The stone on which the girl was lying shattered into pieces, and she hung in the air, shining brightly with her energy. When he first met Frostflower, her abilities seemed unusual. But he didn't sense any other energy, so he figured he could easily subdue her, and that was his mistake. In the process of the collision between his energy penetrating through the energy channel in the brain and her protective mind energy, the yin energy crystal dissolved in her body, attempting to subdue her, led to the awakening of the seal. Suddenly the girl said, "I will spare you," and this fool realized that she had woken up.
She kept saying that she can't forgive what he did, but it brought back her memories, so she lets him go. However, this creature did not stop and threatened to open her head and take out the Yin Frost energy crystal. The blood-fierce demonic crystal flow is an ancient technique that transforms chi energy through an occult spell. If this red chi flow touches her body, it will instantly suck out all the blood and turn her into a mummy. At least those were his plans, but she realized that just avoiding the flow was enough for her. His mistake was talking too much. He revealed all his plans when he used the technique, and she responded by using the Moon Soul Sword Mastery technique. In his eerie eyes she saw fear and his own death. The sword flew towards his body and pierced him through. The blade was able to break through the flow of chi. His mutilated body fell to the ground, never having achieved its goal. And before his death, a thought flashed through his mind. This is very cruel.